Chapter 1. Is it wrong to be a pervert? On a pitch-black, rainy night, the rain cascaded from the heavens to the ground with a deafening roar. Thunder rumbled ominously amidst the low-hanging clouds, causing a persistent buzzing in one's ears. Lightning occasionally sliced through the darkened sky with its dazzling blue brilliance. The wind howled like a dying creature, accompanying the torrential downpour as it lashed against the structures surrounding it. A young man, clad in a form-fitting black outfit and shrouded in a cloth that covered the lower half of his face, trudged through the alleyway, dragging a burlap sack behind him. Ding! All tasks have been completed. The system will accompany you no further. After the young man tossed the sack into a garbage bin, a voice echoed in his mind. Thank you for 22 years of companionship. Farewell, perhaps indefinitely. The young man silently responded to the system in his thoughts, fully aware that it had departed from him. I feel so lost. Soaking wet, he tucked away the black cloth and seated himself on the curb outside the alley, extracting a cigarette. However, it was soon drenched by the downpour. He made no attempt to light it, simply remaining seated in silence. Passers-by regarded his demeanor with little surprise. In today's society, the pressure to survive is immense, and in Mihua City, many resort to peculiar means of venting their frustrations due to overwhelming work and life stresses. The young man's name is Ji Songhan, a traverser of worlds. He felt as though he had crossed into a parallel realm. Upon arriving in this world, Ji Songhan found himself an orphan, subsequently taken in by a peculiar organization in Longhua. The previous system was not one capable of cataclysmic destruction. It was a legacy system, granting him the heritage of an assassin and guiding Ji Songhan to become a competent killer. Now that the system had departed, all of Ji Songhan's tasks were complete. He would live as a normal person for a time, awaiting the arrival of his next mission. Yet, Ji Songhan sensed something amiss. The dates felt utterly chaotic. Today was Monday, yet tomorrow was Friday, and yesterday felt like July, with the next day looming as September. Why did this peculiar sense of familiarity nag at him? Moreover, during his initial foray into this realm, Ji Songhan frequently encountered references that felt eerily recognizable. For instance, the first financial conglomerate, the Suzuki Consortium, and the city in which he currently resided, Mihua City. Ji Songhan believed that this inexplicable sense of familiarity must have a reason behind it. Could it be that he somehow knew this world in his past life? Perhaps. With that thought, Ji Songhan continued to ponder life while seated on the curb. He could purchase an apartment in Mihua and engage in some side ventures. It wasn't a matter of financial need, but rather a desire to alleviate his boredom. What could he possibly do? Thud! A faint sound emanated from the alley he had just exited. The refuse disposal pipe. This referred to a conduit within the building where one could discard packaged waste, leading directly to the exterior garbage bins. The opening was small, far too narrow for an adult to enter. Children might venture inside. Typically, a child of normal intelligence would avoid such a foul-smelling place. Thus, those who dare to enter must either be exceptionally clever or utterly foolish. At that moment, a girl with chestnut hair emerged from the refuse exit. She wore a white lab coat that was comically oversized for her petite frame. Her ice blue eyes glimmered with hope for escape. Her cheeks flushed, indicating a high fever. Escaped. The girl gazed around in confusion, only to be assailed by an overwhelming stench of blood wafting from nearby. A burlap sack. Tentatively, she poked the sack, discovering it to be soft and limp. Not a person, but rather minced meat? In an instant, a horrifying thought invaded the girl's mind. Had someone been ground into a pulp? When had the organization adopted such a grotesque method of killing? No, she had to flee swiftly. If the organization's members discovered her absence, they would undoubtedly search the vicinity. With great effort, the girl extricated herself from the garbage bin. The rain fell steadily, and the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. She made her way toward the light as best she could. Boom! A clap of thunder illuminated the shadowy alley. The girl stared, wide-eyed with terror, at the figure standing at the alley's entrance. Due to the lighting, she could only discern a dark silhouette. Fear surged within her. How long had it been since she had emerged from the refuse disposal? Not even 10 seconds? Had she already been discovered? The girl stumbled backward, losing her balance and landing on the ground. At that moment, illuminated by the streetlights outside the alley, she saw the shadow slowly approaching her. Stay away. Do not come closer. The shadowed figure reached out toward her. Please no. As a damp yet slightly warm hand rested upon her forehead, a gentle male voice emerged. Ah, little one, do you need assistance? Ji Songhan gazed at the frail, pitiful girl before him, and the absurdities of this world suddenly began to make sense. Is this a case of deduction? However, he only grasped this notion now. Due to his mission, he had missed the opportunity to save the girl's sister from being transformed into a child. If he could relive that moment, he would still prioritize the task at hand. He was not merely an assassin, he was also one of Longwo's many unseen guardians, and his missions were capable of altering international dynamics. Thus, even if he had foreseen that this was a world of deduction, he would still choose the mission over the narrative. You have a high fever. Would you like to go to a hospital? Ji Songhan gently cradled the feebly struggling girl, Mayano Shiho, and whispered his inquiry. No, I cannot go to a hospital. Shiho understood that if she registered at a hospital, it would take no more than 10 minutes before the organization would come knocking at her door. Moreover, despite her initial fear upon encountering him, her alcohol detector had not gone off. He was likely not one of the organization's members. Unable to provide identification? Very well. Removing his raincoat, Ji Songhan draped it over Shiho before carrying the feverish girl into the bustling nighttime world of Mihua City, where life continued unabated even in the rain. Half an hour later, Ji Songhan brought Shiho back to his safe house in Mihua City. Upon entering, he quickly tended to her, washing her down before cranking the heater to maximum to dry her off. Following that, he administered some fever-reducing medication and a bag of traditional Chinese medicine. Finally, he placed her on the bed, covering her with a winter quilt to induce sweating. This way, by morning, you'll be, well, marinated? Observing the perspiring Mayano Shiho on the bed, Ji Songhan shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought that had crossed his mind. He then retrieved a satellite phone and dialed a number. Old Tan, I intend to stay here for a while longer. Please prepare 2 identities for me. I will send you the name and photo for the other. It's a little girl. Oh, why, you ask? Is it wrong to be a pervert? After Ji Songhan finished speaking, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the other end of the line, accompanied by the sound of someone pounding on a table. Chapter 2, Moving House. Shiho. In her dream, Jin gazed at the shrinking figure of Mayano Shiho, his expression twisted into something grotesque. Shiho, in turn, was filled with sheer terror. How could he find her so quickly after she had shrunk? She sprang to her feet and began to run. Yet no matter how fast she sprinted, Jin remained just a breath away, shadowing her every move. With each step he took, a thunderous buzz and thud echoed around her, amplifying the psychological pressure weighing down on Shiho. Until a beam of morning sunlight pierced through the window, casting its glow upon her face. Startled awake, Shiho panted as she surveyed the unfamiliar, immaculate room. Raising a hand to her head, she recognized that she had just experienced a dream. But where was she now? Gazing at the pristine surroundings, Shiho felt as though she were trapped in a dream within a dream. It was all too strange. The room was excessively clean apart from her bed. There was no furniture whatsoever. Even the floorboards had been removed. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Ji Songhan, with a lollipop dangling from his mouth, glanced at the girl on the bed. You awake. You slept like a log. The floor creaked so loudly, yet you didn't stir. Shiho tightened the blanket around her. It was still damp, likely due to the excessive sweating from her fever last night. With utmost vigilance, she regarded Ji Songhan and questioned, "Where am I?" It was evident that she had been bathed, and this man must have changed her clothes. Despite her transformation into a child, Shiho was still an 18-year-old girl at heart. "This is my home, but we're moving today. Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Songhan, a fruit merchant from Longwa." As he licked his lollipop, Ji Songhan approached Shiho. "I have some connections here, but I couldn't find any information on your identity, so I decided to create a new one for you. How does the name Haiyuan AI sound? Quite a clever combination of 2 famous female detectives, wouldn't you agree?" Ji Songhan, was aware that this world held an immense reverence for detectives and similar figures. He now assumes a false identity as a fruit merchant who harbors a fondness for detective novels. As an assassin, he remains inconspicuous, adept at seamlessly transitioning between various identities, rather than being readily identifiable as a killer. Such an assassin would be deemed woefully inadequate. Thank you. At this moment, Shiho is unable to ascertain the character of Jasonghan, yet she is certain that he is not affiliated with the organization. Moreover, her new identity provides her with a modicum of comfort. With the guise of Hybera AI, she can at least feign the innocence of a child in public. However, she faces a dilemma. Hybera AI does not wish to linger in Jasonghan's company for long, as her true identity may inadvertently bring trouble to this kind-hearted merchant from the Dragon Kingdom. Given the organization's nature, should they discover any connection between her and Jasonghan, the latter would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Let us go, we shall relocate and then discuss your matters in detail. Jasonghan lifted Hybera AI, cradling her in his arms as he stepped out of the room. Hybera wore a look of bewilderment. Then, she caught a whiff of a bitter medicinal scent emanating from Jasonghan and inquired, "Aren't you a fruit merchant? Why do you smell of medicine? I administered some traditional Chinese medicine to you last night. Had you been awake, you certainly would not have consumed such a bitter concoction." Oh, as Jasonghan carried her towards the car, Hybera noticed two transparent bags filled with Chinese medicinal broth in the trash bin by the door. Being a scientist at the Karama Group, responsible for a portion of the ATX 4869 research, she naturally recognized these medicine bags. "What fruits do you primarily sell?" It was then that Hybera observed Jasonghan's car, a GTR unmistakably modified, complete with a drag chute. She suspected that it could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just over a second. Otherwise, there would be no need for such an apparatus. I mainly sell watermelons. If you choose to accompany me, you could enjoy the freedom of watermelons. This was a revelation. The prospect of watermelon freedom was an immense temptation for someone like her. It must be said that for a fleeting moment, Hybera felt her heart stir. "Ah, I shan't tempt you further, we will discuss it properly later." "Are you so certain that I have nowhere else to go?" Hybera questioned as she settled into the passenger seat, securely fastened by the seatbelt Jasonghan had fastened for her. "You have no relatives, your only destination is the orphanage, and children of your age are seldom adopted." The GTR roared to life, its engine emitting a fierce growl. However, Jasonghan opted not to rev the engine recklessly. Instead, he smoothly maneuvered out, following the moving truck as they headed toward his new residence. Mihua Town, Tuchom, 23 Ban. Upon arrival, Jasonghan revealed a subtle smile, thinking to himself, "Ah, Shiri, you cannot escape now. Look, next door is Professor Agasa's house, and beside it resides the Kudo family. This location was procured through some Miansa, mere matter of throwing money at it." Yet, witnessing his savings dwindle, Jasonghan felt a twinge of regret. Buying more things would diminish his funds even further. At this moment, Hybera gazed intently at Jasonghan, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression. Yet, he exhibited no discernible reaction, appearing as ordinary as any other person. "Uncle G, call me brother." Jasonghan, at the tender age of 22, was merely 4 years her senior. Addressing him as uncle was clearly inappropriate. Then, "Brother G, do you suffer from low blood sugar?" Little AI noticed Jasonghan, still clenching a lollipop. "No, I enjoy smoking, but I refuse to smoke in front of children, therefore I substitute with a lollipop when the urge strikes." "Oh, if I were to stay with you, would you not risk developing diabetes?" With a sudden screech, Jasonghan slammed on the brakes, lightly tapping Hybera's head with his hand. "What do you know, you little brat? Get out." "No, I have no shoes on." Little AI looked at her bare feet, contemplating how this man truly lacked in the art of caregiving. "Huh? In that case, I shall carry you." Meanwhile, next door, Professor Agasa noticed the moving truck at his new neighbor's residence and stepped outside to greet them. "Oh dear, is this your daughter?" He was met with the sight of Jasonghan effortlessly shouldering a discontented-looking little AI. Professor Agasa broke into a cold sweat at the scene. Was this not a classic case of the internet's warning against fathers babysitting? No, She is my non-biological sister. Jisonghan replied politely. Oh, Professor Agasa responded with an understanding nod. Hee, Jisonghan returned a knowing look, indicating that he appreciated the professor's humor despite it being somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, men can find common ground in the most peculiar of circumstances, regardless of age. Chapter 3. Weapons. In the afternoon, to welcome the new neighbors, Professor Agasa invited Jisonghan and Hybra AI over for dinner. The professor's name being simply Professor Agasa prompted a bout of internal sarcasm from Jisonghan. Upon learning that Jisonghan was a fruit merchant primarily dealing in watermelons, Professor Agasa expressed his envy. Watermelons are high in sugar. Consuming too many is detrimental to one's health. As Xiao Ai gazed at Dr. Agasa's plump figure, she couldn't help but comment. To maintain the bonds of friendship within the neighborhood, she resolved to gift the doctor a watermelon each month. The exorbitant price of watermelons in their locality primarily stems from a differing perception. The locals view watermelons not as fruits, but rather as a type of delicacy, albeit one that fortuitously happens to be a fruit. Regardless of whether the watermelons are imported or locally grown, their cost remains steep. The scarcity of land and the high population density leaves little room for cultivation, rendering local watermelons quite expensive. Furthermore, being an island nation incurs hefty shipping fees for imported varieties, thus making them costly as well. In summary, they are indeed pricey. Consequently, Dr. Agasa was delighted by the notion of receiving a watermelon each month from Jisonghan. However, he felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. As is customary in the realm of etiquette, Dr. Agasa proclaimed himself a down-on-his-luck scientist, suggesting that if Jisonghan had any ideas, he might be able to bring them to fruition, or perhaps take on some projects as well. Jisonghan pondered for a moment. Although he could only recall the general outline of the plot, the remarkable inventions of Dr. Agasa undeniably showcased the brilliance of this esteemed scientist. As a child, AI Hybra should be running around freely, shouldn't she? Upon hearing this remark, AI felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Bang! Jisonghan placed one hand firmly on the table. Little AI understood that he intended to convey that the adults were about to discuss serious matters, and as a child, she was not permitted to listen in. Yet, why did his words sound so peculiar? What did it mean to run around aimlessly? Were there books or magazines available? Little AI pondered that although she was indeed a child, there ought to be a limit to her behavior. If she were to truly act like a child and dash about wildly, she believed she would have surely lost her mind. Indeed, there were books in the living room. Dr. Agasa seemed to have a particular fondness for little AI. Having aged without marrying or bearing children, he found great joy in the company of children. He observed as little AI ventured into the living room to read. Jisonghan reached behind his neck and drew forth two cold weapons. Is it possible to repair this? This? Dr. Agasa had never encountered such weaponry before. Countless blades were interconnected by a resilient metal wire, and numerous mechanisms were embedded within. They could be elongated or shortened, rigid or supple. Hiss, I must study this. Dr. Agasa gazed at the dual chain blades extracted by Jisonghan, his brow furrowed. The chain blades were the standard weapon of the assassin organization to which Jisonghan belonged, having undergone systematic modification. These blades had accompanied Jisonghan throughout his entire assassin career and were essential to the martial arts he practiced. Their structure was exceedingly intricate, capable of transforming into a sword for close combat or a whip for sweeping attacks. The serrated edges could even slice through human flesh akin to a chainsaw. However, at present, while pursuing a target in a mission, the chain blades had been severed after blocking a sniper's grenade. Such a rupture could not be mended with just any metal wire. The connecting wire of the chain blades demanded high standards and a specific order and method of linkage, along with compatibility with the mechanisms on the blades. Repairing them was feasible back in his homeland. But encountering Shiho now would delay many matters if he were to return and then come back. He was uncertain whether his presence would disrupt the narrative. Thus, he resolved to let Dr. Agasa give it a try. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shiho Mayano appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth were this old man and young man discussing? Something that could be long or short, hard or soft. Why was Dr. Agasa so eager to study it? Shiho felt this world was too insane. She must be dreaming. Consequently, she remained in a daze, clutching her book for an extended period. I could give it a try. Perhaps this would provide me with some inspiration. Then I shall leave it with you, Dr. Agasa. I will take Shiho home for now. As the hour grew late, Jisonghan realized it was time to return and tidy up the house. AI-chan had departed. The ethereal AI, lost in her thoughts, snapped back to reality upon hearing Ji Sunghan's voice. Oh, I actually wish to stay here, as there is a chance to encounter Kudo Shinichi. However, Ji Sunghan would undoubtedly admonish me, saying, we have only just met Dr. Agasa. It would be impolite to linger in someone else's home. I am certain he would say such things. Yet, it matters not, for we are neighbors, and I can visit any time. I shall come to play often. Dr. Agasa waved goodbye to the departing Ji Sunghan and AI-chan, then immediately immersed himself in his research. The chain blade. This exquisite cold weapon was a first for Dr. Agasa. It could be said that even with the advanced processing technology of the present, replicating it flawlessly would be a challenge. Remarkably, this artifact was crafted by hand a millennium ago in the Dragon Kingdom. Due to its numerous mechanisms and connections, modern machinery is incapable of processing or manipulating it further. Fortunately, Ji Sunghan sought to restore it rather than replicate it. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Dr. Agasa glanced at the clock, pondering who could arrive at this hour. It could only be Shinichi. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young boy dressed in a blue suit, white shirt, gray shorts, and a red bow tie. It was Shinichi. Dr. Agasa slightly bent down, joyfully regarding the boy who now went by the name Idagawa Conan. Dr. Agasa, has someone come to visit today? Conan inquired, noticing the slippers at the entrance. There were two pairs, one large and one small, arranged differently than how Dr. Agasa typically placed them, indicating that guests had indeed come and had tidied up upon their departure. However, the arrangement did not align with Dr. Agasa's customary orientation. Thus, Conan deduced that an adult and a child had visited. Yes, we have new neighbors next door, people from the Dragon Kingdom, a man with a little girl, engaged in the import fruit business. Dr. Agasa explained Ji Sunghan's circumstances, cheerfully adding that he could enjoy a complimentary watermelon once a month. Subsequently, the doctor showed Conan the legendary ancient weapon from the Dragon Kingdom, and after elucidating its functions, Conan was left in awe. He felt an uncanny resemblance between this weapon and something he had encountered before. He recalled a peculiar mark he had seen years ago in Hawaii with his father, reminiscent of a wall cut by a saw. Chapter 4. Confidential agreement on the first night in their new home. Hibara AI and Ji Sunghan sat together on the living room sofa. From a distance, it appeared as if a brown thermos had been placed beside Ji Sunghan. Do you like the new clothes? I had someone purchase them. They should fit well. Ji Sunghan gazed at the adorable little pink dress worn by Xiao Ai, finding her utterly charming. Xiao Ai hesitated, wishing to express something, yet felt at a loss for words. Ji Sunghan is merely an ordinary merchant, and there are certain matters she wishes to keep him uninvolved in. After a brief acquaintance, Xiao Ai has come to understand some facets of Ji Sunghan's character. Though he may occasionally exhibit a lack of seriousness, he is, on the whole, a good person. At times, I feel as though you do not resemble a child at all. Ji Sunghan gazed intently into the ice-blue eyes of Shiho Miyano. Within those depths, there resided none of the childlike innocence or the hopeful aspirations for a beautiful world. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of numbness. At that moment, Shiho also scrutinized Ji Sunghan, and this gaze shattered any preconceived notion she had harbored about him. Like her, he exuded a profound apathy. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Ji Sunghan was the first to rise, retreating into the room where he retrieved two documents. It appears you are aware, Shiho sighed, her attention fixated on the striking red title of the document laid before her. She had hoped to encounter a benevolent individual, only to discover that he approached her with ulterior motives. The four vivid red characters of the confidentiality agreement, Lingxue Pavilion, Wu Gadai, were unmistakably clear to her. While we are familiar with the Karasuma group, encountering you is purely coincidental. Upon encountering Xiao Ai, Ji Sunghan swiftly turned to the final page and grasped a pen, intent on signing without delay. He then firmly seized her wrist. Are you not even going to glance at the contents? She inquired. It's nothing more than a demand for the manufacturing formula of a TX 4869, followed by a lifetime of servitude to your cause. Xiao Ai calmly articulated. We have no need for such trivialities. The Karasuma group is merely a chessboard. Ji Sunghan unfolded the confidentiality agreement, page by page, for Xiao Ai to peruse. As she read, her expression transformed from one of numbness to astonishment, ultimately settling into a look of bewilderment directed at Ji Sunghan. The contents of the confidentiality agreement were not as Xiao Ai had anticipated. It stipulated that she must never disclose Ji Sunghan's true identity, nor divulge the formulation of the antidote for a TX 4869. Throughout this period, Ji Songhan would ensure Xiao Ai's safety. What do you stand to gain from this? Xiao Ai pondered, feeling that this arrangement was rather inequitable. The confidentiality agreement would be more aptly termed a protection agreement. For you, when the antidote is developed, it signifies the downfall of the Kurama group. Do not inquire about the reasons, you would not wish to know. For my part, I could present the nation with an exceptional scientist, rather than merely a pawn on a chessboard. What do you stand to gain? Xiao Ai continued to fixate on Ji Songhan's eyes, reiterating her earlier question. The response from Ji Songhan was for the nation, rather than for his own personal gain. I hail from the Lingxue Pavilion, serving as an invisible guardian, unconcerned with what I may personally acquire. The assassins of Lingxue Pavilion cannot traverse the world under their true names. Even in death, they are denied the honor of a memorial for future generations to mourn. Their only possession is a modest urn, for Lingxue Pavilion lacks a burial ground. Many have perished where they fell, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure a proper resting place. Some do not even leave behind a complete body, nor can they be returned. Hence, their nameplates are hung upon the trees of the Qinling Tai Bai Mountain Cemetery. In truth, it is a rare privilege to have a nameplate at all. They undertake the most perilous of missions, each success or failure bearing significant implications for international relations. If one were to insist on what I might gain, it seems I can only claim you. Ji Songhan gazed intently at Xiao Ai, a gaze so piercing that it rendered her somewhat overwhelmed. She turned her attention to the two agreements laid upon the table. The documents were mere objects, yet they represented far more than ink on paper. They embodied a promise, a connection between the two of them, which left Xiao Ai in a state of inner turmoil. By signing, she would be irrevocably bound to Ji Songhan, yet she would also gain substantial support. However, the fear lingered that he might eventually turn against her, leaving her helpless. Conversely, if she chose not to sign, everything might revert to that fateful night when she escaped the organization. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ai took up her pen and inscribed her name at the bottom of the agreement, Mayano Shiho. Ji Songhan subsequently inscribed his name. The name Ji Songhan is represented by a series of numerical codes, articulated in the form of capitalized Chinese characters. Since the establishment of Lingxue Pavilion in the second year of the Xingli era during the Wuzhou dynasty, each assassin's identification number has been singular in its uniqueness. Ji Songhan marks the 96,000th designation in this lineage. Concurrently, this serves as his alias within this realm. Thus, Ji Songhan. It is both my true name, and yet not my true name. Ji Songhan could not possibly claim that his previous life bore such a name. Well then, it's quite late, and I must retire for the night. I will arrange your enrollment soon. Little Ai never anticipated that this man could change his demeanor so swiftly. Moreover, wasn't he supposed to be developing an antidote? Why must he still attend school? Shouldn't he be eager to confine me to a laboratory, tirelessly working on the antidote around the clock? We are human beings. We require rest, companionship, and social interaction. Therefore, it is time to sleep. With a heart full of complex emotions, little Ai stepped into her new room. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan approached the windowsill in the living room. Retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and igniting it, gazing up at the moon suspended in the sky. Did he harbor selfish motives? Indeed, he did. Yet, he also wished to surrender Gongye Jihao to the state. In doing so, the organization would be eradicated, Jihao would regain her true self, and his small desires would be fulfilled. How splendid that would be, if only the world marred by Jin's injuries would vanish. At this moment, Conan was at Dr. Agasa's residence, monitoring Ji Songhan, who stood at the windowsill, smoking while gazing at the moon, through his advanced technological glasses. Something felt amiss. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. The weapon Dr. Agasa was repairing might be linked to the scene he witnessed in Hawaii years ago. However, how could a cold weapon possibly sever a wall? That defied logic. Doctor, can you determine the era of this weapon? Conan pondered. What weapon? This is an artifact, Dr. Agasa corrected, as he finalized the plan to restore Ji Songhan's weapon. Utilizing his scientific instruments, Dr. Agasa estimated the weapon's age to be at least 1,300 years. During that time, it seemed the Dragon Kingdom was in the Tang dynasty, correct? Perhaps I am overthinking this. Conan mused. Surely, no one would wield an artifact to harm another? Yet, the incident in Hawaii left an indelible impression on him. Inside that building, bodies lay in disarray, as if they had been gruesomely mutilated. The walls appeared as though they had been forcibly severed by a colossal chainsaw. At that time, both Conan and his father were present, yet neither could deduce the circumstances surrounding the event. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity under the intervention of the CA. Chapter 5 Conan, Big Brother, Is this melon ripe? AI-chan started school today. One morning, Ji Song-han entered little AI's room, carrying a children's backpack. No. Little AI enveloped herself in her blanket, not even revealing her head. Although she understood that Ji Song-han wanted her to experience the beauty of the world, she truly did not wish to attend school. As a distinguished scholar, returning to elementary school while concealing her identity felt unbearably torturous. By the way, what happened to the laboratory you promised to build for me? And there should be personnel for testing the antidote, right? Little AI sought every possible excuse to avoid school. I'll arrange for you to go to school if you make it happen, she declared. If you don't, I won't go. I will count to 5. If you do not get up by then, I shall take matters into my own hands. 1. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of Titan Elementary School, Hibara AI, with her small backpack, cast a mournful glance at Ji Song-han, who waved at her from the car. This man lacks integrity. He promised to count down from 5, yet he completed the task in an instant. Wow, is that a GTR? At that moment, several elementary school students surrounded Ji Song-han's car, exclaiming in awe. The GTR's price in Japan hovers around 8 million yen, making it quite an expensive vehicle. However, as a common choice for competitions, it is seldom seen as a mere mode of transportation. Thus, encountering a GTR on the streets is a rarity. Big brother, is this car yours? A little girl wearing a headband inquired, spotting Ji Song-han in the driver's seat. It is mine, Ji Song-han replied with a gentle smile. This girl must be a Yumi. As Ji Song-han extended his head out of the car window to glance behind, he noticed a bespectacled little figure intently scrutinizing the vehicle's tires. The Grim Reaper of elementary school, a humanoid walking case generator. At that moment, our young Grim Reaper found the GTR's tires rather peculiar. Are those heat melt tires? He pondered. Do you utilize heat melt tires? Heat melt tires are designed to melt into a gel-like state through friction with the road surface as they are used. In this condition, they provide exceptional grip for the vehicle. However, their drawbacks are equally apparent. In a melted state, these tires wear out rapidly, often requiring replacement after less than 5,000 kilometers. Moreover, they are prone to slipping in wet conditions. The price of heat melt tires is also exorbitantly high. Aside from racing scenarios, they are seldom employed in everyday use. Hey, big brother, why do your tires lack tread? Conan curiously inquired, approaching with an expression of innocent wonder. The big brother responded, I am a deranged murderer. It hasn't rained recently, and heat melt tires offer superior traction and swift acceleration, making them convenient for a quick getaway after my deeds. Ji Song-han, clutching a lollipop, feigned a fierce expression while gazing at Conan. Yet, he failed to instill any fear. The presence of the lollipop shattered the atmosphere entirely. Even the trio of genuine elementary school students, Ayumi, Jinta, and Mitsuhiko, remained unperturbed. What a humorous big brother, they mused. However, Conan held a different opinion. Ji Song-han, the new neighbor of Dr. Agasa. Although Dr. Agasa claimed that the weapon was an artifact, he pondered for an entire night about the events in Hawaii, considering the possibility that it could be connected to the enigmatic martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. It might indeed lead to a successful outcome. Conan seldom encountered such uncertainty. He rarely attributed matters to the realm of mystery. Yet, it was precisely this intrigue that heightened his curiosity about Ji Song-han. At this moment, Ji Song-han remained unaware that the traces he left during his mission in Hawaii 3 years prior would be uncovered by the Kudo father and son. Had he known, he would have branded the CA group as incompetent, for they had confidently assured him that no evidence would remain. Nevertheless, even now, his demeanor and actions revealed nothing suspicious to Conan. As long as he refrained from using his chain blade or revealing himself, Conan would continue to harbor mere suspicion rather than reach a definitive conclusion. What sort of work does this older brother do to afford such wealth? At this point, Conan assessed Ji Song-han's GTR. The vehicle had been modified, featuring a slowing parachute at the rear, indicating that its speed and acceleration were remarkably terrifying. The body had been reinforced, equipped with a roll cage, yet lacked any bulletproof construction. He must simply be an avid automobile enthusiast. Conan was familiar with such heavily modified GTRs. Their fuel consumption was alarming, reaching up to 120 liters per 100 kilometers. This meant that with a full tank, one could barely manage 100 kilometers. If Ji Song-han held a special identity, such as a spy, he certainly would not choose this mode of transportation for a getaway. Am I truly overthinking this? I sell watermelons. Older brother, are your melons guaranteed to ripen? Can I sell you unripe ones? Is this business still viable? Ji Songhan always felt that this pair of lines sounded somewhat familiar. If he didn't hurry to school, he would be late. Glancing at his watch, he urged the few elementary school students in front of him to hasten their steps. Study hard and strive for progress every day. As Conan stepped into the campus, he watched the GTR fade into the distance, lost in thought. He had never seen that car at the school gates before, and according to Dr. Agasa, Ji Songhan had a non-blood-related sister. Could it be that his sister had transferred here? Perhaps. This sister could serve as a crucial link in discerning identities. With this thought, Conan smiled. He relished such processes, reasoning and uncovering the truth. The sense of accomplishment when the truth is revealed, along with the incredulous expressions of those he had deduced, was the joy of a detective. Soon after, Hibara, guided by her homeroom teacher, arrived at the entrance of Class 1B at TN Elementary School. Hibara, don't be nervous. The classmates are very friendly, the teacher, Kobayashi Sumiko, reassured her. Noticing Hibara's silence and lack of the liveliness typical of children her age, Kobayashi suspected that the girl might be somewhat withdrawn. Hibara responded with a symbolic acknowledgement. As Kobayashi led her into the classroom, Hibara instinctively glanced at the children seated inside. Then, could it be such a coincidence? Seeing Conan, who looked exactly like Kudo Shinichi did as a child, Hibara wondered if Ji Songhan might be aware of Kudo Shinichi's presence here. Previously, during her time in the organization, she had visited the Kudo household and discovered that Shinichi's childhood clothes were missing. Thus, she concluded that Shinichi had, like her, shrunk in size. Based on photographs, Hibara could now preliminarily deduce that Conan was indeed Kudo Shinichi. During the break, she needed to contact Ji Songhan that evening. The two could enact a little ruse on this child. If it were true, it seemed she was only missing a laboratory. For a moment, Hibara felt that attending school might not be so bad after all. Her resentment toward Ji Songhan's insistence on her schooling dissipated. Hibara, please introduce yourself. Kobayashi Sumiko announced to the class after informing them of the new addition. Self-introduction was crucial, serving as a stepping stone for integration into the group and reflecting a child's personality and temperament. Hibara Ai. Her introduction consisted merely of these 3 syllables. Sigh. At this moment, Kobayashi felt a bit of a headache. Chapter 6. Sweet Sherry Wine Mihua Street, Meihua Lane, Little Dimple Bar. Ji Songhan, with a slightly serious expression, sat in the booth, ordering a glass of sherry, a glass of orange juice, and a pile of sunflower seeds, as he awaited someone. Before long, an elderly gentleman arrived. Old Tan, how is the investigation progressing? Ji Songhan placed the sherry wine before Old Tan. It is quite a fine wine. It would be even better if it were sweeter, as many people tend to prefer a touch of sweetness. Old Tan regarded Ji Songhan with a faint smile, his expression enigmatic. How sweet do you desire it to be? Ji Songhan's initially serious demeanor softened. His thoughts were indeed accurate. Scientists are perpetually in demand. Sweet enough to make one's throat ache, he mused. Old Tan chuckled and patted Ji Songhan on the shoulder. But we must wait until the wine cellar is restored, for rarity enhances value. With that, Old Tan drained the glass of orange juice before Ji Songhan, leaving only the sherry wine shimmering in the bar's ambient light, revealing its true amber hue. The bell chimed softly. Ji Songhan's phone rang, displaying the name Ai-chan. How's everything at school? She inquired. Pretty good. By the way, I think I've spotted someone who resembles Kudo Shinichi. Let's coordinate after school and try to catch him off guard. While in the restroom, Ai-chan held her phone up and gazed out the window at Conan, who was playing football on the field. How do we catch him off guard? I have C4. Be serious. By the way, it sounds a bit noisy on your end. Are you at a disco? Ai-chan remarked, noticing the loud background noise and pulsating music on the line. Could it be that you're in some dubious establishment? She pondered, suspecting a mixed venue of bars and discos. Aren't you driving? How did you end up there? Of course, it was for a sweet sherry, Ji Songhan replied, taking a sip of the drink. What nonsense are you talking about? It's nothing. I'll cooperate after school, and once I see you, I'll know what to do. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Ai-chan's expression turned peculiar. Soon after, she received a multimedia message. The message from Ji Songhan contained only an image, a young girl aiming a gun at her own temple. Accompanying the image was a line of text. With nothing else to discuss, I decided to hang up. Xiao Ai can converse in Chinese, yet she is oblivious to the deeper implications of this message. Still, she understands that Ji Songhan intended to be humorous, though she completely missed the joke. It is quite perplexing. After storing her phone away, Xiao Ai exited the restroom and returned to the classroom, where she continued observing Conan through the window as he played soccer. She watched as he executed a stunning volley, striking the ball from midfield directly into the goal. A faint smile graced Xiao Ai's lips. Such exceptional football skills mirrored those of Shinichi Kudo. If Conan is indeed Shinichi Kudo, Xiao Ai mused that he certainly enjoys being in the limelight, seemingly unafraid of the day the black organization might discover him. She hoped that after school today, Ji Songhan and she could provide him with a subtle warning. However, what scheme could Ji Songhan concoct to deceive him? She hoped it wouldn't involve any ludicrous antics. Collaborating with him could be quite exhausting at times. Their recent interactions had led Xiao Ai to realize that Ji Songhan's thoughts often elude the comprehension of those who are not of his ilk, yet at times, his ideas yield remarkable results. Of course, it's for a sweet glass of sherry, she recalled Ji Songhan's words. Was it teasing? It was hard to imagine a killer, who himself is unsure of his own character, would utter such a phrase. Perhaps it was due to his identity. Oh well, she decided to interpret it as teasing. The subsequent classes were rather dull, and Xiao Ai found herself dozing off. Listening to Ji Songhan discuss the 4 books and 5 classics was infinitely more engaging than her elementary school lessons. Only Ji Songhan could manage such a preposterous endeavor as explaining classical texts to a pure science student. Curiously, Xiao Ai observed Conan. Although he appeared attentive during class, she sensed a shared sentiment between them, further confirming her suspicions. Suddenly, it seemed that Conan had noticed her gaze. Their eyes met across the classroom, and Conan found Xiao Ai's expression peculiar, as if she were conveying, "Man, you're quite intriguing." A shiver ran down Conan's spine. At that moment, he felt like a vulnerable little rabbit. Indeed, the entire Ji family was rather peculiar. Before long, school was finally over. In the first-floor lobby, students were changing their shoes. Conan approached Xiao Ai, who was in the midst of this task. "Hiroshi Agasa mentioned you're his new neighbor. I'm headed to his house. May I accompany you home?" "Sure," she replied, having been waiting for Conan to offer such an invitation. At that moment, a voice imbued with sorrow and disappointment emerged from behind him. It was Ayumi, accompanied by Jinta and Mitsuhiko, who stood behind Conan. "Ah, what are the 3 of you doing here? I thought I had managed to slip away." "We are," Jinta began, pulling Conan alongside him. "The Junior Detective League." In unison, the other 3 members struck a pose, leaving Conan with a blank stare, clearly uninterested in their antics. "We formed this group to resolve the cases entrusted to us," Mitsuhiko declared solemnly, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission. "Has Adagawa joined as well?" "Yes," Jinta replied on Conan's behalf. Xiao Ai was intrigued by how Conan managed to integrate himself into the elementary school crowd. "There's a letter of commission." At that moment, Jinta discovered a commission letter wedged in his shoe, instructing them to find someone in Class 1A after school. Thus, after confirming he was sober with a breathalyzer, Ji Songhan received a text indicating that plans had changed while he awaited Xiao Ai outside the campus. Ji Songhan pondered whether they had stumbled upon a case. Accompanying Conan invariably leads to encounters with various murder mysteries. Ji Songhan climbed into the rear seat of the car and opened the compartment that connected to the trunk. What should he choose? The RG? No. The Winchester 1887? No. The L115A3? No. Ultimately, Ji Songhan decided to take a silenced SS7, 62mm handgun and a flashbang grenade. He then called Xiao Ai. "Xiao Ai, are you still at school? Were you kept back by the teacher?" "Not at all. I've joined the Young Detective Corps and am currently handling a missing person case." While observing the solemn faces of the young detectives in Class A of the 1st grade, Xiao Ai was curious to see how they would approach the situation. "Well then, let me know if you need anything. It would be better if you could switch to a different mode of transport." Xiao Ai was eager to take this opportunity to tease Conan. However, Ji Songhan's GTR was a 2-door, 4-seater sports car, making it quite cramped for so many children. "All right, just wait a moment, 10 minutes. Don't take too long." The call ended with a busy tone. Xiao Ai muttered the words she had not had the chance to express. Absurd. Chapter 7. The first case. The young detectives were currently faced with a request concerning the disappearance of a boy's older brother from the neighboring class. The boy suspected that his brother had been kidnapped. Having been missing for a week, the boy had already sought help from the police, who promised to assist. But to no avail. In desperation, he turned to the young detective corps. "Let us first visit his home," Conan suggested, believing that they would uncover substantial clues there. "Shall we walk over?" Xiao Ai interjected. "Classmate Hybra? Can we fly over instead?" The children had not considered traveling by car. as they typically walked or took public transport to school. By car, Hybra replied, pulling out her phone to check Ji Sunghan's message, which displayed an OK gesture. Let us hope it isn't too outrageous. As Xiao Ai and the detectives exited the school, she spotted Ji Sunghan leaning against a black MV, smoking. Upon seeing the group of children emerge, Ji Sunghan promptly extinguished his cigarette and replaced it with a lollipop. Ah, it's the big brother who drove the GTR this morning. The young detectives quickly recognized him. Conan, however, was already in a frenzy. Beginning to deduce the nature of the MV, his deductions concluded that it was merely an ordinary MV minivan. Oh, you were Xiao Ai's classmates, Ji Sunghan remarked. Xiao Ai mentioned you. I also have a fondness for detective novels. Then your deductions must be impressive, Conan replied, invigorated. Indeed, whenever I play deduction games with my friends, they always heed my suggestions first. Yes, because we must first eliminate an incorrect answer, Xiao Ai interjected, ruthlessly exposing Ji Sunghan. All right, let us hurry to Junyi's house, Ayumi urged, sensing that if they continued talking, Junyi would start to cry. Junyi was the boy who had reported his brother's disappearance. Thanks to having a car, they swiftly arrived at Junyi's home, where police officers were already present. However, upon seeing the officers, Junyi did not display much excitement, having grown increasingly disheartened. Nothing had been discovered. They merely kept asking him to wait patiently. As he watched the police return to their vehicle and depart, Junyi turned to his mother, who had just attended to the officers. These are my friends, Junyi introduced them. Welcome, his mother replied, her attention wholly consumed by the plight of her missing son. Meanwhile, Ji Sunghan remained in the car outside, reflecting on the unfolding narrative. He recalled some aspects of the previous plot. Xiao Ai and Conan's first case had likely been that counterfeit money incident, hadn't it? Aside from the woman wielding a handgun, there seemed to be no other significant details to note. Hello? Xiao Ai? Just then, Xiao Ai called Ji Sunghan again, asking him to come and help eliminate some erroneous assumptions. Do you have such little faith in my deductions? There is a time and order to everything, and each profession has its expertise. The reasoning of Ji Sunghan diverges entirely from that of detectives. When you assign a killer the task of solving a case, the requisite information differs significantly from that sought by a detective. Hence, when Ji Sunghan engaged in a detective game with Xiao Ai a few days prior, he consistently failed in his deductions. Following this, after greeting Junyi's mother, Ji Sunghan entered Junyi's room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Conan, whose expression was exceedingly grave. What could be troubling this child? His demeanor resembled that of someone whose ancestral grave had been desecrated. Ji Sunghan quietly inquired of Hui Yuan. Junyi's brother has a connection with a woman in black. Conan, having committed a blunder, instinctively associates anyone clad in black with the Karasumo organization. The woman remarked that my brother is exceptionally skilled at painting. Upon seeing a reliable adult enter, Junya recounted the details he had shared with Conan to Ji Sunghan once more. What potential benefits could arise between an artist and a criminal? A criminal would not abduct an artist without reason. If an abduction occurs, it signifies that the individual possesses qualities that can be exploited. Ji Sunghan gazed at the image held by Junya. This portrait depicted Natsum S. Seiki, the figure featured on the yen banknotes. Counterfeit currency? At that moment, a spark of realization ignited in Conan's mind regarding the most plausible explanation for Junya's disappearance. Not bad, little AI remarked, complimenting Ji Sunghan. Hey, this is basic logic. You guys, with little societal experience, are bound to overlook such possibilities when faced with these situations. In Ji Sunghan's view, although Conan possessed exceptional deductive skills, his lack of life experience was glaringly evident. So, have you ever done something like this? Of course. At that moment, Conan was oblivious to the hushed exchange between little AI and Ji Sunghan. He was preoccupied with the thought that if Junya's brother had indeed been abducted to produce counterfeit money, then there must be a method for these counterfeit notes to infiltrate the market. First, he ruled out banks and large department stores, for counterfeit bills would certainly be detected there. However, small supermarkets and convenience stores would be less vigilant. Brother Ji, can you identify counterfeit money? As a businessman, I certainly can. Ji Sunghan surmised that Conan intended to utilize him as a mere tool. Has my elder brother encountered any colleagues who have recently received counterfeit currency? My fruit shop has yet to open its doors. Ji Sunghan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. However, if it were a gang producing counterfeit currency, they would undoubtedly opt to use large denominations of fake bills to purchase inexpensive items. By grasping this point, it becomes considerably easier to narrow down the scope. This is a rather secure method of profit-making. Young Detective Core, let us embark on our journey. At that moment, elementary school students Yuan Taeguanjian and Ayumi also comprehended the implications of Ji Songhan's words. Wait. Do you know how to identify counterfeit bills? Ji Songhan produced a banknote adorned with the visage of Natsuyasu S. Seiki, directing it towards the room's light source. Without specialized equipment, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to forge a bill with a watermark. Do you see? This is the watermark, he remarked, summoning the three young ones to gather around him, pointing at the faint pattern on the note. You can visit the nearby convenience store or small supermarket and, with your innocent and charming demeanor, explain that your school assignment requires you to identify the watermark on banknotes. I'm certain the cashier will allow you to take a look. Well, yay. The youthful detective agency erupted in excitement, while Conan observed their enthusiasm with a sense of bewilderment. What do you mean by utilizing your innocent and adorable appearance? Is it truly appropriate to teach children this? Thus, the young detective agency dashed out of Junyun's home and into the nearby convenience store. By the way, won't this raise suspicions? Ayoko inquired with a hint of concern. Not at all, as there is only one convenience store in the vicinity, Ji Songhan replied, casually stroking the silent pistol concealed within his clothing. He was not particularly keen on participating in this case, as it did not promise substantial rewards. The laboratory that Ayoko desired could not be established with his modest savings, which were merely an 8-digit sum. Therefore, he sought more efficient means of generating income, such as engaging in underhanded dealings. Chapter 8. The counterfeit you created fell inside the convenience store. The cashier observed the four children with a somewhat awkward expression. Is this considered robbery? Yet, their request seems quite reasonable. The elementary school students needed to verify the authenticity of a 1,000 yen note for their assignment. Allowing them to inspect it appeared harmless, especially since they would return it. Consequently, the cashier permitted Conan and his companions to approach the register for a closer look. One can never be too cautious. The world is vast, and one encounters all types of individuals. What if someone with ill intentions exploits these children's innocent appearances to their advantage? At that moment, Ji Songhan, who was discussing Conan with Ayoko in the car, sneezed. Who was mumbling about me? He mused. Let us not digress. I am 90% certain that Conan is indeed Shinichi Kudo. Now, let us address the matter of the laboratory. Ayoko noted Ji Songhan's apparent lack of concern for her aspirations, prompting her to remind him, what about the laboratory? The laboratory? I need to secure funding first, you know. My savings barely amount to 1% of what is needed to establish a laboratory. Ji Songhan intends to utilize a premier biological laboratory for the research on Xiao Ai. To facilitate this, he even contemplates establishing a small power plant to supply electricity to the laboratory. It is truly unnecessary. Upon hearing Ji Songhan's ambitious vision for the laboratory, Xiao Ai candidly admitted that it would be disingenuous to claim she was not excited. What is the finest gift one can bestow upon a scientist? Undoubtedly, it is a fully equipped laboratory where they possess complete autonomy. The conditions need not be excessively stringent. I simply require this, and this, as well as this. With a scale and standard akin to that of the biological laboratory at Mihua University. Xiao Ai produced her phone and shared several images of laboratory equipment for Ji Songhan to peruse. You are implying that you are quite easy to please, aren't you? Ji Songhan raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the photographs of the equipment. Not at all. You, my friend, are utterly frivolous. I understand, Xiao Ai, being considerate, is concerned that I might find it exhausting to gather funds, hence she has kindly alleviated my financial burden. I comprehend it all. This way, I need not seek out others to devise a plan to seize the joint savings of the Lighthouse Nation. Ji Songhan is not joking. He truly intends to seize. Do you still have accomplices in this regard? Are you not an assassin? Why engage in the mundane tasks of a model citizen? Indeed, I do have associates. But the demands of AI Jiang are not high, and I find no necessity to orchestrate such grand schemes. Ji Songhan reached out to gently stroke AI Chan's head, expecting to be met with a disapproving glare. However, to his surprise, little AI did not resist much this time. It seemed she had grown accustomed to his shameless behavior. Therefore, you must seize the Nizankai Association. The Nizankai Association, a criminal organization affiliated with the underworld, has deep connections with a certain distillery. Specifically, the distillery often shifts the blame for its misdeeds onto the Nizankai Association. This has granted the latter a notoriety that belies its actual capabilities. Could you not employ a more legitimate approach? AI pondered, knowing that if the great detective Kudo Shinichi were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly intervene to thwart Ji Songhan's plans, only to be met with a swift rebuttal from Ji Songhan for interfering with his mission. Sigh. It was exhausting. AI could foresee that tensions between Ji Songhan and Kudo Shinichi would be ceaseless in the future. But if I had met him earlier, perhaps my sister would not have perished. AI gazed at Ji Songhan, who was currently calculating the funds required to establish a laboratory, her expression tinged with melancholy. Yet, who could accurately predict such matters? Approximately $500 million. Give me some time, as the few instruments you requested would account for around $300 million. We must also consider infrastructure, the location, and a small power plant. After his calculations, Ji Songhan offered AI a reassuring glance, signaling that he would handle everything. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Brother Ji, follow that man." Conan, accompanied by the members of the Junior Detective League, rushed over. After assessing the authenticity of the recently acquired summer stone from the convenience store, they noticed a man purchasing cigarettes with large bills. This piqued Conan's interest. Ultimately, Conan confirmed that the summer stone given by the man bore no watermark. It was indeed counterfeit. "Did you not call the police?" As Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai disembarked, they trailed behind while engaging in conversation. There was yet no concrete evidence, and Jun's brother had not confirmed whether he was safe. Thus, I instructed the staff to report the receipt of counterfeit currency. "So, you merely suspect this individual rather than confirming him as a member of the criminal syndicate?" "Precisely. It is entirely possible that he is also a victim within the circulation of counterfeit notes. Therefore, we need only to follow him and observe whether he ventures elsewhere to purchase inexpensive goods with large denominations." Although Conan harbored an unfavorable first impression of this man, he was nonetheless a person who valued evidence. "You are truly a genius, possessing a remarkably astute mind at such a young age." A single remark from Ji Songhan startled Conan, as he realized he had been overly focused, neglecting the presence of an adult who was not easily deceived. "Ahaha. I learned all this from Uncle Mouri," Conan chuckled innocently, scratching his head. "Yet, I still fall slightly short compared to my adorable little sister." Ji Songhan embraced Xiao Ai and began to nuzzle against her cheek. "I truly cherish you," he exclaimed. Xiao Ai wore an expression of utter despair. "Brother, your current behavior resembles that of a pervert." Meanwhile, Conan observed Xiao Ai, sensing that something was amiss. Currently, Ji Songhan is exhibiting normal behavior. Yet Xiao Ai's demeanor does not align with that of children her age. Halt. The matter of counterfeit money is of utmost priority. Conan shook his head, redirecting his focus to the most pressing issue at hand. "Where's Jigu?" Conan realized that during their conversation, the man had slipped away from their sight. "Why the urgency?" "He has entered that telephone booth." Jisonghan pointed at the telephone booth on the street. Perhaps due to its age, the glass was clouded, rendering the interior somewhat indistinct from the outside. "That's good." "Huh? What are you planning to do, Brother Ji?" Conan observed as Jisonghan set Xiao Ai down and walked toward the booth alone. "Reasoning takes too long. I believe a more direct approach is preferable." Amidst the bewildered gazes of Conan and the young detective corps, Jisonghan rolled up his sleeves, only to be met with a swift kick to his calf from Xiao Ai. Watching Jisonghan writhe on the ground, clutching his leg, Conan and the others were left utterly speechless. "How about we experiment with some money?" Ultimately, Jisonghan produced a 1,000 yen bill and declared, "This will suffice. We can observe his reaction." Conan finally deemed Jisonghan somewhat useful for once. Thus, he exclaimed, "Sir, you've dropped some counterfeit money." Observing the man they had been following reveal a fiercely menacing expression, Conan remarked, "Xiao Ai, your brother is hopeless. We should find another." It appeared that they truly were a counterfeit gang. "Today, I shall enact justice." Jisonghan thought to himself, bemused by the man's ease in exposing his own criminality. "Watch out," Conan shouted as the man brandished a knife, lunging at Jisonghan. Then, amidst a man's agonizing scream, both Yuan Tai and Guang Yin felt a chill run down their spines. "It hurts so much." Even Xiao Ai was taken aback. Instead of employing a grappling technique, Jisonghan had resorted to a kick below the belt. Alas, with such intellect, how could they engage in crime? "The counterfeit bills you produce are remarkably realistic. With the addition of a watermark, they become genuine currency." Ji Songhan crouched beside the man convulsing on the ground, clutching his injured self, and kicked aside the knife that had fallen to the floor. "Yet you dared to use unmarked banknotes. Even if we did not discover it, others would soon make the realization. Thus, I advise you to confess willingly. Resistance will only bring harsher consequences." As he spoke, Ji Songhan pressed down on a pressure point on the man's body. The man, lying on the ground, felt a searing pain comparable to that of a shattered limb, yet he could scarcely utter a sound. Coupled with Ji Songhan's penetrating gaze, his psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. The moment Ji Song-an released the pressure point, the man, his voice tinged with sobs, exclaimed, I reported it at the newspaper office next to the Dada River police station. Very well, you've confessed. Let the police handle it, Ji Song-an responded. Xiao Ai and Conan exchanged incredulous glances at Ji Song-han, while the young detective corps gazed at him with awe. Indeed, for children, scenes that were tangible and visually striking held far more appeal than mere deductions. Chapter 9. How should I understand you? The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. The man with a singular testicle divulged everything in front of the police, and with Junia's corroboration, the authorities quickly identified the suspects. They immediately contacted the Dadu River police station to execute the arrest. The information provided by the solitary man indicated that the suspects were armed, necessitating a swift and decisive operation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, outside the Dada River newspaper office, a stout police officer awaited the conclusion of the operation. Officer Magyar. We have 4 individuals in custody, 3 of whom were armed, while 1 was unarmed. The unarmed one is the hostage. Officer Magyar bellowed into the communicator directed towards the Dada River police. It's utterly ridiculous. A criminal gang is counterfeiting currency right next to the police station. If this gets out, the media will flood the airwaves declaring that the police are in need of a savior. What is wrong, Conan? At that moment, Ji Song-an, Xiao Ai, and Conan had also arrived at Dada River. The young detective corps had already been sent home. Nothing, Conan replied, his expression grave as he took his seat. He pondered whether the leader of the criminal gang, the woman clad in black, had any connections to the organization. Mr. G, thank you for your cooperation. With the operation concluded, Officer Magyar sighed in relief. This is a significant case, and it was resolved without the help of any detectives. All credit is due to Ji Song-han for promptly reporting the incident. As for the injuries sustained by the solitary criminal, he was acting in self-defense. It would be fortunate if he didn't pursue further charges. Does that leader have no organization? Why does she prefer to wear black? Conan immediately inquired upon seeing Officer Magyar. Oh, it's you, Conan. Officer Magyar only then noticed Conan in Ji Song-han's vehicle. She is Silver Fox, a notorious repeat offender known for counterfeiting. This marks her 3rd arrest. Officer Magyar looked helplessly at the black-clad woman being led to the police car. I might have been a bit too anxious, Conan mused, realizing that not everyone dressed in black was affiliated with the organization. Officer Magyar, unless there are further matters, we shall take our leave. Very well, but Mr. G, please be cautious and refrain from such perilous provocations in the future. Yes. Ji Song-an nodded fervently in agreement. However, Officer Mumu harbored a lingering suspicion that the response was merely perfunctory. As he observed the MV chauffeur-driven vehicle navigate toward the defensive perimeter of Mihua City, a sense of something left unspoken nagged at him. He had forgotten to remind Mr. G to order watermelon. If he had mentioned it in person, perhaps a discount could have been procured. TSK, he vowed to remember next time. As for the reason there would be a next time, Officer Mumu surmised that with Conan in close proximity to Ji Song-han, it was likely they would meet again the following day. Subsequently, Officer Mumu glanced aside, where Junya was joyfully reuniting with his brother. After offering a few words of comfort, Officer Mumu dispatched someone to escort the siblings home. As for the documentation, that could wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the journey home, as Ji Song-han drove, he donned his headphones, immersing himself in pulsating music that compelled his body to sway in rhythm. Xiao Ai recognized this as an opportune moment. From the inquiries Conan had previously posed to Officer Magyar, she deduced with certainty that Conan was undoubtedly Shinichi. ATX 4869. Xiao Ai stated deliberately, her words carefully measured. Conan regarded her with a puzzled expression, instinctively sensing something amiss. It's the name of the drug you took, the one that caused you to shrink. Observing the transition in Conan's demeanor from confusion to alarm, Xiao Ai lifted her chin and continued. Classmate Hybra, could it be that you or I am not Hybra? I am Shiho. Conan was taken aback. He had initially thought there was an issue with Ji Song-han, only to realize the true conundrum lay with this sister who bore no blood relation. So Conan turned to glance at Ji Song-han, who continued to sway to the music, oblivious to their conversation. Xiao Ai recalled the contents of the confidentiality agreement. Just an ordinary businessman. The identity of Ji Song-han remains a secret unless he chooses to reveal it himself. Thus, Xiao cannot disclose it. This is a matter of trust. You should be grateful. Kudo Shinichi, as I will submit the organization's records indicating you as deceased. To divert the conversation, Xiao redirected the focus onto herself. What? This shift is rather abrupt. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ai appeared as a formidable antagonist intent on eliminating Conan, and now she casually continues the dialogue as if nothing has transpired. Subsequently, Xiao Ai begins to recount the demise of her sister and her betrayal of the organization. She hopes that Conan will join her in developing an antidote. However, what Xiao Ai did not anticipate was, how can I comprehend someone who concocts lethal substances? Observing Conan's furious expression and flushed face, Xiao Ai's ice-blue eyes brimmed with disappointment and sorrow. This is the righteous Kudo Shinichi, imbued with a profound sense of justice and responsibility. Utterly intolerant of the heinous acts of crime and murder, he believes that life is of paramount importance. Even criminals must have their lives preserved, for they must live to atone for their sins. After all, there is no death penalty in the script. Human rights must be respected. At this moment, Ji Songhan was attentively listening to the conversation between the two in the rear. Such words resonate deeply, especially as he observed Xiao Ai's despondent demeanor. Ji Songhan harbored an impulse to confront Conan, yet Shiori swiftly recalibrated her mindset, continuing to discuss matters pertaining to research data with an air of detachment. As time passed, Conan's initial anguish gradually subsided, revealing his inherent rationality. Ultimately, it was evident that Shiori had rendered Conan a significant service. Were it not for her decision to document Shinichi Kudo as deceased in the organization's records, he would not find himself in such a state of tranquility. I may not fully trust you at this moment, but I can assist you in locating the information you seek. Very well, Shiori responded with a nod. She had no intention of requesting Ji Songhan's assistance in this matter. Recently, Ji Songhan has been preoccupied with the Mud Disaster Conference and is undoubtedly very busy. Xiao Ai does not intend to impose further pressure on Ji Songhan, as it was he who proactively proposed the task concerning her. The Dragon Country will not provide much assistance. After all, the 5 members of the strongest association in Blue Star are discreetly probing one another. Should there be any changes on this end, it is inevitable that the association members will grow suspicious. Brother, today I am going to Dr. Agasa's house. She whispered gently into Ji Songhan's ear after coordinating with Conan about visiting Dr. Agasa. Oh, very well, my imported watermelons will arrive tomorrow. I will make sure to bring one for Dr. Agasa. Ji Songhan gently ruffled Xiao Ai's hair once more. This time, Xiao Ai did not resist. Perhaps after the incident involving Conan, she realized that among those who harbored goodwill towards her, it was likely only Ji Songhan who truly understood her. Conan, observing this scene, could not help but wonder where Xiao Ai had found such a lolicon. Should he warn this fruit merchant who had been led astray by Hybra AI? Chapter 10. The situation at the grave stabilizes after watching Xiao Ai and Conan enter Dr. Agasa's house. Ji Songhan waited for a while before driving directly to the Little Dimple Bar located on Mihua Street. Old Tan, here is your car back. Upon reaching the bar, Ji Songhan returned the car keys to the middle-aged man who was smoking at the counter. Is this all that has left, just the keys? Old Tan remarked, eyeing the keys on the table, thinking the car must have been lost. It only used a bit of fuel. What did you think I was doing? What else could I have been doing? Bang, bang, boom, rat-a-tat-tat, duong. Old Tan mimicked a series of sound effects. Can I do something a normal person would do? TSK, TSK, TSK. Which of the things you've done could be considered normal? The counterfeit money you manufactured got lost, Old Tan chuckled, imitating Ji Songhan's tone from earlier. Before bursting into laughter himself, Old Tan was aware of Ji Songhan's previous statement primarily due to his position as the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Logistics Reserve Group stationed in the base. His task was to assist Dragon Kingdom's assassins and other personnel abroad with identity management and supply of equipment. Additionally, Old Tan had previously been an agent with extensive connections, so with a little inquiry, he easily learned about Ji Songhan's involvement in today's case. Their relationship was not hierarchical but rather one of mutual cooperation. The Little Dimple Bar served as a small base for the Logistics Reserve Group. What do you need me to do this time? Handle your loose ends or provide an identity? Shizuka's experimental equipment requires funding, and I plan to take action against the muddy tragedy, Ji Songhan whispered. Upon hearing the name Nikanui, Lao Tan's cheerful demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost seriousness. According to the regulations, you understand that this is an additional service that requires payment. The services provided by Lao Tan to those executing tasks are limited in scope. Beyond this scope, financial compensation is necessary. After all, the funds for Lao Tan's logistics team are entirely self-sustaining. I comprehend this. So, may I enlist your services? Ji Songhan was ready to hear Lao Tan's quotation, But he did not expect Lao Tan to say this. I will provide the information, but I need you to take on an additional task. As he spoke, Lao Tan took out his wallet and extracted a somewhat worn photograph. In the picture, several young individuals posed together in front of a house. Ji Songhan also beheld the youthful Lao Tan, brimming with vitality and charm. Lao Tan pointed to the man on the far right of the photograph. Shan Zhongshan, a high-ranking member of the Mutant Society, is now the president of Mihua Real Estate. I simply desire his demise. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the mission, I shall bear the entire responsibility alone. Rest assured, I am capable of shouldering this burden. Agreed. Ji Songhan did not inquire about the reasons, as long as the targets abroad were not prominent political figures. He felt no need to question the motives. Furthermore, the nature of this operation was akin to a side venture. Engaging in such pursuits required only that one's affiliations remain undisclosed. So, tell me, how much do you seek for the Black Mud Song? $500 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lao Tan furrowed his brow. Although he was not particularly well-versed in matters concerning laboratories, he recognized that this amount was merely the cost of a standard biological lab. Her demands were not excessive. Yet, her modesty was her own affair. The laboratory could not afford to be subpar. Lao Tan, assuming the role of a mentor, advised Ji Songhan on the importance of utilizing only the finest resources for such endeavors. After all, we are not without means. Were it not for my knowledge of Zhihui's background, I would almost believe you were her biological father. Listening to Lao Tan's persuasion, Ji Songhan resolved to ensure that Xiao Ai remained vigilant in the future. What biological father? Are you aware of how desperately we require scientists in the fields of medicine and biotechnology? Thus, if you and Miss Gongye succeed in your mission, given her accomplishments, she would return home with a status equivalent to that of an associate academician at the very least. Would it be so wrong for me to curry favor? Very well. We shall proceed as such. I will provide you with the information in 3 days. Thank you for your efforts. What efforts? Here, take this vehicle as well. Lao Tan tossed the keys of the MV van back to Ji Songhan. Ji Songhan did not elaborate much, for everyone harbors certain pasts they prefer to keep hidden. Perhaps Old Tan harbored some enmity towards the Hawk of the Mountains. Upon returning to the car, Ji Songhan gazed at the photograph. The message Old Tan wished to convey was that this was a personal vendetta, one that he could not resolve through his own means. Simultaneously, Old Tan could not leverage the power bestowed by the state to settle his personal grievances. Thus, Ji Songhan's decision to seek trouble with Ai became a pivotal point. From a procedural standpoint, there were no issues. As he opened the sun visor, Ji Songhan intended to place the photograph within it, but upon doing so, he discovered a multitude of photos concealed inside. All of them depicted Old Tan in his youth, and they shared a common element. A woman featured prominently in each image. The woman possessed chestnut-colored hair, donned a medical student's white coat, and while her physique was not particularly striking, it exhibited a subtle elegance. Through these photographs, Ji Songhan deduced that this woman was the director of an orphanage. It remained a mystery how Old Tan had come to know her. Some of the aged photographs captured moments of the woman playing with children, evoking the notion that any adult, when watched by children, transforms into an invincible hero. On the back of a group photograph of the orphanage's children, Ji Songhan discovered a poignant inscription, presumably pinned by the woman for Old Tan. Signed with the name Yuanfeng Masako, dated February 14, 1974. Such a date felt like a distant echo from the past. He gathered all the photographs into a bag, intending to return them to Old Tan upon the completion of his mission. Subsequently, he resolved to search online for surface-level information regarding his target, the Hawk of the Mountains. At that moment, a call came in from Xiao Ai. Songhan, we are at Professor Hirota's house, but he is dead. Xiao Ai, planning to accompany Conan to Professor Hirota's residence in search of a data disk containing experimental information, stood before the professor's lifeless body in a pool of blood. Her emotions in turmoil. How could this happen? Was it the organization that had murdered Professor Hirota? If so, did that not put her own safety at risk? Send me the address. By the way, what is the condition of the deceased? Ji Songhan's voice resonated through the phone. Xiao Ai inhaled deeply before responding. The scene is stable. The address is XXXXXXXX. Xiao Ai had spent considerable time with Ji Songhan, and this type of dialogue had become second nature to her. Meanwhile, Conan, eavesdropping on the conversation, felt increasingly uneasy. What do you mean by the deceased's condition? Is this even human language? Yet, surprisingly, Hybera had provided an answer. Am I the one with issues, or are you both the ones with issues? Chapter 11. The disk deleted, all deleted. Xiao Ai sat before Professor Hirota's computer, gazing at the completely formatted device, her blood pressure beginning to rise. This indicated that all her previously stored data was lost, and developing the antidote would have to start from scratch. Hey, don't disturb anything in the room. Inspector Yakamizu, observing Hybrid AI tinkering with the computer, felt his worldview shaken. Her proficiency surpassed that of the professional technicians at the precinct. Is this truly a first-grade girl? My apologies, she is a relative's child. Dr. Agasa, sweating profusely, set Xiao Ai down on the ground. Doctor, you are also a suspect. Be cautious. Inspector Yakamizu kindly reminded as he corralled Conan and Xiao Ai together. Officer, have you ever seen a child brought along to commit murder? Well, that's also a fair point. Inspector Yakamizu felt a tinge of awkwardness. At that moment, through Conan's observations, Inspector Yakamizu had confirmed that this was a case of murder in a locked room. Given its classification as a criminal case, all present were suspects. Shortly thereafter, Professor Hirota's wife claimed that Dr. Agasa and the two children had been with her since their arrival. Moreover, she implored the officer to ensure the perpetrator of her husband's murder was apprehended. The couple had shared over 40 years together. Had it been a natural death, Mrs. Hirota would not have exhibited such profound sorrow. Besides Dr. Agasa and the two children, did anyone else visit Professor Hirota tonight? Inspector Yakamizu inquired of Mrs. Hirota. Yes. 3 individuals came. Then we shall summon all 3 of them. They are all suspects. Before long, the 3 suspects arrived at Professor Hirota's residence in quick succession. Meanwhile, Ji Song-an, noticing the considerable police presence, concealed his firearm and flashbang before entering. Upon seeing Ji Song-han, Inspector Yakamizu consulted with Mrs. Hirota and then declared, all unrelated individuals. Please exit. I will fetch my sister. Ji Song-an pointed at Xiao Ai, and Officer Hingo turned his gaze toward her. He observed Xiao Ai, who was gazing at Ji Song-an with her large, innocent eyes, her lips pursed in a childlike manner. Then you shall wait here with your sister. And do not wander about. Yes, officer. Thank you, officer. Would you like some watermelon? My fruit shop opens tomorrow. Would you care to grace us with your presence? Officer Hingo pondered. At that moment, Conan looked at Xiao Ai with an expression of disbelief. Goodness. When I mentioned to Xiao Ran that I would stay at Professor Agasa's place, you said I would act like a child. Yet, you seem to be embodying that very role yourself. With that expression, is it safe to assume the experimental data cannot be retrieved? On the sofa in Professor Hirota's living room, Ji Song-han, observing Xiao Ai's despondent demeanor, inquired gently. Everything on the computer has been deleted, the disk. It must have been taken by the person who murdered Professor Hirota. Confronted with such formidable obstacles while preparing to develop the antidote, Xiao Ai felt a sense of foreboding regarding the arduous journey that lay ahead. A murderer. Ji Song-an turned to face the 3 suspects. Bai Songyang, aged 25, was the earliest to arrive at the scene and a student of Professor Guetian. Hayashi Hiroshi, aged 43, was the president of a securities company and a friend of Professor Guetian. Sheng Wangdofu, aged 48, was a veterinarian and also a friend of Professor Guetian. These 3 individuals were the suspects who had visited Professor Guetian's residence that evening. One among them was the perpetrator. Mr. Killer, based on your intuition, who do you believe is the murderer? Subsequently, Xiao Ai relayed the details of the crime scene to Ji Song-han. She was curious to see how he would observe a genuine murder case. Would you prefer the outrageous version or my initial instinct? She asked. Let us start with the outrageous one, she sighed, anticipating his response. Ji Song-han always had a knack for presenting something unexpected. Bai Songyang caught Ji Song-han's attention. Why him? There must be a reason for such absurdity. By process of elimination, he is the youngest. The others are middle-aged. Ouch. Xiao Ai kicked Ji Song-han sharply on the calf. And what about your initial instinct? Still Bai Songyang. When I arrived, I noticed he was loitering nearby, and then he received a phone call that visibly altered his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai began to ponder. Had Bai Songyang not left after departing from Professor Guetian's house? Did he return home only to come back again? In any case, he was present near the crime scene after the incident occurred. If Bai Songyang is indeed the murderer, then might the magnetic disc be in his home? Or perhaps on his person? Song-han, the magnetic disc containing the experimental data could very well be with the killer. Xiao Ai whispered to Ji Song-han. Understood. Leave it to me, he replied. Ji Song-han rose to his feet and felt 2 hands pressing down on his shoulders. It was a police officer. Sir, you cannot move about freely. Then how am I to leave? You may, but we must conduct a search. Ji Songhan was not a suspect in the case and had never entered the crime scene. However, he was still required to undergo a body search before his departure. Soon, the police, having found nothing, allowed Ji Songhan to leave. Lao Tan, please assist me in locating the residents of Baitsongyang, as well as those of Hashiya and Sheng Wangdofu. The experimental data that Jiho requires may be found in their homes. Understood. Give me 30 seconds. Once Lao Tan comprehended the reason behind Ji Songhan's request for information, he promptly shifted into action. In just 23 seconds, Ji Songhan received the complete details of the three individuals. He first headed to Baitsongyang's residence. Although the specifics of the scenario eluded him, he strongly suspected that Baitsongyang could indeed be the perpetrator. After parking his vehicle near Baitsongyang's home, Ji Songhan discreetly maneuvered himself behind the MV and lifted the compartment cover of the trunk. Inside lay an M1911A1, a night vision device, a thermal imaging scope, and a 4x, 16x variable zoom scope. Grasping the thermal imaging scope, Ji Songhan peered from the car into Baitsongyang's home. Indeed, just as the records indicated, he was alone at home. Ji Songhan briefly surveyed the structure of the house and the surrounding map, selecting an entry point and an escape route. After parking the vehicle at the designated escape location, Ji Songhan approached Baitsongyang's residence from the chosen entry point. At this moment, he donned a mask that revealed only his eyes, slipped into rubber-soled shoes, and wore a bulletproof vest. Although the preparations seemed straightforward, one could never be too cautious in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Meanwhile, outside the alley where Ji Songhan's vehicle was parked, a sleek black luxury car came to a halt. Two individuals, clad entirely in black and wearing dark sunglasses even in the dead of night, alighted from the vehicle. Hey, Qingjiao, we have arrived. One of the figures spoke into a phone. Your mission is to locate the disc containing the research materials. Corn, whiskey, acknowledged. Wheat, whiskey, acknowledged. Whiskey is categorized based on the grain used, including bourbon, rye, corn, wheat, and malt whiskey. At this juncture, corn and wheat were poised to infiltrate Baitsongyang's home. Chapter 12. Corn and wheat outside Baitsongyang's residence. Ji Songhan gazed thoughtfully at the collection of magnetic discs strewn across the table. It appeared that Baitsongyang, after eliminating Professor Hirota, had hastily returned home and carelessly left these items on the surface before heading back to the vicinity of Professor Hirota's residence. Such behavior is indeed perplexing. Nonetheless, the enigma of Baitsongyang's human actions is best left for Conan to ponder. My task is merely to secure these magnetic discs. Although it is improbable that every single disc is desired by Xiao Ai, the discs belonging to Professor Hirota are certainly among them. I can test them one by one later. A creaking sound echoed as the doorknob turned. Ji Songhan swiftly grabbed the collection of discs and concealed himself behind the sofa. At the same time, he chambered a round in his SS-7, 62mm silenced pistol. The SS pistol series achieves its silencing and flame-dousing effects by obstructing the flow of propellant gas. The unique structure of its piston simplifies numerous intricate processes. Consequently, due to this distinctive silencing mechanism, the ammunition used is equally specialized, employing the 7.6241mm S for cartridge. Given the characteristics of its ammunition, the SS silenced pistol naturally emits no muzzle flash. As for its silencing capabilities, they are significantly quieter than that of a toy air gun. In a bustling urban area, firing the weapon near others would go unnoticed. With an overall length of merely 170mm, it is considered compact among handguns, easily manageable even by petite women. Its design is remarkably elegant. It is difficult to fathom that such a firearm was independently conceived by the brawny Russians. One can always trust in their aesthetic sense. At this moment, Ji Songhan's gaze was fixed intently on the door. At this hour, the visitor could not possibly be the police. If the murderer had been identified, Xiao Ai would certainly have informed him. Baitsongyang's personal relationships, be it a girlfriend or close friend, would be of interest. Thus, the individual arriving now must have ulterior motives. Could it be a thief? The sound of the doorknob suggested someone was attempting to unlock the door. Just as well, I need a scapegoat. If Baitsongyang is the murderer, these discs will undoubtedly be confiscated by the police as evidence. Once in the hands of law enforcement, these items would be treated no differently than if they fell into the hands of the black organization. They would be destroyed. With a click, the door swung open, and corn and wheat entered. Hidden in the shadows, Ji Songhan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him upon seeing the two figures. It was evident that these members of the black organization were determined to obtain the magnetic discs. However, wearing sunglasses at night, they might as well try a flashbang. Such a non-lethal projectile emits a deafening sound and an intense flash upon detonation, capable of temporarily incapacitating an individual's hearing, vision, and sense of direction, rendering them unable to resist. What was that sound? Corn and Wheat heard a sharp crack emanating from the darkness. Someone is here. The two immediately drew their weapons, aiming into the obscurity of the room. It was too dark. They could not ascertain each other's positions. They had not anticipated that a simple search would lead to such peculiar circumstances. Corn, should we call Jin? Are you out of your mind? If we call him about this, Jin will surely think we're weaklings, and he has a penchant for dealing with his own people. Just then, a blinding flash illuminated the darkened room, revealing a sun within. The 500,000 lumen brightness rendered sunglasses irrelevant. Following that, a deafening roar erupted. The sound, reaching a staggering 180 decibels, struck the eardrums of both men. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the explosion caused those within a 15-meter radius to distinctly feel the force of the blast, as if struck by a heavy hammer. As Ji Songhan emerged from behind the sofa, clutching his ears due to the cacophony, he beheld the two men lying unconscious on the floor, twitching. The preceding shockwave had prompted a cough, and now, which of these two delightful creatures should I dispose of first? Ji Songhan extended his hands, grasping two individual sidearms. Farewell. Bang. The two pistols simultaneously erupted in flames. He then stripped a black-clad man's coat and hat, donned his sunglasses, and made a swift exit through the door, heading towards his vehicle parked in a nearby alley. Spotting a sleek black luxury car at the alley's mouth, Ji Songhan brandished his corn whiskey pistol and shot at the fuel tank. With remarkable precision, he caught the ejected shell in midair, shifted into reverse, and sped deeper into the alley. Did you think I would dash into the street? I would be reported by well-meaning citizens the very next day. The residents here do not all resort to lethal doses of sleeping pills before bedtime. Later that night, as midnight approached, within Professor Hirota's residence. Thus, the murderer is you, Mr. Shirakawa. Utilizing a bowtie voice modulator, Conan, hidden behind Dr. Agasa, pointed out the culprit, meticulously recreating the perpetrator's methods. Subsequently, Mr. Shirakawa confessed, causing a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Shiho's mouth. Ji Songhan, is this truly accurate, or? It feels so disheartening. Xiao Ai's deductive abilities are quite remarkable. Though not as formidable as Conan's, she surpasses ordinary detectives. Hello? Brother, we have concluded. The culprit has been apprehended. Xiao Ai is calling Ji Songhan to inform him that the police are about to retrieve the evidence from the perpetrator's residence. Come out. I am waiting at the entrance. Ji Songhan's response relieved Xiao Ai. It seemed he had indeed acquired it. Could it be that the traitor from the black organization genuinely harbors feelings for that fruit merchant? Conan pondered as he observed Xiao Ai's expression, which appeared far too sincere to be feigned. Mind your own business, attention-seeking detective. If the organization ever discovers our identities, it will undoubtedly be due to your reckless bravado. Irritated, Xiao Ai turned her head away, choosing to disregard Conan and instead took Dr. Agasa's arm, leading him away from Professor Hirota's residence. In truth, Xiao Ai harbored significant resentment towards Conan. Her sister's tragic demise linked to 10 billion yen had made headlines, and Xiao Ai could vividly recall Conan bowing his head before her sister's lifeless form. Behind Conan, Ran Mouri held him, attempting to offer solace. She yearned to inquire why he had been unable to save her sister in that moment. Yet, she could not bring herself to blame him. Xiao Ai understood that against gin and vodka, only a miracle could have allowed Conan to rescue her sister. Come, enjoy some barbecue. At that moment, a skewer of lamb appeared before Xiao Ai. She looked up to see Ji Songhan, who had somehow procured a large bag of barbecued delights. The aroma of grilled meat enveloped him completely. She noticed a stall selling corn and wheat, but regrettably, it was no longer available. Ji Songhan observed Xiao Ai lost in thought, and promptly seized her hand, placing a skewer of lamb in her palm. Then, he extended a finger to inscribe a few characters in the center of her other hand. Karama Group. The characters written by Ji Songhan are remarkable. No wonder he indulges in barbecuing, perhaps using the aroma of the smoky grill to mask the sin of his own battles. Following this, Xiao Ai leaned closer and whispered gently into Ji Songhan's ear. Are you hurt? How could that be? He replied, Eat up, it's late, and after encountering such a case, you must be famished. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa and Conan observed the scene from a distance. Their stomachs growled in unison, a testament to the mental exertion required for solving the case. Dr. Agasa, joining Conan in their playful banter, found it quite exhausting. Doctor, little Conan. Come join us for a meal. I've bought plenty, Ji Songhan offered. Xiao Ai rolled her eyes at Conan as he approached for the barbecue, leaving him perplexed. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Chapter 13. A world where only Conan is heard. A new day dawned, and Ji Songhan, hands on his hips, gazed at the calendar before him. Although he was prepared, it still felt absurd, for today was the 1st of January. At this moment, Xiao Ai was still fast asleep, having spent the entire night analyzing the magnetic data disks, finally uncovering the experimental data of a TX-4869. Overjoyed, Xiao Ai hugged Ji Songhan, marking her first initiative to draw closer to him, which delighted him greatly. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Who could it be? Ji Songhan opened the door and glanced around. Finding no one, with a thud, he shut the door. At that moment, Yuan Taiguanjian, Bumei, and Conan stood at the entrance, all perplexed. Were they too short? It seemed so. Ding dong. It's us, Jigo, they called out. We've come to find Hyber-san. This time, Conan and his friends had learned their lesson and understood that their voices held significance. Is Hyber still asleep? Ji Songhan inquired as he crouched down to meet the children's gaze. My little AI is resting. Don't even think about taking her out to play. Really? Hyber-san is still napping? Bumei was astonished that the seemingly well-behaved Hybera could actually sleep in. Her parents had always said that good children go to bed early and rise early. Yes, she stayed up too late last night. Conan felt a twinge of ambiguity in Ji Songhan's words, but as a child, he thought it was beyond his comprehension. However, he had come to reassure Hybera that there was no need to despair over the lost disc. Last night, AI had not informed Conan that the disc was retrieved, which would imply her awareness of the details surrounding today's headline news, a gun-related incident, and might inadvertently reveal Ji Songhan's identity. The Emperor's Cup, Bumei exclaimed, revealing the reason for their visit. The Emperor's Cup, exclusively broadcasted by the Nippon Television Network, is the most popular football tournament in the country. Today marked the final match, and the entire city of Mihua was bustling with excitement. Those fortunate enough to secure tickets flocked to the stadium for the live event. Fortunately, Dr. Agasa had 5 tickets, just enough for the 5 children. I'll go ask her. Please wait here for a moment, Ji Songhan said. Once Conan and his companions entered Ji Songhan's home, they settled in the hall, observing the decor of their older companion's abode. The layout exuded a quintessential Chinese style, with a screen partitioning the entrance. The overall decor embodied a solemn elegance, showcasing a dual character. The furniture, primarily crafted from wood, bore intricate carvings of dragons, phoenixes, turtles, and lions. Exquisitely detailed and splendidly intricate. In one corner, Conan noticed a cabinet filled with an array of cold weapons, all accompanied by certification documents, thus not classified as restricted items. At that moment, Conan confirmed that the 2 chain blades Dr. Agasa was repairing were indeed collectibles. His doubts dissipated. However, this fruit merchant was undeniably wealthy. Though he could not rival the affluent Suzuki Sonoko, Ji Songhan's wealth manifested in understated luxury. I recognize that. The green dragon crescent blade. It is Guan Yu's weapon, Guangyan exclaimed, pointing to a dedicated display cabinet in the corner housing a 2-meter-long Guan Dao, which exuded a formidable presence. The admiration for the historical battles of the 3 kingdoms was palpable among the children, as their own history was often limited to village squabbles. Imagining himself wielding the Guan Dao while riding the red hare in pursuit of gin and vodka, Conan chuckled to himself. But, alas, in reality, he would have been shot down long ago. Children, AI is feeling a bit unwell. My apologies, Ji Songhan said, descending from the 2nd floor. In truth, AI had already awakened and was currently reviewing experimental data. As for the Emperor's Cup, nothing was more important than her experiments. Then, can you accompany us? We have an extra ticket, Conan suggested, brandishing the 5 tickets given by Dr. Agasa. The good doctor, engrossed in his repairs, had no intention of attending the match. I'm sorry, Conan, but I can't go either. My fruit shop opens soon. Ji Songhan gazed towards a shop at the corner of the street not far away. It was the location for his fruit store. Given the stability of Ji Songhan's supply chain, it is likely that he will continue to open many more of these establishments in the future. Well, Brother Ji, everyone is at home watching the Emperor's Cup today. Opening now would surely mean no customers. It would be better to wait until after the finals to launch. Conan elaborated the pros and cons to Ji Songhan. After all, football remains exceedingly popular among the masses. Ji Songhan may not be aware of this fact. In order to ascertain the situation, Ji Songhan directly placed a call to the staff. Well then, You may as well watch the Emperor's Cup in the store this morning, and perhaps enjoy some watermelon while you're at it. Upon learning from the staff that the store was rather deserted, Ji Songhan realized he had greatly underestimated the allure of the Emperor's Cup. Thus, he decided to bestow some benefits upon the staff. Long live the boss. He heard the jubilant cheers from the other end of the line. Ji Songhan glanced at Conan. Shall we go? I will speak with Shiho first. Ascending the stairs, he opened the door. Shiho. Suddenly, a slipper flew directly at Ji Songhan's face. Sitting before the computer, Shiho silently warned him, do not disturb my data work. Thereafter, Ji Songhan cautiously closed the door to her room, akin to a thief, making not a sound. Let's head out, he declared, pointing towards the garage. However, Conan and the others were fixated on Ji Songhan's face. The imprint of the slipper was strikingly clear. We want to ride in the GTR. In the garage, Hikaru and Jinta, being boys, were naturally captivated by the GTR. Yoshida, which one do you wish to choose? Ji Songhan crouched down to ask the only girl present, Ayumi. Me? I want to watch Conan. Ayumi pondered for a moment, gazing eagerly at Conan, awaiting his decision. It mattered not what vehicle they would take. All she desired was to be close to Conan. And the glances that Jinta and Mitsuhiko cast towards Conan grew increasingly perilous. All right, this time. With no AI, the five of us can fit perfectly. Ji Songhan decided to drive the GTR, with the plump Yuan Tai as his co-pilot, while the back seat comfortably accommodated three little ones. Conan and Hayuko took their places on either side, with Ayumi nestled in the middle, much to her delight. As he opened the garage door, Ji Songhan pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward with vigor. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn, and due to the force of inertia, Ayumi found herself pressed against Conan, while Hayuko inadvertently leaned against Ayumi. This was splendid. Yuan Tai reveled in the GTR's acceleration, and Ayumi and Conan were in close proximity, allowing Hayuko to successfully draw nearer to Ayumi. Thus, the world where only Conan was injured came into existence. It was intentional. This fellow must have done it on purpose. Trapped between the car door and two others, Conan was mentally berating Ji Songhan. Chapter 14. The Emperor's Cup. When Ji Songhan arrived at the National Football Stadium with a car full of children, the match was about to commence. Although Ji Songhan drove with fervor, he did not exceed the speed limit. He merely exhibited a slight tendency towards reckless driving. Subsequently, Ji Songhan passed by the fruit shop he had inaugurated that very day and purchased a watermelon for each child. This gesture imparted a valuable lesson to the young ones. Associating with Ji Songhan grants won the freedom of watermelons. Moreover, as each child clutched a watermelon, they formed a queue to ascend to the viewing platform, causing many spectators and players to divert their attention from the introductions. All eyes were fixated on the delightful procession of watermelons. Now, allow me to demonstrate the art of opening a watermelon with bare hands. Clap, clap, clap. Ji Songhan swiftly struck with his hand, cleaving the watermelon that Conan and his companions were cradling, before proceeding to distribute spoons. As he indulged in the juicy fruit, he cast his gaze upon the ongoing match, reveling in the moment. By the way, Brother Ji, how did you come to know Hybara? Seizing the opportunity, Conan inquired about the encounter between Ji Songhan and Hybara. To prevent Ayumi and the others from overhearing, Conan whispered his question. It was a night of torrential rain, with fierce winds swirling dark clouds. A frail and helpless girl wandered through the downpour on the streets. As Ji Songhan animatedly recounted his first meeting with Hybara AI, Conan began to discern what was amiss with Ji Songhan. This person was rather peculiar. However, Ji Songhan's words were indeed truthful. Their initial encounter had transpired in such a dramatic setting. Little AI later told me she had an older sister. Sister? Who is she? On that day in the car, AI had indeed mentioned to Conan that her sister had been murdered by the organization. Yet, Conan remained oblivious to the identity of AI's sister. Her sister's name was Hirota Masami. She has already passed away. With a sudden jolt, as if struck by thunder, the name reverberated in Conan's mind. In an instant, he felt transported back to that warehouse. Does Brother Ji think she was a villain? How wicked could a child's thoughts truly be? Now let us focus on the match. Ji Songhan tapped Conan on the head. The match had commenced, and Ji Songhan possessed a certain understanding of football. To speak candidly, the men's football in this league is indeed markedly superior to that of Longwa. How frustrating. With a population of over 140 million, is it truly impossible to find 11 skilled players? As the game progressed, Conan gradually embraced the fervent spirit expected of a true fan. He approached the railing, gripping it tightly with both hands, abandoning his watermelon. and eagerly watched the 22 players vying for the single ball on the field. Ji Song-han watched the match for a while before shifting his gaze. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Both teams were comprised of players with 2 shoulders and 1 head. Why was it that others could execute a variety of maneuvers while he could not? Suddenly, an extremely familiar sound pierced through the chaos. Gunfire? Even amidst the frenzied shouts of the passionate fans, it stood out. Ji Song-han keenly detected the sound. It was the unmistakable noise of a silenced pistol. In an instant, he turned his head towards the left side of the stands, then leaned forward to peer below. A football rolled along, gradually deflating. "I'm just stepping out for a moment. You all stay put," he said. "Ah, all right." Conan nodded in agreement. Ji Song-han gently ruffled Conan's hair and swiftly departed along the stands. Due to Ji Song-han's presence, the events of this incident diverged significantly from the original narrative. Unlike the original story, where a hat dropped by Xiao served as a catalyst, the engrossed Conan remained oblivious to the soccer ball that had been shot. At this moment, as Ji Song-han traversed the stands, he discerned that the bullet originated from the left. The sound indicated the use of a handgun equipped with a silencer. One should not assume that a suppressed handgun produces a significantly diminished sound. Some firearms, even when silenced, can be heard from an entire street away. Soon, Ji Song-han, calculating the bullet's trajectory and angle, arrived at a potential shooting position. From this vantage point, he could see Conan leaning against the railings, alongside the young detective team who had just finished a watermelon, also leaning over the barrier. Might there have been any suspicious individuals standing here previously? Ji Song-han inquired of a person who appeared to be only half-heartedly watching the match. A man clad in gray was jostling around in the very spot where he stood. The girl accompanying her boyfriend to the game replied, expressing her disinterest in the match, remarking that she found nothing appealing about it. Consequently, her attention was not captivated by the ongoing game. "Thank you, madam." Through the girl's description, Ji Song-han scanned the area from his vantage point atop the railing and discerned 3 potential targets who might be the assailants. Ji Song-han's search target is a man clad in gray, moving within a range of 50 meters. After a process of elimination, he focuses on a tall man in gray who is conversing on the phone while walking forward. The other 2 individuals are accompanied by family members and children, rendering their involvement highly improbable. The gray-clad man under Ji Song-han's scrutiny is engaged in a phone call, suggesting the likelihood of accomplices. Should he pursue him recklessly? There is a substantial risk of being detected by hidden associates. If both individuals are armed, the situation could turn perilous for the entire national stadium, putting over 50,000 people at risk of becoming hostages. Alas, the search for accomplices proves fruitless. Ji Song-han was not particularly adept at confronting such situations. Assassins are not akin to agents. Their focus lies primarily on combat and elimination, unlike agents who exhibit a more balanced approach. At this moment, a man suddenly materialized before Ji Song-han. The man wore a serious expression, glanced at Ji Song-han, and then continued on his way. A policeman? Ji Song-han immediately discerned this individual's profession. The aura of a police officer was unmistakably evident. Consequently, was the shooter attempting to threaten the entire stadium? Furthermore, the person being threatened had already alerted the authorities. It remains uncertain how the police would respond. Ji Song-han had a foreboding sense that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Was it due to his own actions? Had he inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? While Conan remained oblivious to this lurking crisis, Ji Song-han took a deep breath and continued to trail the man in gray from a distance of approximately 50 meters. This proximity could hardly be deemed as following. It was merely observing. Suddenly, one of Ji Song-han's hands was grasped. Turning his head, he saw it was Old Tan. "Old Tan, why are you still here at the venue to watch the match?" Ji Song-han inquired. The atmosphere in a bar pales in comparison to that of a live event. "Ahem, by the way, why did you come alone?" Old Tan replied, "I have no pressing matters at the moment. So I decided to accompany my classmate Zhe Hui and her friends to watch the match." However, as Ji Song-han leaned in to whisper into Old Tan's ear, he recounted the circumstances he had uncovered. It appeared that even he had moments of uncertainty. Upon hearing that Ji Song-han was unable to locate the accomplices of the gray-clad man, Old Tan chuckled. It wasn't so much a lack of direction. If only he could track that person's phone. At this, Ji Song-han suddenly sprang to his feet. How could I have overlooked this? With a crowd of 54,000 people present, all engrossed in the game, there weren't many using their phones. Chapter 15. No rise without 500,000 AWU. Seated before her computer, stretched languidly. Though her body felt weary, her spirit was remarkably exhilarated. Her research data from years past was intact. And now all that was needed was the laboratory. Barefoot, she leaped from her chair, approached the door, and retrieved her cartoon slippers. Was I a bit too harsh just now? Recalling the bewildered expression on Ji Song-han's face after she had hit him with her shoe, she couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I'm perfectly safe at home. Shortly after, she received a call from Ji Song-han, immediately assuring him of her safety. Could you do me a favor? Go to my room, open the computer, and within the study materials folder on the desktop, their essay program. Launch it, and then connect it to the antenna in my wardrobe. At that moment, Ji Song-han was atop a signal base station near the National Stadium, intending to utilize the signal tower to locate the gray-clad man's accomplices. Is it ready? Ai-chan? Yes. Meanwhile, Ai-chan sat before Ji Song-han's computer, which was connected to an enormous antenna extending from the room to outside the window. Here's the situation on your end. Listen in for me. Ji Song-han explained the occurrences at the National Stadium to Ai-chan. I understand. Ai-chan skillfully began to operate the listening device, evidently not a novice at this task. The base station near the stadium was specifically designed to provide signal service to those within the stadium's vicinity. Once outside the stadium, any calls would connect to a different base station. Crackling sounds erupted. With Ji Song-han successfully maneuvering on his end, Ai-chan quickly received a signal. She began sifting through the information. The match at the National Stadium was nearing the end of the first half, and everyone was intently watching the game. Those on the phone were addressing pressing matters. Mom, the gas stove is left on. Boss, I'll deliver the materials this afternoon. Honey, shall we go to the hotel tonight? Penalty. 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 Akagi Hideo has scored. The great forward of Tokyo SRTS, rapidly switching between various signals. Ai-chan soon discovered a peculiar signal. Hiruta, it seems there's police involvement. Wait a moment, I need to call Kaneko. He has actually reported it. Song-han, I've detected surveillance. Ai-chan removed one ear from her headset while keeping the other attuned, engaging Ji Song-han in conversation. Hiruta, I'm not sure if he's the one who fired the shots. Old Tan, there's someone named Hiruta. Ji Song-han shouted down from the towering base station he was climbing. What? Oda Nobunaga? It's too windy up here. I can't hear you. Hiruta. Oh, Hiruta. Having information on one person makes things easier. Hiruta, can you check how many police are around me? I'm feeling a bit anxious. You don't need to worry. If they dare to act recklessly, I'll indiscriminately shoot at the audience. Ai-chan overheard another exchange. However, amidst this conversation, she detected some strange noises. Consequently, she swiftly turned on the television in Ji Song-han's room and switched to the live broadcast channel of the Nichibai TV station. There is a certain delay between the live event and the television broadcast. Just after Ai-chan tuned into the live channel, a familiar sound resonated. It was the referee's whistle, a very close whistle. This indicated that one of the individuals was positioned dangerously near the edge of the playing field. Based on the information Ji Song-han had provided in their prior discussions, it was clear that the counterpart could observe the stands and possessed long-range equipment. Song-han. That person's accomplice is the photographer at the edge of the field. Thank you, Ai-chan. You're truly remarkable. Hiruta, the photographer, this information could directly lead us to the adversary. With that, Ji Song-han swiftly descended the tower where the base station was situated. You're being utterly idle. Why must you involve yourself in this? Old Tan observed Ji Song-han, who was eager to leap into action, and shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Isn't it good to be idle in our line of work? Our idleness signifies the nation's strength. Upon hearing this, Old Tan smiled faintly. Then, for the next step, I'll handle the gray-clad man in the stands. And you take care of the photographer. Discretion is paramount. Of course, discretion is paramount, my comrade. The two were not foolish enough to simply subdue the criminals and hand them over to the police. While they claimed to be idle, they knew not to attract excessive attention. Shortly thereafter, Ji Song-han stealthily approached the edge of the field and casually inquired of a sideline photographer. Is there a photographer named Hiruta? At this moment, Ji Song-han donned a janitor's uniform pilfered from a preparation room, complete with a mask and hood that left only his eyes visible. I'll buy a lottery ticket when I get home. Just as Hirata intended to turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and instantaneously lost consciousness. However, his body remained suspended before the camera, failing to collapse immediately. Meanwhile, Ji Song-han discovered Hirata's handgun and disassembled it, extracting the firing pin before reassembling it again. 10 minutes later, Old Tan was walking towards the man in gray when he accidentally bumped into him. Ouch, young man, you've knocked me down. I won't rise without 500,000. Old Tan's voice was loud, and many spectators turned to gaze at the commotion. You. helped the man up after colliding with him, with a slight disguise and his own aged appearance. Old Tin seemed to the onlookers as though the man in gray had collided with the elderly gentleman. The audience began to murmur, each voicing their opinions. Yet the one constant was their condemnation of the man in gray. "Hirata, what should I do? I've encountered a scammer." The man in gray, in a state of panic, continued to communicate with Hirata, but the voice on the other end had gone silent. What to do? What to do? The man in gray was visibly agitated. Suddenly, a spirited young man kicked him from behind, causing the man in gray to stumble and crash to the ground. The surrounding crowd, previously vocal in their accusations, fell silent, their eyes fixated on the black object that had fallen from the man in gray. "This looks remarkably like a gun." Before the audience could react with screams, an undercover police officer swiftly tackled the man in gray. "Time to skedaddle." Old Tin cast a glance at Ji Songhan, disguised as the well-meaning youth. Seizing the moment of chaos, the two vanished from sight. "By the way, where has Brother Ji gone? Did he fall into the restroom?" Guangyan noticed that it was already intermission, yet Ji Songhan had not returned. "Shall we check the bathroom for him?" Yuan Ai envisioned himself rescuing Ji Songhan from the restroom, imagining that Ji would reward him with a GTR for his life-saving efforts. It must be said, the thoughts of children often perplex the mind. "I'm back." At that moment, Ji Songhan reappeared. "I have a feeling you were discussing something rather impolite." Ji Songhan gazed at Guangyan and Yuan Ta with great kindness. He had overheard their previous conversation. No, we are merely concerned about our brother," they declared, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. "I encountered a fellow townsman and engaged in a brief conversation." Subsequently, Ji Songhan playfully tapped Conan on the head. Under Conan's puzzled gaze, he pinched Conan's cheeks and remarked, "My compatriot informed me that when a boy inquires about a girl in such a manner, it signifies affection. Tell me, do you have feelings for my little AI?" At that moment, Conan fervently shook his head. "That is not affection. What is wrong with you adults?" He was utterly convinced that Ji Songhan was a lilicon. Chapter 16. The collection room. The competition concluded with the BG Osaka team triumphing with a score of 2-1. "Alas, I still have to escort each of you home individually." Ji Gij sighed. "You can simply take us to the fruit shop. Then we can visit Dr. Agasa for a while." Upon hearing Ayumi's words, Ji Songhan slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh right, we also have Dr. Agasa who can assist in looking after the children. I just wonder how his inventions have progressed." At that moment, Conan's attention was drawn to the police cars outside the stadium. Could it be an incident occurred at the stadium? "Let us go." Ji Songhan swiftly seized Conan and thrust him into the vehicle, accelerating away without hesitation. "Wait, there's a case. Let me out." As Conan lamented with a plaintive cry against the car window, the police were still mired in confusion. Officer Magyar observed the apprehended criminal before him, contemplating that this case marked the swiftest resolution of a major criminal incident since he began his career in law enforcement. The armed assailant had taken over 50,000 hostages, and from the onset of the incident to its conclusion, merely 45 minutes had elapsed. During this interval, two enigmatic figures remained elusive: an unsuspecting cleaner seen near camera 13 and an elderly individual who had feigned a fall. Both appeared to have been disguised, leaving no one able to identify them. Could they belong to a clandestine organization? How did the perpetrators ascertain that these two were criminals? Were they not concerned about misidentifying the culprits? "Officer Magyar, I believe I have an explanation." A female officer hastily approached Mawako Sato. She had just received a report from the stadium staff, indicating that a signal station technician had been rendered unconscious. Given the current circumstances, a plausible theory emerged. The assailants had intercepted the communications of the two armed criminals via the signal station. Considering the limited number of individuals making phone calls at the stadium at that time, such interception was technically feasible. However, it necessitated a robust remote signal control workstation. Officer Magyar lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before turning to speak deliberately. "Thus, it appears that a concerned citizen aided us in capturing the criminals." He felt wearied. The previous night had seen a significant case in Mihua City, where two deceased figures in black had been discovered in the home of Baitsong Yang, and the magnetic tape he had taken from Professor Hirota had mysteriously vanished. This incident had not been reported, as the authorities had suppressed all information. Meanwhile, in Ji Songhan's car, Conan's heart raced with impatience. If only he had brought his skateboard, he would have opted to leap from the vehicle and return to the stadium. Yet, he soon dismissed that notion. Ji Songhan's modified GTR roared to life, its impressive power of 2,500 horsepower capable of overwhelming even his swift skateboard in a single surge of acceleration. Is this a classic car? He mused. At that moment, Guangyan's attention was captivated by a sleek black vehicle in the adjacent lane. Its compact and stocky physique, coupled with short front and rear overhangs and a clean, streamlined aluminum body, evoked a sense of boundless imagination. Guangyan attempted to lower the rear window, only to find it firmly locked by Ji Songhan. The windows of Ji Songhan's car are tinted, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. The Porsche 356A. Ji Songhan squinted slightly as he cast a glance at the vehicle next to him. Through the car window, he discerned a tall, blond man gazing ahead with a stern expression. The traffic light was red. Two cars halted behind the line at the intersection, followed closely by a sleek black Mercedes. Ji Songhan cast a glance at the rearview mirror and simultaneously locked all four windows before dialing a call to Xiao Ai. This road led towards the residence of Kudo Shinichi. Regardless of whether the other party's intentions were directed at Xiao Ai, he needed to delay matters for a while. Not even a reply was forthcoming. Xiao Ai, engrossed in her reading in Ji Songhan's room, answered the call with an expression of indifference. Did you catch the person? At least send me a message. Unbeknownst to her, she might have thought Ji Songhan was gunned down by an armed assailant. Oh dear. I'm quite busy taking care of a few little ones. By the way, I'm on my way back. Guess what I saw? No guesses. Oh my. Listen to me. I know you adore the Porsche 356A, and I just spotted one right beside me in the adjacent lane. I was contemplating whether to discuss the price with the owner and buy it for you. Unfortunately, it's black, but that is no issue. I can have it sprayed pink for you. The children in the car listened in utter disbelief. Was Ji Songhan truly indulging Xiao Ai to such an extent? However, at that moment, Xiao Ai, still in Ji Songhan's room, was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. A black Porsche 356A? Jin. Xiao Ai felt her body tremble uncontrollably. Run. Run where? She began to force herself to regain her composure. The basement of Ji Songhan's residence underwent a transformation, featuring secret passages and concealed chambers. Constructed to the highest standards of espionage, completed in merely half a day. Let us hide there. Thus, Xiao Ai hurried down the staircase, only to stumble and fall flat on the ground, eventually arriving at the entrance to the basement. Inside, the basement was adorned with calligraphy and porcelain. Upon entering, Xiao Ai switched on the light and beheld a piece of calligraphy. The mountains and rivers are stained with blood. The storm is fierce. With the Wu hook, I sweep the world together with you. This body, unrepentant, mends the heavens fracture. Why question the annals of history that record rise and fall? Beneath the characters mountains and rivers. On the 7th floor tile, Xiao Ai stomped her foot in a pattern of 2 long and 3 short beats. Click. The floor vanished. Ah! Xiao Ai let out a series of shrieks as she plummeted downward. With a soft thud, the floor sealed itself, as if nothing had transpired. When Xiao Ai regained her senses, she discovered herself in a brilliantly illuminated space, resting upon an exceptionally soft mattress. Looking up at the ceiling, she noted that it was not very high, merely a couple of meters above. The area felt somewhat cramped, filled with various items. The first thing that caught her eye was a golden AK-47 locked in a glass case, encrusted with real diamonds, not mere glass. Years ago, during a mission in Africa, she had protected a warlord who gifted her this dazzling weapon. Ultimately, she used it to eliminate him for his misdeeds that disrupted harmony. Hindsight made her wish she had never intervened. As she read the description of the weapon's origin, Xiao Ai felt an urge to speak, yet the words eluded her. The next item was a hat. During a mission in Lighthouse Country, she had encountered a man named Carl Johnson in San Andreas, who bestowed upon her a green Grove Street cap. A slight chill ran down her spine as she found this rather ominous. At this moment, Xiao Ai realized that this was indeed a collection room of Ji Songhan, filled with items that were unknown to outsiders, documenting his noteworthy moments as an assassin. Observing numerous artifacts, her gaze finally settled on the deepest part of the collection room, where a mortar shell lay. Years ago in the Middle East, this very object had nearly claimed her life. Although it was a dud, it had shattered her skull. Who could have foreseen that it would strike her within the town hall? Had it not been for the esteemed battlefield doctor nearby, her mission would have ended in failure. Indeed, Ji Songhan was a man who valued his missions greatly. Xiao Ai contemplated that his interest in her was likely due to her potential to bridge some technological gaps for his homeland. Sighing, she leaned against the cabinet, awaiting Ji Songhan's arrival. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something brownish in the corner of the room, a strand of hair. In my moments of uncertainty regarding my future, she appeared amidst the tempestuous, thunderous rain. I confess I harbor selfish desires. Yet only those who share the shadows of this world can jointly safeguard the light. Chapter 17. Ji Song-an, Conan, you've deceived me. In the car. Conan fixated on the Porsche 356A in the adjacent lane, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling was laced with dread. Ji Song-han rolled down the car window while slightly elevating his body to shield his companion Yuan Tai in the passenger seat. He then whistled at the adjacent Porsche 356A. At that moment, the passenger window of the Porsche was also lowered. The cold, unapproachable gaze of Qin Jiao first glanced at Ji Song-han's vehicle before settling on the inquisitive expression of Ji Song-han. My friend, such a classic model. I wish to collect it. Would you consider parting with it? The specific model driven by Qin Jiao is the 356A Conan, which was widely produced from 1956 to 1959, heralding the legendary era of Porsche. This illustrates the significant status of the 356A within Porsche, deserving of the title Big Brother. If you truly understood automobiles, you wouldn't pose such a question, Qin Jiao retorted coldly, discarding his cigarette but before raising the window. It's rare for you to converse with a passerby, remarked Vodka, one of Qin Jiao's subordinates, glancing at Ji Song-han's vehicle. His car is decent, but alas, the fuel consumption is too high. Qin Jiao discerned the major flaw in Ji Song-han's car at a glance. Unlike Ji Song-han, Qin Jiao preferred vehicles in their original factory condition, such as his own Porsche, which was entirely unmodified. Brother, he seems quite wealthy. Should we consider robbing him? Vodka suggested. No, he is from Longhua, Qin Jiao replied, lighting another cigarette. He could generally gauge a person's nationality from their demeanor and appearance, particularly distinguishing between individuals from Longhua and Binzi. Alas, the magnetic discs have gone missing. And I can't ascertain if a traitor within the organization has taken them, Vodka lamented, becoming more talkative. It's mainly due to recent exhaustion. First, Mayano Shiho escaped the organization. Then the magnetic disc containing experimental data was stolen, resulting in the loss of 2 members. That disc is of paramount importance to the organization. The atmosphere within the organization had become exceedingly oppressive. At Hakura's residence, the only lead found was residue from the explosion of a flashbang. Tracing it back to the organization led them directly to Africa. The individual responsible for the deaths of the organization's members was cunning, utilizing a corn whiskey pistol instead of their own ammunition, indicating considerable experience. However, the organization managed to uncover some information. The international assassin Dark Webs, is he dead? Leaderboard's 3rd position, codenamed Necromancer Edward, had recently been in Binzi, specifically in Mihua City. The organization strongly suspected that this magnetic disc had been taken by Necromancer Edward. Notably, the statistics from the Is He Dead leaderboard were quite generic. The number of contracts does not necessarily reflect strength. However, the prowess of the 1st and 2nd ranked individuals was beyond dispute. Is he dead? Leaderboard 2nd place, the handsome guy upstairs. Is he dead? Leaderboard 1st place, you 2 downstairs. We should find a place to refuel soon, Qin Jiao remarked, glancing at the fuel gauge. At this time he, along with Vodka and the black Mercedes trailing behind, were en route to Kudo Shinichi's residence, planning to conduct surveillance until nightfall. This was primarily due to Mayano Shiho's betrayal and the disappearance of the magnetic disc, which reminded Qin Jiao of Shiho's prior visit to Kudo Shinichi's home. Truth be told, had it not been for this incident, he would hardly remember who Kudo Shinichi was. At that moment, Ji Song-han, under the aliases Necromancer Edward, the handsome guy upstairs, and you 2 downstairs, was wrapping a lollipop while observing Conan through the rearview mirror, who appeared extremely terrified. Upon seeing Qin Jiao, Conan was struck with a sense of dread. What is wrong, Conan? Are you feeling unwell? Ayumi gently patted Conan's back, confused by his sudden change in demeanor. The red light will last a while. I want to get out for some fresh air. Don't you dare. Ji Song-han was taken aback by Conan's reaction upon seeing Qin Jiao, akin to an addict encountering their fix, acting impulsively without thought. In that moment, the impulsive, dazed Conan disregarded Ji Song-han's obstruction, abruptly opening the car door from the other side. He then swiftly darted to the rear of the GTR, extending his watch-clad hand. With a click, the glass of the watch's face popped up, and a tracker adhered to the rear bumper of the Porsche 356A. After getting back in the car, Conan took a deep breath. 5 seconds later, the red light turned green. Boss, we've got a lead. His name is Ji Song-han, residing at 2 to 23 Miwa Town. Qin Jiao smirked. The figure of the child wearing a blue hat, whose face was obscured, was clearly visible to the occupants of the rear vehicle while he stealthily maneuvered behind the GTR. The rear vehicle provided a signal to Qin Jiao, indicating that the adjacent car posed a problem. At that moment, the Porsche 356A surged forward. Ji Songhan swiftly grabbed his coat and draped it over Yuan Tai, who was seated in the passenger seat, covering him completely. Simultaneously, his arm shielded the face of Yumi, who was in the back seat. Detective, you truly are remarkable. Do you think others are blind? Ji Songhan grimly rolled down the window again. Conan, bewildered, wondered whom Ji Songhan was cursing. Various sensory cues led Conan to believe Ji Songhan was indeed directing his ire at him. Old Tan, go to my basement and bring Xiao Ai back. At this moment, Ji Songhan was on the phone with one hand while pressing the accelerator halfway down. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a cloud of white smoke that engulfed the black vehicle behind them. The GTR transformed into a war machine, launching forward like a missile. Concurrently, Ji Songhan used his free hand to open a compartment beneath the seat, tossing out two items. Yuan Tai, do not remove your clothing to reveal your face. Understand? Hikaru, hold Ayumi tightly. Under no circumstances let her in the middle. Conan, fend for yourself. After giving instructions to the children in the car, Ji Songhan pressed the accelerator once more. The black car trailing behind him surged through the smoke, attempting to catch up. Yet, in an instant, all they could see were the taillights of the GTR growing increasingly distant. Damn it! Inside the driver's seat of the black Mercedes, a man clad entirely in black and wearing sunglasses slammed his palm against the steering wheel in frustration. Despite flooring the gas pedal, they could not close the gap. We're finished. At that moment, the man in the passenger seat, witnessing two high-explosive grenades plummeting into his line of sight, closed his eyes in despair. It must have been when the preceding car burned rubber, producing plumes of white smoke, that the adversary had thrown the grenades high into the air, calculating the timing to ensure they landed here just a second before detonation. Damn, they even accounted for the distance they had accelerated. Boom. Inside the GTR, Conan gazed at the mushroom cloud rising behind them, his expression blank. He had acted impulsively. At that moment, all he could see was Jin's Porsche 356A. The intention to follow was commendable. Yet his rage from being physically diminished and his fear of the black-clad organization had severely impaired the judgment and observational skills of this detective. Had it not been for Ji Songhan blocking Yuan-ta and Yumi's faces at the critical moment, Conan's rashness could have brought dire consequences upon his two classmates. Old Tan, are we there yet? Don't rush me. 10 minutes. No matter what happens on your end, give me 10 minutes. At that moment, Old Tan was riding a motorcycle, heading directly against traffic towards Ji Songhan's residence. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan spotted Jin's Porsche. Without hesitation, he drew his handgun and aimed at the tires, unleashing an entire magazine. Years of being single honed his reflexes, transforming the semi-automatic pistol into a semblance of an automatic weapon. The instant Ji Songhan fired, the Porsche slammed to a halt. Bullets struck the rear bumper, with one even piercing the fuel tank. However, Jin's vehicle had little fuel, even if the tank ignited. It would not suffice to cause an explosion. Boss, they are not ordinary opponents. The driver, Vodka, understood that if he did not reduce speed, a barrage of bullets would puncture the tires. It had to be the necromancer Edward, who would have thought he had some skill. Jin pulled his gun and aimed directly at the rear passenger seat, firing a shot. The bullet shattered through the narrow rear window of the Porsche, hurtling towards Ji Songhan's head. Crack! He stared at the bullet embedded in the bulletproof glass before him. Ji Songhan's expression remained unchanged. However, he had no intention of putting the children in danger. Yet, to delay Jin's arrival at his home, he was compelled to take such risks. Although Little Ai was in hiding, if Jin resorted to setting the place ablaze, Little Ai might not be safe after all. That dimly lit room was merely a temporary refuge. It was too shallow. If he allowed the children to disembark, there wouldn't be sufficient time for him to catch up with Jin. The Porsche 356A, though a vintage model, did not imply a sluggish acceleration. In the confines of the city, even if one could reach a speed of 500, it would be impossible to drive that fast. Thus, Ji Songhan's advantage lay solely in his ability to accelerate 5 times faster than Jin's vehicle. Right, I apologize. Conan gazed at the bullet lodged in the windshield and at Yuan Tai, who was curled up in the passenger seat, trembling. If Ji Songhan were an ordinary businessman and the glass were not bulletproof, in such a scenario, Conan quickly regained his composure, his intellect beginning to sharpen. Hold on tight. Ji Songhan had no time to pay attention to Conan. At that moment, the hot melt tires had completed their heating process. Skidding? That was an impossibility. Accompanied by a sensation akin to being propelled by a rocket, a deafening crash ensued as the front of the GTR collided directly with the rear bumper of the Porsche. Inside the Porsche, Qingjiao and Vodka felt a powerful thrust against their backs as the vehicle surged forward abruptly, followed by yet another impact. Vodka, observing the sharp turn ahead, slammed the steering wheel. The Porsche, navigating at high speed, lifted its right side wheels off the ground, leaving only the two left tires in contact with the road. Yura! Vodka let out a furious roar. Under Vodka's deft control, the Porsche sliced through the air like a blade, traveling nearly 100 meters before regaining four-wheel stability. Noticing the congested road ahead, Jisonghan reclined his seat and reached for the concealed compartment in the rear middle seat. Amidst Conan's face of sheer terror, he retrieved an L-115A3 sniper rifle equipped with 8.59mm armor-piercing rounds. He then leaned out of the window and fired 3 shots at a large construction advertisement billboard at a nearby intersection. The first bullet was a test shot, missing entirely, but the second and third rounds penetrated the bolts connecting the billboard. The massive structure collapsed onto the ground, obstructing half the road and effectively halting traffic. "Everyone get out. Gather all the weapons," Jisonghan urged the children, casting a glance at the chaotic street ahead. Qingjiu realized that he would not be able to reach Jisonghan's residence in 10 minutes. His delaying mission was accomplished. "Boss, the road is blocked." Even with Vodka's unparalleled driving skills, the battered Porsche 356A could not maneuver past the obstruction. A large-caliber sniper rifle. Qingjiu remarked calmly as he observed the severed billboard. Chapter 18. He needs maturity. Bang. Old Tan rode his motorcycle straight through the entrance of Jisonghan's home. First heading upstairs to retrieve a magnetic disc, which he placed into a waterproof bag. The basement of this house was his design. He originally planned to undertake deeper renovations and reinforcements a week later, but that was no longer an option. Xiao. Upon arriving at the hidden chamber where Jisonghan stored his artifacts, Old Tan found Little Ai pointing a diamond-encrusted golden Alaska at him. "Oh dear, it's unloaded. Trust me. Your identity was arranged by me." Upon seeing Little Ai, Old Tan produced a mortar shell from years ago that nearly killed Jisonghan, aiming it at a wall before smashing it. The walls of this storage room were surprisingly thin, as they were meant for future modifications, rendering them effectively insubstantial. As the wall crumbled, it revealed a pipe exuding the briny scent of seawater. This conduit led directly to an underground drainage system, not a mere sewer, but a subterranean sanctuary designed for use during tsunamis or floods. The diameter of this underground drainage system was an impressive 10 meters, containing 5 water storage shafts, each 30 meters wide and 60 meters deep, along with a reservoir stretching 177 meters in length. It constituted an exceptional escape route. So this place. Little Ai temporarily placed her trust in Old Tan, though she sensed that it might soon be destroyed. "Oh, it's nothing." Old Tan promptly tossed Little Ai into the pipe. He then moved aside the cabinet housing the mortar shell, revealing a hidden compartment beneath it. He opened the compartment and pressed a red button. The structure above erupted in an explosion, and simultaneously, Old Tan leaped into the pipe. "Oh my old bones." After a 10-second descent, Old Tan landed on a cushioning net. The force of his fall sent Little Ai soaring 5 meters into the air. "Is he all right?" Little Ai approached the seemingly injured Old Tan, helping him massage his back while inquiring about his condition. "I'm not sure what is happening. I'm just as confused." "Hold on tight." Observing Little Ai's grip on the net, Old Tan drew 2 small knives and simultaneously hurled them at the ropes securing the net. With the net losing balance, the inertia carried both of them to a platform. Old Tan felt invigorated, recalling that he had once been an outstanding agent 30 years prior. Subsequently, Old Tan guided Little Ai to a corner of the underground drainage system, where a box corroded by rust lay hidden. Upon opening it, they discovered weapons encased in waterproof bags. "Are we going to wait for him here?" Little Ai asked, receiving a compact lady's pistol from Old Tan. "Yes. I want to know what is going on as well. He seldom exhibits such rage. I have a feeling I might know the reason." Jisonghan encountered a vehicle belonging to Jin, while Conan was present in Ji's car. The connection between the two was unmistakable. Oh, if only Ai Hybra were in Jisonghan's position, she would undoubtedly eliminate Shinichi Kudo without hesitation. The initial circumstances had unfolded so favorably. Once the laboratory was established, she could, akin to a regular job, commence her work on developing the antidote. When fatigued, she could share slices of watermelon with Jisonghan, or perhaps disguise herself to procure a designer handbag. Yet, due to the impulsiveness of a certain detective, everything had to begin anew. Subsequently, while clutching a diamond-encrusted golden Alaska and toying with a miniature handgun, she and Old Tan embarked on a protracted wait. In an abandoned warehouse, Ji Songhan unceremoniously cast Conan to the ground before seating himself on a dust-laden chair. He had sent Motoharu and Hikaru to a bar known as Little Dimple, where specialists would administer the gentlest form of hypnosis to them. He had managed the situation with remarkable discretion. The black organization would remain oblivious to their identities. "Who exactly are you?" Conan inquired, gazing at Ji Songhan, who was reclining in his chair, staring up at the ceiling. They had been acquainted for some time now. Conan felt a sense of doubt, yet lacked tangible evidence. Bang! A bullet struck the ground beneath Conan's feet. "Blame me. I should not have accompanied you today," Ji Songhan remarked with an expression of mock sympathy directed at Conan. Conan observed Ji Songhan's gaze, reflecting, "Is this what self-reproach looks like? Your intent to harm is all too apparent." At that moment, the aura of menace emanating from Ji Songhan surpassed even that of Jin, successfully instilling a lasting psychological scar within Conan's mind. "From now on, you shall never see me again. AI will continue to live her life as usual." The identity of Ji Songhan is truly one of utter insignificance, thus it holds no confidentiality, as it can be easily discarded at any moment. However, the case of Xiao Ai is entirely different. While the distillery can trace Ji Songhan, it can never uncover the existence of Xiao Ai. To further obfuscate matters, Old Tan deliberately registered several hundred female orphans named Huiyuan Ai at the orphanage in the entire manuscript. As for Xiao Ai's classmates, only Yuan Tai, Bumei, and Guang Yin are aware of her. The black organization has not seen the appearances of the three individuals, and therefore cannot trace Xiao Ai through that avenue. "Do you remember the events of today?" Ji Songhan pressed the gun barrel against Conan's forehead. "Remember this." Feeling the chilling touch of the metal, Conan nodded slightly. He had nearly deduced Ji Songhan's identity, something akin to an organization similar to the FB. It was certainly not an evil group. Otherwise, Conan would not have been brought to this warehouse so easily. "Detective, you are not alone. If you are willing to witness your friends and loved ones perish before your eyes, then forget what transpired today and continue to act as you please when you encounter that organization in the future." With that, Ji Songhan stood and walked to the entrance of the warehouse, pausing momentarily. Conan, tense, fixed his gaze on Ji Songhan and began to slowly retreat until he found his back against the wall. From the outset, the man's murderous intent had never waned. He still yearned to end Conan's life. Suddenly, Ji Songhan spun around, aiming the gun at Conan. Protectively, Conan raised his hands to shield his head. A barrage of gunfire erupted. When Conan opened his eyes, he found himself still alive, while Ji Songhan had vanished. Sitting on the ground, he realized this crisis was far more perilous than the one at the amusement park. Shortly after, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Conan. A striking young woman pushed open the warehouse door and saw the disheveled Conan seated on the floor. She rushed to embrace him. Ran. Feeling the warmth of the girl he cherished as she wept, Conan recalled Ji Songhan's words. He pondered how to make a choice. Shinichi Kudo was merely a 17-year-old high school student. In truth, he did not need to choose. What he required was maturity. As Ran held him close while they made their way back, Conan suddenly noticed a figure-shaped bullet hole on one of the warehouse walls. This indicated that every bullet Ji Songhan fired had narrowly missed him. Moreover, Conan finally recognized the location of this warehouse, the very site of Masami Ogata's demise. Connecting this to AI's identity, Conan felt a wave of despair. Such a cruel twist of fate. For Conan, one of the most difficult losses to bear was that of Masami Ogata. Chapter 19. Higashiya Hakuya, Big Brother. In a secret base, Vodka gazed apprehensively at Jin. The rear of Jin's Porsche 356A was utterly crushed, teetering on the brink of destruction. Vodka understood just how much Jin cherished that car. His own driving skills were largely honed out of fear of being brutally punished by Jin. What infuriated Jin the most was that Ji Songhan's residence had been obliterated, and the organization had also lost 2 more members. In the aftermath, the organization found nothing of value. As for the surrounding neighbors, investigations had revealed no issues. "It's all right. Vodka, at least we can ascertain that traitor Sherry has colluded with the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, her identity is not ordinary." Upon conducting a personal investigation, Jin discovered that all information regarding Ji Songhan had been erased from databases across various locations. Even surveillance footage from certain sites had been destroyed. Such measures compelled Jin to take this matter seriously. Necromancer Edward, he's from the Dragon Kingdom. Holding Ji Songhan's photograph, Jin felt that another name would soon be added to his kill list. "Ah, Ji-song." Jin's sickly voice reemerged. Meanwhile, in the underground drainage system, Ji Songhan inexplicably shivered, sensing he was being targeted by someone deranged. Alas, Ji Songhan's identity could no longer serve him. Ji Songhan felt a sense of melancholy. Although this identity was fabricated, the name bore significant meaning as it was his from a past life. For Ji Songhan, it held a special resonance. He decided to set it aside for now, intending to use it again once his affairs here were completely resolved and he returned to his homeland. He also possessed a new identity. After all, he had many disguises at his disposal. Regarding his appearance, at this thought, Ji Songhan could not help but shudder. He would have to endure it. Although it would be quite painful, the results were surprisingly effective. Before long, Ji Songhan arrived at the designated rendezvous point outlined in the emergency plan. He looked up and began to sing, "Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. I shall walk along the shore." Immediately, he received a response from Lupin above. Soon, a rope descended, and Xiao Ai was the first to slide down. Upon landing at the bow, she instinctively leaped into Ji Songhan's embrace, visibly shaken. "Did Kudo Shinichi's foolishness cause you trouble? Very clever. But I did not eliminate your little white mouse. For the sake of the mission, I endured." Ji Songhan gently patted Xiao Ai's head, then turned his gaze towards Old Tan, who had slid down. "I apologize, Old Tan. This time I owe you a significant favor." "No need to mention it. As we age, moments of passion become rare," he replied. "Please, do elaborate." Aboard the ship, Ji Songhan recounted the origins, developments, and current outcomes of the situation in detail. Upon hearing that Bume and the others were safe, Xiao Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Old Tan opined that Kudo Shinichi, the renowned detective, was merely famous. A true detective would never act so impulsively. In comparison to his father, Kudo Yusaku, he was vastly inferior. "Next, I must change my appearance," Ji Songhan began. "What? Is that so?" Old Tan exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Ji Songhan nodded slightly. If he did not alter his appearance, he would likely be monitored by the organization the moment he stepped outside. After all, the organization's influence in this region remains exceptionally formidable. Ai-chan, what you are about to witness is the martial arts tradition of Longhua, which has been preserved for over 1,300 years, the mountain and river order, the 10 directions of mystery. Ji Songhan's body began to turn a deep crimson, his hands gripping the edge of the small boat tightly. Veins bulged, and his entire skeletal structure emitted a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him, akin to having every inch of his bones and flesh crushed. Xiao Ai heard a mournful wail escape Ji Songhan's throat, reminiscent of the lamentations of a soul at the brink of death. Though faint, it was profoundly unsettling. If one wished to avoid his distorted visage, it would be prudent to refrain from touching him. Lao Ten held Xiao Ai back, for Ji Songhan was at a pivotal moment of transformation. His bones were contracting, and the muscles and nerves throughout his body were reshaping themselves. In this regard, the assassins of Lingxua Pavilion were utterly deranged. They could alter their forms at will. As Ji Songhan's body subtly diminished, morphing into an entirely different appearance, Lao Ten felt a shiver run down his spine. He had witnessed the metamorphosis of Lingxua Pavilion's assassins on several occasions, each instance equally unnerving. If pain were to be ranked, this martial art capable of restructuring one's physical form would undoubtedly claim the top spot, unmatched by any other. However, the transformations would not be excessively extreme. Ji Songhan's true height was 183 centimeters, allowing him to shrink to a minimum of 163 centimeters and reach a maximum of 203 centimeters, with no change in weight. His blood type and genetic markers remained unchanged as well. Every time I undergo this transformation, I vow never to do it again. Yet humans are inherently fickle beings, Ji Songhan remarked, his voice trembling as he was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Ji Songhan had transformed into a high school student, approximately 17 years old, with a youthful visage and a height of about 172 centimeters. "In a crowd, I would still recognize you at a glance," Xiao Ai said, producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Ji Songhan's brow. "Is it because of my gaze?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Well then, from this moment forward, I shall be known as Dongya Baiswei." The speed at which Ji Songhan changed his guise left Xiao Ai momentarily stunned. Has he already transformed? For those of us capable of altering our appearances at will, the more disguises, the better. Baiswei. Such an unusual name. It is not Baiswei, but Baiswei. A hint would be appreciated. Did you not previously read the Analects in my room? You even mentioned that my name was derived from that phrase. Songhan. Baiswei. Suihan, Songbai. Xiao Ai recalled a line from the Analects, in the depths of winter. One knows the strength of the pine and cypress, for they do not wither. Suihan refers to the coldest time of the year. Jiao signifies withering or decay. When the coldest season arrives, most plants wither away, leaving only the pine and cypress standing tall, unwavering. This serves as a metaphor for those who cultivate their character, possessing resilience and the ability to endure hardships without forsaking their original intentions. Without a certain level of cultural knowledge, one might truly be unaware of the origins of your name. Yet, even with knowledge, it is not always easy to decipher. Ji Songhan seemed to have inscribed the answer upon Xiao Ai's visage, and it was she who deciphered it. However, where shall we go from here? My experimental data. In my life. Xiao Ai comprehended the gravity of the situation. Ji Songhan's identity would undoubtedly be pursued nationwide, with reckless driving, gunfights, and even the use of high-explosive grenades. Dear girl, what do you make of this? Laotan produced a bag from his pocket to show Xiao Ai. Upon gazing at the intact disc, Xiao Ai was overwhelmed with joy. In due time, I shall be a new student in the second year at Tiden High School. You do not intend to encroach upon Kudo Shinichi's territory, do you? Hearing Ji Songhan's words, Xiao Ai contemplated this possibility. It would be inappropriate to say encroach, but it certainly felt distasteful. This identity was more of an ordinary person, albeit one that could be discarded at any moment. Perhaps it is wiser to remain cautious. Xiao Ai pondered the potential ramifications if the identity of Dongye Baishui were to be compromised again, leading Ji Songhan to suffer yet another ordeal. She felt a twinge of sympathy. Chapter 20. We are neighbors now what? You want me to adopt her? In the Xiaojiao bar. Laotan stared incredulously at Ji Songhan. Ji Songhan hoped that Old Tan would adopt Xiao Ai under the guise of his identity. Old Tan, too, possessed several aliases, though he was not as adept at switching between them as Ji Songhan. It was not that he refused. Rather, Old Tan gazed at the sleeping Xiao Ai nestled in Ji Songhan's arms, feeling somewhat taken aback. At over 50 years of age, devoid of family, the only familiar young person in his life was Ji Songhan. Then, I shall revert to my old identity as Higashia Chitan. So call me Dad. Old Tan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. If I call you father, do you dare to respond? He coughed lightly, adding, I understand, it is merely a nominal adoption. Subsequently, Old Tan mentioned that he owned a CAF near 39 Mihanock, Mahanaka City, Tokyo, and requested Ji Songhan to be gentle in his dealings. Furthermore, the Mouri Detective Agency is right upstairs. I have known Mouri Kagoro for quite some time, but with the arrival of Miss Mayano, it seems this time, Kudo will have something to ponder. Having been in the business for over 30 years, Old Tan's network of information and connections was exceedingly intricate, encompassing both political and law enforcement circles. Mouri Kagoro had known Old Tan since his days as a police officer, although the detective remained unaware of Old Tan's true identity. Ji Songhan and Old Tan simultaneously erupted into chilling laughter. He. Suddenly, Conan jolted awake from his bed, startled by the absurd laughter of Ji Songhan echoing in his dreams. Alas, this marked the third nightmare of the night. The events of the day still weighed heavily on Conan's mind. Conan? Another nightmare? Mao Lilan, who was sleeping beside him, gently rubbed his head. Due to the day's occurrences, Lilan had chosen to stay with Conan that night. It was reminiscent of the time following Hirota Yami's death, though that night had not been as tumultuous as this one. It's all right, Conan. It's all in the past now. She attempted to soothe him with information she had received from the police. Officially, the incident was attributed to a terrorist organization's activity, suspected to be linked to the Mutant Society. Indeed, the Mutant Society had once again been used as a scapegoat. However, there was no mention of Ji Songhan throughout the entire ordeal. I'm fine, Sister Lilan. Conan replied with a smile. True, Ji Songhan bore him no ill will, yet his intentions towards Kudo Shinichi were decidedly malevolent. Get some rest. Sleep well. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to take a day off, Lilan said as she tucked him in, humming a lullaby while gently patting his back. This time, Conan managed to sleep relatively well. However, in his dreams, Jin appeared, engaged in a fierce battle with Ji Songhan, creating a chaotic scene that obliterated all sense of reality. Perhaps this constituted a beautiful dream, for in the realm of nightmares, two negatives could yield a positive. The following morning, Conan awoke feeling exhausted despite having slept for an extended period. Yet, the sight of a bright, sunny day outside his window lifted his spirits considerably. Exiting his room, he found Uncle Mouri engrossed in a newspaper at his desk while Lilan had already left for school. Ah, the little rascal is awake, Mouri Kagoro remarked, lowering his newspaper to regard Conan, who appeared much more refreshed than the previous day. Uncle Mouri. Although Mouri Kagoro harbored little fondness for Conan, His gaze was now filled with concern. Now that you're awake, go freshen up. I'll take you to meet an old friend shortly. He returned to his newspaper, which was filled with sensational news about a car chase, gunfire, and explosions, while the Emperor's cup case merely occupied a small corner with scant details. Soon, Conan emerged from the bathroom, looking presentable. Let us head downstairs, Mouri Kagoro instructed, folding the newspaper as he carried a large box of beer down the stairs. It seems Mouri uncle has a friend over. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to persuade him to share his alcohol with others, Conan mused. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed that the CAF was closed for the day. An older gentleman in his 50s sat outside the CAF, smoking a cigarette. Donya, it's been a while. Hasn't he it? Mouri Kagoro exclaimed, grinning broadly upon seeing Old Tan. Indeed. My son has returned from abroad and even adopted a girl as his daughter, Old Tan replied. Come, let me have a look. I've heard so much about your remarkably handsome son who has been living overseas. Mouri Kagoro turned to the CAF entrance, where a striking young man in a white suit, reminiscent of Keanu Reeves, stood. Greetings, Mr. Mouri. My father mentioned that you enjoy wine, and I have specifically brought back some exquisite Bordeaux from France. Ji Songhan, under the alias Donya Baishui, greeted Mouri Kagoro politely. Ah, no need for such formality. You're quite the handsome lad, far surpassing that Shinichi kid. Mouri Kagoro exclaimed, though he accepted the wine with an eagerness that belied his words. Meanwhile, Conan watched Donya Baishui with a disapproving expression, thinking, what good is good looks? This must be the little boy you adopted, right? Quite commendable. I too have taken in a poor little girl, Old Tan remarked, smiling at Conan as they entered the CAF. The moment a girl with chestnut hair and icy blue eyes, Hybera AI, appeared before Conan, his heart sank. I must be dreaming. This cannot be real, he thought, observing the cold smile on Hybera AI's face. Pinching his thigh to confirm his reality, he then scrutinized Donya Baishui closely. Height? Discrepancy. Build? Discrepancy. Voice? Discrepancy. Conan realized that some individuals possess extraordinary skills in disguise. Yet, the disparity in physique was far too significant. Donya Baishui appeared to have shrunk considerably compared to his memories of Ji Songhan. Moreover, while Ji Songhan bore distinctly Chinese features, Donya Baishui resembled a blend of Asian and Caucasian ancestry. In Conan's estimation, they could not possibly be the same person. Hybera AI. Yesterday I approached you with a sense of trepidation, and yet here I am, unexpectedly successful, Old Tan said, reaching for AI, who deftly evaded his grasp. Conan keenly noted a hint of disdain in her expression. Could it be? This is genuine? Hybera hasn't quite adjusted yet. My father and I initially intended to change her surname to Donya, but she adamantly refused, Donya Baishui explained, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Conan felt an intense glare of anger directed at him from AI, prompting a cold sweat to break out. Ito Kawakuin, I never anticipated that we would become neighbors. Hybera suddenly exclaimed, leaving Mouri Kagoro and the Donya family momentarily stunned. Ahahaha. Uncle Mouri, Hybera and I are classmates. Conan quickly clarified as he noted the strange expressions on the faces of the three adults. You two go play then. Come, Uncle Mouri, let us drink. With that, Ji Songhan and Old Tan exchanged knowing glances as they watched Conan and Hybera depart. AI's acting skills are quite impressive. Chapter 21. Never to be deceived again, Hybera. Where's Ji Songhan? In the preparation room behind the CAF, Conan, with a serious demeanor, inquired about Ji Songhan's whereabouts. What do you think? Now that his identity has been exposed, he will naturally leave, she replied. And what about those two today? You saw my demeanor towards them. It was merely a coincidence. Hybera said, lowering her head to conceal her expression. If there truly were an issue, Mouri detective would have noticed. Do not underestimate your uncle, she added, viewing Mouri Kagoro, often seen as the comic relief, as quite capable. And what of his weapon? Once it is repaired, he will retrieve it, she assured him. I inquired, oh, great detective. Are you aware that your momentary impulse has shattered the dreams of two individuals? I apologize, but I can offer my assistance. We could contact the authorities. Or perhaps, that would be too naive. What can you do for me? Establish a laboratory, or crash a car into a liquor store? Or could your police friends descend upon the organization with a battalion's might? Great detective, one must adopt a long-term perspective when taking action. I can clearly discern a promising future for him. However, as for you, I currently see nothing. Shiho calmly addressed Conan. Oh, this indicates he is still here, not departed. Conan deduced from Shiho's words that Kiyoshi Matsuharu remained present. You are beyond saving. Observing Conan earnestly analyze Kiyoshi's whereabouts from her words, Shiho rolled her eyes, delivered a light punch to Conan's head, and exited the preparation room. Ah, the complexities of a woman's heart. Is he not still in Baika? Why is he so irate? Conan mused, clutching his head as he emerged from the preparation room, only to find Toyohara Kaido squatting in front of Shiho, amusing her with a doll. Consequently, Shiho leaped up and swiftly kicked his calf before darting away. Kaido, you. At this moment, Conan scrutinized Toyohara Kaido. Although he had just been affectionate towards Shiho, Conan sensed something amiss about him. Ah, is that you, Adagawa-kun? Indeed, Toyohara-san. Are you an only child? Yes, I am, but currently residing at Uncle Mouri's house. What about you, Toyohara-san? Being an only child is wonderful. There is no one to compete with you. Why is it that every brother Shiho encounters is so peculiar? Conan feigned ignorance while his mind was alert to the truth. This Toyohara Kaido seemed apprehensive that Shiho, adopted by Toyohara Chi-an, might vie for inheritance in the future. No wonder Shiho held a certain disdain for him. Considering your age, you must be a high school student, right? Are you transferring to our school? Bingo. My father intends to transfer me to Teton High School. Conan felt the situation becoming precarious. If it were indeed Teton High School, coupled with the relationship between Kogoro Mouri and Toyohara Chi-an, it could only imply that this strikingly handsome returnee would be accompanying Ran Mouri to school every day? No, absolutely not. Adagawa-kun, what troubles you? Ji Song-han crouched down to observe Conan, whose complexion was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He thought to himself, I certainly won't disrupt the bond between you two, but a little teasing is within my capabilities. So, dear brother, do you have any expectations of girls? TSK. Asking such questions at a tender age. My criteria for a partner are gentle and easygoing, understanding and considerate, with impeccable manners. Bang, bang, bang. Conan began to butt his head against the wall. These criteria aligned perfectly with Ran. When Ji Song-han returned to their seats with Conan, Kogoro Mouri and Old Tan were discussing the fact that both of them attended tea in high school. Conan perked up, his ears alert. Uncle Mouri, this matter rests in your hands. For the first time, Conan placed his hopes on Kogoro Mouri. Old Tan, you know my daughter Ran has a childhood friend. That rascal Shinichi Kudo. At this moment, Kogoro Mouri's gaze towards Higashia Chi-an seemed to shift slightly. His years of experience as a detective led him to suspect that his drinking buddy was acting strangely. Yet, he couldn't quite pinpoint the evidence of this peculiarity. Ultimately, Old Tan and Kogoro Mouri ceased their discussion on the matter. He mentioned that Higashia Hakusui was temporarily residing in the living quarters behind the shop and requested that Detective Mouri take good care of him. Afterward, the adults engaged in conversations about various international affairs, stock markets, lotteries, and the latest scandals involving female celebrities. Later, Conan assisted the inebriated Kogoro Mouri back to the upstairs detective agency. During this time, Mouri rambled on about his grievances, mostly cursing Shinichi Kudo. He lamented how this little brat had snatched away his hard-raised daughter. In Uncle Mouri's eyes, Shinichi was an arrogant and reckless youth, incapable of caring for himself, let alone deserving of his precious daughter. What if one day this kid provoked someone he shouldn't? It could spell trouble for my beloved daughter. Hearing these words, Conan glanced up at Kogoro Mouri, whose intoxicated expression was filled with indignation. At that moment, Conan took a breath to calm himself, realizing he needed to consider the situation from a different perspective. The precious cabbage he had painstakingly raised was at risk of being uprooted by a little piglet who enjoyed prancing around like a hungry wolf to seek attention. If it were Conan, he too would feel anger. In that instant, Conan matured. Uncle Mouri's words today placed a heavy restraint on his impulsive nature when faced with special circumstances. However, while he may not act impulsively in the future, it would not diminish his commitment to justice. Meanwhile, at the table in the Polo CAF, Ji Song-han, Shiho, and Old Tan analyzed the recent events. Kogoro Mouri was no simple man. Their initial intention was to lightly retaliate against Kudo. Yet Mouri had surprisingly picked up on their subtlety. Old Tan believed that Ji Song-han and Shiho living beneath Kogoro Mouri's roof had its advantages and disadvantages. Kogoro Mouri's life experience far surpassed that of Ji Song-han. Moreover, as a former detective, he had a professional instinct for observing details in people. If Ji Song-han did not approach this matter seriously, it wouldn't take long for Mouri to notice something amiss. My true identity will remain concealed until I assist Shiho in establishing her laboratory. Afterward, it won't matter if Kudo finds out. Besides, during this period, I could use Ji Song-han's identity to create some mischief. Donning a bulletproof vest and height-increasing shoes, my physique would be nearly indistinguishable from before. Ji Songhan has meticulously restructured his future, with the establishment of crucial funding and a laboratory at the forefront of his plans, aiming to accomplish this within the shortest possible time frame. Once these two elements are secured, he is indifferent to revealing his identity to Conan. Having been outsmarted by Conan once, he is resolute in ensuring that he will not fall prey a second time. Chapter 22. Ling Xuet Songfing under the cover of night. Ji Songhan and Shiho lay together on a spacious bed within a modest room. This accommodation, when compared to their previous one, could be likened to the stark contrast between a five-star hotel and a humble roadside inn. Ji Songhan exhibited little psychological disparity, while Xiao Ai found herself quite unaccustomed. The living area of the Baluocaf was rather modest. Although the room could accommodate a bed and several pieces of furniture, it appeared quite cramped. To access the restroom, one had to leave the room and venture outside to the CAF's communal lavatory. Were it not for Ji Songhan's presence, she could hardly endure staying here for long. Xiao Ai, you should attend school normally tomorrow. Those three little friends have forgotten what transpired yesterday, provided they are not subjected to any intense stimuli. Xiao Ai, puzzled, inquired why she still needed to go to school. Because you are a child, and children must attend school, come rain or shine. With that, Ji Songhan produced a set of school uniforms, indicating that I, too, would be going to school during the day. Upon seeing the uniform from Tiden High School in Ji Songhan's hands, Xiao Ai was somewhat speechless. You really are going. However, during the day, one attends school, while at night, the night is my battlefield. As Ji Songhan rose to check the time, he began to disguise himself, embodying the guise of his former self. I apologize, Xiao Ai. I had intended to leave after you fell asleep, but I must act swiftly now. He planned his movements for the late hours of the night, convinced that Conan would not be wandering about at such an hour. Stay safe. I shall retire for now. Observing Ji Songhan slip out through the window, Xiao Ai cocooned herself in her blankets, clutching an AK, the one adorned with diamonds, now whimsically painted pink. How could a girl use this? It must be pink. At that moment, Ji Songhan sprinted down a narrow path, opting for subtlety over the conspicuous main road, as he currently lacked any means of transportation. By 1 o'clock in the early morning, he arrived near Tuchom 23 Ban, Mahonko. Gazing at the ruins encircled by police tape, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings before making his way to Dr. Agasa's residence. The houses in this area were not closely packed, which had spared Dr. Agasa's home from the recent explosion. Dr. Agasa was sound asleep, and Ji Songhan did not knock. Instead, he deftly unlocked the front door and entered. He proceeded directly to the laboratory, where he discovered his weaponry. Is it truly repaired? He mused, examining the chain blade that appeared unchanged. He lifted it, testing its weight, when a slip of paper fell to the ground. Written in Dr. Agasa's handwriting was a note. I heard from Shinichi that he tends to be impulsive, causing you considerable trouble. Though he may not realize it, I suspect this cannot be resolved with mere apologies. I will keep a close watch on him. And I have also worked overtime to restore your collection. Should you require my assistance in the future, I am at your service. Securing the two chain blades onto his back, Ji Songhan tucked the note away and vanished from Dr. Agasa's home. Kudo Shinichi, your friends will not betray you. Those around you steadfastly support and uphold you. You must mature, or else, should you delay my affairs again, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Subsequently, Ji Songhan found himself atop a nearby building, dual chain blades in hand, exuding confidence. Armed with his weapons, he could now fully harness the gifts bestowed upon him by the system that had fled. As an assassin of the Lingxua Pavilion, he recognized that the storied lineage, having endured over a millennium, had suffered significant losses due to the turmoil of late Ming and early Qing dynasties, as well as modern chaos. The system had granted him the perfect legacy from a millennium past, and Ji Songhan was determined to uphold it. Though many martial arts were ill-suited to modern physiques, Ji Songhan found himself capable of adapting to most. In the shroud of night, his silhouette moved like a specter as he scoured the ruins of his former abode. The Black Organization had seemingly overlooked the existence of the hidden chamber, buried beneath the rubble. He utilized his chain blade to slice through a floorboard, and to his astonishment, he discovered that Old Tan's vehicle had not been utterly destroyed. Amidst the wreckage, he unearthed a stack of photographs. Fortune smiles upon me. Had another found these, I would have compromised Old Tan. Collecting various salvageable items, Ji Songhan prepared to depart from the residence he had occupied for less than a week. His next destination was the special garage at the Mihan Police Headquarters, where his vehicle, with its front bumper damaged, awaited him. The police garage, in addition to housing officers' vehicles, also stored those used in criminal cases. Under the cover of darkness, the police headquarters appeared deserted apart from the guard at the entrance. Though the possibility of hidden sentinels lingered, these covert watchers were placed strategically, serving as a deterrent against surprise assaults akin to military encampments. In a swift maneuver, Ji Song-han employed his chain blade to latch onto the wall of the police headquarters, swinging over to the garage entrance with the agility of Spider-Man. A guard stood at the garage's entrance, yet the conditions did not permit for hidden sentinels, as it was an underground facility with a sloped entry. Positioning the guard at the bottom where one could only see the sky above, unless, of course, a sentinel were stationed in the heavens. At that moment, the guard stifled a yawn. The night shift was the most tedious and perilous, for while nighttime posed fewer threats than daylight, an assault on the post could lead to dire consequences for the watchman. After all, anyone daring enough to cause a disturbance at the police headquarters would undoubtedly be a desperate criminal. A sudden thud echoed. Indeed, a savior is needed, Ji Song-han remarked, glancing at the man he had just subdued. I stood behind him for ages, and he still failed to notice. Ji Song-han glanced around once more before opening the grand entrance to the underground garage. How unfortunate. Observing the GTR before him, stripped of its doors and wheels, a twinge of sorrow pierced his heart. Though it was merely a plaything to him, it was still a GTR. As he beheld this magnificent toy, Ji Song-han unsheathed his chain blade. The intent of Ji Song-han is to utterly annihilate this vehicle, as certain structural modifications bear the distinctive characteristics of the Dragon Nation. Should a thorough investigation ensue, the truth would inevitably be unveiled. This revelation could potentially incite a wave of public discourse. Thus, farewell. Two crimson whips lashed against the metallic body, accompanied by the violent sound of metal tearing. Intense friction erupted between the chain blade and the vehicle's frame. Hidden thunder whip, chaotic wolf. Ji Song-han subsequently unleashed a tempest of scarlet winds towards the conical region ahead. This martial art, developed by Xiao Pavilion, is founded upon the principles of the hidden dragon technique. It comprises 4 distinct forms: the blade technique water-severing blade, the whip technique hidden thunder whip, the chain technique cloud-piercing chain, and the exclusive technique mountain river order. The name Xiao Pavilion is derived from the phrase, soaring to the heights, embracing the world. Nurturing talent in silence, steadfast in heart, engaging in noble deeds, unperturbed by historical records, and uncounted in rise and fall. At the tender age of 17. My only option is to ride a motorcycle. Upon exiting the underground garage, Ji Song-han lit a cigarette and casually activated the fire alarm. After all, he had ultimately set ablaze. Chapter 23. Not illegal, but troubling how stifling. The next morning, when Xiao Ai awoke, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Upon her eyes adjusting, she beheld Ji Song-han having cocooned her in a blanket like a little piglet. One of his legs draped over her, the source of her breathlessness. Get off me. Facing the slumbering visage of Ji Song-han, Xiao Ai tilted her head and delivered a gentle head but to rouse him. Master, I was wrong. Ji Song-han opened his mouth to utter a phrase in his sleep, leaving Xiao Ai momentarily stunned. Indeed, even assassins require restorative slumber. Irregular rest can lead to an untimely demise. Observing Ji Song-han with one hand covering his mouth and the other pressed against his forehead, gazing at her with innocent eyes, Xiao Ai could not help but feel concerned about his physical condition. An early demise is of little consequence as long as the mission is accomplished. After all, what is a mission if one cannot survive to fulfill it? Xiao Ai found Ji Song-han's mindset rather perplexing. Naturally, you see, my missions are of utmost importance. Since becoming an assassin at the tender age of 12, I have undertaken only 3 tasks assigned by the state. Yet, each one has rendered immense assistance to the nation. Upon hearing Ji Song-han's words, Xiao Ai fell into a contemplative silence. You became an assassin at 12? It was then that she seemed to sense something amiss. Indeed. I am a genius. Ji Song-han, with his hands confidently placed on his hips, declared with great pride, his smile reminiscent of the hearty laughter of Mouri Ran. At that time, I had a system. Naturally, I became an assassin at the tender age of 12. I am also the youngest assassin of Xiao Pavilion since the fall of the Ming dynasty. By the way, aren't you going to be late for school? Xiao Ai remarked, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. No, it is we who will be late. Then why not hasten to free me from this blanket? Xiao Ai said with a deadpan expression, struggling slightly, only to realize that Ji Song-han was indeed wrapped up quite snugly. 20 minutes later, wearing the purple uniform of Titan High School, Ji Song-han hurriedly rushed into the campus with a slice of bread clenched between his teeth. High school life. There are 5 degrees of spiciness in this world: mild, medium, spicy, numbing, and extraordinarily spicy, and then there's my own preference for spice. With a backpack brimming with textbooks resting on his shoulder, Ji Song-han gazed joyfully at the high school campus. Upon arriving in this world, he had believed he would never again step foot in this place filled with the echoes of lost youth. That person seems rather peculiar. Indeed, they appear unfamiliar. They must be a transfer student. Thus, should I inquire about their contact information? Though such behavior may be deemed odd, how could I resist? They are quite handsome. The female students of Titan High were captivated by Ji Song-han's current demeanor. Some daring souls approached him. Hello there. My name is Higashia Baisui. I am fond of girls who have wealth, a home, and preferably, orphans. Ji Song-han introduced himself with utmost seriousness. What a lunatic! The bold girl exclaimed as she walked away, hurling an insult at Ji Song-han. Ji Song-han has characterized Dongye Baisui as a social butterfly. How does one become such a socialite? First and foremost, it requires embracing oneself fully, even if it means squandering one's good looks. After a fulfilling day of campus life, the social butterfly Dongye Baisui made his way home with Mao Lilan. As they walked, Lilan's awkwardness seemed to carve an asymmetrical popcorn municipal building into the pavement. Thus, Lilan, dear sister, why did you bring him home? At that moment, Conan, who was at home perusing the newspaper, glanced at Dongye Baisui engaged in a discussion about female celebrities with Mouri Kaguro. However, seeing Dongye Baisui in this light, Conan felt a sense of relief. It was clear that Mao Lilan would never fancy a boy like him. After all, they were neighbors. One must maintain decorum. Lilan gently patted Conan's head, and he seemed to have regained his spirits, no longer as despondent as before. Uncle Mouri, I want to buy a motorcycle. Do you have any recommendations? Conan inquired. I had a Harley back when I lived in the land of freedom. Harley? At that moment, Hybra AI entered, having caught wind of a key term. A Harley. She had once owned a Harley motorcycle and had a fondness for such bikes. What? Conan was perplexed by the excitement in Hybra's eyes. This engineering girl actually liked Harley motorcycles? Hybra, do you like Harleys too? How about this? I'll get you a pink Harley, but please don't contest my inheritance. Thud. Conan's head collided with the tea table in front of him, struck dumb by Dongye Baisui's comment. Mouri Kaguro, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before swinging his fist at Ji Song-han's head. You brat. Apologize properly to your sister. All right yet. Hybra's response left Mouri Kaguro speechless. Forget it. You two sorted out. I want to say much more. He retreated to his desk to continue reading the newspaper. Then I'll take my leave, Uncle Mouri. Mouri Kaguro nodded slightly, without lifting his gaze. After Ji Song-han and Hybra descended the stairs, Mouri Kaguro turned to Lilan and asked if Dongye Baisui had troubled her during the day. Given his personality, he was capable of anything. No, not really. I actually feel that although Dongye sometimes speaks in an outrageous manner, he can genuinely follow through on his words. What did he do? Conan and Mouri Kaguro leaned in closer, their concern evident. Lilan's reaction seemed off. They thought in unison. He claimed that if he encountered bullying, the bullies would kneel and beg for mercy. Wait a minute, wasn't he the one being bullied? Conan was utterly baffled by this logic. Indeed, at first, Yinzhong and I found it curious, but during lunch, Dongye confronted the delinquents at school. Lilan began recounting what she had witnessed. In her eyes, Dongye Baisui boldly approached the delinquents, stating he wanted to reason with them. The delinquents, unaccustomed to such defiance, rolled up their sleeves, preparing to teach this newcomer a lesson about being a delinquent. To their astonishment, Dongye Baisui produced a brick from somewhere and slammed it against his own head. He then collapsed to the ground, claiming he was dying, demanding compensation, and while shouting, he pulled out his phone to call the police. The delinquents were instantly terrified. In their eyes, Dongye Baisui was genuinely bleeding, and while it flowed profusely, they were puzzled by the peculiar smell of ketchup. But at that moment, they had no time to ponder such details. After all, that brick had indeed made contact. Consequently, they all knelt on the ground, pleading with Dongye Baisui not to die. Though they were delinquents, they had never witnessed death. One can only conclude that those who return from abroad possess quite peculiar thought processes. Mouri Kaguro, having lived for so many years and seen all sorts of criminal cases and individuals, had never encountered someone like Dongye Baisui. There was another matter. It seemed he had driven a delinquent to the brink of collapse. Lilan, somewhat puzzled, began to recount yet another incident she had heard from a male classmate. While a delinquent was in the restroom, Dongye Baisui stood right next to him. The delinquent felt it was too close for comfort and moved over a spot. Yet, Dongye followed suit, inching closer. During one break, The two occupied every position in the restroom. Ultimately, the delinquent broke down, crying and begging Doña Baisue to let him be. Thus, I find it quite strange, boys. Eh? Your expressions. Leland was baffled by the reactions of Conan and Mouri Kagoro, who both appeared utterly dazed. It dawned on her that this was a uniquely male phenomenon. In conclusion, Mouri Kagoro remarked, not illegal, but certainly questionable. At that moment, Conan resolved to keep his distance from Doña Baisue in the future. Chapter 24, Yamaguchi Hayabusa. Downstairs, in the Polo CAF. Ji-Song-an and Hybra Ai sat in a booth sipping coffee. As the junior proprietor of the establishment, the manager naturally afforded him numerous conveniences, such as complimentary beverages. Don't be a freeloader. Hybra propped her head up, observing Ji-Song-an typing on his laptop. A pink Harley, I understand. But I want a black one. Hybra's stance was unwavering. While guns, clothing, and bags could be pink, she would not tolerate a pink Harley motorcycle. I thought you were afraid of the color black. Ji-Song-han, who was gathering information on Yamaguchi Hayabusa from the dark web, glanced up at Hybra. As expected, upon mentioning black, her expression shifted slightly. There are many shades of black. It can represent evil or protection. The same goes for white. It can be sickly pale or radiant. Congratulations. Your understanding of the real world is deepening. However, Ji-Song-an extended his hand to wipe away a smudge of coffee from the corner of Xiao Ai's mouth. The more you understand, the more you may feel powerless. It suffices to focus on oneself. Otherwise, the heart becomes weary. This is akin to receiving a monthly salary of merely 2,000 while constantly worrying about whether the world will come to an end. Upon hearing this metaphor, Xiao Ai couldn't help but chuckle. However, even if I were to purchase a Harley for you, would you be able to ride it? Ji-Song-an rose to his feet, slipping his hands beneath Xiao Ai's armpits and effortlessly lifting her into the air. She was so small that her feet scarcely reached the ground. Put me down. I'm not accustomed to this, Xiao Ai protested, rolling her eyes at Ji-Song-han. Despite being fully aware that she had transformed from an 18-year-old girl into a child, she still attempted to embrace her new form. How tedious. Ji-Song-han sighed in resignation, then gently placed Xiao Ai back into her seat. Have you finished your homework? Are your textbooks ready for tomorrow? Have you reviewed your lessons? Noticing Xiao Ai's inclination to respond, Ji-Song-han bombarded her with a barrage of inquiries before sending her back to her room. A child should embody the essence of childhood, just as a killer must embody the essence of a killer. He gazed at the computer screen, where the personal information of his target, acquired through killer points on the dark web, materialized before him. Ji-Song-han entered the mission state. The information provided by the dark web may not be as meticulous as what Old Tan had gathered, yet it was still quite detailed. Through the intelligence from the dark web, he had a rough understanding of the events that transpired 30 years ago. At that time, Yamaguchi Hayabusa had his eyes set on the land of the Yuanfeng orphanage, intending to develop it. However, his proposal was met with refusal. Subsequently, this aged orphanage collapsed in a catastrophic fire, claiming the life of its director, Yuanfeng Zinzizi, while the children were miraculously unharmed. It was likely that Yamaguchi Hayabusa was the one who initiated the blaze. However, Ji-Song-an had not exchanged his assassin points for evidence, far too costly and entirely unnecessary. As an assassin, he did not require irrefutable evidence to carry out his contracts. Moreover, Ji-Song-an harbored grave suspicions that the evidence regarding Yamaguchi Hayabusa's arson was a bait, with Old Tan as the intended catch. Yet, Old Tan, being an operative himself, would not take the bait. This charade had persisted for 30 years, with the hook baited all the while. Such patience was impressive, had it not been for his own intentions towards the Nikan society. It was likely that Old Tan would have carried this matter to his grave. At this moment, within the headquarters of Mihua Real Estate, an elderly gentleman past his 50s stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, swirling a goblet of red wine while gazing out over the city. Yamaguchi Hayabusa, the founder of Mihua Real Estate, owned a quarter of the land in Mihua City. Simultaneously, he held a senior position in the Nikan Society. As a criminal organization, the Nikan Society was gradually attempting to cleanse its image, but a certain distillery continuously tarnished their reputation, complicating their path to transformation. Among them, Yamaguchi Hayabusa was rather fortunate, having connections with both the stationed American forces and the Central Intelligence Agency. Otherwise, having achieved such magnitude, the distillery would undoubtedly seek to exploit them. President, there is someone on the dark web exchanging your information, but no evidence has been obtained, a man clad in a black suit announced from behind Yamaguchi Hayabusa. After 30 years, he is finally going to act against me? Yamaguchi Hayabusa's brows furrowed, as if lost in recollection. President, regarding the celebration event in 3 days. Go. If he intends to kill me, it matters not where I hide. Yamaguchi Hayabusa rose and gazed at Mihua City beneath the night sky, a glimmer of regret crossing his eyes. For 3 decades, he had pursued information on Old Tan, yet it had all vanished into oblivion. Even going so far as to spend lavishly to enlist the CIA and the stationed American military for investigations, but to no avail. Old Tan seemed to have evaporated from existence. Yet, he knew that the man had always been present. The more he pondered this, the more dread he felt. The inability to trace his identity suggested immense power. Yet, with such power, why? Why did he not rescue that woman? It puzzled him. In 3 days. Invite the most renowned detective from the country. Also, contact the stationed American forces. After all, I have provided them with numerous benefits over the years. Regardless, if I must truly die, I will ensure he is brought to light. Yamaguchi Hayabusa declared resolutely, seemingly resigned to a fatal outcome. This 30-year nightmare was finally nearing its end. He pondered how he would meet his conclusion. President, I do not believe they possess the capability to kill you under our protection. The African-American felt underestimated. E0, a private military company from South Africa, is currently the largest mercenary firm in the world. Established in 1989, it once boasted over 700 members, primarily comprised of retired South African military officers and special operations soldiers, all of whom had truly engaged in modern warfare. They had become one of Yamaguchi Hayabusa's pillars of support since his transition from the underworld to legitimacy. After all, the Americans required greater sums for their operations, while E0 was more affordable and efficient. What method do you believe they will employ to assassinate me? Sniping. That is the only option. The African-American mercenary in a dark suit revealed a gleaming smile. Whether it be pre-placed explosives, close-range gunfire, or a direct charge, they could easily handle any common assassination tactics. However, sniping was a different matter. Yet, the conditions for sniping were equally stringent. Deploying surveillance around the venue for the upcoming event would make it challenging for the assassin to find a suitable sniping position. Thus, the risk of being targeted could be minimized. The mercenaries could form a human shield to absorb the bullets. However, President, I still advise against your leaving this building in the near future. The African-American mercenary moved forward to draw the curtains. What is inevitable will come in due time. Rather than living in constant fear, it is better to face it with composure. For some reason, Yamaguchi Hayabusa felt a sense of relief. He had transformed from a minor figure in the underworld to the founder of a commercial empire. His wealth had multiplied, and his status had risen. Yet he no longer felt as carefree as before. After dismissing the mercenary, he retrieved an old photograph from his drawer. Indeed, money was not a good thing. Chapter 25, The Complexity of Elementary School Questions. Last night, a fire broke out in the underground parking garage of the Mihua Police Department, initially suspected to be arson. The critical physical evidence from the recent shooting incident on Mihua Street was destroyed. The news report only now aired regarding Ji Songhan's actions, leaving one to wonder what transpired in between. Conan, observing the news, furrowed his brow slightly. This must surely be Ji Songhan's doing. The motive? To obliterate evidence? Conan felt a shiver at the thought of Ji Songhan. With his deductive skills, Conan had the opportunity to analyze Ji Songhan's methods. Yet the challenge lay in the fact that upon deducing the truth, Ji Songhan might merely smirk and mock. Yes, you're absolutely right. But what can you do about it? Nonetheless, Conan held his own boundaries, should they be crossed, even in the face of Ji Songhan. He would not hesitate to confront him. TSK, the police department is becoming increasingly incompetent. Uncle Mouri glanced at the news before returning to his newspaper. Cigarette in mouth. Ding dong. Who is it? Ran inquired upon hearing the doorbell while tidying up the room. Who could be visiting at this hour? Upon opening the door, Conan's heart nearly stopped. The visitor was clad entirely in a black suit, with skin equally dark, wearing black sunglasses. Standing at an imposing height of 1.95 meters, his posture was erect, and his physique was remarkably robust, exuding an air of lethal intensity. Instantly, Conan's mind raced. Have I been discovered? Will this person pull out a gun and eliminate all 3 of us? May I inquire what brings you here? Ran instinctively positioned herself in front of Conan, asking, Good day. I am a security consultant from Mihua Real Estate, sent by the president to visit Detective Mouri. Having spoken, he settled onto the sofa in the living room. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Baburu, a security consultant for Mihua Real Estate. In 3 days. Our president will visit the Silver Dragon Shopping Center on Mihua Street to attend the 20th anniversary celebration and deliver a speech. Subsequently, Baburu produced a blank check from within his clothing. However, due to certain circumstances, our president wishes for Detective Mouri's agency to also partake in the event. The amount on the check is left to your discretion. Thud. Uncle Mouri sensed something amiss, yet upon seeing the check with a blank amount, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him. Baburu, besides Uncle Mouri, have you invited anyone else? Baburu smiled broadly at the child's inquiry. He had a fondness for children, their innocence and liveliness embodying a hopeful perspective of the world. Yet, having grown up amidst the chaos of war in Africa, he yearned for all children around the globe to enjoy an environment of peace. Yes, the president of the Suzuki conglomerate, several police friends of our president, and detectives from other regions. I know you must be curious about the purpose of all this, he continued. According to our president, there are individuals intent on taking his life. Upon hearing this, both Kagoro Mouri and Conan's expressions grew solemn. Is there a warning letter? Kagoro inquired based on past experiences, assuming it might be akin to a threatening letter. No, Baburu shook his head. Then why not report it to the police? Why would he attend the event knowing there are threats against him? Why summon so many detectives? I am unable to disclose that information. I have delivered what I needed to say. Farewell. Baburu understood that further elaboration might prevent him from returning to the office that night, for detectives possess an insatiable curiosity. After his departure, Conan and Uncle Mouri fell into deep contemplation. I see. Miwa real estate, Uncle Mouri mused, opening the window and lighting a cigarette as he gazed outside. Father? Ran noticed her father's unusual demeanor. The reason for not reporting to the police likely stems from their own entanglements, as Mihua Real Estate's origins are rooted in illicit dealings. During his tenure as a police officer, Kagoro frequently encountered cases involving Mihua Real Estate's criminal activities, but due to their connections, only a few scapegoats were apprehended. Thus, connecting the dots, Uncle Mouri began to grasp the underlying reasons. But why hasn't anyone reported it? Conan questioned, baffled as to why Mihua Real Estate continued to evade justice despite their evident wrongdoings. Kid, you asked too many questions, Uncle Mouri exclaimed, lifting Conan as one would a small kitten, and promptly tossed him back into his room. Leaning against the door, Conan pondered the strange request from Mihua Real Estate as president. Not reporting to the police, yet seeking detectives? Was he employing them as bait to uncover the true culprit? Conan found it perplexing that even with his life at stake, one would still wish to identify their assailant. What kind of reasoning is that? It seemed absurd. Yet it was perhaps the most plausible hypothesis. Moreover, no information had been provided. While detectives possess strong deductive skills, one cannot expect them to draw conclusions from thin air. At the very least, a hint or clue would be helpful. Sigh. Conan had never encountered such stinginess before. Meanwhile, Baburu departed from the Mouri Detective Agency, his footsteps growing slower as he approached his car. Abruptly, he turned to glance at the Barrow CAF on the first floor. The window seat was unoccupied. How strange. It had been a long time since he felt this way. He scratched his head and circled his car twice before finally getting in. Earlier, he experienced a familiar sensation, reminiscent of the battlefield, where the enemy lurks in the shadows and you remain exposed, a palpable sense of danger. At that moment, Ji Song-an lay reclining on the sofa by the window in the CAF. The private military company from South Africa, and that black fellow. They had crossed paths before. Hey, though you're the CAF's little owner, won't this disturb other customers? Just then, AI approached Ji Song-an, who seemed to treat the CAF as his own home. Wow, you finished your homework so quickly? How difficult can elementary school questions be? AI rolled her eyes and presented her workbook to Ji Song-han. Here, Peppa Pig asks, I am in line. There are 4 people in front of me and 6 behind me. How many people are there in total? 11, right? Ji Song-han replied without hesitation. Wrong. It's 10, because Peppa Pig isn't a person. My dear assassin, how about you handle my homework from now on? It'll be a good exercise for your somewhat rigid mind. At this moment, Ji Song-han's expression transformed into that of a lifeless fisheye. Are you certain this is not a riddle? Once more, Ji Song-han was reluctant. Please use a compass and an unmarked ruler to draw a regular 17-sided polygon. Ah, I can do that. But is this really a question suitable for a first grader? Indeed, it's an extracurricular challenge. You actually managed to draw it. Watching Ji Song-han skillfully create the regular 17-sided polygon with his compass and ruler, Xiao Ai was taken aback for a moment. Such proficiency. You must have practiced this quite a bit before, right? Speak up, what's the matter? Jisonghan perceived the subtle hints from Xiao Ai. I have no desire to engage in such meaningless assignments, he remarked. Then what would you consider meaningful? She inquired. Conducting research, he replied. But the laboratory has yet to secure funding. We could still pursue theoretical studies, she suggested, gazing at him with a look of melancholy. If it weren't for your insistence on my attending school, I could immerse myself in the realm of scientific inquiry every day. All right, Xiao Ai. Let me assure you that schooling is beneficial for you. Just look at me. I genuinely enjoy my studies. Thus, I encourage you to relish the experiences beyond mere academics. Very well, Xiao Ai responded, a cunning smile gracing her lips. You simply wish to avoid your assignments. Enough, he said. Let us take a break. Jisonghan snapped his laptop shut and neatly organized the document, securing it with a clip before returning to the cramped living quarters with Xiao Ai. As for the regular heptadecagon, Jisonghan did not intend to share it with Xiao Ai. Expecting to receive it for free? Absolutely not. Chapter 26 Xiao Ai, the police officer is this person. Classmate Huiyuan, have you seen Brother Ji recently? The following day, Conan, who attended school with Xiao Ai, harbored a premonition that Jisonghan might be planning to eliminate the president of the Mihua real estate. However, this was merely an instinct without tangible evidence. As it appeared, Jisonghan had no motive to kill Yamamoto Hayabusa. In Conan's conjecture, Jisonghan was likely an agent of sorts, backed by national-level forces. Oh. How he yearned to uncover evidence to expose his actions directly. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, Conan was aware that Jisonghan had retrieved weapons from Dr. Agasa's residence. Xiao Ai gazed ahead, her expression one of disillusionment. Regarding the organization. Great detective, consider what you possess. Do not always think of facing this alone. After all, in terms of experimental subjects like you, I am the only one in the world besides you. Xiao Ai mused internally. I understand now. Can we collaborate? I wish to work with you, but I must consult him first. After all, I am currently under his jurisdiction. Upon hearing Xiao Ai's words, Conan wore a vacant expression. Finding Jisonghan. Conan felt that unless Jisonghan sought him out, given the current evidence and information, it would be more prudent to contemplate the matter scheduled for 2 days hence. Upon reaching school, Conan extracted his homework from his backpack and placed it on the desk. He never completed his assignments at home, always opting to write them at school the following day. After all, the tasks were not particularly challenging. Moreover, elementary school assignments were indeed minimal. In the Dragon Kingdom, one would feel remiss if they did not toil into the early hours of the mornings, honoring the sacrifices of their parents across generations. Suddenly, a loud noise from the adjacent desk startled Conan. He turned to see Xiao Ai's hand firmly resting on his homework. Her expression remarkably calm. Classmate Huiyuan? I forgot to bring my assignment. Xiao Ai observed the regular heptadecagon that Jisonghan had drawn with a compass and straight edge. She was acutely aware that Jisonghan had not handed this paper to her the previous night. Indeed, the regular heptadecagon, this extracurricular endeavor had truly been executed. Kudo Shinichi was merely a high school student, and constructing a regular heptadecagon was a topic reserved for advanced mathematics at the university level. Even for the renowned detective who had mastered various techniques in Hawaii, this task would pose a challenge. No, this is not. Xiao Ai calmly placed the stack of homework into a document pouch and returned it to her backpack. Noticing Conan's skeptical gaze, she resolved to take a day off. Meanwhile, at the Little Dimple Bar, Old Tan received a task proposal personally delivered by Jisonghan. Upon opening it, typical mathematics exercises for first graders. Observing the elegant handwriting, Old Tan rested his forehead in contemplation, concluding that it must be some novel form of confidentiality. The specifics of the task were certainly concealed within the questions. A line of students is doing exercises. Counting from the front, Xiao Hong is fourth. Counting from the back, she is fifth. How many students are there in total? Old Tan was at a loss. Did you perhaps take that young girl's homework? He turned Jisonghan's task letter around for him to see. At this moment, Jisonghan's expression was somewhat twitching. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Ai. I took a leave of absence to go home today, but a peculiar detective is tailing me. Although Xiao Ai did not glance back while walking home, she was acutely aware that Conan was undoubtedly following her, especially considering her unusually conspicuous behavior. If only I had taken a glance at it this morning, she lamented. Both she and Jisonghan had placed their documents into opaque folders, and remarkably, they were identical. In their haste that morning, they had inadvertently swapped their belongings. After arriving home, Xiao Ai set the documents on her desk and settled into her chair, swinging her short legs playfully. Before long, there came a knock at the window. Ji Song-han leaned against the window, one hand still clutching Xiao Ai's homework. Apologies for not checking in the morning. Upon opening the window, both spoke in unison. Are we still going to school later? After examining the task list he had prepared, Ji Song-han inquired of Xiao Ai. Not anymore, especially since that great detective is outside. Xiao Ai gestured towards the surveillance camera in the room, revealing Conan's figure appearing in the CAF on the monitor. Oh, then I must hurry. Otherwise, he will soon catch on. He has already made his move. Xiao Ai glanced back at the monitor, realizing Conan had slipped away. Turning around, she found Ji Song-han had also vanished. Consequently, she shut the window, locked the door, and turned on her computer to begin her experimental project as proposal and research. Indeed, she was a scientist, and a scientist ought to engage in scientific pursuits. Studying drugs and immersing herself in the realm of science was far more intriguing than attending school. At that moment, Conan arrived at the alley behind the CAF on his skateboard, having stayed at Mouri Kagoro's house for some time. He was aware that there were windows in the back alley. Is no one here? Has the handover occurred so swiftly? No. Hyber entered just 5 minutes ago. And I've only been in the CAF for a minute. To escape the alley behind the CAF, one could only take the path Conan had just traversed. Unless Conan raised his head to examine the air conditioning unit. Unless this person can scale the wall and reach the rooftop in a short time. Or perhaps, no one has come at all. To validate his hypothesis, Conan climbed onto the air conditioning unit to check for footprints. Aha, there is indeed something amiss. Observing the shoe prints on the air conditioning unit, Conan wore an expression that hinted at the singularity of truth. Typically, households seldom clean the dust off their air conditioning units. If someone were to step on it, the footprints would be vividly apparent. Details matter. This footprint became a pivotal point in Conan's serious suspicion regarding Higashihaku's true identity. Perverted detective, what are you doing behind my house? At that moment, Xiao Ai's voice drifted hauntingly from behind Conan. She opened the window, resting her head on her hand, expressionless as she gazed at him. Is Higashihaku actually Ji Song-han? The disparity in their physiques is quite significant. Have you lost your mind? However, if we could transform into children, wouldn't it be plausible for Ji Song-han to possess some martial arts skills from Longwa? After all, Conan believed that this could logically be explained. So, what will you do? Inform your righteous police friends? You told me, in the event of cooperation, to find him, and thus I have. You might be disappointed, however. Saying this, Xiao Ai produced a service card. Jean Tion Home Appliance Maintenance Service Card. Inside, there was a record of last night's repairs. It is quite reasonable that the repairman left footprints on the air conditioning unit, hence this cannot serve as evidence. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Ai watched as Conan tumbled into the room. Accidentally fell in. He chuckled, scratching his head. Conan was confident that he would uncover the truth within this room. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ai, appearing pitiful, pointed a finger at Conan in front of Officer Magyar. Police uncle, it's this person. Chapter 27. What does Zhou Yu call Xiaohodan? Old Tan. Here's your task list. I am off to school. Ji Song-han hurriedly placed the mission document down and rushed towards Tiden High School. Attending school. I too yearn for that experience. Observing the exuberance of youthful girls is truly a delightful affair. As Old Tan gazed at Ji Song-han's receding figure, he was reminded of his own lost youth. No, he never possessed such a thing. Neither did they embody the youth commonly recognized by society. Returning to the bar, Old Tan began to enrich the contents of Ji Song-han's mission document, adding information that Ji Song-han had failed to gather. Simultaneously, he undertook a thorough review of Ji Song-han's self-assigned tasks, ensuring that no information remained outdated or unrefreshed. He also scrutinized the text for grammatical errors, as well as checking the font, formatting, and spacing between paragraphs. Ji Song-han's chosen method is sniping, which aligns with the thoughts of Babulu, the hired gun of the hawk in the mountains. The only option left is to carry out a sniper action. The Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza is situated on Rice Flower Avenue, which stretches 6 kilometers from north to south, serving as the main thoroughfare of Rice Flower City. This commercial plaza is perfectly located in the center. Moreover, this area is the most expensive real estate in Rice Flower City. Priced at over 80 million yen per square meter, equivalent to nearly 4 million in Longwa currency. However, 30 years ago, the prices here were relatively affordable. Ji Song-han's sniper strategy involved executing the kill at the moment when the falcon disembarked from the mountain. Indeed, the audacity of youth is evident in the choice of this bold sniping location. At this moment, Old Tan, after reviewing Ji Song-han's mission brief, felt as though he had been struck by an electric shock, his scalp tingling with apprehension. However, the distance for the shot was rather extensive, 2,815 meters. In this bustling metropolis, there are scarcely any residences that meet such a distant criterion. Aside from the absence of an indentation at the beginning of the paragraph, there was little else amiss. After incorporating some additional data he had gathered, Old Tan nodded in satisfaction. It is not that Old Tan is rigidly adhering to conventions, rather. Every mission plan drafted by the Lingxua Pavilion assassins must be submitted back to the homeland upon completion. Moreover, the homeland encourages reporting any freelance jobs undertaken, offering varying rewards based on the specifics of the task. Certain cases can be slightly modified and compiled into teaching materials for other special departments within the country to study. This also serves as a conduit for information dissemination. Consequently, the documentation of mission plans is subject to certain requirements. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan, suppressing the ringing of the class bell, entered the classroom. Ah, what a day filled with the spirit of assistance, having helped an elderly lady cross the street, in front of his teachers and classmates. The social butterfly Dong Yi Bai Sui, Ji Songhan, once again transformed the perceptions of those around him, shifting from a mere semblance of understanding to complete bewilderment. How could you utter such words with an unwavering countenance? Dong Yi, please return to your seat. Today we shall discuss the history of the Three Kingdoms period in Longhua. History class? The Three Kingdoms? Ji Songhan is well aware of the profound admiration that the manuscript holds for the Three Kingdoms period of Longhua. Thus, he is eager to hear what it has to convey. Teacher, are you well versed in the Three Kingdoms? Ji Songhan raised his hand. Indeed. I am not merely a history teacher. I am also an ardent admirer of the Three Kingdoms. I can recite both the records of the Three Kingdoms and the romance of the Three Kingdoms with remarkable fluency. The bespectacled and refined history teacher confidently stated, Now, I shall pose a few related questions. Please begin. The teacher adjusted his glasses, indicating that it was time for these students to understand why he is referred to as teacher. Who is Zhou Yu's wife? Xiao Xian. Well, Xiao Xian is indeed petite, Ji Songhan responded, slightly puzzled before coming to a realization. An ordinary person would typically remember the names of the two Qiaos simply as the Qiao and Xiao Qiao, as they are more commonly referred to by these titles. To directly mention Xiao Xian would not elicit an immediate response from most. Then, teacher, who is Xiao Qiao's elder sister? Qiaoying. All right. Ji Songhan is about to make his move. We all know that Xiao Ying's husband is Sun Tzu, and Sun Tzu's sister is Sun Shanxiang, whose husband is Liu Bei. Liu Bei has a son named Liu Shan, and Liu Shan's wife is Zhang, whose father is Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's wife is from the Xiaohou clan, and her father is Xiaohou Yuan, who has a brother named Xiaohou Dan. So, may I ask, teacher, what should Zhou Yu call Xiaohou Dan? The history teacher instinctively opened his mouth but soon found himself at a loss. The students in the classroom were equally perplexed. What kind of question is this? Yet, it does possess a certain academic significance. After all, the kinship ties in the Dragon Kingdom are exceedingly intricate. Sometimes, the history of warfare in the Dragon Kingdom is merely a series of relatives battling one another, a complexity that surpasses even that of Europe. Dongya, what do you think you should be called? The history teacher felt somewhat embarrassed. Han traitors, come to your doom. Considering the historical context, if you had lived until Liu Shan married Zhang Fei's daughter, that would be the only way to address him. Quite well. This context allows us to directly delve into the Battle of Chibi. The history teacher, seizing upon Ji Songhan's question, found a way to extricate himself from the situation. He resolved never to allow this Dongya to speak again. What kind of question is this? Soon, the class was over. Upon seeing Ji Songhan rise abruptly, the history teacher dashed out with remarkable speed. Xiaolan, it must be tough living in the apartment above his. Suzuki Sonoko remarked quietly to her close friend Xiaolan as she observed Ji Songhan stretching. It's exhausting to walk home with him. Xiaolan recalled yesterday's journey home. Indeed, as long as Ji Songhan is unembarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. Sonoko, with her carefree personality, almost mentioned Xiaolan's new acquaintance, but after giving it some thought, she realized that there was no possibility between Dongye and Xiaolan. However, this Dongye did leave Sonoko feeling intrigued as she pondered how such a handsome face could be wasted. Perhaps Ji Songhan was unaware that his carefree demeanor had successfully restrained a beauty from approaching him. By the way, Xiaolan, are you coming to the 20th anniversary celebration of Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza? I've heard many detectives will be attending. I wonder if your new acquaintance will be there. Sonoko raised her eyebrows at Xiaolan. What do you mean by my new acquaintance? We haven't confirmed anything. As soon as the name Kudo Shinichi was mentioned, Xiaolan's face began to redden. However, Sinoko's comment caught Ji Sunghan's attention. Many detectives? He was aware of the invitation extended by Yamanaka Hayabusa. At that time, he found it puzzling but didn't dwell on it. Now, with Sinoko mentioning it, Ji Sunghan began to ponder. After all, a person who had previously been embroiled in darkness and emerged into the light. Gathering so many detectives, could it be that he wished to unearth his past? Ji Sunghan now understood. However, could one expect those detectives to uncover the true identity of Old Tan from events that transpired 30 years ago? As for Old Tan hiring someone to eliminate Yamanaka Hayabusa, if the detectives could deduce that, it would merely imply that there was a traitor within Old Tan's logistics team. What kind of traitor would sell information to detectives? Chapter 28. The Carrot Conference. Conan never imagined he would one day find himself apprehended in a police station. Observing Officer Megur's kindly expression, Conan remained silent, his gaze fixed downwards. Conan, chasing after a girl isn't done like this, Officer Megur gently advised upon noticing Conan's lowered head. I merely suspect she knows the whereabouts of Brother Ji. Upon hearing the name Ji Sunghan, Officer Megur's expression grew somewhat serious. Conan, you should not dwell on that matter any longer. Officer Megur mirrored Conan's position, lowering his head in resignation. It could only be described as powerless. They, as police officers, might hold some authority domestically, but internationally, those 5 major benefactors show no regard for anyone. Officer Megur, do we not even possess the right to know the truth? Conan furrowed his brow, perplexed at Officer Megur's attitude. Conan, that reminds me of Kudo Shinichi. Ah, that was something my brother Shinichi told me. Conan scratched his head, adorably explaining. All right, let's draft a guarantee. Officer Megur found a scrap of paper and printed an informal guarantee for Conan. To Officer Megur, this was merely the antics of a child, yet he hoped that Conan would exercise caution in his future escapades. You are a young detective. Please refrain from engaging in activities that appear dangerous and illegal. I, Adagawa Conan, guarantee that I will never again intrude upon Hyber AI's residence. 500 words omitted here. Gazing at the guarantee before him, Conan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who would have thought that AI would have the audacity to call the police? She showed no leniency whatsoever. This incident left Conan with a lasting impression. After exiting the police headquarters, Conan began to contemplate. Ji Sunghan is likely aware of his desire to seek collaboration, yet he currently prefers to avoid an encounter. What could be the reason for his reluctance to meet? Is he apprehensive about being discovered? Conan looked up and observed several workers repairing the scratches on the wall of the parking lot. Ji Sunghan utilized a chain blade to hook himself onto the wall. Employing the serrated edges of the blade to accomplish this feat, Conan, observing the sporadic marks on the wall, could roughly deduce how Ji Sunghan had scaled the heights and traversed the walls to bypass the surveillance. Alas, he still had classes to attend. Conan did not take a leave of absence when he left school with Shiho. He could already envision that upon returning home tonight, Uncle Mouri and Ran would undoubtedly prepare a hearty stew. Nevertheless, there were some gains this time. There must be secrets hidden within the living area of the Polo CAF. However, he could not enter if Shiho discovered him sneaking in and reported it. The consequences were too dire for Conan to contemplate. As the evening unfolded, Conan returned home without realizing that neither Mouri Kagaro nor Ran had any knowledge of his earlier escapades. Officer Megur, a longtime partner of Mouri Kagaro, was also aware that if Uncle Mouri found out, Conan would inevitably face a severe reprimand. Given Conan's usual behavior, Officer Megur was confident that he would not repeat such actions in the future. Hence, he chose to remain silent and had already coordinated with the school. The following day passed without any remarkable occurrences, except that Shiho did not attend school. On the 3rd day, it was a holiday. On this day, the Mouri family dressed elegantly, preparing to attend the 20th anniversary celebration of the Inhong Shopping Plaza, hosted by the Mihua Real Estate, in the midst of an economic crisis. It was indeed a significant event for the Inhong Shopping Plaza to hold an anniversary celebration. The weather was splendid. Sitting in the car, Ran gazed at the cloudless sky and remarked, "The temperature today is 23 degrees, with no wind." This delightful weather and temperature combined created a remarkably pleasant mood from the moment one woke. Uncle Mouri drove past a construction site, humming a tune as he turned onto Mihua Avenue. In the back seat, Conan stared out at the towering buildings whizzing by, contemplating the impending events. Someone was plotting to assassinate Yamamoto Hayabusa. In this city, the most effective means were remote-controlled explosives and long-range sniping. However, the location of Inhong Shopping Plaza was ill-suited for sniping due to the abundance of surrounding skyscrapers. As long as one could safely traverse the several dozen meters in front of the plaza's entrance, executing a sniper shot would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, Conan noticed that the glass of the nearby skyscrapers facing the plaza had all been obscured. The areas suitable for sniping had been effectively sealed off by Mouri Real Estate's financial prowess. But could they truly keep it under wraps? At least, Conan could conceive a method. Upon arriving at Inhong Shopping Plaza, Uncle Mouri parked in the VIP space. Gazing at the throngs of people before him, he was momentarily stunned. There are far too many people here. If an attempt were made on Yamamoto Hayabusa's life in this crowd, the likelihood of collateral damage would be exceedingly high. It was even possible that the assailants intended to employ weapons of mass destruction to eliminate Yamamoto Hayabusa. However, Conan quickly dismissed this notion, for Officer Magyar had also arrived. As Officer Magyar met with Uncle Mouri, they discussed the matter at hand. The explosives had been thoroughly searched throughout the plaza the previous night, but nothing had been found, even with the assistance of police dogs. As for sniping, the police had deployed their own sharpshooters, all currently stationed. This clearly demonstrated that Yamamoto Hayabusa possessed considerable connections and influence. Although he could not rival the Suzuki Group financially, his intricate web of relationships was formidable. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Conan's ears. A tanned, sharp-haired, handsome high school student with pronounced eyebrows and eyes approached alongside a girl. Heiji Hattori, the high school detective from Kansai. Oh, Kudo, you made it too? Heiji leaned down to speak to Conan. This was soon followed by Ran questioning Heiji about his habit of calling Conan Kudo. So, you from Osaka were invited as well? Conan inquired softly. Yes, originally the president of Mouri Real Estate invited my father, but he mentioned that Yamamoto Hayabusa is quite devious. And this time he probably has ill intentions. So, I snuck away, Heiji revealed. Heiji was the only son of Hattori Heizo, the chief of the Osaka Prefectural Police. The girl beside him, Yamaoka Keiho, was the only daughter of Yamaoka Junjiro, the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Osaka Prefectural Police. They were both children of law enforcement officials. What are your thoughts on this matter? Conan was eager to hear Heiji's perspective. A double-edged sword, Heiji replied with a faint smile. If something goes wrong, it will drag others down with it. Many of the invited detectives had surmised Yamamoto Hayabusa's intentions, while some detectives chose not to attend due to their awareness of Yamamoto Hayabusa's true background. They could not resist the temptation of the rewards offered. Look over there, the famous detective duo, and over there, the renowned detective from Kyushu, as well as the detective organization from Shizuoka. Heiji pointed out several prominent detectives in the crowd. This is truly a gathering of elites. Chapter 29. The orphans of the past inside a specially extended luxury car. Shiho, Professor Agasa, and the three young detectives sat together. Their destination was also Inhong Shopping Plaza. Given their status, they would not normally be able to ride in such a luxury vehicle, but they had a remarkable friend. A simple hairband concealed her extraordinary beauty. She was none other than Suzuki Sonoko, the second daughter of the Suzuki Group. Hey, Hibara, why haven't you come to school these past few days? Ayumi asked Shiho, who was engrossed in an academic journal. I've been feeling a bit unwell. But, Sonoko, why hasn't the president of Suzuki come? And what else with your attire? Shiho turned her attention to Sonoko, who was seated at the back of the limousine. At that moment, Sonoko was dressed in an austere black suit. Everyone in the car, including the bodyguards and the driver, was similarly attired, as if they were merely missing a white flower on their lapel. My father said that I should just stay in the car and observe from a distance, no matter what happens, Sonoko replied with a mischievous smile. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from nearby, startling the three children in the car. It was the construction site. Shiho comforted the young ones while glancing at the large construction site on Mihua Street. A new building was being erected, and the site was bustling with activity. The pounding of the compactor resonated loudly. Towering cranes continuously transported building materials from the ground to the heights above. Workers toiled sweatily, and everything appeared quite ordinary. Before long, the car arrived opposite Inhong Shopping Plaza. Be careful. Sonoko winked playfully at the group of children, casually seated in the car. I gazed at the bustling crowd at the Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza. A significant conflict and divergence had occurred between the Suzuki Consortium and the Mouri Real Estate. The modus operandi of Mouri Real Estate was to respond to disagreement with unilateral actions, such as cementing poles overnight. Such tactics are considered highly unethical in the realm of business warfare. Sighing, I lamented my future in commerce while observing the children entering the throng. At that moment, the young detective corps spotted Conan and hurried towards him with brisk steps. Conan, Conan. The three children clamored joyfully before him. seemingly oblivious to the earlier events in the car with Jasonghan. Conan, surrounded by his exuberant companions, wore an expression of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why danger seemed to attract them like moths to a flame. "Look, it's Ultraman!" Suddenly, Hikaru exclaimed, as a group of individuals donned in special effects costumes appeared in the lively plaza. Leading the procession was the original Ultraman ensemble, quickly capturing the attention of the audience. As a product of the 1966 tokusatsu genre, Ultraman holds an indelible impression on the hearts of many. Do girls not feel shy wearing that? Ren observed one of the female Ultraman figures, her figure accentuated by the suit, causing her cheeks to flush. She momentarily envisioned herself in the same attire and felt a wave of embarrassment, relieved that her face was concealed. Being recognized could lead to a mortifying predicament. "The girl in the Ultraman suit looks incredibly cool," Hikaru declared earnestly. Conan, unsure of how to respond to Hikaru's enthusiasm, felt indifferent towards Ultraman, neither loving nor hating the character. He simply could not grasp the thrill of Ultraman battling monsters. Soon enough, Conan found himself drawn to Ultraman, not due to the striking appearance of the female character, but rather because of the immense flag she carried. Are these individuals from an orphanage? Conan pondered, perplexed as to why a gathering of orphans would take place at such a location. Could it be that particular orphanage? Officer Megure and Kagoro Mouri remarked simultaneously. "Uncle Mouri, do you know them?" Conan inquired, his curiosity piqued. The simultaneous recognition of the orphanage by both Mouri and Megure suggested something significant was afoot. "Yes, I was quite young at the time, but I have a vivid recollection of that orphanage. The Great Fire 30 years ago raged for an entire week." "A fire? For a week?" Conan was taken aback. What magnitude of destruction could cause a blaze to last that long? "Yes, it continued for a week." Officer Megure reminisced about the haunting memories of his childhood. During that period, the night sky of Mihua City was painted a deep crimson. The fire did not extinguish after a week, it merely concluded its catastrophic course. The site of the orphanage now lay beneath the Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza. As Megure surveyed the expansive plaza, nostalgia washed over him. The orphanage had occupied a considerable area, yet it had been criticized for its purpose. Such a large structure was solely dedicated to housing orphans and providing preschool education, an utter waste, many argued. However, the orphanage's headmistress was an only child. Possessing complete rights to the estate, she could utilize the land as she wished, regardless of public opinion. Then, does that mean everyone in those costumes are individuals in their 30s? Conan deduced, connecting the orphanage's demise in the fire 30 years prior to the current gathering. The last group of orphans would certainly be in their 30s, if not 40s. What could possibly motivate these individuals to don Ultraman attire? Perhaps the former headmistress had a fondness for Ultraman, Ai suggested, observing the opulent plaza. Due to the tragic history of the fire when the plaza was constructed, Mihua Real Estate's president even invited many monks to perform rituals. Conan listened intently to Ai's narrative. The fire. Information about that incident from 30 years ago remained scarce for him. Suddenly, recalling that Hayabusa Yamamoto had ties to the underworld, a thought struck him. Could the assassin be hiding among those righteous Ultramen? Was the motive for murder revenge against the former headmistress of the orphanage? If Yamamoto was indeed responsible for the inferno that consumed the orphanage, then the assassination attempts against him, along with his perplexing human reactions, would all make sense. Determined, Conan rushed towards the female Ultraman and began to inquire. "Excuse me, what are you all doing here?" "Oh, what a cute little brother. Come here for a hug." A woman in her 30s beamed at the affectionate address. Subsequently, Conan found himself overwhelmed by an enthusiastic embrace and a playful tussle. "We are here to find the little monsters," the woman revealed, explaining the gathering of 30-year-old orphans. "Is it true that the noble Ultraman fights the little monsters?" Conan blushed as he questioned. This transformation had thankfully spared him the embarrassment of confronting the two bulging forms within the suit. Not all little monsters are wicked. Some aspire to be heroes too. However, our little monster has gone missing. The woman's response surprised Conan, who had initially assumed the term little monster referred to Yamamoto. Beside him, Ai scoffed at the unfolding scene. Men are all the same," she muttered, her gaze drifting into the distance, wondering how Jasonghan was faring at that moment. Chapter 30. The Sniper Operation at Chu. Ji Songan sneezed, an unsettling sensation that someone was whispering his name. At that moment, he found himself seated within a container, adorned with a blue construction safety helmet. Thick shoulder pads rested upon him, supporting an enormous gunstock. The entire firearm measured an imposing 2 meters and 20 centimeters, with the barrel alone extending to 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Its pitch-black body resembled a miniature turret. Such a weapon was non-existent in the market. It was a replica from the Long Kingdom, acquired during his previous possession of a system. It utilized specialized 20mm ammunition with a theoretical range capable of reaching 120 meters. After exchanging for this rifle, which can be categorized as a cannon, Xiao Ai promptly submitted it to the state. He had engaged in similar acts on numerous occasions prior. The reason he accepted so many contracts in the dark web of assassins was to accumulate system points to exchange for weapons to be surrendered to the nation. The system only allowed for the exchange of equipment usable by assassins. However, the weapons available to assassins could be reverse-engineered to derive numerous technological advancements. Thus, before the system's departure, he nearly redeemed everything he could and submitted it to the state. The Dragon Nation then utilized these finished products to reverse-engineer various technological trees. The replication capabilities of the rabbit are well known. While the copies may not match the original products from the system, they remain highly effective. The replica before him, though it pales in comparison to the original sniper cannon's theoretical range of 644 meters, stands as the most formidable sniper cannon in the contemporary world, without exception. However, the Dragon Nation currently has no plans for mass production. Its own strength is not yet sufficiently robust, as it remains occupied with the endeavor of joining the World Trade Organization in the coming years. Therefore, even if such weapons are developed, their existence cannot be disclosed, lest America contemplate sanctions once more. Old Tan, the weather. Xiao Ai inquired through the intercom about Old Tan, who was lingering near the Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza. The weather was clear, with a temperature of 23.9 degrees Celsius, humidity at 57, atmospheric pressure at 10.14, and the wind was virtually non-existent. Wenzhou dialect. As Xiao Ai listened to Lao Ten responding to him in the Wenzhou dialect, he began to calculate the trajectory using a piece of calculation paper. The temperature on his end was 23.2 degrees Celsius, with an air humidity of 34 and an atmospheric pressure of 10.08. The wind was blowing from the north at a force of level 2, and the distance to the target was approximately 2,815 meters, with an error margin not exceeding 3 meters. In between, the linear distance, with the climatic conditions at the 4 measurement points being. Lao Tan, gazing at the computer before him, relayed the real-time temperature, atmospheric pressure, air humidity, and wind force for the 4 points along the sniper's route to Xiao Ai. Acknowledged. Xiao Ai first conducted a series of ballistic calculations. The weather today is exceptionally fine, even from a considerable distance. The atmospheric conditions at the sniper's position, the target location, and the 4 intermediate measurement points are unlikely to fluctuate significantly in a short span of time. Furthermore, the heavy 20mm armor-piercing rounds used for sniping are not greatly influenced by various weather states. They have arrived, for armored vehicles. Old Tan, dressed in a sharp blue suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, spoke into his phone while observing the 4 black armored cars traversing Mihua Street. The security measures employed by this South African private military company are commendable. I surmise that Shan Zhongying is not present in any of those vehicles. Let me take a closer look. I would recognize that lad even if he were turned to ash. At that moment, Old Tan shifted his gaze to the Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza. It is quite possible that Shan Zhongying has already arrived here, disguised as someone else. While the armored vehicles merely serve as decoys, Old Tan surveyed the bustling plaza with his somewhat clouded eyes. It was packed with people. The congregation of so many individuals by Shan Zhongying places considerable pressure on Old Tan, the observer, for this is the sole opportunity to eliminate him from a distance. Thus, there is no alternative plan. Xiaoji, I believe he is in the vehicle, based on my understanding of him. Old Tan remarked in Wenzhou dialect after observing for several minutes. It will depend on your eyesight. Since Old Tan asserted that the target is within the vehicle, Xiao Ai chose to place his trust in that assertion. When the time comes, if Old Tan verifies that it is indeed Shan Zhongying who disembarks, Xiao Ai shall take the shot. If not, he will continue to wait. Xiao Ai adjusted the field of view of the movable scope, shifting it from Lao Tan to the 4 armored vehicles. This was a 5x, 40x magnification scope, and at 40x, the sight was exceedingly difficult to manage. A slight tremor could cause the aim to deviate by hundreds of meters. Additionally, Xiao Ai had draped a piece of coarse burlap over it, significantly reducing the glare from the sniper scope. Consequently, the sniper rifle was mounted on a tripod resembling that of a heavy machine gun. Xiao Ai carefully adjusted the fine-tuning knob to avoid losing sight with a single move. Thus, during this sniping operation, The pressure on both individuals was exceedingly immense. This setting was unlike a battlefield. Even the slightest deviation from Ji Songhan could result in the tragic misfortune of hitting an innocent. Additionally, if Old Tan misjudged the situation, it could easily alert the unsuspecting. Although Ji Songhan has chosen an excellent sniping location, a careful analysis of the trajectory in the later stages will reveal his position to astute detectives or professional marksmen. Therefore, no mistakes can be afforded. Ji Songhan lit a cigarette to steady his nerves. It was not his first time being targeted, yet the pressure he felt was unprecedented. He was an assassin, but not a heartless mercenary devoid of emotions. At that moment, Lauten also took a drag from his cigarette, slowly making his way to the Elong Commercial Plaza for a clearer view. "Sir, smoking is prohibited here," a security personnel promptly reminded Lauten. Understood with that. Lauten extinguished his cigarette in a nearby trash bin. Meanwhile, Conan, who was engaged in conversation with a group of Ultramen, noticed one of them staring blankly in a particular direction. "What's wrong, big sister?" Conan followed her gaze and spotted a man in a blue suit with slicked-back hair, whose face seemed vaguely familiar, extinguishing a cigarette by the trash bin. "Nothing. I just feel like he resembles someone I know." The woman, named Yuan Fengqinya, reflected nostalgically as she watched Lauten's gesture. "I too find him somewhat familiar," Conan observed the man, sensing a fleeting memory that eluded him. "Goodness. Is this fellow truly that remarkable?" Lauten slightly turned his head, catching the inquisitive glance from Conan. Though he had not acted as an agent for many years, his skills had not diminished, despite some tasks being beyond his reach now. How absurd. It was not entirely surprising that Lauten evoked a sense of familiarity. Even after 30 years, the children from the orphanage could still recognize him in his silhouette. After all, Lauten had been a pivotal figure during their childhood, not quite a father, but akin to one. At that moment, the appearance of an armored convoy provided Lauten a momentary reprieve. Such scenes were rare in the city, for armored vehicles, devoid of weaponry, nevertheless exuded an imposing presence. Conan estimated he barely stood half a tire's height. Subsequently, the 4 armored vehicles halted at the plaza's periphery, their doors swinging open simultaneously. For groups of bodyguards escorted 4 individuals out of the vehicles. Lauten's gaze fixed upon a black-clad bodyguard emerging from the second vehicle on the left, who in turn met his gaze. Their eyes locked for an instant. 34220 Lauten swiftly relayed these numbers to Ji Songhan over the communication device. Chapter 31, The Lighthouse Nation. Note: the following chapter does not involve any discriminatory remarks against foreign friends. Please read with confidence. Disguised as a bodyguard, Yamamoto Hayabusa froze upon seeing Lauten, instinctively lowering his head. Bang! At that moment, Ji Songhan pulled the trigger. A 20mm round departed the barrel at a staggering velocity of 2,100 meters per second. The muzzle brake expelled the gases ignited during the bullet's propulsion to the sides, creating twin flames resembling wings. Although the bullet's speed rapidly decreased, it still reached the shoulder of Yamamoto Hayabusa in a mere 1.68 seconds. Ji Songhan did not aim for the head, but rather for the torso. As for the failure to strike a vital area, it mattered little. A hit to the torso equated to a hit to the vital point. The large-caliber bullet, laden with immense kinetic energy, struck the shoulder of Shan Zhonghuan, instantly shredding his torso with a tremendous force and inertia. In slow motion, his muscular tissue began to evert from the shoulder, and his internal organs erupted violently from within. Once the bullet embedded itself into the concrete ground, the sniper operation was declared a success. In the Silver Dragon Commercial Plaza, the mercenaries employed as bodyguards by a South African private military company stood in a daze. Their employer was dead? Had it not been less than 5 seconds since he exited the vehicle? Where had the bullet come from? All surrounding sniper locations were tightly sealed and monitored. The head of the bodyguards, Baburu, gazed incredulously at the bullet lodged in the ground, having created a small crater. "Are you certain this is a bullet? Not an artillery shell?" Simultaneously, the plaza erupted with screams, akin to 100 kettles boiling simultaneously. The police promptly began to reassure the crowd. Although gun violence occasionally erupted in Mihua City, the visual shock of this incident was overwhelming. The detectives previously invited by Shan Zhonghuan, now with a sense of duty to their fees, commenced their on-site deductions. Conan, relying on his petite stature, approached the location of the bullet. Observing the angle at which the bullet had entered, he turned his gaze southwest. Utilizing the long-range capabilities of his high-tech glasses, he spotted a tower crane slowly pivoting. A tower crane? Conan could hardly conceive that someone could sniper from such a height. He recalled his time in Hawaii learning about sniping with his father. Although a tower crane appeared stable, one would soon discover that it swayed in the wind when seated in the operator's cabin, a motion imperceptible from the ground. The materials used to construct the crane possessed flexibility. Should they be too rigid, the danger would be greater. Moreover, the crane Conan observed was over 2,000 meters away. Any slight movement would likely cause the sniper to miss their target. And this bullet, are you certain this is a bullet? Conan struggled to extract the bullet from the concrete for an extended period. Child, have you discovered something? Baburu asked, his expression grave. With his employer deceased, his rage could not alter the reality. His duty now was to unearth the identity of the man who had slain his employer. This was a disgrace. A dishonor for the South African private military company. In the southeast direction, I spotted a tower crane, Conan indicated. Upon hearing this, Baburu immediately retrieved binoculars for a closer inspection. However, he could not locate the crane, as its arm had already turned away. To verify further, Baburu instructed his subordinates to search the map for any construction sites in that area. Captain, indeed there is a construction site 2 kilometers southeast, at the intersection of Mihua Street and Sakurai Road. The contractor, Mihua Real Estate Construction Group. Baburu felt an ironic sting upon hearing that the owner of Mihua Real Estate had been eliminated by a sniper concealed in the tower crane at their own construction site. The assailant had not resorted to subterfuge. They had brazenly executed Shan Zhonghuan in plain sight. The intention unmistakably clear. This was merely the beginning. Kudo, get in the car. At that moment, Hattori Heiji arrived on his motorcycle, tossing Conan a helmet. The high school detective from Kansai had also identified the sniper's location. On my way here, I noticed the construction site. The tower crane was exceptionally tall. I couldn't help but wonder if a sniper could succeed from such a height. Yet, upon further reflection, the distance is too great. While there are weapons capable of sniping from 2 kilometers away, most are anti-material rifles. To use an anti-material sniper rifle on a person, Hattori mused, it raises questions of deep-seated enmity. Some reports suggest this violates international law, but in reality, how broad are your interpretations of international law? There are instances when anti-material rifles are said not to be used against humans, primarily due to their excessive power, which could cause catastrophic harm. Firing a round capable of obliterating an armored vehicle at a person would be a grave mistake, even if such a clause exists in international law. For a few elite players on this blue planet, international law is merely a scrap of paper. Subtly, Hattori sensed that this incident was far from simple. Although it is said that in this world, with money, one can procure many things, firearms, ammunition, and such, acquiring an anti-material sniper rifle is an entirely different matter. Even those with military backgrounds cannot easily obtain one. These weapons are strictly prohibited from sale. Thank you for your assessment, but your response is rather sluggish. Baburu spoke calmly into his radio while observing Conan and Hattori. Huh? Both Hattori and Conan's eyes widened in surprise. In the urban environment, motorcycles are indeed a swift mode of transport. Baburu then relayed a message over the radio. Black Hawk 1, 2, 3. Proceed immediately to the designated coordinates. Black Hawk team acknowledges. The sound of whirring helicopter blades echoed through the radio. 3 Black Hawk helicopters swiftly ascended from nearby high-rises, converging on the construction site from 3 separate directions. While motorcycles are fast, the direct distance of 2 kilometers means that winding routes would require at least 3 to 4 kilometers of travel. The professional assassin would have already vanished long before they reached the halfway point. Conan directed his high-tech gaze skyward at the Black Hawk helicopters. Machine guns? What are you planning? He observed that the helicopters were armed with Gatling guns. Rest assured, there will be no collateral damage, Baburu replied confidently. Shan Zhonghuan. Once a member of the underworld, how was his money laundered? It is well known that the underworld has a close relationship with the Lighthouse Nation. As a businessman operating within the confines of the underworld, the best ally is undoubtedly the world's foremost superpower. Now, for the sake of Shan Zhonghuan, a friend or resource of the Lighthouse Nation, Baburu had secured authorization and personnel assistance from the station troops. If necessary, they were permitted to open fire. With this opportunity, the Lighthouse Nation would fully embrace Shan Zhonghuan's Mihua Real Estate. Oh dear, managing the assets of our deceased good friend is merely the duty of us loyal brothers, right? Surely no one truly believes we are engaging in outright robbery? Chapter 32. Who says helicopters can't be daring? The UH-60 utility helicopter, designated as UH-60 by the Army, and catalogued as S-70A by the manufacturer, is colloquially known as the Black Hawk, or in translation, Paying. This remarkable aircraft is a twin-engine utility helicopter designed by Sikorsky, representing a pinnacle of versatility with numerous derivatives and variants. Currently, the trio of Black Hawk helicopters in question is the MH-60A, a model tailored for special operations. Significant modifications include the addition of auxiliary fuel tanks and a self-defense countermeasure system. This system encompasses an infrared jammer and two M130 chaff-fire dispenser units, along with a night vision-compatible cockpit. Furthermore, two M134 machine guns, commonly referred to as Gatling guns, have been affixed to either side of the helicopter, serving as its sole armament. At this moment, Ji Song-an stood in the construction site elevator, carrying the disassembled components of the broken army. This moniker refers to the anti-material sniper rifle, which remains undisclosed to the public, with an anticipated reveal approximately 7 to 8 years hence. By that time, a brand new version of the broken army is expected to launch, potentially approaching or even surpassing the original model provided by the system. The sound of a helicopter reverberated through the sky, prompting Ji Song-han to raise an eyebrow. Had they arrived so swiftly? The latest task update from Old Tan hinted at a favorable relationship between the Mountain Falcon and the stationed troops of the Lighthouse Nation. With the helicopter's arrival, it seemed the next step would be to secure the construction site. A single helicopter. As Ji Song-an pondered whether to strike, he was once again met with the sound of two additional helicopters. One of them was a Black Hawk, capable of carrying 11 passengers in addition to its 3 crew members, and in emergencies, it could accommodate up to 20 individuals. This meant that Ji Song-han now faced a formidable force of at least 33 personnel, not counting the crew, all of whom were armed and seasoned mercenaries with battlefield experience. It left him wondering what intentions the nation of the lighthouse harbored. Ji Song-an harbored suspicions regarding the grandiose spectacle unfolding before him, pondering whether the nation of the lighthouse sought to exploit this opportunity for ulterior motives. Subsequently, he gazed down from the elevator at the armed personnel stationed at the construction site's entrance. Utilizing the intercom within the construction elevator, he informed the operator on the ground floor that he had forgotten a watermelon on the upper level and requested permission to retrieve it, promising to share a slice upon his return. The mention of the watermelon piqued the operator's interest, prompting him to halt the elevator and ascend to the top floor, where Ji Song-an found himself alone, as no other floors require the elevator's service at that moment. The operator, therefore, proceeded with minimal scrutiny. In a brief span, a group of armed personnel approached the elevator operator, and one of them produced identification from the CA, demanding the operator vacate his post, as the site was now under their complete control. Concurrently, the loudspeakers at the construction site began broadcasting an announcement, instructing all personnel to assemble in the living quarters. Inside the site office, the foreman, clutching a list of workers, sat before 2 Caucasian men. With a deep bow, he presented the list, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation as it fell upon the firearms holstered at their waists. "Oh dear, my old friend, this is utterly disastrous. Worse than the old tires of Benjamin next door," remarked one of the Caucasian men, his expression contorted as though he had consumed a particularly unpleasant meal. The list was alarmingly detailed, outlining not only the workers' names, but also their backgrounds and familial ties. This indicated that even if they managed to locate the sniper, authentic identification would be unattainable, as it was undoubtedly fabricated. "My friend, perhaps we could adopt an alternative approach," suggested the other Caucasian man with a remarkable calmness. Then, amidst their discourse, a chorus of furious exclamations erupted within the office. The meticulous preparations made by the opposing side were too comprehensive, hinting that they might need to work overtime, without additional compensation, no less. "Count the absentees, open the window, and observe the gathered workers outside," one of them lamented. "As of now, no one is permitted to leave. First, tally the total. Any missing individuals signify grave suspicion. However, if everyone is present, that too poses a dilemma. In any case, it is simply troublesome." Ugh, what a nuisance. As the 2 Caucasian men continued their complaints, overhead, 3 Black Hawk helicopters initiated thermal imaging scans. Within the towering edifice, all heat sources became discernible. Despite the summer temperatures hovering around 25 degrees Celsius, certain heat-absorbing materials could elevate temperatures to 30 or 40 degrees. The pilot scrutinized the thermal imaging, noting that the construction site was rife with heat signatures, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether anyone remained inside and necessitating ground team assistance. "It's too hot. Visibility is compromised," he muttered. The coalition of CA and South African private armed forces comprised not only 9 crew members but also a 60-strong operational unit. aside from 2 technicians stationed in the office. The remaining 58 began encircling the under-construction building. Meanwhile, Ji Song-han stood within a makeshift room atop the structure, calculating his escape route and timing the helicopter circuits around the building. 321, he murmured as one helicopter whirred past his line of sight. Ji Song-han, shouldering a lengthy backpack filled with treasures, rushed out in an instant. Atop a towering building, devoid of any safety measures, Ji Song-han leaped into the air. My heavens! As he soared, another Black Hawk helicopter appeared directly in his path. The pilot, stunned, watched as Ji Song-han produced a retractable device, which he swiftly wrapped around the helicopter's landing gear. With a violent jolt, the helicopter tilted sideways. I am number 2. I have spotted him. He is clinging to the outside of my aircraft. Good heavens! He has made it inside. The pilots of 2 nearby helicopters witnessed the man with the long package tear open the helicopter door with his whip. The crew of the other 2 helicopters observed the Black Hawk II's fuselage shake violently before falling eerily silent. They exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we open fire? There are friendly forces up there. What friendly forces? They are heroes. Attack. He has fallen. Just as the 2 Black Hawks prepared to shoot, Ji Song-han, having incapacitated all 3 crew members, piloted the helicopter into a steep dive, hovering just 5 meters above the street. The civilians below, seeing the helicopter directly above them, froze in terror. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, 3 figures, resembling Zongzi, plummeted from the helicopter. Look, mommy. The helicopter is pooping, a child in a car exclaimed, pointing at the 3 crew members Ji Song-han had discarded. Thus, relieving oneself in public is quite uncivilized. Do not imitate this, my child, the father driving the car replied, feigning calm. As the helicopter soared away, 2 dark shadows swooped past overhead. The 2 other Black Hawk helicopters frantically pursued. If they were on a construction site, they would have fired indiscriminately. However, in the city streets, even with the authorization to engage, they could not shoot recklessly. Even in the handbook. Damn it. The pilot of Black Hawk III cursed, realizing that Ji Song-han's piloting skills surpassed his own. Have you ever seen a helicopter perform a cobra maneuver? Especially in an urban setting? It is theoretically possible. Daredevils from the Red Bull stunt team have done it, but this is a military helicopter, not a stunt aircraft. Although the aircraft from the land of the lighthouse is renowned for its advanced technology in terms of maneuverability, the old Russian Ka-50 can perform maneuvers that most Black Hawks cannot. At this moment, Ji Song-han was also cursing under his breath. This aircraft from the land of the lighthouse is truly fragile. After one maneuver, Ji Song-han felt as though the helicopter might disintegrate. Then, he conceived a bold idea. He steered the helicopter toward the ocean. As he departed the city, Ji Song-han continued to fly low along the road, even stopping for a red light. This maneuver was an utter affront to the 2 pursuing pilots. Brother, you are fleeing. What are you waiting for at a red light? Are you a model citizen? The first action taken by Ji Song-han after departing the city was to elevate the aircraft. He ascended continuously. Although the 2 Black Hawks behind him were equipped with Gatling guns, their firing angles were limited, allowing only for lateral shots. However, if the enemy aircraft presented its side, Ji Song-han could easily evade them. The enemy pilots were not inept, thus they opted to pursue him before calling for reinforcements. He had reached the surface of the sea and continued to ascend. The weaponry could not reach him. The pursuers sent a distress signal to the station military base in Japan. Brothers behind, let me show you a treasure. Ji Song-han's voice echoed over the intercom of the pursuing aircraft. Shortly thereafter, to the astonishment of the pursuers, a figure emerged from the helicopter that was climbing above. He had jumped from the aircraft. At that moment, Ji Song-han grasped an RG he had discovered within the cockpit. Witnessing this scene, the crew member of the nearest helicopter wasted no time and leapt from the aircraft without hesitation. Although there were flares on board, the proximity rendered them ineffective. For an individual deployable RG, the distance was akin to being face-to-face. Boom! A dazzling explosion illuminated the sky. The remaining crew of Black Hawk III were left in a state of shock. At this altitude, surely they wouldn't perish upon hitting the water. The crew observed the 3 splashes as their comrades fell into the sea, remarking on their likely fate. By the way, where's our target? Reinforcements will take about 10 minutes to arrive. Another crew member surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, with a metallic tearing sound, Black Hawk III's fuselage tilted slightly. Ji Song-han, employing his old tricks, suspended a chain blade from the Black Hawk III in midair. The mechanism of the chain blade whirred to life, violently tearing open the cabin door. Ah, 3 little cuties. With the broken army on his back and dual crimson chain blades in hand, Ji Song-an waved them at the crew members who gazed at him as if he were a monster. Soon after, the Black Hawk 3 trembled. And then everything descended into a dull monotony. When the fighter jets from the Lighthouse Nation arrived, they only beheld 3 flaming wrecks floating on the ocean's surface. Chapter 33. The Breathalyzer by the Seaside. Conan and Heiji rode their motorcycles, observing the burning helicopter wreckage on the water, their expressions a mixture of thrill and concern. Isn't this exhilarating? Heiji, do you sense something amiss? Yes. I suspect there's a more significant plot behind this assassination. They watched the fighter jets soaring through the sky and the warships appearing on the horizon, solidifying their suspicion. Let us return and deduce the matter regarding Yamaguchi Hayabusa. This is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like us. Heiji spoke wearily. Sai, let us go. Conan, while yearning to search the waters for evidence, was rational enough to realize it would be futile. In the absence of facing the organization, his judgment remained sharp. Upon their return to the Silver Dragon shopping plaza, they noticed the police had ceased their investigation into the sniper incident and instead were playing a recording left by Yamaguchi Hayabusa. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time you hear this recording, I will have perished. Since I am already dead, I shall speak candidly. After all, you cannot descend into hell to confront me. This commercial plaza was once an orphanage. 30 years ago, with youthful exuberance and a bit of capital, I recognized its commercial potential. Ultimately, I acquired it. The methods? Many have speculated, but where is the evidence? I enlisted numerous detectives. So why not exercise your clever minds and reveal to me, where is the evidence? Once uncovered, those responsible for my demise will inevitably surface. Oh, noble detectives. Surely you cannot let a murderer escape, can you? Haha. The recording concluded with Yamaguchi Hayabusa's somewhat sinister laughter. However, the crowd gazed up at the fighter jets traversing the sky, pondering, it seems Yamaguchi has been betrayed by his godfather. Perhaps Yamaguchi never anticipated that his plan to drag Old Tan down with him in death would be thwarted. He underestimated his godfather's character. After all, betrayal was a frequent tactic. And the European Union had ample experience in such matters. Simultaneously, he also underestimated Old Tan's background. Officer Muro took a glance at the armored vehicles in the distance, where CA and the Lighthouse Nation's military were photographing, before addressing the gathered detectives. I have decided to reopen the investigation into the fire at the Far Peak Orphanage. Excellent. The moment Muro's words fell, the group of Ultramen erupted in cheers. Once just children, they had always believed the fire was an accident. However, as they matured and gained societal experience, they realized the truth was far more complicated. Now, these Ultramen had shed their suits, revealing their true selves, middle-aged men nearing 40. The 20th anniversary of the Silver Dragon shopping plaza also marked the day they lost their mother. Perfect. The witnesses to that fire are here. Let us interrogate them together. Officer Muro resolved to investigate the case alongside the detectives. Kudo? What's the matter? Heiji noticed Conan staring intently in one direction. I believe that man poses a problem. Conan pointed to a man in a blue suit leaning against the wall, smoking, his back turned to the crowd. He appears much older than he looks. Conan deduced this from subtle details in Old Tan's demeanor, his movements, gaze, and certain behaviors characteristic of middle-aged individuals. No matter how convincing Old Tan's disguise, the nuances of his actions would betray him. Are you not concerned about the fire case? Heiji felt that after not seeing Conan for a while, he seemed like a different person. Surrounded by so many detectives, he felt no sense of achievement in reasoning with them. Conan provided a reason that left Heiji dumbfounded. Nevertheless, Heiji too felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Old Tan. What sort of identity compelled Kudo to be so fixated? Just as the two high school detectives resolved to approach Old Tan, the appearance of two young ladies abruptly interrupted their quest for truth. We were wrong. Conan and Heiji held their heads in front of Ran and Kyuka, sincerely admitting their fault. Amidst the anger of the two young women, Ai remained serene, engrossed in the magazine in her hands, as if the tumult of the world held no relevance to her. You seem anxious. After being led to a nearby entertainment area, Conan remarked to Ai, what am I anxious about? Because you consistently shield your face from Ai's reaction and the responses of the police and Lighthouse Nation's military. Conan concluded that there was an 80% chance Ji Song-han was the one who assassinated Yamaguchi. Among those Conan knew, only Ji Song-han could procure such a sniper rifle in such a short time frame. And then, Ai countered, what will you do next, Kudo the Impetuous? Don't bestow me with strange nicknames. Did I touch a nerve? So sometimes you do feel reckless, don't you? Observing Ai's world-weary expression, Conan rolled his eyes. Fine. I concede your point. At that moment, Conan glanced in the direction where Old Tan had been, only to find he had vanished. With a resigned sigh, Conan felt a sense of frustration wash over him. Meanwhile, Ai wore a subtle smile. Ran and Kyuka were summoned by her. She had suggested that Conan had been whisked away by a mysterious man. Ai intended to keep a close watch on Conan, ready to intervene or create unexpected circumstances when necessary. Recently, Ji Song-han has been feeling considerably more at ease. Even if Conan harbors suspicions about Ji Song-han's new identity, let him suspect. With my presence, this renowned detective cannot accomplish much. After all, Xiao has explicitly informed Conan that she is capable of developing the antidote. If Conan wishes to return to his former self, Kudo Shinichi, and marry his childhood sweetheart rather than allowing her to be swept away by another, he must comply and behave. Suddenly, from Shiho's body, an apparatus known as an alcohol tester emitted a beep. She slightly turned her head to gaze at the street nearby. A Porsche 356A was quietly parked there. What to do? What to do? Ji Song-han and Old Tan were engaged in their task, and it was imperative not to disturb them. Remain calm. This situation differs from the last. The distillery is unaware of her true identity. Their presence here seems to be a mere observation of the unfolding events, rather than an intent to apprehend. Inside the Porsche 356A, the purpose of Vodka and Jin's journey was not merely to assist Xiao Ai, but rather to assess the situation regarding the Mikanwi. The distillery frequently extorts this unfortunate gang organization. Upon hearing of troubles befalling the Mountain Falcon, Jin and Vodka intended to explore the possibility of seizing the Mountain Falcon's assets. After all, the distillery's expenditures can be substantial at times. If successful, a quarter of the land in Mihua City would fall under the distillery's control. It appeared necessary to establish connections with individuals from the Lighthouse Nation to facilitate this endeavor. Jin cast a steely gaze at the group of CA operatives. Abroad, Jin harbored no fear of the FB personnel, as they were merely a police department, and she would act without hesitation against them. However, the CA was a different matter altogether. Outside the confines of the Lighthouse Nation, this organization was exponentially more formidable than the FB. Yet, unwavering Jin would confront any adversary for the sake of her organization. Would she truly fear the CA? It would merely invite considerable trouble. The kind of trouble that was exceedingly daunting. Chapter 34, African War God by the Seaside. Old Tan sat on the breakwater, fishing. Beside him, the fish basket already contained several small catches. Suddenly, the fishing rod quivered, as though a substantial fish had taken the bait. Old Tan glanced around, then gently tapped the rod 3 times. Goodness, I can hardly breathe. At that moment, a man emerged from the water below. Thank you. After pulling Ji Song on ashore, Old Tan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This side job stemmed from his personal vendetta, and Ji Song-an had fortuitously come to assist against the Mikanwi. Ji Song-an surveyed her bulletproof vest, which was riddled with fragments from an aerial explosion, and noted her singed trousers. What else there to thank? A far more serious issue looms. It seems the Americans intend to construct something on the land owned by the Mountain Falcon. Ji Song-an spoke with a grave expression. On the aircraft, he employed coercive methods to extract information from the 3 crew members regarding the circumstances surrounding this operation. Although the crew members were merely following orders, Ji Song-han was able to deduce insights from their observations, drawing upon his previous mission experiences in the current international landscape. It is widely recognized that the island nation in question is one of America's key territories within the first island chain of the Western Pacific. This strategic position holds immense significance for the United States. General Douglas MacArthur even referred to the first island chain as an unsinkable aircraft carrier, as it lies a mere 160 kilometers from the Dragon Country, thus enabling power projection across the eastern coastal regions of the mainland. Consequently, Ji Song-an perceived the gravity of the situation, deeming it necessary to jointly report to Old Tan. Upon hearing this news, Old Tan's expression darkened. The credibility of Ji Song-han's words is notably high. Moreover, he has sensed an unusual undertone in the current situation. It is likely that the Americans are concocting some devious scheme once again. In recent years, as the nation seeks to join the World Trade Organization, the Americans would certainly be disinclined to witness the rise of a formidable dragon nation that poses a potential threat. However, they cannot approach this matter overly. Concurrently, within the Dragon Nation, there is much to be revitalized. Behind this revival lies the fervent aspiration of countless individuals for a better life. Very well. I shall promptly draft a report. With that, Old Tan immediately returned. This is indeed a matter of utmost importance. Alas, I am not well equipped for this. After Old Tan departed, Ji Songan sat by the shore, gazing towards the sea, sighing. His primary profession remains that of an assassin. Such intelligence gathering is better suited to the expertise of seasoned agents or spies like Old Tan. Ji Songhan believed that the comrades responsible for intelligence in the Dragon Nation were no less capable than himself. Thus, the next step would be to address the others involved in the dismal meeting. However, should the intelligence department of the Dragon Nation require assistance, Ji Songhan would extend his utmost efforts to provide any aid within his capacity, even if it meant temporarily sidelining matters concerning Xiao Ai. Ai-chan, I am well. This situation has concluded. After tidying up along the desolate shoreline, Ji Songhan placed a call to Xiao Ai to assure her of his safety. Are you unscathed? At that moment, Xiao Ai was concealed in the restroom, conversing with Ji Songhan. I just scraped a bit of skin. How about you? I encountered Jin. But it's all right. I remain composed. He likely isn't here for me. Xiao Ai responded after taking a deep breath. The earlier incident involving Conan had indeed served as a reminder for Xiao Ai to remain calm in challenging situations and to avoid letting emotions cloud her judgment. Although anger and fear might amplify one's fighting spirit, the increase in combat capability from a mere 5 to 6% seemed negligible, especially at the cost of one's intellect. Do not fear. Even if you were to dance in front of Jin, he would not suspect a thing. Ji Songhan jested lightly, but he knows what I looked like as a child. However, he would never anticipate you dancing. He would surely think, who is this lunatic? Certainly not Sherry. Xiao Ai inhaled deeply within the restroom. My persona. I must preserve my persona. Are you still coming over? Perhaps it's best if I don't. I've encountered a situation here. At this moment, Ji Songhan turned to face a tall, imposing black man clad in special forces attire, wielding a handgun. Babul, he recognized, the mercenary leader beside Yamamoto Hayabusa. Ah, it's you. Ji Songhan spread his hands, taken aback by the fact that this former African warrior still retained his formidable presence. Do we know each other? Baburu's piercing gaze fixed upon Ji Songhan. This individual exuded a sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. Moreover, the other party recognized him as well. Enough, you have slain my employer. I demand an explanation. What explanation do you seek, you man with an exceedingly lengthy name? Ji Songhan reached behind him and unsheathed 2 chain blades. Baburu's full name, when translated into Chinese, was Maputi Tangshin Kochin Dofa Iyun Baburu. This reflects the African tradition of naming, where names embody life's experiences, the time and place of one's birth. The names of loved ones, favored foods, cherished skills, and one's occupation can all be incorporated into a name. At the sight of the chain blades, Baburu's expression shifted dramatically. It's you. That golden Alaska was quite effective, wasn't it? Damn it. Years ago in Africa, it was Ji Songhan who had used the golden Alaska to eliminate Baburu's superior. Baburu's feelings about this were complex. Well done, he remarked. The military leader's heinous act of child exploitation had left Baburu indignant. After investing considerable effort and time in devising a rebellion, he had finally executed his plan, disguised as the warlord's most trusted bodyguard. He had drawn the golden Alaska and executed the warlord right before the eyes of many. Subsequently, he carved a path of blood among the warlord's loyalists, escaping with the chain blades. At close range, firearms are not always the most reliable means of defense. The unique structure of Ji Songhan's chain blade allows its tip to exceed double the speed of sound. This feat is not beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. When a whip is swung at high velocity, it curls into a circle. Should this circle's speed surpass the sound barrier, a sonic boom will ensue, producing a distinct sound. However, this necessitates a whip of considerable sturdiness. Years ago, after witnessing Ji Songhan's chain blade, Baburu attempted to learn its intricacies during his leisure time in Longwa. Yet, let me put it this way, mastering such a skill requires dedication from the tender age of 2 or 3. And one cannot expect to attain proficiency without a commitment of 10 to 20 years. Moreover, it is quite easy to injure oneself during practice, unlike a whip. A chain blade can inflict significant harm. Even within the Lingxue Pavilion, few can truly comprehend this technique. Let us pretend we have never met. Upon realizing Ji Songhan was indeed that individual from years past, Baburu set aside his firearm. How about a trade? Yet, Ji Songhan had no intention of allowing Baburu to depart so easily. There is an old saying in Longwa, since you have come, you might as well stay. Do you seek information about America? Baburu's eyes twitched. Can you trust what I say? It is not merely a matter of faith, it is that you have encountered me. Therefore, let us take a journey together. Ji Songhan has faith in Baburu's character. However, given the gravity of the situation, should Baburu inadvertently leak information. The consequences could be dire. Do you believe you can evade my bullet? Baburu considers Ji Song-han somewhat arrogant. The bullet exits the chamber at a velocity of 272 meters per second, and you are 5 meters away from me. I can dodge it. Would you care to test that? Ji Song-han possesses the extraordinary ability to slice through bullets, yet even this remarkable skill has its limitations. While he can react swiftly to handgun ammunition at such a distance, rifle bullets pose a considerable challenge. Baburu. I had thought you would wager that my firearm was devoid of ammunition. Chapter 35. Apologies for the excessive indulgence as night fell. Ji Song-han returned to the BLOCAF after cleansing his aura. The CAF was abuzz with activity. Upon entering, he beheld several individuals clad in Ultraman costumes striking poses and energetically pretending to shoot at someone dressed as a little monster. The scene appeared simultaneously heartwarming and bizarre. Old Tan. What on earth are you doing, Old Tan? At this moment, Ji Song-han once again beheld Conan, Officer Magyar, Detective Mouri, and the entire Young Detective League gathered here. Ji Song-han felt bewildered. What was this? Yet, in order to maintain his persona as a social butterfly, he stretched out his arms. Ah, the taste of childhood. Then he grasped the little monster by the neck. Ah, the aroma of fatherhood. If I call you father, would you dare to respond? At that moment, Old Tan recalled Ji Song-han's previous words. Well, Old Tan began to explain. He recounted how many years ago he had met these children at the Yuanfeng orphanage. After the fire incident, Old Tan had disappeared. During the day, with the cooperation of detectives and the police, the truth from that time came to light. As for Donya Chitan, he had become known to everyone. After all, the detectives had suspected Donya Kaitan's involvement in the arson, but that theory was later disproven. Now, these individuals had come here, on one hand. The police sought to gather evidence from him, and on the other hand, the once-orphaned children wished to see their long-lost father and inquire about his whereabouts over the years. Thus, the scene of Ji Song-han bursting through the door unfolded. The elderly agent was reluctantly forced into the role of the little monster. Mr. Donya, based on our deductions, you must have witnessed the death of Yuan Fengzhenzi firsthand. Did she truly perish in the fire? Officer Magyar inquired, glancing at his notebook filled with clues gathered by the detectives and ancient evidence from the police archives. Yes, old man, speak up. Now that Yamamoto Hayabusa is dead, and Mihua real estate has been investigated by CA, no one can threaten you anymore. The orphans from back then also seek the truth. She died from gunfire. A bullet to the back of the head, 2 shots to the back, and 1 to the lower back, a total of 4 shots. Old Tin closed his eyes and revealed the truth of that day. What were you doing at that time? Officer Magyar promptly asked. I called the police. But the one who answered was from Yamamoto Hayabusa's side. Detective Sakura, he was later sentenced for corruption, Officer Magyar stated, naming the operator from that time. Back then, phone lines were easily tampered with. He then proceeded to inquire about details, such as whether the fire engulfed the entire building in an instant or started in certain areas and spread from there, along with various other questions. As half an hour passed, Officer Magyar nodded in satisfaction, noting that everything aligned with the detective's deductions and the evidence from that time. Late at night, after the police and Old Tan's children had departed, only Old Tan, Ji Song-han, and Xiao Ai remained in the Boro CAF. Uncle Tan, didn't you save her back then? Xiao Ai asked, gazing at Old Tan, who was quietly sipping his liquor. Although I adored that clumsy girl who believed in Ultraman at that time, my heart belonged to another. Her name was Motherland. Old Tan was among the first agents known then as underground workers. However, due to the unfavorable circumstances in Longhua and the approaching Tokyo Olympics, his identity as Donya Chitan was exposed, leading to intense scrutiny. He possessed skills and equipment, yet was unable to use them. Failure to comply would jeopardize his mission. Thus, he could not perform any extraordinary feats that an ordinary person could not achieve. Any minor mistake could lead to his exposure. Eventually, with assistance from Soviet agents in Japan, his identity was confirmed as safe. After completing his mission, he applied to remain there permanently. Why did you visit that orphanage? Xiao Ai, having spent considerable time with Ji Song-han, could comprehend Old Tan's actions. Yet she did not understand why an agent would be involved with an orphanage. For you, it is not a secret. The original owner of that orphanage, the father of Yuan Fengzhenzi, was a member of the Japanese Communist Party. The Japanese Communist Party was established on July 15, 1922, dissolved in 1924, and re-established in 1926. Old Tan then elaborated that his mission was to replace the original Xiaoxiang Woyu painting, stolen during World War II, with a high-quality replica. This painting, a landscape from the Southern Song dynasty, was one of Emperor Qianlong's favorites. This is not theft. It originally belonged to us. Could we not exchange it? Don't give us that nonsense about art having no borders. So, the one in the Tokyo Museum is fake? Xiao Ai exclaimed in shock. Indeed, not only that. I later replaced many unique treasures, including the Yao Bian Tian Muti bowl and exquisite Southern Song flower amber paintings. The genuine articles are all in Longhua, while the ones here have all turned into fakes. Yet, Old Tan hoped to see the day when the originals would be returned voluntarily. By then, Longhua would no longer seek replicas from museums, but rather recognition of its strength and a shift in attitude. Such a change required Longhua to grow stronger. And Old Tan wished to witness that day in his lifetime. As night deepened, Old Tan retired to bed. The hall was left with only Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai. Old Tan's past experiences were indeed legendary. Ji Songhan has accomplished numerous significant deeds that remain largely unknown to the public. Many individuals share similar experiences, yet they remain silent. The nation refrains from declassifying such matters, leaving no one aware of their contributions. This epitomizes the concept of invisible guardians. Are you hurt? Xiao Ai inquired, gazing at Ji Songhan. Amidst the earlier crowd, she had not noticed, but now that they were in close proximity, she detected a faint scent of disinfectant emanating from him. He had sustained a minor injury to his leg from shrapnel. Ji Songhan gently swirled a small cup of Erwotao in his hand, taking a sip before speaking. Smoking is detrimental to the lungs, and drinking is harmful to the liver. Xiao Ai did not dislike smoking and drinking. Rather, as an expert in biology, medicine, and biomedical sciences, she was acutely aware of the adverse effects these substances have on the human body. Let us set aside the discussion on tobacco for now, as it is but a mental indulgence. It is excessive drinking that truly endangers one's health. With that, Ji Songhan began to elaborate on the alcoholic beverages of Longhua. Unlike beer and cocktails, many of Longhua's spirits possess certain medicinal properties. Would you care for a taste? Ji Songhan retrieved a large jar of deep brown liquor hidden within the wine cabinet of the BLOCAF, a secret kept by Old Tan. Upon peering inside, Xiao Ai shuddered at the sight of the peculiar ingredients: ginseng, deer antler, walnut kernels, small red dates, goji berries, Codenopsis, angelica, earth rhubarb, sweet flag, and raw remania. To her astonishment, she even spotted a snake slithering within. I'm going to bed now. Just a sip, as I did moments ago, will suffice. I am underage. Well, I'm 18, oh my genius scientist. But in this context, I am still considered underage. Oh dear, what am I saying? Heaven knows. Earth knows, you know, and I know. Open your mouth. Oh, I apologize. I overdid it. The last thought that clouded Xiao Ai's mind before being overtaken by the alcohol was, you are absolutely doing this on purpose. Chapter 36. The care of two slimes. After Ji Songhan carried Xiao Ai back to their room, Old Tan abruptly sat up in bed, his sobriety returning. After all, he hadn't consumed too much. What's wrong? Is your alcohol tolerance that low? Observing Xiao Ai's flushed cheeks, Old Tan couldn't help but worry for her future. You see, she has shrunk. Does that mean her tolerance has diminished as well? What did you give her? That medicinal wine of yours. Why don't you take a sip and see for yourself? One sip and you might meet your demise. By the way, I tossed the African war god into your tavern. He has discovered my presence. As he spoke, Ji Songhan took a sip of Old Tan's medicinal wine. He raised his glass, drinking heartily, feeling the effects immediately. TSK. Do you young folks think you can handle the medicinal brew I've been steeping for 30 years? Old Tan then placed Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai on the bed before heading to his own tavern, leaving the consequences of their intoxication to unfold. The notion of drunken debauchery is rather imprecise. Such behaviors typically arise in a state of mild inebriation. However, both individuals were thoroughly intoxicated, rendering any such occurrences impossible. Let us go check on the African war god, the former. Old Tan understood that Ji Songhan had not eliminated the opponent, but rather brought him to their stronghold. This individual could be of use, and how to leverage him would depend on Old Tan's cunning. 2 hours later, Ji Songhan awoke, bewildered. 5 gin of liquor. And I toppled over after just a small cup? Ji Songhan is not entirely aware that medicinal liquor differs significantly from regular white spirits. The various medicinal ingredients can greatly enhance the rate of alcohol absorption. Typically, when consuming medicinal liquor, one does not gulp it down as Ji Songhan does. Rather, it is sipped slowly. What is so soft? Little Ai, have you been nurturing 2 blobs of slime under your blanket? Ji Songhan gently touched the small figure beside him. saying, "Wait a moment." Ji Songan abruptly turned his head and beheld Shiho Mayano. The once youthful prodigy transformed into a version of herself that bore the weight of her age, her attire torn asunder. She resembled the girl he had encountered years ago, feverish and frail. Following the established routine, he sprinkled her with, administered a dose of antipyretics, and infused her with a bag of traditional herbal medicine. Yet, the subsequent steps diverged from the past. Ji Songhan procured a bottle of aged liquor, pouring its contents into a bowl before igniting it with a lighter. The burning spirit emitted a faint blue flame. Swiftly, he plunged his hand into the bowl, anointing Xiao Ai's arm with the fiery liquor. This unconventional method of physical cooling was quite rare. The alcohol within the liquor evaporated rapidly during combustion, drawing away an immense amount of heat. While the sight of burning liquor might appear alarming, this technique indeed provided swift relief. The only peril lay in the potential to ignite unintended objects. In her intoxicated slumber, Xiao Ai felt as though she were bound to a grill, a fire blazing beneath her, relentlessly roasting her. Yet, curiously, someone was placing ice cubes upon her arm. What kind of novel grilling technique was this? Ice and fire. However, it proved to be remarkably effective. The coolness emanating from her arm gradually spread throughout her body, as the flames below seemed to lose their intensity. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar ceiling. Turning her head, she glanced at the clock on the wall for in the morning. The heat had dissipated. Raising her hand to touch her forehead, she found it pleasantly cool. She was utterly awake. Suddenly, Xiao Ai sensed something amiss. Why were there two blobs of slime on her chest? No. She shook her head vigorously and then slapped her face with force. The sting confirmed that this was indeed reality. Had she transformed back? Could it be the effect of that medicinal liquor? Surveying the room, Xiao Ai noticed several peculiar changes. The arrangement of the furnishings seemed slightly altered. The light filtering through the gray morning sky cast an enchanting glow, imparting a sense of tranquility. Menghan Xiao Ai pondered the situation, calling out Ji Songhan's name. "What's the matter, Zhihui?" In an instant, Ji Songhan had appeared at the bedside, peering over the edge. He had made a makeshift bed on the floor after tending to Xiao Ai's fever last night. As sleeping beside a beautiful girl harboring two rather sizable slimes was no small feat, Ji Songhan indeed possesses a remarkable composure, yet it is undeniably uncomfortable. Thus, he opted to sleep on the bare floor. Why create unnecessary distress for oneself when there is nothing at hand? Indeed, I must be dreaming. Ji Songhan referred to herself as Jiho, and her pronunciation was remarkably adept, reminiscent of the aspirations she once held for the future. From Ji Songhan, Xiao Ai envisioned a future where her daily life might consist of aiding the Dragon Nation in independently developing pharmaceuticals, thereby breaking the Western technological blockade in the field of biomedicine. She imagined residing in the family quarters of the Academy of Sciences, oscillating between the research institute and her living area. As for Ji Songhan, her life could perhaps be a part of a greater mission, or she might continue to carry out new assignments abroad until the nation achieved formidable strength. At that juncture, individuals like Ji Songhan would enjoy a more leisurely existence. Mundane concerns would supplant the current tension of their lives. Frankly, Xiao Ai had yet to experience such a lifestyle. Her knowledge stemmed solely from newspapers or books. "Oh, I must be dreaming. I pinched my leg and felt no pain," Ji Songhan exclaimed. "Because you pinched my leg," the striking Xiao Ai retorted through gritted teeth, simultaneously swinging a pillow to deliver a playful blow to Ji Songhan. She then rubbed the spot that had been pinched, feeling a slight sting despite the barrier of the quilt. In that moment, Xiao Ai was completely awakened. This was no dream. Who would have thought that shrinking would feel like being at an airport, and returning to her original size would mean growing up again? Ji Songhan gazed at the tightly wrapped Xiao Ai and said, "Allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Behold, this is my left hand, and this is my right hand. When they come together, they blossom into a flower." Ji Songhan rested his chin on his hands and made a playful grimace. "You must be the Empress of Flowers. Ah, I think I shall not venture out today. Could you assist me in procuring a test tube and a syringe?" Xiao Ai wished to preserve her blood in its current state for research purposes. As for the preservation, simply placing it in the refrigerator would suffice. Blood containing red blood cells should be stored in a low-temperature environment of 1 to 6 degrees Celsius, while platelets require a room temperature of 20 to 24 degrees. Xiao Ai did not ask for much. With normal low-temperature storage, a preservation period of 35 days for the blood would be adequate. "Shall we take a stroll? I can take you to buy a Harley and pick up some ordinary laboratory equipment as a precaution. Look, I have already prepared your clothes." As he spoke, Ji Songhan pulled out a suitcase and began tossing clothes to Xiao Ai. He had purchased these late at night from a convenience store. The convenience store was open 24 hours and offered a wide array of products and services, although the clothing available was of average quality and not from renowned brands. It certainly met the necessities for daily outings. Sunglasses and a sun hat were also prepared. After finally returning to normalcy, it was time to enjoy a brief outing. With him by her side, observing Ji Songhan's gentle smile, Xiao Ai pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Chapter 37. Embracing the sisterly kill say Jiho? Is this really necessary? In the early morning, Ji Songhan watched as Xiao Ai obscured her face with a large sun hat, a mask, and sunglasses. Her chestnut hair was entirely tucked beneath the hat. If the organization recognized her, her new identity would be in jeopardy. Xiao Ai rechecked her attire, ensuring everything was in order, only to realize that this outfit lacked pockets. You scientists have a habit of casually slipping your hands into your pockets. And here we are, as assassins, always expecting you to pull out some weapon from them. While waiting for a taxi, Ji Songhan noticed Xiao Ai's melancholic gaze and expressed his bewilderment. This is merely habitual body language, just as your muscles tense when you turn a corner. My profession makes me particularly wary of such places. You never know what dangers may lurk just beyond your line of sight. Ji Songhan scratched his head. What does hey mean? It simply means, hey. Ji Songhan could hardly elucidate this term, as it indeed harbors numerous meanings. Alas, let us attend to more pressing matters. At that moment, a taxi halted before the two individuals. The burly driver, with a hint of resignation, addressed them, "Isn't this the African war god? What brings you to the realm of taxi driving?" At this juncture, Baburu had shed his tactical attire, donning instead a pristine and tailored suit. Yet, this could not conceal his formidable physique. "You should now refer to me as comrade," Baburu remarked, glancing at the two seated in the back through the rearview mirror. "It appears you have established a commendable rapport with Old Tan." "Indeed, it is quite commendable. What you have offered me is beyond refusal, and you are, without pretense, the only ones capable of truly delivering on your promises." As Baburu navigated towards the Harley-Davidson dealership in Mifang City, he continued, "This African war god shares a profound connection with the Dragon Kingdom. He graduated from the Shijiazhuang Infantry Academy. In the past, the Dragon Kingdom extended aid to Baburu's hometown, and at that time, Baburu was part of the joint operations training with the Dragon Kingdom's infantry and armored units. However, due to familial circumstances, he was compelled to become a mercenary, as it was a quicker means of earning. After all, he has 6 sisters and 4 brothers to support. The conversation between Old Tan and Baburu revolved around securing employment for Baburu's family at the power plant being constructed by the Dragon Kingdom in Tanzania. Baburu's role was rather straightforward. He merely needed to relay information regarding his observations. He mentioned that after the demise of the Mountain Falcon, CA approached him, hoping that the E0 organization could serve as a perimeter guard in a certain location. This was quite understandable, for if the Lighthouse Nation were to oversee a site personally, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, the E0, to which Baburu belonged, had previously been contracted by the Mountain Falcon. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to oversee the perimeter of a location once associated with the Mountain Falcon. Moreover, it was merely a perimeter, devoid of anything of significant value. As for Baburu's safety, it was of little concern. In contemporary intelligence operations, the endeavor is seldom linear. The initiation of a single intelligence operation may concurrently engage hundreds, if not thousands, of lines. Baburu was merely one of the most ordinary threads in this intricate tapestry. "All right, Comrade Baburu, safety is paramount. No worries, my family is thriving now and will continue to do so. I am content," he replied as he brought the vehicle to a halt. "We have arrived." "Thank you." Ji Songhan led Xiao Ai by the hand as they exited the taxi. In an instant, Xiao Ai's expression transformed from one of indifference to radiant joy. Following her gaze, Ji Songhan beheld a shop dedicated to selling Harley motorcycles. It was remarkable how she needed no directional signs. A mere glance was sufficient for Xiao Ai to discern the location of the Harley dealership. "Let us proceed and take a look," she said. "I need not see others. My preference lies solely with the Harley Fat Boy." In the film Terminator 2, featuring Arnold Schwarzenegger, the T-800 donned in black rides a Harley Fat Boy, its engine roaring as it speeds away. This is precisely the model that captivates Xiao Ai's heart. A stark contrast to her usual demeanor of stoicism and frosty expressions. Upon entering the motorcycle shop, Xiao Ai noticed that all the salespersons directed their inquiries towards Ji Songhan, neglecting to ask her preferences. "Do you have a pink Harley?" she inquired playfully, lightly kicking Ji Songhan's calf. Observing him rolling on the floor in mock agony, She quickly crouched down, suddenly recalling his prior injury. I'm fine, merely exaggerating, he chuckled. Rising to her feet, Xiao Ai addressed the sales staff with conviction. Who says girls cannot ride Harleys? I desire a black Harley fat boy, just like the one from Terminator. Despite her sunglasses, mask, and sun hat, the salesperson sensed an undeniable queenly aura emanating from her. For a moment, Ji Sunghan's antics on the ground were forgotten. The subsequent processes of inspecting the motorcycle, settling the payment, and registering the vehicle unfolded seamlessly. Xiao Ai reverted to her identity as Shiho Miyano, yet the issue of her identity remained unresolved. She could not purchase a motorcycle under her true name. Thus, amidst Ji Sunghan's somewhat mischievous expression, the bike was registered in his name. Is it all right if I ride it? Xiao Ai asked, her eyes sparkling as she wrapped her arm around Ji Sunghan's. Please, do not act like that. It makes me uncomfortable, he replied, shivering at her sweet demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate bird. Without hesitation, Xiao Ai mounted the Harley and patted the seat behind her. Come on. You seem rather unruly like that, he remarked. With a twist of her wrist, Xiao Ai revved the throttle, and the Harley roared to life, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Enjoy the exhaust fumes. She called back. Ji Sunghan stood in place for a while, perhaps just a few minutes. Then, Xiao Ai gently pushed the Harley closer to him. Out of fuel? He remarked. The seller won't be kind enough to fill it up completely. They'll only give you a little to get you to the nearest gas station. Subsequently, he reached out and pinched Xiao Ai's small face. As he squeezed, Ji Sunghan found the texture quite pleasant. Who said female scientists all have dull, yellow hair and gaunt faces? In a bit, I will fill it up for you. And then we can find a secluded spot where you can ride to your heart's content. However, it's best to remain cautious within the city. Xiao Ai obediently nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the fully fueled Harley cruised along the road, adhering to traffic regulations. In the back seat, Ji Sunghan wrapped his arms around Xiao Ai's waist, and the scene appeared ever so peculiar. Ji Sunghan resembled a young bride. Speaking of which, shall I take the wheel? Will you still feel embarrassed? As an assassin, have you never engaged in anything with the opposite sex for the sake of your missions? Xiao Ai's lips curled into a subtle smirk. She understood that this assassin seemed to have never experienced much physical contact with the opposite gender. I am an assassin, not a spy. The opposite sex? I haven't even encountered a living person of the opposite sex during my missions. If one were to insist on physical contact, does cradling a sister while killing count? What do you mean? In this very position, I could easily snap the opponent's spine. With a crisp crack. It was quite resounding. You may take over. With a creak, Xiao Ai pulled the Harley to a stop by the roadside. Chapter 38. The car god of Mount Akinami indeed. Riding the Harley instilled a sense of unparalleled dominance. When Ji Sunghan settled into the front seat, he felt that the riding posture was particularly ostentatious. The entire body leaned back. Accelerate. Brake. Behind them, Xiao Ai, due to inertia, collided directly into Ji Sunghan. Accelerate again. Brake. Ji Sunghan completed the inspection of the brakes and accelerator. This Harley is quite safe, even equipped with airbags. However, why are the airbags located at the back? Never mind, let's proceed. Suddenly, Xiao Ai reached forward and pinched the skin at Ji Sunghan's waist. Since Ji Sunghan had no excess flesh, her grip was ineffective, yet pinching skin in such a manner was even more painful. It was akin to pinching one's skin with a fingernail. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend the exquisite agony. Drive carefully, Xiao Ai ominously instructed from behind. All right. Ji Sunghan verbally agreed, yet at times, he still slammed the brakes at red lights, much to Xiao Ai's exasperation. However, there was little she could do about it. Hey, let's hit the road. After an hour, Ji Sunghan brought Xiao Ai to Guma Prefecture. Come on, Shirho. Gazing upon the iconic Akina mountain, Ji Sunghan found himself reminiscing about his beloved GTR, which resided far beyond the earthly realm. It felt rather peculiar. Once Xiao Ai took the lead, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Nevertheless, this place offered her the thrill of riding her Harley at full speed. With a swift start, the front wheel of the Harley lifted off the ground. Perhaps Ji Sunghan's weight was a contributing factor. Eventually, Ji Sunghan stood outside the railing along the mountain road, watching with a sense of longing as Xiao Ai sped away. It had been quite some time since she had ridden a Harley. Slow down. Ji Sunghan's voice echoed from behind, prompting Xiao Ai to roll her eyes. A crash was out of the question. She had unwavering confidence in her driving skills. Thus, she twisted the throttle fully, causing the rear wheel of the Harley to screech against the asphalt. emitting a cloud of white smoke. Gradually, Xiao Ai decelerated and pulled over to the roadside. After a final turn, she headed back. "Get in," she said, reaching over to snatch the cigarette from Ji Songhan's lips. "What? Are you afraid I'll make you lose your balance again? Just drive slowly. Do you think I'm some reckless street racer?" Xiao Ai rolled her eyes. She was a rider, unlike those who indiscriminately rev their engines, in a manner reminiscent of a casual shopping trip. Xiao Ai steadily navigated the uphill path of Akina Mountain with Ji Songhan. "Isn't the scenery lovely?" She turned to admire the view beside the winding road. And Ji Songhan momentarily relaxed his perpetually tense demeanor. Although he often appeared quite unserious, he never truly let his guard down. This was an instinct cultivated by his life as an assassin. He constantly considered the possibilities. Would a car be approaching in the wrong lane at the next bend? Were there hidden figures armed with AKs lurking in the distant woods? "Can you believe this is the first time I've seen such of you?" Xiao Ai slowed down, also gazing at the sights beyond the mountain's railing. Influenced by her parents, she had spent her childhood wandering laboratories, absorbing knowledge far beyond her years. She had not experienced a typical childhood. This journey to Akina Mountain could be described as Xiao Ai's first genuine adventure. "I believe you. I too am traveling in a way I never have before. Can you believe that? Though Ji Songhan's footprints have traversed the globe, he has never allowed himself the luxury of truly savoring the scenery. I believe this is a shared sentiment, as we are kindred spirits, both tirelessly devoted to our respective pursuits, seldom pausing to appreciate the splendor of nature." Once upon a time, Xiao Ai resonated with Ji Songhan's earlier words. Recognizing their mutual kinship, it is precisely this understanding that fosters a deeper connection between them. Hence, Laotan finds himself envious of these two. For Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai inhabit the same realm, sharing a common language born of their shared experiences. Before long, atop the mountain, Xiao Ai parked her motorcycle beside Ji Songhan, and together they rested their arms on the railing, gazing vacantly at the distant Gumma prefecture. As she beheld the city, a question lingered in her mind. Xiao Ai felt an inexplicably unique sensation in this moment. It was akin to being isolated from the world, far removed from the clamor of everyday life. I ponder where it would be fitting to plant a red flag. Xiao Ai was left speechless. This man possesses such a low emotional intelligence. Shouldn't he utter something charming in such a romantic setting? Yet, if Ji Songhan were to express such sweet nothings, Xiao Ai would likely find it unsettling. It would be as extraordinary as Xiao Ai attempting to act cute. For Ji Songhan to speak tenderly is an exceedingly rare occurrence. A storm is brewing. Ji Songhan felt that the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive at this moment. He had not brought a raincoat or umbrella. Xiao Ai sensed it as well. It seemed there was a small inn nearby. "What expression is that on your face?" Ji Songhan observed Xiao Ai gazing at him with a sidelong glance, her lips emitting vague, indecipherable murmurs. "Humph, I am fully aware of what lurks in the minds of men," she asserted. "Aware of what, exactly? Are you not concerned that I might revert halfway through?" he inquired. "What are you even saying?" Ji Songhan assured that he was utterly baffled by what Xiao Ai was saying. "Why are you blushing?" Xiao Ai's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, she had the opportunity to tease Ji Songhan. "I am radiant. Why'd I look pale?" The protective ointment was applied too thickly. Xiao Ai stifled a laugh with her hand. "It appeared that my assassin was rather naive. It seems that in certain aspects, I have him completely under my control." Xiao Ai found Ji Songhan's reaction amusing at that moment. It seemed that he rarely engaged in normal interactions with the opposite sex. After all, the tasks of an assassin differ significantly from those of a spy. If Ji Songhan were a spy, he would be woefully inadequate. "What you meant earlier was that you could revert back." Indeed, that medicinal liquor must contain essential components for an antidote, albeit not a dedicated one. Its efficacy is certainly unstable. With that, Xiao Ai mounted her Harley once more, patting the back seat to signal Ji Songhan that it was time to return. The scenery was delightful, yet they had more pressing matters to attend to. "Once everything is on the right track, we can revisit this place," Xiao Ai remarked as they journeyed home. Although this trip was brief, it brought her great joy. For a girl with Xiao Ai's temperament, sweet nothings would never sway her. After all, she was a girl who rode a Harley, possessing a fiercely independent spirit. Even someone like Ji Songhan, who, despite his occasional foolishness, was generally wise, courageous, idealistic, and responsible, could not entirely dominate a personality like Xiao Ai's. Chapter 39. They gave too much that evening. Upon returning to the Polo CAF, Xiao Ai and Ji Songhan's first order of business was to collapse onto the bed. After riding their motorcycle to Mount Akina in Gunma Prefecture and back, they were mentally fatigued despite taking turns driving. Xiao Ai feared encountering members of her organization, while Ji Songhan remained vigilant, anxious that Xiao Ai might suddenly revert to her smaller form and cause an accident. Subsequently, lying on the bed, Xiao Ai retrieved the syringe and test tube she had purchased on the road, drawing a vial of her blood to place in the test tube, sealing it securely. "Could you please put this in the refrigerator?" Xiao Ai handed the test tube to Ji Songhan, feeling utterly drained. Although she had consumed the medicinal liquor and transformed back into a beautiful girl, it was not a true restoration. Her physical and mental vitality fell far short of what it once was. "Look at me." Ji Songhan unsheathed the chain blade, extending it effortlessly and suspending it upon the refrigerator door. With a gentle tug, the door swung open. Subsequently, another chain blade entwined around a test tube was flung outwards, landing securely in the refrigerator's egg compartment, filled with Xiao Ai's blood. Finally, the chain blade retracted, and the refrigerator door closed. "Is this weapon something you carry with you?" Xiao Ai exclaimed, astonished that Ji Songhan could conceal two chain blades on his person. Earlier, while Ji Songhan was driving, Xiao Ai had embraced his waist, completely unaware of the presence of such armaments. This chain blade, capable of varying thickness and length, typically adhered to my body like a bulletproof vest, primarily safeguarding my heart. As Ji Songhan removed his shirt, Xiao Ai witnessed the mesmerizing process of retracting the chain blades. The two blades, under Ji Songhan's deft control, spiraled around his chest like a protective shield, akin to a heart's guardian. It was truly astonishing. Had I been a mechanical engineering student, I would have been utterly captivated. Xiao Ai caressed Ji Songhan's sturdy torso, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. The lights dimmed, the curtains were drawn, and the flickering candle flames were ignited. "Wait a moment. Old Tan, are you trying to scare me to death?" Observing Old Tan dragging a match to light the candles, Ji Songhan sprang from the bed, while Xiao Ai hastily covered her head with the quilt. "I've been here all along. I find it rather curious that neither of you noticed my presence," Old Tan exclaimed, hands on his hips, his dark circles hinting at his inner musings. What on earth transpired between these two? Why were they so careless? The moment they entered the CAF, Old Tan appeared, yet they seemed so exhausted, as if returning from a long day's labor, their sole focus on the bed. To enhance the ambience, Old Tan had drawn the curtains and lit the candles, just short of playing music. He himself, however, was left to consume a mouthful of dog food, a consequence of his own oversight. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Old Tan produced a document pouch and donned a pair of reading glasses, resembling a scholarly figure. "Regarding the matter of Miss Gongye's transformation, I have dispatched 1/3 of my medicinal brew back to our homeland, while the remaining 2/3, along with the concoctions therein, have been reserved for Miss Gongye's experimentation." After adjusting his glasses, Old Tan continued, "As for the funding required for Miss Gongye's antidote development, through Comrade Ji Songhan's actions against the Mountain Falcon, we have currently garnered approximately $800 million. Prior to his assassination, many businessmen within the industry were already privy to this information, and various investors in society became aware of the situation through numerous channels. Consequently, during those days, the shares of Mihua Real Estate plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, Old Tan acquired a substantial amount of Mihua Real Estate stock, later selling it at a premium to CA, who were eager to regain control of the company. Previously, the laboratory Ji Songhan intended to build for you was estimated at $500 million, but after further discussions between Ji Songhan and myself, the construction costs have now escalated to $1.2 billion. With that, Old Tan handed the document to Ji Songhan, indicating that there remains a deficit of $400 million. Ji Songhan turned over, lying on the bed as he spoke. "Next, for $100 million, it's neither too much nor too little. If I were to take on contracts from the dark web, in 6 months, I could easily acquire it. I know a certain resentful individual who can provide you with the necessary funds." Lao Ten mentioned a name to Ji Songhan. "The Suzuki Consortium?" "No. Why would the Suzuki Consortium need an assassin? A consortium, or Chable, is a monopoly formed by the merger of colossal banks and enterprises controlled by a select few financial oligarchs. It is an abbreviation for financial capital groups, typically comprised of one or several families, including a handful of major banks, insurance companies, and numerous industrial and commercial enterprises, as well as transportation companies. The Suzuki Consortium stands as the largest in the realm of corporate conglomerates, ranking among the foremost globally. Ji Songhan could hardly fathom that the Suzuki conglomerate would require an assassin, the infamous Phantom Thief Kid, to be precise. However, what they sought was not merely a killer, but rather a unique bodyguard. Old Tan revealed a name. The relationship between the Suzuki conglomerate and the Phantom Thief Kid could be described as a tumultuous love affair, each fueling the other's ambitions. The Phantom Thief Kid frequently sets his sights on the treasures of the Suzuki conglomerate, yet they do not perceive him as a villain. On the contrary, he is regarded as their collaborator. Kid's notoriety is substantial, and at times, the Suzuki conglomerate capitalizes on this fame for their own promotional endeavors. An analysis of mutual benefits reveals that the value of the items Kid pilfers is significantly lower than the advantages the Suzuki conglomerate reaps from associating with him. Moreover, Kid often returns the stolen goods. It is, indeed, a form of free advertising. The Suzuki conglomerate scarcely has to incur any substantial costs. Are you implying that the Suzuki conglomerate requires someone to safeguard the Phantom Thief Kid? Ji Song-han understood what Old Tan was about to convey. Kid is a thief of principles. Kid never takes a life. In theory, the peril of encountering death during his larcenous endeavors is minimal. However, not everyone possesses such benevolence. Indeed, the Phantom Thief Kid pilfers jewels each time, yet there lies a myriad of intricate matters behind it. The Suzuki conglomerate seems to intend to offer some semblance of protection to this thief, who unwittingly provides them with free publicity whenever he absconds with their treasures. Old Tan. I am a killer. I cannot assume the role of a protector. Ji Song-han pondered for a moment, realizing that although he could manage the business, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Recently, Kid had issued a notice. Lao Tan presented a photograph, a lion at dusk, a maiden at dawn, a clock devoid of a second hand reaching the 12th hour, descending from the luminous sky to gather the memories of the past. The signature read, "The Magician of the Century, Kaido Kid." It is quite vexing. If he intends to steal, why issue a notice? Sometimes, I seriously suspect that Kid is merely a creation orchestrated by the Suzuki Consortium. The Suzuki Consortium has offered $200 million. How then can I acquire this sum? The expression on Ji Song-han's face instantly turned grave. There was no alternative. The Suzuki Consortium had offered an overwhelming incentive. In Chapter 40, 1,000 Melodies, the situation is as follows. The Suzuki Consortium requires you to safeguard evidence against Kid. If you are the sole provider of this unique evidence, you could claim the entire sum of $200 million. However, if multiple individuals are involved, the reward would be divided. Old Tan presented the information released by the Suzuki Consortium on the dark web. Upon receiving Kid's warning letter, the consortium promptly announced this public task. There is no need to formally accept it, as long as you possess something that can serve as proof. You are eligible to share in this fortune. As for the police regarding the case, the Suzuki Consortium merely aims to ensure Kid's survival without obstructing your efforts to apprehend him. Moreover, what business do you, a police officer, have on the dark web? We, the Suzuki Consortium, are law-abiding citizens. Very well, I shall give it a try. Ji Song-han felt that such a task was worth attempting. However, he did not intend to rely entirely on this endeavor for funding. Excuse me for interrupting. Xiao Ai peeked out from under the blanket. Uncle Tan, wouldn't it be a bit insufficient to send back 1/3 of the medicinal wine to Longhua? Xiao Ai then added. Shouldn't the soaked ingredients in the medicinal wine also be sent back? Upon hearing Xiao Ai's words, both Old Tan and Ji Song-han exchanged a glance. This was indeed quite awkward. The country lacked advanced experimental equipment. In the entire modern fields of medicine and biology, Longhua lagged behind the West by 80 years. Even if they were to send it back, it would be impossible to conduct research on it. Ji Song-han, filled with a sense of helplessness, spoke to Xiao Ai. 80 years. Xiao Ai was taken aback by the magnitude of this gap. In the span of 80 years, Longhua has almost completely missed the rapid advances in modern medicine. It is fair to say that we are devoid of any foundational knowledge in modern medicine, starting from scratch. We believe that one day we will surpass this, but such progress requires the sacrifices of countless individuals. Just like the growth of mushrooms from eggs. Many have concealed their identities, abandoned their families, and journeyed to the desolate wilderness, with many never returning. The breakthrough of a single technology often necessitates the sacrifice of an entire generation's happiness for Longhua. One generation endures the hardships of 3. What is the purpose? It is for the next generation to avoid such suffering. Nothing can deter the populace's yearning for a better life. Is it impossible for you to transport the experimental equipment? Xiao Ai had never encountered a situation like this. Such high-precision equipment cannot be disassembled and shipped like conventional goods. If disassembled, there is no one nor any technological means available to reassemble it. Therefore, even if you procure excellent equipment abroad, it may not be feasible to bring it back in pristine condition. Furthermore, Due to the technological embargo from the West, even if you manage to bring it back, it may only be utilized a few times, as maintenance would be beyond your capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Ai grasped the meaning of a Chinese idiom and understood why Ji Songhan and Old Tan placed such importance on her. If she could successfully return to Longhua, she would represent a new beginning, a potential leap forward for the nation in a particular field, and without the need for immense sacrifices of people's happiness. Medicine and biology are noble disciplines that benefit the country and its citizens. Accessible medications would relieve the populace from dependence on imports for many complex ailments. Complete autonomy in research and manufacturing would prevent any external constraints. Suddenly, Xiao Ai felt a fire ignite within her heart. From a young age, she had envisioned professional success as publishing numerous papers in international journals, pioneering a field, or perhaps winning a Nobel Prize. Yet now, she perceived these aspirations as somewhat hollow. True honor does not require accolades or grand ceremonies. Rather, it is found in the acceptance of one's research by the majority, in saving lives, and in bringing happiness to many. The smiles and joy of those individuals represent the greatest honor. I have some alumni and acquaintances from Harvard. Perhaps I could attempt to persuade them. Xiao Ai, having grown up in the Lighthouse Nation and graduated from Harvard University with degrees in medicine, biology, and biomedical sciences, was indeed a prodigious talent, well acquainted with numerous peers in her field. Step by step, but right now, the priority is to acquire funding. As she spoke, Ji Songhan glanced at Old Tan's dark circles. Old Tan was likely busy lately due to the Lighthouse Nation's acquisition of Mihua real estate, requiring him to provide intelligence services for many operatives and contacts in Longhua. Thus, Ji Songhan decided it would be better to contact Old Tan only for matters of utmost importance. Clarifying the actions of the Lighthouse Nation was significantly more critical than Ji Songhan's current task. The first island chain is crucial. If a missile base were to be established, it would directly infringe upon Longhua's bottom line. By the way, don't you have acquaintances in CA? Old Tan was aware of Ji Songhan's past collaborations with the Lighthouse Nation and CA. Yes, but back then, it was a honeymoon period for Longhua and the Lighthouse Nation. Naturally, relations were more amicable. However, after the recent political changes, that so-called honeymoon has ended. For the Lighthouse Nation no longer requires Longhua to continue curbing the Soviet revisionism. This illustrates the nature of international relations. There are no eternal friends or foes, only enduring interests. If the individuals dispatched from CA are those you once collaborated with, do you believe you could extract intelligence from them? If life and death are not considerations, I am confident. Understood. If there are missions from above, we may have to rely on your assistance. All right. With that, Old Tan produced a speaker and began playing soothing music. I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb you two any longer. And with that, Old Tan swiftly exited the room. Old Tan, the atmosphere is ruined now. What use is music at this moment? Gazing back at the evenings that belonged to them, the bright red sun remained a cherished gift from him. As the melody of Ji Songhan's favorite song filled the air, Xiao Ai found herself perplexed. Is he actually a fan? At this moment, Ji Songhan's expression of enjoyment was akin to that of someone reveling in the melodies of their favorite singer. He appeared utterly entranced. Do you have a favorite star? Indeed, I admire Chen Huixian. What about you, Zhiwei? I prefer Jiu, a football athlete. Xiao Ai is quite fond of football as well and longs to watch matches. However, the risks of exposure while attending games compel her to endure the longing in silence. Later, after a long day, the two of them lay in bed, discussing their likes and dislikes. In the days to come, even if 1,000 songs drift far away on my journey, and even if a myriad of stars outshine tonight's moon, nothing can compare to the beauty of this night. Nor can it enhance my admiration for you as we sing together. Meanwhile, in the upstairs Mouri detective agency, Conan lay asleep on the bed, his posture one of dejection. No one knew he had been anesthetized. Earlier, when Old Tan entered downstairs, Conan had spotted him and had a sudden idea. If he were to anesthetize Old Tan and use a voice changer to extract information from Donya Baishui, perhaps he could ascertain whether Donya had impersonated Ji Songhan. However, Old Tan was well prepared. He thought to himself, this young lad is too naive. Though I have entered my twilight years, I still possess my wits. As Conan shot out a tranquilizer dart, Old Tan deftly evaded it by pretending to tie his shoelaces, causing the dart to strike the wall instead. At that moment, an employee from the CAF took advantage of Conan's distraction and removed the tranquilizer dart, squeezing the anesthetic liquid into a lemon pie, an unfortunate bait. As many were aware of Kudo Shinichi's fondness for lemon pie, Thus, Conan fell into the trap without a clue that the sweet young lady working at the CAF was, in fact, a skilled agent. "Leader, what about this needle?" The waitress in a maid costume inquired, holding up a minuscule tranquilizer needle. "Is that all?" Old Tan raised an eyebrow. "No, I've taken it all out. I was contemplating whether to return it to that little boy's watch," she said, effortlessly producing 10 needles from her fingers. "This is hardly high-tech. The agent known as Old Chinese Medicine has an entire stock of needles even finer than this. And he doesn't need a launcher. He uses his hands. Wait, I meant to ask, won't this raise suspicion with that detective?" The young lady understood the importance of confidentiality in their line of work. "Well, he's merely a test subject. You know what I mean." "Ah, I see. Physical memory erasure. I understand." With that, the young lady infiltrated Conan's room and performed the procedure. While anesthetized, Conan was completely unaware of the forceful impact to his head. Consequently, when he awoke the following morning, he felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. Glancing in the mirror, he noticed that his head appeared swollen. What was I thinking about? Ah, yes, the Phantom Thief Kid's notice. Kid plans to steal the egg of memories, a secret treasure of the Tsar. A gift from the Tsar to the Empress on Easter. Crafted by the jeweler Feyberg, historical records indicate that between 1885 and 1916, 50 of these eggs of memories were created. However, the one belonging to the Suzuki Foundation is the 51st. Conan stood by the window, enjoying the cool breeze while contemplating the matter of Kid. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Ai and Dongya Bai Shui leaving. At this moment, Xiao Ai had reverted to her original self. Nothing had occurred, and those with impure thoughts should reflect on their actions. A humorous caution. The effect of the drug lasted only a day. Xiao Ai was relieved she had undergone a blood draw the previous night. Otherwise, it would have been quite regrettable. Yet, despite this, she still felt a pang of disappointment. "Dongya, did you really buy a Harley for Hybra?" Just as Ji Songhan unveiled the Harley motorcycle, Conan's voice echoed from behind. "Idagawa, have you been drinking tainted milk?" Ji Songhan gazed at Conan's swollen head and couldn't help but scoff. Simultaneously, his body trembled slightly. He mustn't laugh. He was a professional. Unless, of course, he could no longer contain himself. PFF. Shiho let out a light chuckle. It was this very sound that broke Ji Songhan's composure. Ah! Ji Songhan laughed so heartily that his stomach hurt. Conan, having already been transformed into a smaller form, now found his head to be disproportionately large. He gazed at Ji Songhan, who was bent over in unabashed laughter, rendered speechless. At that moment, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Was that the scent of perfume? Why would there be a fragrance lingering around Uncle Mouri's window? Could it be that someone had struck him on the head last night? In an instant, Conan's attention was drawn to Hybra. Was it possible that Hybra had retaliated for his trespassing by giving him a beating in the dead of night? That seemed unlikely. Did she possess such combat skills? As for Ji Songhan, Conan was certain that if he were aware of Conan's intrusion into Hybra's room, the repercussions would be far more severe than merely having a swollen head. On the day he delivered homework, when Kudo attempted to force his way into the room, he had called the police. Hybra, upon seeing Conan, recalled that she had recently not informed Ji Songhan about a certain matter. Thus, she discreetly recounted the situation at that time, considering that the room concealed magnetic discs containing crucial experimental data. If Conan were to catch sight of them, he would uncover a wealth of information. Upon learning this, Ji Songhan's expression remained unchanged. He merely took out his phone and called Mr. Mouri, the owner of the apartment above him. Listening to the conversation between Ji Songhan and Kogoro Mouri, AI Hybra remarked that they could soon witness a mixed doubles match. At that moment, Conan felt an inexplicable shiver run through him as he observed Ji Songhan hang up the phone, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. The voices of Little Brat and Conan echoed sinisterly behind him. Uncle Mouri withdrew his belt from around his waist, while Ran donned a karate uniform, bowing politely to Conan before throwing a punch. "Miss, I haven't tea even struck yet." Watching Conan enter a state of deep slumber, Kogoro Mouri scratched his head, expressing his dissatisfaction at not having had his fill of sparring. Earlier, Detective Mouri had made a phone call to Officer Magyar for confirmation. Initially, Officer Magyar had considered providing cover for Conan, but decided against it. As longtime partners, Kogoro Mouri could easily discern the veiled intentions in Officer Magyar's words. Why does this little brat's head seem to have swollen? Observing Conan's enlarged head, Kogoro Mouri wondered if the boy was undergoing some transformation. I must have hit too hard. Ran felt a twinge of sympathy as she picked up Conan. Her concern was genuine. Yet her anger had been real when she struck him. A child can be mischievous, but isn't it excessive for one so young to intrude upon a girl's room? As a woman, Ran harbored deep disdain for such behavior. Subsequently, in the Mouri detective agency, Kogoro Mouri apologized to AI on Conan's behalf, admitting to his lack of discipline. There's no need for that, Uncle Mouri. I've heard that Conan has taken quite a beating at the crime scenes, but he simply doesn't listen. Indeed, Kogoro agreed, continuing the conversation with Ji Song-han about Conan. Soon after, he shifted the topic to the letter from Phantom Thief Kid. This, decoding, is not my forte. Looking at the entirely Japanese letter, Ji Song-han expressed his helplessness. Nevertheless, he wrote down the message on the whiteboard in the Mouri detective agency. Upon seeing Ji Song-han's handwriting, Kogoro raised an eyebrow. AI glanced at Kogoro's expression and sighed. He had likely perceived something. Although the Japanese text contained Chinese characters, the writing styles of the two languages differed significantly. Typically, in Japan, text is written vertically from right to left, whereas in Dragon Country, it is generally written horizontally from left to right. Kogoro Mouri was indeed a man of hidden depths. Sometimes, AI felt that Kogoro's deductive abilities surpassed those of Conan. And perhaps he even knew Conan's true identity, with his everyday sleuthing merely a facade. Chapter 42. Nonsense literature. What did you notice? I see nothing at all. Ji Song-han gazed at the blank whiteboard displaying the enigmatic Kaido Kid's announcement, falling into a contemplative silence. An acrostic? Impossible. Analyzing the characters. It's in Japanese. Although Ji Song-han was proficient in the language, he was not a native speaker, and many colloquial expressions eluded his understanding. Ran, take this little rascal to the hospital. Kogoro Mouri instructed, dismissing Ran and the sleeping Conan. Have you discerned anything? Kogoro Mouri pondered the words on the board, deep in thought. I can't make sense of any of it. Ji Song-han shrugged helplessly. What a coincidence. So do I. Ah ha ha ha. Soon both Ji Song-han and Uncle Mouri burst into laughter, leaving Xiao Ai feeling incredibly awkward. You two are laughing like a couple of weirdos. Yet, at the same time, Xiao Ai breathed a sigh of relief. Detective Mouri did not directly expose Ji Song-han's true identity. Their previous conversation held deeper implications. Mouri Kogoro chose to remain oblivious, perceiving Ji Song-han merely as the foolish son of the shopkeeper from downstairs who had returned from studying abroad. Before long, when Xiaolan returned with Conan, whose swelling had subsided, they were greeted by a scene of scattered bottles and two men puffing away at the table. Wait, I thought we were supposed to apologize to Donya? How did they end up drinking instead? Mr. Mouri, my favorite star is Priscilla-chan, exclaimed one. Mine is Miss Yoko Kano, responded another. Xiao Ai, Xiaolan, and Conan all wore expressions of disdain. What sound does a cat make? Meow, meow, meow. What sound does a chicken make? Cluck, cluck, cluck. What sound does a dog make? Please refer to the text above. However, Priscilla-chan was indeed a star from the fragrant city of Xiangjiang in the Dragon Country. Xiaolan began to reminisce about this name, both strange and familiar. Ji Song-han was momentarily taken aback, while Conan fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, it pertains to Xiangjiang city of Longhua. After a brief pause, Ji Song-han smiled at Xiaolan. Her words significantly elevated Ji Song-han's fondness for her. It is Xiangjiang city of Longhua, not merely Xiangjiang. As of now, Xiangjiang city has yet to return, yet the date has been set. On July 1st, 3 years hence, marks the official day of return. Currently, Longhua plans to erect a sign at the square of the Forbidden City, counting down the days until the restoration of sovereignty over Xiangjiang city. Ji Song-han pondered that if given the chance, he would dearly love to witness that moment in person. Alas, next Monday marks the winter solstice. How swiftly time passes. At that moment, a tipsy Mouri Kogoro reclined in his office chair, lamenting the passage of time. Ah? Ji Song-han sensed that something was amiss. Surely you are not unaware? Xiao Ai remarked while perusing an academic journal. So, what comes after the winter solstice? It is the beginning of summer, Conan replied charmingly. A buzz resonated through the air. Ji Song-han felt as though a V8 engine roared within his mind, causing his blood pressure to surge instantaneously. Ah, this? Then you all? Ah. Ji Song-han rested a hand on his forehead, momentarily believing he had indulged too much. Yet, with merely a case of beer, how could that be the case? I sense that you are not quite yourself. Perhaps you should consider consulting a psychiatrist? Xiao Ai remarked, delivering a sharp retort to Ji Song-han. Well, Ji Song trembled as he made a phone call to Old Tan. Indeed, tomorrow heralds spring, the day after brings winter, and the subsequent day ushers in summer, followed by autumn the day after that. Next Monday marks the winter solstice. Is this not a perfectly normal and scientific sequence of events? Old Tam became the final straw that broke Ji-song's resolve. Haha. After years away from home, how can one discern male from female? Hee hee. I ask you, how much sorrow can one bear? When weary and fatigued, drink a Red Bull. Haha. Viewed from one angle, it forms a ridge, from another, it peaks. All handsome men are my husbands. At this moment, Ji Songhan's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. Yet, this is quintessentially Konoha. In this abnormal world, being a normal person inherently signifies one's own abnormality. It seems that everything began to transform into this peculiar Konoha-like phenomenon after Conan shrank. The entire world underwent a bizarre chronological shift. Everything has been altered to align with the Konoha calendar, while one remains tethered to the previous system. Regardless, it is difficult to articulate. Therefore, if clarity eludes us, let us simply join in. Hyberchan, Mouri Ran crouched down, her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at Ai. You can just call me Ai, Ranichan. Ai, does your brother suffer from schizophrenia? She observed Higashiyama Hakasui, who moments ago appeared on the verge of a seizure, now suddenly restored to calmness. Ran felt that such individuals seemed rather perilous. After all, the law does not hold the mentally ill accountable for murder. On that note, Ai pondered that perhaps Ran's assertion held a modicum of truth. When acting as an assassin, Ji Songhan exhibited remarkable focus and seriousness, disregarding his own mortality in pursuit of his objectives. However, in everyday life, he appeared somewhat mentally unhinged. To borrow the words of the students from Titan High School, their sole comprehension of Ji Songhan is one of utter incomprehension. Idagawa-kun, have you finished your homework? Ji Songhan rolled his eyes at the way Conan looked at him. Let it be. It was of no consequence. The bounty from eliminating Yamano Hayabusa had already funded a significant portion of the laboratory's establishment. Who would be foolish enough to wait until the funds were amassed before commencing construction? There's a lot of homework, Idagawa, Ai remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she glanced at Conan. This assignment load is not something you can complete in a single morning. Besides, you undoubtedly have more homework than I do. Conan's eyes resembled those of a lifeless fish. Ai had not attended school these past few days, so her assignments must have piled up considerably. Ai winked at Ji Songhan. Ji Songhan sighed. The more homework I have, the more I write. Yet, the more I write, the less homework I have. Therefore, the more homework I have, the less homework I have. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. It seemed logical, yet something felt amiss. Brother Donya, do you know? The larger the watermelon, the thicker the rind. Conan swiftly grasped the essence of what could be termed nonsense literature, promptly applying it to Ji Songhan. Remarkably, he learned quickly. Ji Songhan reached out and effortlessly lifted Conan. The latter did not resist, but stared blankly at Ji Songhan. If only Shinichi were here, it would be more lively. Ran leaned against the wall, observing the noisy scene before her, suddenly feeling a warmth. Yet it lacked someone profoundly significant to her. As Ran mused to herself, those engaged in the banter fell silent. Uncle Mouri, with a flushed forehead from too much drink, had veins bulging. Conan began to sweat nervously. Meanwhile, Ai looked at Conan with a disdainful expression. Ji Songhan then remarked, if Kudo were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be here. Ran caught the contagious sentiment. Nevertheless, overall, the tense atmosphere dissipated due to these words. Chapter 43. Sari Lane one day. In Longhua, the Qinling Mountains. Taibai Mountain rises as the highest peak of the Qinling Range. The name Taibai first appeared in the geography section of the Wei Shu and has been in use since the Sui and Tang dynasties. The headquarters of Lingxue Pavilion is located here. A 5-star scenic area, a national forest park, a national water landscape area, one of the top 10 sports tourism spots nationwide, and one of the 10 best vacation areas in beautiful Longhua. The magnificent Taibai Mountain, with a forest coverage rate of 94.3, welcomes all visitors. At the entrance of the scenic area, a young tour guide stepped over a small wild boar that had escaped from a neighboring wild pig farm to introduce everything about this scenic spot to the tourists. Among the visitors, a little girl spotted the small black wild boar, which was roughly her size. Due to her young age and short stature, unless carried by an adult, she could only see people's legs. Hence, the lack of a good visual experience often leads to children crying or throwing tantrums. If you don't believe it, try crouching while shopping and observe your surroundings from a child's perspective. You will experience the sense of oppression children feel while shopping with adults. Piggy. The little girl wished to chase after the small creature that had suddenly appeared in her line of sight. However, her parents, fearing she might get lost, promptly lifted her up. With her view elevated, she soon forgot about the wild boar as she beheld the more beautiful and diverse scenery. Before long, the little wild boar squeezed into a cave and inadvertently stepped into thin air, plummeting into the abyss. In the dim depths below, a medic, equipped with a medical kit, 2 rocket launchers on his back, and a firearm at his waist, practicing his physical fitness, looked at the wild boar that had fallen from the sky and exclaimed with a classic curse, "You pig farmer, come out." The medic shouted into the empty surroundings, realizing his understanding of this place had been flawed from the start. As the leading assassin organization in Longhua, Xiao Pavilion is nothing like I imagined. I can understand opening a scenic area, but why establish a pig farm next door? Ah, my apologies, old Chinese doctor. Look how clever this little wild boar is. Even knowing how to attack from above. A figure emerged from the darkness, moving like a specter. You see, the equipment of Xiao Pavilion is the most basic provided by the state, and the annual consumption is quite substantial. Thus, it is only natural for us to diversify our operations to help alleviate the national financial strain. Additionally, the scenic area and the unique flavor of wild boar will aid in the local economic development. The following 5,000 words describe regional economic development in detail. The man codenamed Old Chinese Doctor listened in utter disbelief to the lengthy discourse. I said, "When do I depart?" The old doctor clarified that he was here to undertake a task assigned by the state, not to listen to your economic development narrative. Just wait for news from over there. With Tan Xinshan's efficiency, you should know by tomorrow. And over there, we have our genius assassins. You might get to know them then. As he spoke, the man before Old Chinese Doctor vanished with the little wild boar. The old doctor was left pondering whether the wild boar would mature through its journey. Regardless, the braised pork with vermicelli for lunch was quite delicious. The scene shifted from longitude 107.41 to longitude 139.69. At Tian Elementary School, it was lunchtime, and AI sat yawning beside the football field. Should she play football to invigorate herself? AI was conflicted, for she had stayed up late the previous night with Ji Songhan. With newfound funding, Ji Songhan intended to select a location for AI's laboratory. Although it could still function without the 400 million, its capabilities would be somewhat limited. Thus AI, well-versed in laboratory matters, offered Ji Songhan numerous suggestions to enhance functionality despite the budget constraints. "Conan, I met Kaido Kid last night." At this moment, Ayumi excitedly shared her encounter with Conan, eliciting envious glances from Jinta and Mitsuhiko. "Mr. Kid is truly handsome and so much of a gentleman." The moonlight bathed his pristine white suit, making him resemble a noble and elegant vampire. Ayumi clasped her hands tightly, convinced she would never forget the scene from last night. Truly, a figure worthy of admiration from the Heisei era. Mitsuhiko also expressed his admiration for Kid. Achoo! Somewhere in Europe, a monkey resembling a human sneezed. Conan, in that moment, kicked the football with all his might, launching it into the goal from an extraordinary distance. "I will capture him." Conan was infuriated by Kaido Kid's escapades. Such a thief always manages to elude him. Subsequently, Conan approached AI, who was seated by the football field. "Hyuga, who do you think is more formidable, Kaido Kid or Brother G?" "That question seems rather nonsensical," AI replied, not looking at Conan but gazing at the distant goal. "I merely wish to change my perspective. After all, Brother G is an assassin. His mindset differs from that of a detective. Do not challenge his profession with your naive thoughts. You cannot comprehend it." AI regarded Conan as if he were a fool. "You, a justice-driven detective who can hardly muster any murderous intent, wish to apply an assassin's mindset to a matter? What a jest. The so-called hidden assassin refers to individuals who blend seamlessly into the crowd, perhaps a corporate white-collar worker, a pig farm owner, or even a janitor, masquerading their lethal identity behind a facade of normalcy. They only reveal their true nature when it is time to act. Such assassins pose the greatest danger, as they do not bear the label "I am a killer" on their faces. Detectives most dread encountering such individuals, for the assassin's motives are devoid of personal vendetta. They are mercenaries, executing their grim tasks for payment, departing once the job is done. Even the most astute detective may only deduce the identity of the employer through forensic reasoning, rather than unmasking the assassin themselves. Who among them would be foolish enough to return to the scene of their crime? "Sorry, Elaine. Sorry, Elaine. Sorry, Elaine." At that moment, Conan abruptly heard the anguished cries of a watermelon vendor from the street outside Titan Elementary School. Buzz. Almost immediately, he caught sight of a familiar shadow. A Porsche 356A. It was Jin. He sprinted towards the perimeter of the school. Conan was on the verge of slipping into the reckless persona of Kudo Shinichi once more. Not far away, Ai Hybris stumbled upon a soccer ball that had rolled to her feet, casting her gaze towards Conan, who was attempting to vault over the railing some 50 meters away. She then lifted her foot, and with a swift motion, struck. Thud. Oh, my sincerest apologies. She approached the railing slowly, observing Conan, who lay face down with a soccer ball having struck the back of his head. Ai smiled and offered her apology. Chapter 44. The True Outlaws, 4,000 words. Sorry Lang. Ji Songhan, laden with a stack of blueprints while traversing the street, heard this call. Shortly thereafter, Jin's Porsche 356A sped past him, gazing at the crowd surrounding the fruit shop in the distance, then at the swiftly departing Porsche 356A. Ji Songhan was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? Did Jin stab the fruit vendor for failing to procure cheap watermelons? A vague sense of foreboding crept upon Ji Songhan, as he felt his distillery might soon become a target. How dare they? Well, if CA is involved, perhaps they truly would. He mounted the Harley motorcycle that rightfully belonged to AI and made his way towards the fruit shop. Ji Songhan saw the boss lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Step aside, let me take a look. Ji Songhan pushed through the crowd of onlookers and reached the boss's side. The boss's abdomen was oozing blood. A gunshot wound. It was uncertain whether the bullet had penetrated the stomach. If it had, the situation would be dire. Gastric acid could seep from the bullet's entry point, leading to the corrosive deterioration of surrounding organs. This ordeal would be excruciating. Without prompt medical attention, the wounded would suffer a painful demise. How do you feel? Ji Songhan inquired as he tore open the manager's shirt, revealing the wound. Though small, it was deep. Furthermore, this was not characteristic of Qin Zhao's methods. It felt as though something within was ablaze. The boss weakly murmured, "Turn me to the side." Ji Songhan understood that this had directly pierced through both the front and back of the stomach. Lying flat or prone could lead to a continuous outflow of gastric acid. The only option was to lie on one side. He hoped that the spine had not been injured. Then what happened? When the boss was turned onto his side, those around noticed that his agony seemed to diminish slightly. They then looked at Ji Songhan with hopeful eyes. Seal the wound, and make some space for the injured to breathe fresh air. Then what happened? The crowd nodded and made way, subsequently looking back at Ji Songhan. Await the ambulance. Don't tell me no one has called for it. Here, calling an ambulance is completely free, a remarkably rare system worldwide. Even in Longhua, they charge for round-trip fees. In this regard, we must admit that this place is indeed exceptional. Then what happened? After dialing the police and emergency center, everyone once again turned their gaze to Ji Songhan. How much is your watermelon per pound? To soothe the injured party's emotions, Ji Songhan began conversing with the boss, recalling his own experience of running a shop. What a frustration. On the very first day of opening, that little rascal Conan caused everything to fall apart. 1,600 yen per pound, equivalent to 133.33 renminbi, based on a 1994 exchange rate of approximately 112. Goodness, is this watermelon made of gold? Imported from Longhua. The shopkeeper was clearly agitated. Do you know how much watermelons cost in Longhua? How much? In expensive places, it's 30 yen per pound. In cheaper areas, as low as 6 yen. The shopkeeper's blood pressure surged instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the onlooker's blood pressure to rise as well. Are you sure you're comforting the injured? Shortly after, the ambulance arrived with its sirens blaring, followed by the tardy police. The officer arriving was none other than the familiar Officer Mugyur. Seeing the injured being lifted into the ambulance, Officer Mugyur grasped Ji Songhan's hand. As a police officer, he naturally understood that if the stomach had been punctured, without immediate action, the person would not survive until the ambulance arrived. Mr. Dongya, thank you for your preliminary treatment of the injured. However, in future situations like this, please refrain from speaking. As for the incident where Ji Songhan caused the injured to spew blood, Officer Mugyur chose not to pursue it further. Nonetheless, this case still required investigation. Since Ji Songhan was not a witness, he was asked a few questions and allowed to leave. However, he remained to listen to the testimonies of the witnesses. The scene was reenacted. A Porsche 356A stopped in front of the fruit shop, and two men in black stepped out. They inquired about the price of watermelons just like any ordinary customer. Upon learning it was 1,600 yen per pound, they did not find it exorbitant. Instead, they continued to inquire about the origin of the fruit. The shopkeeper replied that it was from Longhua. At that moment, one tall man in black stared at the shopkeeper for an extended period before leaving goodness upon hearing this. Ji Songhan was tempted to ask the person speaking to the police, if these two aren't the ones who fired the gun, then what exactly were they doing? Ji Song-an suspected that it was the gun fired by the bartender. Sir, what you are saying is irrelevant to the case. However, he found the two individuals quite intimidating, and he had an inkling that there was a firearm concealed within those dark garments. The witness elucidated the rationale behind his description of the two men in black. Officer Mumu's side, well, here we go again, entangling yet another case. He felt a profound weariness in his heart. Let me ask you this, who fired the shot? A foreigner, a Caucasian. After the two men in black departed, he attempted to purchase a watermelon for a mere $1, even presenting some form of identification to the shopkeeper. The witness recounted that the white man appeared inebriated, swaying under the influence of alcohol. Naturally, the fruit shop owner rejected such an absurd offer. After all, this was Japan, not some other land. Subsequently, the white man, incensed, brandished a silenced handgun from his clothing and pressed it against the shopkeeper's abdomen, pulling the trigger. Perhaps it was at that moment of pulling the trigger that the man's mind became lucid. Witnessing the shopkeeper collapse, he immediately fled the scene. How could you observe so clearly? Officer Mumu inquired curiously after documenting the witness's statement. The shop was bustling with customers. Yet this individual had recounted the entire sequence of events. Because I was contemplating stealing the cash from the register while the owner was arguing with him. The witness sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Unbelievable, though it seemed absurd. It was precisely this audacity that made the witness more attuned to the shopkeeper's actions than the other patrons who were merely concerned with the ripeness of the fruit. Virum. At that moment, Ji Song unmounted his Harley and sped towards the direction of Mihua Hospital. Identification, a firearm, and a Caucasian. These three clues led Ji Song-han to two potential suspects. One was from CA, while the other belonged to the station forces of the Lighthouse Nation. Given CA's modus operandi, it was unlikely they would engage in such irrational behavior. Thus, the remaining suspect could only be one: the station forces of the Lighthouse Nation. To substantiate this theory, Ji Song-an needed to visit the hospital and locate the shopkeeper for confirmation. If it proved true, it could pave the way for an entirely new lead in this investigation. Why was the station military of the Lighthouse Nation appearing so frequently in Mihua City? The answer was singular. The Lighthouse Nation was orchestrating something, thus redeploying personnel from the bases in Sasebo and Yokosuka. Soon, as the fruit vendor was being assisted off the ambulance, Ji Song-han spotted him once more. However, the unfortunate shopkeeper had shut his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Tell me, was the identification you saw a military officer's card from the U.S.? If so, I will cover your hospital expenses. Yes, his name is Jack Smith. The fruit shop owner blurted out upon hearing this. Excellent. Ji Song-an nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he utilized his personal assets to cover a portion of the unfortunate owner's medical expenses before promptly reaching out to Lao Tan's subordinates. It would not be prudent to trouble Lao Tan for every matter, as he is, after all, a team leader overseeing many capable individuals. The United States forces in Japan refer to the troops stationed in this nation under Article 6 of the Japan-U.S. Security Treaty. There are approximately 40,000 American soldiers present. To put it plainly, while some rogue elements may roam free, they pale in comparison to the American soldiers here. After all, these troops are known to engage in drug trafficking, robbery, and other illicit activities brazenly in broad daylight. On occasion, their tempers flare, leading them to open fire on local police vehicles. The consequences? They may face confinement or mild penalties at worst. For there are currently no laws governing the conduct of American soldiers in this locale. They exist as unrestrained outlaws, and all that Japan can do is issue verbal condemnations or remain silent. After all, the United States holds a position of authority. Soon, a newspaper was placed beside Ji Song-han as he sat on a bench outside the hospital. The person who set it down departed without a backward glance, disappearing into the throngs of people. Upon opening the newspaper, Ji discovered a concealed letter within. Jack Smith, aged 21, born in Texas, enlisted at 19, and at 20 was assigned to the 7th Fleet of the United States Navy stationed in Yokosuka, Japan, where he serves as an ordinary sailor. At 15, Jack was accused of harassment for following a classmate after school, and the text continues. This information provided extensive details about Jack, allowing Ji Song-han to formulate a preliminary judgment about the character and behavioral tendencies of this individual. Subsequently, Ji Song-han's objective became clear: to locate Jack before the police could find him. He then opened a map, marking the location of a fruit store and the site mentioned by the African warrior Baburu. A line connected the 2 points. Ji Song-han has chosen an interception point. As a soldier of the Lighthouse Nation, what should one do if a crime is committed? Simply disregard everything and make a beeline for the military base. Even if the Japanese self-defense forces arrive, they shall not be able to breach the military compound to apprehend you. Unless, of course, they fancy a taste of mushroom omelets. Ji Songhan chose an interception location in a suburban area of Mihua City, where a vast, under-construction shopping complex looms ominously. The intentions of the Lighthouse Nation remain a mystery here, and perhaps many nations are already aware of this development. However, as an individual present in this vicinity, one can merely gaze upon the construction site, utterly ignorant of the activities transpiring within. Even Ji Songhan, lacking comprehensive preparation, finds it impossible to infiltrate the area. At this moment, he crouches beside a tree along the sole road leading there, clad in the exclusive attire of the Lingxua Pavilion assassins. The garments resemble ancient costumes, adept at evading thermal detection and blending seamlessly into the nocturnal environment. This is, of course, a product of the system. The imitation from Longhua, while slightly inferior, comes at a significantly higher cost. Consequently, the number of individuals capable of donning such attire throughout the entirety of Longhua can be counted on one hand. 5 minutes later, a camouflaged military Humvee approached from the end of the road. Jack Smith, a mere 21 years of age and perceived as somewhat youthful by Western standards, drove the vehicle with palpable anxiety. He had been reckless, driving under the influence, running red lights, colliding with another car, and navigating against traffic regulations. His list of infractions was nearing its limit. He understood the necessity of returning. The consequences of being retrieved by the authorities while his comrades were still at the base contrasted sharply with those of voluntarily returning only to be confronted by the police. Observing the broad street ahead, Jack exhaled in relief. Just 10 more kilometers, and he would arrive. Was he under the influence of substances? As Ji Songhan observed the advancing Humvee on Route S, he couldn't help but scoff. In the city, he rode his motorcycle, and despite departing 20 minutes later than Jack, he managed to intercept him here ahead of time. Jack's military Humvee was of the convertible variety. The Humvee, contrary to popular belief, was not as extraordinary as rumored. It was merely that people found it appealing through the lens of American blockbuster films, which birthed the widespread notion of its superiority. The Humvee zoomed past, but Ji Songhan's figure had already vanished from the trees. At that moment, Jack, with his destination drawing nearer, felt as though the heavy burden pressing on his heart was about to be lifted. Suddenly, he sensed something brushing against the nape of his neck. The next instant, he lost all consciousness. Oh dear, a young master soldier, what a lackluster reaction. Observing the unconscious Jack, Ji Songhan seized the steering wheel and executed a swift U-turn. Driving back. Upon reaching the suburban area, a large truck hauling a substantial container came into view. The container's doors swung open, and 2 metal plates descended, scraping against the ground and producing a shower of sparks. Ji Songhan pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding through the 2 metal plates and maneuvering the Humvee into the container. The plates retracted, and the doors sealed shut, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Suddenly, lights flickered on inside the container. At the BOLOCAF, the young woman who had infiltrated Conan's room the previous night to erase his memories made her reappearance. I must ask, are you resorting to the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? Ji Songhan observed a pile of instruments of torture heaped like a small mountain in the empty space of the container. The young lady disdainfully huffed and remarked, "Those are for the local people. They are completely unnecessary for dealing with the ordinary soldiers of the Lighthouse Nation. It's not that the Lighthouse Nation lacks tough men. Rather, the forces stationed in Japan are predominantly pampered soldiers, coming here largely to indulge and enjoy a gilded vacation. Moments ago, we sent basic information to our senior. And later we discovered that this individual is well connected. His father holds the position of Deputy Commander of the 7th Fleet." The young lady divulged a significant piece of intelligence. "Now, this is entrusted to you." Meanwhile, in Class 2B of Jiangyushan High School, a high school student who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kudo Shinichi suddenly shivered while leaning on his desk. "You're recently facing a calamity." Soon after, a girl holding a large glass orb took a seat in front of him. The white dove intrudes upon the hunting ground of the bald eagle, falling onto the surface of the sea. The boy, resembling Kudo Shinichi, stared in bewilderment at the seemingly prophetic girl. He then shook his head and stood to leave. Chapter 45. The 7th Fleet in Class 2B of Jiangyushan High School. Afternoon classes had commenced. A student named Kuroba Kaido felt an inexplicable sense of panic wash over him in the classroom. He recalled the words spoken to him by the witch, Kazumi Honko. The white dove intrudes upon the hunting ground of the bald eagle, falling onto the surface of the sea. The white dove referred to himself. The phantom thief kid. But what did the bald eagle signify? Kaido turned his head to look at Koizumi Honko, only to find her gazing back at him. Koizumi Honko, a witch shrouded in mystery, is the legitimate heir of red magic and a transfer student in Class 2B. She is universally recognized as a beauty, receiving numerous gifts from admirers during holidays. This witch often employs various hints to assist Kaido. At this moment, Kaido, due to his peculiar sensation, contemplated whether he needed to reassess his recent actions. Honko was a riddle. How could he decipher this enigma? The bald eagle symbolizes valor, strength, and victory. It is also the national bird of the Lighthouse Nation, exceedingly rare and primarily found in North America, with most residing in Alaska. Could it be that the bald eagle refers to a certain individual from the Lighthouse Nation? The hunting ground of the bald eagle. The hunting grounds of the Lighthouse Nation. It couldn't be. His activities hadn't even taken place in Yokosuka, Sasebo, or Okinawa. How strange, exceedingly strange. Yet, the egg of recollection must be stolen. Kaido remained confident in his plan. As the afternoon progressed, after school, Xiao Ai spotted Ji Songhan waiting for her at the school gate. At that moment, Ji Songhan had changed into a long gray trench coat, leaning against a black Harley motorcycle. Did you have a good day? Ji Songhan lifted Xiao Ai high and then placed her onto the motorcycle. During the process, Xiao Ai struggled momentarily, but soon relinquished her resistance. She could never acclimatize to being treated like a child. It was tolerable, though, as she was summoned by her homeroom teacher for tea at noon. This was due to the incident where Xiao Ai, from a distance of 50 meters, struck Conan's head with a soccer ball, which her teacher, Ms. Kobayashi, happened to witness. Subsequently, Ms. Kobayashi called Xiao Ai to her office, briefly dismissing the incident of the ball hitting Conan's head with a mere remark. The primary reason for Ms. Kobayashi's inquiry was to explore whether Xiao Ai harbored aspirations of becoming a soccer player. TSK. If you were to pursue soccer, that wouldn't do at all. Upon hearing this, Ji Songhan felt that Xiao Ai was unlikely to become a football player. Why not? I am quite confident in my football skills. No, think about it. How can you play with a ball while carrying two others? Isn't it exhausting? Sitting on the motorcycle seat, Xiao Ai, who had shrunk in size, could only grasp Ji Songhan's clothing and found it difficult to comprehend his words. Yet, she sensed that something was amiss. Soon, at a red light, Ji Songhan applied the brakes. In that moment, Xiao Ai suddenly understood the meaning behind his statement. Amen. Taking advantage of the stop at the red light, Xiao Ai seized the opportunity to pinch the area around Ji Songhan's waist. However, as she reached for that spot, she encountered something hard. A gun? Continuing her exploration upwards, she assessed its length and discerned it resembled a submachine gun. Indeed, it appeared to be an P90. Ji Songhan lightly patted his trench coat and remarked, the P90 submachine gun was introduced in 1990 by the Belgian state-owned company, Herstal, and is categorized as a personal defense weapon. It employs the SS-190 cartridge, which has a muzzle velocity of only 345 ms, resulting in an exceptionally low recoil, even less than most handguns. Professionally trained special forces can even dual-wield the P90 while maintaining high precision. Is there something unusual happening? A shooting incident outside the school at noon? Could it be related to the organization? At that moment, Xiao Ai had already dismissed Ji Songhan's earlier teasing. It is unrelated to the organization. The shooter is from the stationed forces in Japan. Given the potential ramifications of this event, Ji Songhan refrained from divulging specifics to Xiao Ai. As the traffic light turned green, he glanced down at the buttons of his coat, gently twisted the throttle, and gradually drove forward. Upon returning to the entrance of the BLOCAF, Ji Songhan ruffled Xiao Ai's hair and softly mentioned, I may not return tonight, but I will pick you up after school tomorrow. The doors of the CAF were closed that day, indicating that it was not in operation. Xiao Ai understood Ji Songhan's implication. She would be staying at Kagoro Mouri's house tonight. That was acceptable. It would provide her an opportunity to closely observe whether Conan, who had recently suffered frequent blows to his head, had become less astute. May fortune favor the brave, she murmured as she watched Ji Songhan ride away on his motorcycle. Would she remind him to prioritize his safety? Such words would never escape her lips. For someone like Ji Songhan, personal safety was always subordinate to their mission. Wait. My backpack is still in the car. She suddenly remembered. Never mind. Xiao Ai shook her head, deciding she would simply take Conan's homework and write her name on it later, as the high school detective would inevitably wait until the morning to complete his assignments. Climbing the stairs, Xiao Ai knocked on the door of Uncle Mouri's residence. "Who is it?" came the somewhat impatient voice of Mouri Kagoro from within. He was currently preoccupied with the troubles caused by the phantom thief, Kid, as he had been invited to participate in the case of the Egg of Memories. "Mouri detective, it's me. Hybrid AI." With a click, the door opened shortly after her response, revealing Kagoro Mouri, who first glanced toward the staircase before looking down at Xiao Ai. "Where's your brother? He has something to attend to." "Then come in." Uncle Mouri was a perceptive man. Although he was unaware of Ji Songhan's true profession, he understood that Xiao Ai's arrival was a test, imbued with a hint of trust. Who knows if a sniper lurked in a distant high-rise, targeting the Mouri detective agency. Moreover, Uncle Mouri possessed a significant vulnerability, his daughter. Despite their differing nationalities, thought processes, and even allegiances, both Mouri and Ji Songhan shared a commonality, the concept of harmony. Harmony is a value system. It embodies a dialectical perspective on contradictions. He represents an acceptance of differences, while he signifies a refusal to reject contradictions. To advocate for harmony means to acknowledge the disparities and contradictions between entities while respecting those differences and coordinating the conflicts. This approach seeks to maximize the resolution of contradictions by fostering interdependence, mutual moderation, and unity among various unstable factors within a conflicting community. Allowing both parties to benefit, a concept akin to win-win or multiple wins, where every participant emerges victorious. This stands in stark contrast to the Western notion of zero-sum thinking, a concept in game theory that posits that one party's gain is inherently another's loss. Thus, the total outcome remains zero. In a zero-sum game, there exists no opportunity for cooperation. The victor claims everything while the vanquished loses all. Under this universal value system, a profound conflict arises between the Western zero-sum mentality and the Dragon Kingdom's harmonious philosophy. Observing Xiao Ai quietly engrossed in a magazine, Uncle Mouri sighed inwardly. How fortunate it would be if Kudo were equally tranquil and disinterested in causing trouble. His poor daughter would likely endure considerable hardships alongside Kudo in the future. Ultimately, Mouri Kagoro, despite his detective prowess, was still classified as an ordinary person. In their hearts, a stable life was the utmost aspiration for their children. Although they once yearned for a flamboyant existence, they ultimately concluded that a simple life was the most desirable. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan entered the small, secluded bar, which had already closed its doors to patrons. Descending into the basement, he arrived at the entrance of a modest storage room. With a sequence of 3 long and 1 short taps, he activated the switch controlling the lights. "Red carp and green carp and donkey," he articulated in flawless Mandarin, enunciating the secret phrase with precision. Almost imperceptibly, the sound of gears turning accompanied this utterance. Before him, the iron door of the storage room began to slide to the left, revealing a heavy metal door on the right. The underground space of the bar was, in fact, 4 times larger than it appeared on the surface. Of this additional space, 1/3 was designated as another room, while the remainder housed various mechanical devices that facilitated the movement between the 2 chambers. With a click, the metal door swung open. Ji Songhan glanced back briefly before swiftly stepping inside. As the door closed, the metal portal, along with the room behind it, began to shift to the right, returning the previous storage room to its original position. The room occupied by Ji Songhan is not particularly spacious, measuring just over 100 square meters. Half of this area is taken up by a compact server. The remaining space is divided equally, with one half housing a power generation apparatus. The final small corner serves as the office for Old Tan's logistics team. Establishments akin to the Shaojiwa bar are plentiful throughout Japan. The reason Old Tan is stationed at this point in Mihua City is due to Ji Songhan's prior mission conducted here. Otherwise, he would have already returned to the larger base in Tokyo. "Chi Luo, what have you uncovered?" Ji Songhan inquired about the young lady at the Xiangbua Luo CAF. Chuchi Luo, age 26, serves in the logistics team of Old Tan, specializing in intelligence collection. In the absence of medical personnel, this young lady is also capable of providing care for the injured, although she is merely a well-connected individual with limited knowledge. It is certain that the Lighthouse Nation does not intend to establish military or missile launch bases. Chuchi Luo presented the intelligence and analysis she acquired from Jack. Jack mentioned that construction is underway in that location, but curiously, several containers are under strict instructions to be handled with utmost care. Transportation is even prohibited during strong winds. This suggests that there is a high probability that the contents are not military equipment. One has never heard of military apparatus requiring such caution. When conflict arises, who would concern themselves with delicate handling of equipment, especially when transport is restricted by mere gusts of wind? Although the technological prowess of the lighthouse nation is formidable, sometimes their reasoning is perplexing. They are not foolish, after all. To place such fragile military equipment so close to the Dragon Kingdom seems more akin to high-precision scientific research apparatus. Simultaneously, it appears that infiltration is nearly impossible. Chu Chi-luo pointed to the security measures outlined in the intelligence report. These measures effectively eliminate the possibility of someone like Ji Songhan, who can alter his appearance, penetrating the site. The initial step to access the core area of the construction site requires verification of fingerprints, iris scans, and blood type. The second step mandates complete disrobing, followed by blood extraction, hair sampling, and cellular extraction. The third step involves awaiting the results of genetic information and compatibility testing. Every individual permitted into the construction site is recorded, and their bodily information is meticulously documented. Only those whose various data align perfectly may gain official entry. Although Ji Songhan can alter his appearance and physique, his blood type, hereditary information, and genes remain immutable. Such changes would not only lack scientific validity but also defy logic. I pondered over the fact that his father serves as the deputy commander of the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet, headquartered at Yokosuka, Japan, encompasses bases including Sasebo and extends its reach to Southeast Asia, representing the largest overseas forward-deployed force of the United States. Its purpose is to intimidate adversaries and collaborate with allies, safeguarding maritime routes, assisting allied nations, and resorting to military action when intimidation fails. The 7th Fleet typically comprises around 50 to 60 warships and 350 aircraft. Its flagship is the USS Blue Ridge, an amphibious command ship, alongside the USS George Washington, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier for guided missile cruisers, 20 guided missile destroyers and frigates, 6 attack submarines, and 8 landing ships. When visualized on a map, the deployment of these vessels reveals a scattered encirclement of the waters of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is aware of this reality but finds itself powerless, as its naval capabilities are currently quite limited. Ji Songhan contemplated the audacious notion of stealthily acquiring a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this endeavor impractical. Setting aside the question of whether such a theft could indeed be successfully executed, he considered the potential aftermath. The lighthouse nation might refrain from military action, as both parties possess nuclear weapons, and neither would dare to engage in direct conflict. Yet, the Dragon Nation is in dire need of a robust economy. Should the lighthouse nation initiate an economic war, the Dragon Nation, given its current economic standing, would be ill-equipped to respond, jeopardizing the hard-won achievements of its reforms and opening up to the world. Ji Songhan could not bear the consequences of such a decision, and the higher authorities would certainly not acquiesce. As for the aircraft carrier, patience is essential. One must focus on internal development, which could yield results within a decade or so. By that time, the industry will flourish, and the production of aircraft carriers will no longer be a distant dream. However, now is not the time. The foremost priority for the Dragon Nation is economic development. Without financial resources, all aspirations are futile. If the economy suffers a significant blow at this juncture, it may take 2 or 3 decades to recover. Weighing the pros and cons, Ji Songhan chose to endure. One must not always fixate on immediate gains. What distinguishes those who are short-sighted and only see present benefits from those who deserve to be lampooned? Yet, we can draw closer to that goal. At this moment, Chu Qingluo revealed a potential possibility to Ji Songhan. Are you suggesting the African war god? Ji Songhan recalled that the African war god, Bobru, could indeed be of use. Indeed, we meticulously verified his identity. A Tanzanian. He graduated in 1978 from the Longwa Shijazhuang Army Command Academy with outstanding academic performance. Upon returning to his homeland, he participated in the wars against Uganda and Libya targeting Tanzania. Ultimately, Chu Qingluo asserted that after considerable deliberation, the credibility of the African war god Boburu appeared to be quite high. It might be worth a try. The old Chinese medicine practitioner will arrive tomorrow. We shall see how he assesses the situation. What? Upon hearing that name, Ji Songhan shuddered. Chapter 46. Conan's Discovery. Why are you here? Upon returning home, Conan found Shiho sitting on the living room sofa, engrossed in a magazine. Shiho did not look up but merely responded with a slight hum. This left Conan utterly speechless. In the next moment, Kagoro Mouri finally made up for the previous missed opportunity to hit Conan. Bang! Uncle Mouri delivered a playful knock to Conan's head, leaving a bump. You ought to greet guests. Rude little brat. You just want an excuse to hit me, don't you? Conan shielded his head, squatting down in defense, feeling utterly despondent. Why had he been so unfortunate lately? He tossed his backpack onto the sofa and began to watch television with his legs crossed. Shiho glanced at Conan's backpack and edged closer to it. According to Conan's habits, he would keep all his assignments together rather than interspersed among various subjects' books. Thus, Shiho could easily collect them all if she timed it right. Before long, Ran returned. "Welcome, Shiho." Seeing Shiho quietly sitting on the sofa, she greeted her gently. "Hello, Ran-senpai." Shiho replied politely. Hearing this, Conan's mouth twitched. "You truly are famously double-standard. You maintain a cold demeanor towards me, but behave like a perfect angel around Ran and Uncle Mouri." At that moment, Conan had a plethora of grievances to express. "Shiho, your brother seems to have missed school recently." After changing into her apron, Ran walked towards the kitchen while asking. The socially anxious Higashino Hakusui had not attended classes for 2 days. For some reason, the classmates felt that school life had been lacking something lately. Suddenly, Conan perked up. Why was Ran showing such concern for Higashino? A sense of crisis enveloped him. He might be dealing with matters concerning his father. Shiho stated as she returned the magazine to its place. Indeed, after all, Higashino suddenly has so many siblings. He must be adjusting. Ran recalled the multitude of adopted children belonging to Old Tan. At that moment, Conan inexplicably felt relieved. From the looks of it, Ran likely harbored no other thoughts regarding Higashino. Alas, how could he doubt her character? "Ah, I see. Shiho, you plan to stay over tonight, right? You can sleep with me." Ran suddenly remembered the closing of the downstairs CF Baro. Connecting Shiho's arrival, she realized. Sure, Shiho smiled, tilting her head with a rather peculiar expression directed at Conan. Conan sensed an ominous premonition upon seeing Shiho's expression. Upon careful reflection, it dawned on him that Shiho was a child adopted by the owner of the CAF downstairs. How could anything happen without her involvement? Something was wrong. "Conan, where are you going?" Ran noticed Conan suddenly rushing to the door, preparing to leave. "I think I left my homework at school," Conan exclaimed as he dashed out. "Be careful. I got it, Ran-senpai." Bang. The door slammed shut. Uncle Mouri remained engrossed in his newspaper, seemingly oblivious to everything. Ran, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. She had intended to bake lemon pie that evening, which both Conan and Shinichi adored. This had puzzled her in the past. At that moment, Shiho was somewhat bewildered. She had merely confirmed the location of the backpack. How could it elicit such a strong reaction from Conan? Oh well. Regardless, the assignments in Conan's backpack technically did not belong to him, as they remained at school. Meanwhile, Conan found himself in the alley behind Baro CAF. He began to piece together the recent events. His head had inexplicably swollen from a blow, the scent of perfume by the window, and his confusion surrounding whether Higashino Haki was indeed Ji-song on. Wait. Conan pulled out his retractable strap and tossed it onto the air conditioning unit on the second floor, hoisting himself up. Upon reaching the air conditioning unit outside his room, he discovered a trace that should not have been there, a high-heel shoe print. This was. Conan noticed a small yellowish substance on the air conditioning unit. He gently picked it up and brought it to his nose. Lemon pie? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Conan's brain. He felt as if he had forgotten something important, but he simply could not recall. Had his head been swollen because someone had wiped his memory? Thinking it over carefully, hanging in the air, Conan pondered. Higashino Hakusui. Higashino Pultan. Lemon pie, unconsciousness. Unconsciousness? Conan opened his watch and began counting the anesthetic needles inside. 10, not a single one missing. How strange. At that moment, Conan realized that his previous state of unconsciousness was far from normal. Moreover, all evidence suggested that he had been rendered unconscious by someone else. Doctor? Conan decided to seek external assistance. So he called Dr. Agasa. "Doctor, I suddenly lost consciousness earlier, and when I woke up, my entire body was sore. My head was foggy, and my limbs felt weak, as if I had consumed too much alcohol. Did you inject the anesthetic into yourself?" The voice of Dr. Agasa on the other end of the line was filled with confusion. Conan fell silent for a moment, then quietly picked up an anesthetic needle, shining the flashlight function of his high-tech watch upon it. "Perhaps I ingested it." Seeing the anesthetic liquid inside the needle, which could sedate an elephant for 30 minutes, had vanished, combined with the residue of the lemon pie, Conan understood. The Baro CAF downstairs had a problem. "Doctor, is there a way for someone to extract the liquid from the anesthetic needle without damaging the needle itself?" The anesthetic needle crafted by Dr. Agasa for Conan's watch is quite extraordinary. This needle is designed for single use and cannot be reused, and it is absorbed by the human body within 2 hours. Otherwise, Uncle Mouri's neck would have been filled with anesthetic needles long ago. At this moment, Dr. Agasa covered the microphone of the phone and turned to look behind him, his face adorned with curiosity as he listened to his conversation with Shinichi Kudo. As the chilly season unfolded, the scene was set with Kuroba Kaido, Old Tan, and Kuraki Aoi. At this moment, Kuraki Aoi extended her hand, and from the voluminous sleeves of her attire, a violet-hued butterfly fluttered forth. Shinichi. It is indeed implausible for humans, yet certain insects, like mosquitoes, possess this capability. Dr. Agasa's leap from butterflies to mosquitoes was quite a stretch. Confusion enveloped Conan, marked by a multitude of question marks. Shinichi, could it be conceivable that a mosquito had ingested the anesthetic from the syringe and subsequently drew your blood? Doctor, I understand now. Conan promptly concluded the call. He then unfastened his retractable strap and dashed towards Dr. Agasa's residence at a remarkable speed. Author's note included in the original text, Chapter 47. Maximizing value. That young man seems to be aware of the presence of someone near Dr. Agasa. Indeed, it is as if he nearly uttered, "Doctor, if you find yourself in peril, simply blink." When he made the call, one could surmise he might have asked, "Doctor, if you are threatened, just give a sound." After Dr. Agasa finished his phone call, Ji Song-han, Old Tan, and Chu-Chi Luo began to chatter animatedly. I inquired, "Dear guests, what brings you to me?" Dr. Agasa, observing the three masked figures behind him, who appeared akin to Middle Eastern mercenaries, posed the question. He had surmised that one of them was Ji Song-han. At that moment, Dr. Agasa felt an inkling that he was about to wade into murky waters in the future. He candidly remarked, "Dr. Agasa, such an unusual name." Ji Song-han remained silent, while it was Chu-Chi Luo who spoke first. As an intelligence officer, she meticulously organized the information provided by various informants from different regions. After a period of surveillance, we have concluded that you are deemed suitable for contact. In the beginning, Ji Song-han felt at ease entrusting his weaponry to Dr. Agasa due to the covert surveillance conducted by others in the vicinity, who, after all, possesses the most profound understanding of a prosperous region or city. It is certainly not the locals, but rather the intelligence network of the 5 members of the most formidable organization on Blue Star. One could assert that apart from the areas controlled by the Americans, every other locale has been thoroughly scrutinized by these 5 individuals. If you seek someone or a specific location, as long as it does not pertain to other members of the organization, you can acquire the information within mere seconds. Due to certain circumstances, we regret having to communicate with you in this manner. With that, Chu-Chi Luo presented Dr. Agasa with a document that was not merely a confidentiality agreement, but akin to a transaction. Some of Dr. Agasa's minor inventions were indeed quite valuable. Chu-Chi Luo appeared to be quite adept in such dealings. Dr. Agasa, on his part, felt no pressure nor perceived any threat. He maintained a mindset of mutual benefit. Before long, the 3 departed from Dr. Agasa's residence, taking with them some of his previously marketless inventions, which delighted him immensely. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Dr. Agasa, for he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been under constant surveillance. It was only about 10 minutes later that Conan arrived, breathless, near Dr. Agasa's home. He first peered through the window to ascertain the situation before knocking on the door. Dr. Agasa? Seeing the door open and finding Dr. Agasa safe, Conan exhaled in relief. It's Shinichi. Come in for some watermelon. Dr. Agasa greeted him with a gentle smile. Watermelon? Upon seeing the enormous watermelon, Conan's expression fell. The doctor's words were indeed double-edged. Such a large watermelon could not have been purchased by Dr. Agasa alone. It could only mean that Ji Song-han had visited. Had Ji Song-han been present when he made the phone call earlier? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Subsequently, Conan shared with Dr. Agasa the incident involving his tranquilizer needle and the peculiar memory erasure he seemingly experienced. Shinichi, do you think watermelon is sweet or bitter? Dr. Agasa inquired while munching on the fruit. It's definitely sweet, but the flesh tastes bitter, Conan replied, tilting his head, unable to fully grasp Dr. Agasa's intended meaning. Observing Conan's reaction, the doctor chuckled and shook his head. Children will always be children. Having never faced hardship or loss, one remains eternally unrefined. As one of Conan's guardians, Dr. Agasa yearned for him to mature, yet he felt powerless to effect change. However, society, along with various people and circumstances, could. Thus, Dr. Agasa chose to silently protect Conan from behind the scenes, providing him with the finest equipment and safeguards. In the late hours of the night, within a crimson Alfa Romeo, Chu Luo was driving while Ji Songhan and Old Tan conferred in the back seat. Isn't the old physician arriving tomorrow? Indeed, it is now 12:32 a.m. It is already the next day. Well then, what is the directive from above? Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs negotiate first. Strongly condemn protest. Ji Songhan expressed a few grievances, yet it is indeed a matter of inevitability. In the realm of international relations, strength is perpetually the foundation of justice, and national defense serves as the true backbone of diplomacy, without adequate military might to support it. Diplomacy lacks the vigor to assert itself. Even uttering threats becomes devoid of conviction. However, the day will eventually come when the great powers will no longer possess the standing to engage with us from a position of strength. This is something we shall witness. Old Tan patted Ji Songhan on the shoulder and remarked, "By the way, I have always been curious about one thing." Seizing the opportunity during their journey to the airport, Old Tan posed a question to Ji Songhan. Given the contributions Ji Songhan has made, there is no longer any necessity for him to remain abroad. Upon returning to the homeland, with Ji Songhan's consent, he could easily secure a high-ranking position, with benefits that would be exceptionally generous. Yet, why does he choose to continue engaging in such perilous endeavors? I ponder this as well. But I am aware that there are certain matters only I can accomplish. Ji Songhan harbors a deep-seated fear. He dreads that upon his return, an extended period devoid of tasks will ensue, leading to a sedentary office life. He is acutely aware that his physical faculties would swiftly deteriorate, a decline that cannot merely be remedied through exercise. Thus, he resolves to seize his youth, to engage in more endeavors, and to realize his utmost potential. There is nothing amiss in the pursuit of diligence while one is still young. Yet, once you and Miss Gongye return to your homeland, your perspective may shift. Laotan chuckled lightly, acknowledging the indomitable spirit of youth. However, the nation's sentiments diverge from this youthful exuberance. The advanced weaponry and equipment, which could be deemed as cutting-edge technology, developed by Ji Songhan holds significant value for the nation. Consequently, the country has been consistently seeking opportunities. Recently, the emergence of Gongye Zhihui has presented what seems to be a promising prospect. Although the unseen guardians are destined to remain inconspicuous, the nation shall not overlook your contributions. The principle of equitable distribution based on labor has always transcended social strata. I shall contemplate the matter further once this mission concludes. Ji Songhan responded somewhat perfunctorily. An hour later, the three arrived at the airport. Chu Luo stepped out of the car, twirled her car key, and glanced at Ji Songhan. Sensing that he was implying something, Ji Songhan lamented, "Are you implying that all the cars I once drove are now gone, while you still possess one, yet refuse to share it with me? Team Leader 10 once remarked that you, in your whimsical manner, always seem to squander splendid vehicles. Did I truly squander them? Have I not always endeavored to extract the utmost value from each ride? Oh, when you speak of maximizing a vehicle's potential, are you referring to the time you personally dispatched your GTR with a chain blade?" As she spoke, Chu Luo mimicked the motion of cracking a whip with both hands, her mouth producing a cacophony of sound effects. Pai Lai, Pala, Kidalong, Dong Chang. Chapter 48. Xinjiao. My sherry cannot be this adorable at 1 o'clock in the morning, Haneda Airport. A killer, an intelligence officer, and a seasoned operative awaited the arrival of a new member in the departure lounge. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared in their line of sight, a person clad in loose sports attire, carrying a backpack and dragging a wheeled suitcase. The old physician had arrived. Neither particularly tall nor short, his features rendered it difficult to ascertain whether he was youthful or middle-aged. He seemed to embody a blend of both. Upon exiting the boarding gate, the old physician immediately spotted the distinctive head of Ji Songhan. "Ah, what a remarkable head," he mused, approaching to hand his luggage to Old Tan and Chu Luo, while keenly scrutinizing Ji Songhan's head. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. "Well maintained indeed. By the way, where might your prodigy from Taibai Mountain be?" The old physician glanced around, searching for any sign of the genius assassin from Lingxue Pavilion. Ji Songhan? It seems unlikely. A genius fool might be more fitting. Brother Zhang, I am simply. Ji Songhan spoke expressionlessly. The old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was evidently taken aback. A genius struck by a blank bullet? Pfft. Chu Luo beside him couldn't contain her laughter. It was thanks to the exceptional medical skills of this very old doctor that Ji Songhan was able to be safely transferred to the hospital after his head was shattered by a blank bullet in the Middle East years ago. All right, we shall discuss it further upon arrival, Old Tan remarked as he opened the car door and took his seat in the passenger's side. An hour later, at the underground hideout of the Little Dimple Bar, The old doctor saluted Old Tan with a military gesture. XX troops. Zhang Ji. Reporting for duty. Zhang Ji was the name of the old doctor, though few addressed him as such, considering he shared his name with the ancient author of the treatise on febrile diseases. I have brought a document. The old doctor then turned over his suitcase, removed its wheels, and took out a red header document from within. National Military Organization Supervision and Administration Committee, Lingxue Pavilion, Personnel Number 1994137. Notification regarding Ji Songhan's appointment and dismissal. Wu Go Tai of Lingxue Pavilion, in accordance with operational needs and after thorough deliberation. It has been decided to relieve Ji Songhan of his duties as the head of Lingxue Pavilion, Wu Go Tai. Ji Songhan is hereby appointed as the Minister of External Relations for the National Military Organization Supervision and Administration Committee, with the rank of Major General. The current task of Comrade Ji Songhan has been accomplished, and this document is hereby officially enacted. Although the document is brief, spanning merely a single page, its content decisively determines that the Dragon Kingdom will gain an additional civilian general with the rank of Lieutenant General. This rank can be regarded as the pinnacle of civilian military titles attainable. This document serves merely as a commencement and transitional measure. The nation is already poised to facilitate Ji Songhan's transformation, which is also a form of protection. Many invisible guardians possess their own transformation plans. The Dragon Kingdom differs markedly from Western nations, which often exploit those they deem formidable, treating them as mere tools, akin to figures like 007. Upon seeing this red-letter document, Ji Songhan felt a swirl of emotions. On one hand, he believes he is still capable. Even in the absence of the system, he remains an undeniably brilliant assassin. Initially, he was to receive this upon returning to the homeland, but unexpectedly, he had undertaken a task on his own. Zhang Ji delivered the document into Ji Songhan's hands, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Someone like me will have to wait another 2 years to receive such a document. Zhang Ji remarked that it would be impossible not to feel envy. He too is human, not a soulless automaton. Yet, there is absolutely no jealousy, as Ji Songhan's contributions undoubtedly warrant such a position. The future is indeed bright. Well, it seems your rank now surpasses mine. Though Old Tan does not hold an official military title, upon returning to the homeland, he will at least attain the rank of a major. Now, let us focus on the matter at hand. After neatly storing the documents, Ji Songhan remarked, "This official notice is a notification that I shall soon dispose of through unconventional means." Thus, Qing Luo's compiled information suggested that the Americans might be establishing a research base, prompting the higher-ups to send an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, as he alone possessed the requisite medical expertise and the capacity for infiltration. Is it related to medicine? Ji Songhan discerned crucial information from Lao Tan's words. It appeared that higher authorities seemed aware of the Americans' intent to establish a certain type of research base. The medical data was imprecise, but when combined with intelligence provided by Qing Luo and insights from comrades within the American territory, it became evident that the Americans aimed to create a clandestine biomedical laboratory. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner reached into his mouth, removed a dental prosthesis, and extracted a multitude of small spheres. After immersing these spheres in water, they expanded into minuscule sheets of paper. He then retrieved a microscope from his suitcase. By placing the tiny sheets beneath the lens, one could discern minute dots upon them. The information contained within was gathered by comrades from the American side. However, it lacked specificity, merely indicating an intention to establish a biomedical laboratory on the outskirts of Mihua City, with no clarity on the precise nature of the research. Therefore, it was imperative to probe for further information. What activities are being undertaken by the English, French, and Russian factions? Ji Songhan inquired. The British and French have remained silent. Yet it is not to be dismissed that they may harbor intentions. However, Russia is currently aware and seeks to investigate this situation, based on past experiences. If the British and French remain inactive, coupled with the fact that this area is within our jurisdiction, there exists at least a 50% likelihood that it is directed against us. Russia is presently quite vulnerable, given that the collapse of the Soviet Union occurred only a few years ago. Furthermore, if there were to be any actions aimed at Russia, it would undoubtedly be in Europe rather than here, especially considering the vast expanse of Siberia separating this location from densely populated Russian territories. Thus, it is imperative that we thoroughly investigate. The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner acknowledged Ji Songhan's conjecture. He then added, "For this mission, I shall infiltrate. Lao Tan, allow me to see the treasures you possess. I shall provide support, came the response. Ji Songon did not perceive any incongruity in not being the main assailant. After all, he was an assassin, adept at infiltration and capable of executing his mission flawlessly. As long as all who laid eyes upon him met their demise, it constituted a perfect infiltration. Yet, this time, the task at hand could not be approached in such a manner. Ji Songon had not yet reached the level of arrogance to face an entire army alone. After all, the Americans were still in a phase of indecision, resorting to explosions. Moreover, they possessed various advanced technologies. Very well, I shall first consult with Old Tan regarding the equipment and then devise several action plans for each mission. It is prudent to prepare multiple plans. One never knows what may happen, and having too many could lead to errors. Thus, 3 plans would be considered the optimal number. We should also acquire some intriguing gadgets. The technical team is currently analyzing and replicating them, and you are welcome to give them a try. Thus, the first sleepless night passed. Meow. The next morning, Xiao Ai awoke from Xiaolan's bed. At 6:30, it was time to rise, freshen up, and have breakfast before heading to school. Almost simultaneously, Xiaolan also stirred from her slumber. The two, one large and one small, stood in the bathroom, beginning their morning routine. Due to her height, Xiao Ai had to stand on a stool. Otherwise, her stature, parallel to the sink, was quite lamentable. Oh, how I wish to return to my former self. Should I take another sip of that medicinal wine? Xiao Ai pondered while brushing her teeth. Eventually, she dismissed this immature notion, recognizing that the concoction was invaluable experimental material, as critical as her partnership with Conan. Xiao Ai, you seem rather unhappy, Xiaolon remarked, observing the despondent expression on Xiao Ai's face as she brushed her teeth. The girl exuded an unusual aura, lacking the innocence typically expected of a child, reminiscent of Conan. I'm not unhappy, Xiao Ai replied, her mouth full of toothpaste. Perhaps it was simply that she had slept too well and longed to return to her dreams. After rinsing her mouth, Xiao Ai smiled at Xiaolon. The speed of her transformation mirrored that of their middle school homeroom teacher, who was currently engrossed in reading. Xiao Ai's home was just downstairs, accessible for play at any time. Seeing Xiao Ai's innocent and carefree smile, Xiaolon responded with a grin, internally contemplating that perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Before long, while enjoying the breakfast that Xiaolon had meticulously prepared, Conan emerged from his room, yawning. Good morning, Xiaolon. He wore a sleeping cap, rubbing his eyes with one hand. Another yawn escaped his lips. Does a Dagawa always wake up this late? Xiao Ai remarked, having observed Conan complete his morning routine in a mere 2 minutes while she and Xiaolon took at least 20. Can he truly be clean after such haste? Well, Conan has always been like this, Xiaolon replied, wiping the toothpaste from the corner of Conan's mouth with a napkin and checking that his hands were clean before allowing him to eat. This scene left Xiao Ai speechless. Mouri Ran, have you taken on the role of Conan's mother? Watching Conan enjoy his meal, Xiao Ai was curious about what would happen if Xiaolon accidentally discovered that Conan was, in fact, Shinichi Kudo. At 7:20 in the morning, Conan cheerfully waved at Xiaolon. Sister Xiaolon, let us go to school. Meanwhile, Xiaolon reminded him to look both ways before crossing the street, to heed traffic lights, and to avoid following strangers. Above all, he must protect Xiao Ai, as she was a girl and his classmate. A boy should bear such responsibility. Okay. Conan nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains like a chick. Kudo, I'm curious, when you revert to your former self, will your interactions with Mouri be similar? Xiao Ai inquired as Conan prepared to jaywalk, seemingly oblivious to Xiaolan's warnings. Perhaps, Conan mused, stroking his chin. Oh, I feel fatigued just thinking about Mouri, Xiao Ai remarked, firmly pulling Conan back from the street. Well, I have a lot of homework to catch up on, he protested. Knowing that, why didn't you do some last night? Xiao Ai scolded, though in her heart, she was relieved that he hadn't tea. It may seem simple, yet the quantity is substantial. An accumulation can lead to transformation, much like how one's reckless tendencies could eventually lead to one's downfall. Therefore, one must cherish oneself, understand? As Xiao Ai rambled on about treasuring life and avoiding reckless behavior, Conan calculated that the traffic light had changed 6 times. No, I must return to school to finish my homework. With that, Conan produced his nuclear-powered skateboard, brazenly engaging in behavior that disrupted public order. Watching Conan speed away, Xiao Ai could only hope that no monstrous trucks would appear on the road. Should anything happen, she would need a shovel to scrape Conan off the pavement. After Conan left, Xiao Ai leisurely walked to school, contemplating various experimental data in her mind, rehearsing the future creation of an antidote. Bang. Oh no. Xiao Ai suddenly collided with someone. The individual possessed a hard object that caused her forehead to throb. Apologies, sweet little girl, a tall Caucasian man said, noticing Xiao Ai at his feet. And no problem, Xiao Ai replied, looking up at the man, her expression shifting slightly. He was clad in camouflage and carried an AR-15 assault rifle. It seemed she had bumped into a heavy infantry soldier equipped with the SS heavy infantry system. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recognized this as the site of yesterday's shooting incident. The police had determined that it was perpetrated by the U.S. military stationed in Japan. However, before the police released a statement, the deputy commander of the U.S. 7th Fleet had already declared that one of their soldiers was lost in your city. This statement rang familiar to the authorities. The Americans' subsequent actions were bold and ostentatious, overshadowing the shooting incident entirely. True to form, they employed larger, more reasonable matters to obscure other issues. Little sister, have you seen this man before? The heavily armored soldier seemed to have discovered that Xiao Ai could comprehend the language he spoke. Thus he presented a photograph of Jack Smith to her. Xiao Ai shook her head, indicating that she had been at school all day yesterday. Oh. The soldier let out a sigh of disappointment. At that moment, not far away, Jin and Vodka leaned against a lamppost, smoking. Jin slightly raised his head to glance at Xiao Ai, who was conversing with a soldier in the distance. It was quite rare to see an elementary student proficiently conversing in English with foreigners. Just as Jin was about to speak, Xiao Ai began performing a magic trick for the soldier. This is my left hand. This is my right hand. When I bring them together, what is this? She asked the armored soldier, cupping her cheeks with her hands in an endearing manner. The American soldier scratched his head, confused. What? It's a flower. Xiao Ai replied with a smile. Observing her from afar, Jin contemplated that perhaps he had overthought the situation. My Sherry could never be this adorable. Therefore, that little girl must be someone else. At that moment, Xiao Ai felt the alarm from her breathalyzer dissipate, and she instantly relaxed. Thankfully, her quick reflexes, imitating the joking gestures of Ji Song-on from before, allowed her to pass unnoticed. However, why was Jin in the same location as the stationed American troops? Upon returning to school, Xiao Ai began pondering this question. Unbeknownst to her, Conan, seated at the adjacent desk, was staring blankly at the sky. The renowned detective, once an exemplary student, found his assignments had mysteriously vanished. He distinctly remembered placing them in his backpack last night. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Ai pulling out a stack of assignments and placing them on her desk for the class representatives to collect. Wasn't that my assignment? Conan clearly recalled that one of his sheets had accidentally torn at the corner, identical to the one on Xiao Ai's desk. Idagawa, what are you talking about? Didn't you leave your assignments at school? You said so yourself last night, and both Rand and Uncle Mouri can attest to it. You're bullying me. And I will report you tonight. Xiao Ai feigned an expression of being bullied by Conan. Immediately, 3 figures appeared behind Conan. Ayumi, Conan, how could you bully Hyber-san? Jinta, if you didn't write it, then you didn't write it. How can you bully Hyber-san? Kagoro, stop explaining. Conan, draw your sword. Conan. Chapter 49. Counterterrorism drill class began, and Conan wore an expression of utter despair. He was certain that the assignments Xiao Ai submitted were indeed his own. How infuriating. Had he known that the assignments would be distributed yesterday, he should have written his name on them. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Kobayashi, was lecturing at the front of the class, occasionally glancing out the window. This peculiarity puzzled Conan, as Ms. Kobayashi was usually very focused during her lessons. Yet today, she appeared somewhat distracted. Stretching his neck to peer outside, Conan saw nothing amiss. Suddenly, a piece of chalk accurately struck Conan's forehead, followed by Ms. Kobayashi's somewhat stern voice. Idagawa, come to the board. At the board was a problem that posed a challenge for elementary students. A cage contains chickens and rabbits. There were numerous methods to solve this problem, including the folding hypothesis method or using linear equations, but for elementary students, the folding hypothesis method was the most common, as equations were not typically within the first-grade curriculum. Conan found the question to be rather simple. Thus, under Ms. Kobayashi's puzzled gaze, he set up a system of linear equations. How absurd. His mother would open the door to absurdity, and absurdity would come home. Although Ms. Kobayashi would not find a single variable equation difficult to comprehend, a system of linear equations was certainly beyond the standard curriculum. Idagawa, where did you learn this? Hawaii. Conan blurted out without thinking, but then felt something was off. Return to your seat, Idagawa. As a teacher, I take great pride in having such a bright student. But please do not disrupt the learning of others. If I see you not paying attention in class again, I will have to ask you to leave. Miss. Kobayashi gently patted Conan's head. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. Amidst the children's gasps, a tall, strikingly handsome white man strode in. Apologies, ladies. But you seem unprepared, he said, looking at Ms. Kobayashi and then surveying the students. We are from the 7th Fleet, Marine Corps Major Italia Remington. Today, we will conduct a counter-terrorism drill at Titan Elementary School to raise the children's awareness of anti-terrorism. Major Remington spoke in fluent Japanese. As Conan listened, he observed Miss Kobayashi's expression darkening. It dawned on him why she had been acting so strangely today. Typically, counterterrorism drills, especially in elementary schools, required meticulous planning. It seemed that yesterday's shooting incident and the disappearance of a soldier had triggered the sensitive nerves of the American military. Ah, ladies, your education is truly advanced. After detailing the drill, Major Remington glanced at the board and noticed the system of linear equations Conan had written. No, I merely intended to demonstrate that there are multiple methods to solve the problem, not to imply that they should master it. Furthermore, Major Remington, you have concluded your part. I will handle the rest with the children. Ms. Kobayashi wished to subtly encourage the major to leave the classroom and simultaneously provided cover for Conan, not revealing that he had written the equations. Otherwise, the American major would undoubtedly ramble on about the emergence of talents. No, this isn't your work. The handwriting on the question is different from that on the solution. But Major Remington, with keen eyes, quickly discerned that the handwriting on the problem and the solution was entirely dissimilar. So, little one, you are quite clever, he said, squatting down. His sea-blue eyes fixed intently on Conan. Your stance and the chalk dust on your sleeve confirm that you solved this system of equations. As Remington smiled, Conan's breath quickened. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Remington, a weight far more formidable than that posed by the most vicious murderers he had encountered during investigations. Despite the man's outwardly gentle demeanor, Conan instinctively perceived a chilling undertone in his words. At that moment, AI observed Remington and felt a shiver run down her spine. A foreboding sensation rising within her. It seemed that Remington's objective was solely Conan. Otherwise, why would a major bypass a conversation with school authorities to enter a classroom? Moreover, Class 1B was situated in a relatively secluded area, not near the stairwell. Most importantly, AI detected a distinctive aura associated with the organization surrounding Remington. If that were indeed the case, Jin's presence at the shooting scene yesterday would be entirely justifiable. Oh, your reaction suggests you are quite fearful of revealing your intelligence. Remington continued to gaze into Conan's eyes, which are often said to be the windows to the soul. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern that Conan was desperately concealing something. If you are afraid of being discovered, then why engage in such actions? He pointed to the quadratic equation on the blackboard, inching closer to Conan. I learned this from my father in Hawaii. Conan instinctively took a step back, only to be restrained by Remington's powerful grip on his shoulder, a force that felt as though it might shatter his bones. Who is your father? Perhaps I am acquainted with him. That's enough, Mr. Remington. Just as Conan could no longer bear the pressure and was about to utter the name Yusaku Kudo, Ms. Kobayashi, in a fit of anger, swung a ruler at Remington. As an ordinary teacher with no significant background, merely having a police boyfriend, she found herself powerless against the American military. Even the chief of police would appear insignificant before them. Despite the myth that an American could dethrone the emperor, Conan was her student. And she would never allow her students to be bullied. With a sharp crack, the ruler struck Remington's arm, breaking upon impact, clearly demonstrating the force behind Ms. Kobayashi's strike. Madam, may I assume you are assaulting me? Remington asked, drawing a desert eagle from his waist. Firing a shot into the classroom ceiling amidst the frightened gazes of the children. Now, the anti-terrorism drill has officially commenced. Children, I am now a terrorist. What will you do? He smiled, yet his eyes remained fixed on Conan. Do not worry, it is merely a blank. However, even blanks can lead to unexpected outcomes. Cannot they? In a voice only Conan could hear, Remington said, Italia. In an instant, Conan crouched down, activating his technologically advanced sports shoes, and with a swift motion, he secured his belt, causing a high-tech soccer ball to materialize. Chapter 50. This time, it's real. Conan possessed a pair of technologically advanced shoes designed and crafted by Professor Agasa. These shoes could amplify his foot strength, capable of launching an object as massive as Newton's coffin into space with a single kick. They utilized electromagnetic forces to stimulate the pressure points in his feet, maximizing muscle output. Do not underestimate this limit, Theoretically, if all the muscles in the body exerted force in a unified direction, one could instantly lift 5,000 kilograms. Even though Conan was but a child, if he could harness this muscle power correctly, it was entirely plausible for him to kick a satellite into oblivion. As Conan's technologically enhanced shoes made contact with the soccer ball, a hand also pressed firmly against it. As is well known, the force exerted is reciprocal. Thus, with a resounding crack, Conan felt a sharp pain radiate from his knee, while simultaneously, Remington's right arm bulged with muscle, bursting through his military uniform. Looking at his own arm, Remington maintained a calm expression, though internally, he was overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts. You dare tell me this is the strength of a mere child? If Conan possessed iron knees, this encounter would have left him at a distinct disadvantage. Observing Conan, who lay on the ground, clutching his knee and sweating profusely, Remington reached down to assist him in resetting his dislocated knee and then hoisted him up. He turned to the terrified children in the classroom. This is your response to a terrorist. Trust the anti-terrorism forces. They will search the entire school and leave no terrorist unexamined. Such words were well spoken, yet they failed to address the matter of rescuing the hostages. Subsequently, under Ms. Kobayashi's comforting presence, all the children huddled in a corner of the classroom. Though she felt a wellspring of frustration within her, there was no outlet for her emotions. AI. Can we call season? At this moment, the intense stimulus triggered memories of that day for the three young detectives. This is a drill. Just remain silent. In the corner, AI softly reassured Ayumi, Jinta, and Mitsuhiko. It could be said that the instant Remington fired his weapon, she had ushered the three to the relative safety of the classroom corner. All right. The young detectives unusually refrained from causing a ruckus, obediently following AI's guidance. Meanwhile, AI discreetly took out her phone, using the cover of her classmates to send a text to Matsuhira. Brother, the school is unexpectedly conducting an anti-terror drill. And I'm very scared. That officer is so intimidating. QQ. Note, in the official Conan manga, AI often uses emoticons in her messages. Upon hitting send, outside the school, a soldier in an armored command vehicle detected several signals originating from within the school, including phone calls and text messages, all pleading for help. Every individual using communication devices within the school was being monitored. Simultaneously, on another front, 3 soldiers were verifying the information of every person in the school. Itokawa Conan. No insurance records found for this child. He is an undocumented individual. In this context, the absence of identification or household registration was permissible. However, to enjoy compulsory education, one must possess a residency certificate. A boy. Very well then, remarked an officer inside the command vehicle, his voice low. The inspection team will enter once all classrooms have been cleared. Expedite the process. A commander in white military attire observed his busy subordinates before taking his place at the command post. It had been a while since such a situation arose. Did the Dragon Nation desire the scientist from the Black Organization? We desire it as well, yet if we cannot attain it, neither shall you. The rules established by the 5 members of the strongest club do not prohibit interference with the actions of other members, do they? Meanwhile, within the classroom, a rather poorly executed performance is unfolding. The counterterrorism unit has entered the room, instructing Remington, who is feigning the role of a terrorist, to lay down his arms and surrender immediately. This prompts a wave of sarcasm from Xiao Ai. In America, one does not act with such decisiveness. Numerous incidents have transpired on campuses there. When faced with armed assailants, American police exhibit an extreme reluctance to risk their lives. Occasionally, they only proceed after ensuring the terrorists have expended all their ammunition. One might ponder upon whom those bullets were spent. Such instances of locking a wolf in a sheepfold are innumerable. In contrast, the Russians are far more straightforward. Though they have experienced failures, they were often unavoidable. Some have ridiculed the Russian Alpha unit for their occasional blunders, resulting in a farcical portrayal of rescue operations. However, in Xiao Ai's perspective, the absurdity is more pronounced in America. Given a choice, she would opt for Ji Songhan. Before long, under Remington's ludicrously exaggerated portrayal of being shot, akin to a military base being scratched out with a foot, this farcical counterterrorism drill concludes. Conan is taken away by Remington under the pretense of injury treatment. Meanwhile, the students and teachers in the classroom are to be escorted to the playground. This causes Xiao Ai considerable distress. You've taken away my lab rat. What am I to study? Nevertheless, amid her anxiety, Xiao Ai prioritizes her personal safety above all. Surely, there cannot be a reckless individual who would venture off alone in such a situation? As she exits the teaching building, Xiao Ai observes a peculiar group of individuals. They are clad in masks, wearing shoe covers, and carrying various boxes filled with an assortment of reagents. Upon seeing the contents of those boxes, her expression shifts to one of sheer terror. It's DF0. This is an amino acid reagent invented by Americans, capable of reacting chemically with amino acid residues and fingerprint materials, ultimately producing a pink compound. Under the illumination of blue-green lasers, this substance exhibits intense fluorescence, revealing fingerprints. This reagent has emerged only in recent years and has not been widely deployed even in America. To find it here is astonishing, coupled with Xiao Ai's suspicions regarding Remington. The intentions of both the organization and the Americans become glaringly evident. R.G. Suddenly, a soldier screams frantically. Almost immediately, a series of piercing sounds reverberate from the horizon. A long, white-lined object hurtles into the teaching building, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Multiple classrooms are engulfed in flames. Is this also part of the counterterrorism drill? The principal of TN Elementary wipes his cold sweat with a handkerchief as he watches the American officer in charge of this operation. Thankfully, everyone has evacuated. Yet at this moment, the American officer, a lieutenant colonel, is too preoccupied to respond. This is no mere exercise. Chapter 51. The firepower of a single soldier remains insufficient. Time rewinds to 20 minutes prior. Ji Song-han is currently participating in the third meeting of the planning seminar for the reconnaissance of the experimental base within the stronghold. At present, our intelligence system is not as proficient as that of the American counterparts. Therefore, this mission will unfold along multiple lines. During the meeting, Old Ten elucidated the current situation. In this era, the information warfare landscape is quite disadvantageous for our Dragon Nation. What you know, the adversary knows. Yet, what remains unknown to you is already within their grasp. Currently, the American side has laid out 3 distinct strategies, aiming to sow discord among our ranks. As he spoke, Old Ten activated the projector to begin the presentation. Thus far, following the disappearance of Jack Smith, the American response reveals 3 key insights. The first is their overt search for Jack Smith within the city. Old Ten must ensure he remains concealed. The second is the extensive investigation of suspicious individuals. Individuals from our Dragon Nation, like Ji Song-han, should refrain from acting under their usual identities. The third is the heightened security level of the experimental base, indicating that infiltration cannot be accomplished overnight. Ji Song-han took out his phone and glanced at the message sent to him by Xiao Ai. Old Tan. Zhiwei mentioned that the military suddenly conducted an anti-terrorism drill at Daitan Primary School. Almost simultaneously, an urgent email appeared on Old Tan's computer. Upon opening the email, his pupils constricted sharply. There should now be a fourth matter at hand. With that, Old Tan opened a photo attached to the email. Elliot Remington, Major of the Marine Corps, omitting 100 words of personal information and achievements. Closely associated individuals include Yin Tian Pingbalang and Kudu Yusaku. Wait a moment, I will open another file. It is somewhat large. Subsequently, Old Tan opened a folder titled Undercover Agents from Various Countries and Distilleries. The folder was over 500 gigabytes in size. He initiated a search and directly located Major Remington's file. Elliot Remington, codename Remy Martin. Remy Martin typically refers to Remy Martin XO, which is the finest brandy, also known as XO grade brandy. Is it not named after the specific brand rather than the liquor itself? Jisonghan furrowed his brow and inquired. Most of the formal members of the distillery are named after the types of liquor. The renowned brand Remy Martin, known for producing XO grade brandy, undoubtedly possesses its own distinct characteristics. Consequently, it appears that both the organization and the Americans have set their sights on Xiao Ai. Moreover, it is evident that the Americans are aware of the significant possibility of Xiao Ai diminishing. Should the organization discover her decline, those cloaked figures would certainly lurk daily at the school gates, obsessively observing the diverse array of young girls. Particularly concerning is Jin. Ultimately, among Remington's acquaintances is Kudo Yusaku. Perhaps he can safeguard Conan. However, regardless of the circumstances, he remains an American asset. While he might not act against Xiao Ai under the guise of the organization, should he adopt the persona of an American major, his actions would be devoid of restraint. Even undercover agents possess their own alliances, after all. Indeed, he ranks third within the organization, while Jin is merely 10th. Laotan spoke gravely. As noted by Gasho Aoyama, the creator of Conan, Jin's strength ranks 10th within the organization. Alas, this mission is inherently connected to me. Ji Song-an tightened the windbreaker around him in that fleeting moment. He had thoroughly assessed his equipment. 2. 90s, the chain blades wrapped around his body, and an M1911A1. This arsenal truly seemed insufficient, particularly in comparison to the American forces. Moreover, their adversary was a major. I will allocate some personnel for you, Chi Luo. Select a few individuals to accompany Xiao Ji. Lao Ten understood that this unexpected situation was of utmost importance. As for the American laboratory, notable advancements would require no less than 3 to 5 years. Thus, a makeshift team of 7 was swiftly assembled. Ji Songan utilized the mountain river order, transforming the mysterious forces of the 10 directions back to their former selves. He then proceeded to account for the members of his team. The roster is as follows: Sniper and Observer, Ji Songhan; Assault Soldiers, for passers-by; Medic and Communication Officer, Chu Qingluo; Rocket Artilleryman, Lu Renjia. Each individual augmented their original configuration with our G107 firepower and C4 explosives to bridge the gap in firepower. Furthermore, each member underwent facial alteration and donned the garb of outlaws. Aren't you Americans engaged in anti-terrorism drills? Thus, there is an old saying in Longhua: since we are here, we might as well go all the way and make it more authentic. Soon, the 7 individuals, now disguised, entered an unmarked van. Having meticulously planned their course of action, Ji Songhan drove directly towards the direction of Daitan Primary School, 1 kilometer away. Ji Songhan parked his vehicle in a narrow alley, preparing to continue on foot. Advancing further could potentially expose him to American sentries, thus complicating the execution of the mission. Most members of the Special Operations Team had already taken their positions in the nearby high-rises surrounding Daidan Elementary School. The communication channels were temporarily silent, awaiting Ji Songhan's command. Chu Qingluo, serving as a communications officer, was equipped with an oversized radio. The presence of an independent radio and accompanying walkie-talkies provided a level of security far superior to the built-in channels of the latter. Although Dr. Agassi's devices featured communication badges, utilizing them in front of the Americans would be akin to broadcasting one's location on a public screen. At this moment, Ji Songhan was positioned in the center of a maintenance room on one of the upper floors, elevated by a table to avoid detection from the window. In his hand, he held a 5x, 40x variable zoom scope detached from the broken Army sniper rifle, allowing him to observe the inspection team's entrance. Based on the intelligence at hand, Ji Songhan deduced that the adversaries aimed to collect biological information from all students in the school. Although Xiao Ai had diminished in size, her genetic makeup, fingerprints, and blood type remained unchanged. Despite Old 10's alteration of Xiao Ai's original AB blood type to A, and the school's examination doctors being affiliated with them, the Americans insisted on conducting their own checks, which posed a significant challenge. Chi Luo will create a diversion in the empty classroom. You take the opportunity to escort Shiho away. Ji Songhan devised a particularly decisive and forceful plan. Fortunately, the entire faculty and student body were gathered on the playground. After relaying Xiao Ai's coordinates to Chu Qingluo, the girl from Miaojiang utilized her extensive knowledge of Mihua City to identify the optimal route. Qingluo acknowledged. I'll be in position in 10 minutes. With that, she secured a rappel line to the rooftop, firmly anchored herself, chose a position near the stairwell's load-bearing column, and leapt down. This particular location was a structural wall, ensuring that no one in the building would notice a descent from the rooftop. We have a total of 12 G rounds. Lu Renjia, do you have the fixed launchers? Lu Renjia replied, I brought 2. I can hit 3 targets in 3 seconds. The fixed launcher was a device that allowed the secure installation of a launcher, enabling one to set the trajectory and parameters before temporarily departing. When it was time to fire, a simple pull of the trigger would initiate the launch, making it suitable for striking stationary targets. At this juncture, the 4 assault troops also confirmed they carried fixed launchers, taking advantage of the vehicle to accommodate additional equipment. In summary, with Ji Songhan's launcher included, the team was capable of launching 12 RG warheads in a simultaneous volley. Excellent. We'll wait for Qingluo to be in position. I'll target the first-grade classes B and D, as well as the command vehicle. The assault team will focus on the second-grade classes A, B, C, D, and E, F, while the artillery will aim for the principal's office and the fourth-grade classes D and F. Ji Songhan first outlined the targets to be sabotaged, subsequently revealing the precise locations of each objective to the group. Following Xiao Ai's transition to Tidan Elementary School, Ji Songhan memorized the architectural layout of the institution, including the locations of classrooms and faculty offices for future reference. This preparation proved invaluable, eliminating the need for time-consuming research. Half a minute later, The strike team was fully prepared. A minute thereafter, Luringia was also ready. Everyone was pushing their limits. The RG's range was a mere 400 meters, while their positions were situated over 370 meters from the school. Had they not occupied an elevated vantage point, the distance would have been quite prohibitive. 8 minutes elapsed. In a shadowy corner, Chi Luo produced a periscope, extending one end slightly above the surface. This device bore resemblance to a gastroscope used in hospitals, allowing for angled observation. Its limitation, however, lay in its inability to view great distances. Chu Qing Luo, target identified. Chi Luo is prepared. Ji Songnan, 3, 2, 1, launch. Chapter 52. Conan, you have a good father. Within the confines of the teaching building, as the students and faculty evacuated, Conan found himself confined in the restroom by Major Remington. At that moment, they were the only two souls present in the entire structure, apart from a few small creatures outside. Who exactly are you? Are you part of the organization? Conan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He once believed that by gathering evidence and leveraging his connections with his father in the FBI and the police, he could dismantle the organization. But now, he felt utterly hopeless. When faced with an adversary whose power far exceeded his own notion of absolute justice, Conan succumbed to a profound panic. Of course, I am. Major Remington declared, extracting a cigar from the pocket of his military uniform. He elegantly clipped the end of the cigar with a cutter and then produced a wooden stick. Igniting it with a lighter, the stick caught fire, and he used its flame to light his cigar. After savoring the rich flavor of the authentic Cuban cigar, he exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into Conan's face. Coughing violently, Conan struggled against the overwhelming taste of the cigar. They're innocent. He hoped that Remington would spare Uncle Mouri Ran and Dr. Agasa. For Remington, it would be easy to uncover Conan's connections. No. Remington shook his finger, dismissing Conan's plea. When you frequent various crime scenes, when you display a wisdom that your peers cannot match, when you impulsively pursue Jin in the heat of the moment, everyone around you loses their innocence. Remington withdrew his Desert Eagle, removing the magazine. As he stated, it contained only blanks. He then produced a magazine filled with 357 Magnum rounds and reloaded the weapon. The cold muzzle of the gun once again pressed against Conan's forehead. It is not I, nor the organization, who will kill them, but Yukuto Shinichi. Your little girlfriend is quite skilled, I must say. At these words, Conan's mind went blank. He had never received the fruit of the causes that had transpired before, but today that fruit had ripened. Tell me where Sherry is, and I can grant you a swift end. Realizing he had perhaps gone too far, Remington observed Conan's eyes dulling with despair, rolling his own eyes in exasperation. Like father, like son. With a swift motion, Remington delivered a forceful slap to Conan's face. Do you understand the psychological impact that such a blow can have on a high school student? If not, shall I deliver another? With 2 resounding slaps, Conan finally regained his senses, his neck straining to support his heavy head. Remember, Kudo, if it weren't for me, if you didn't have a good father, the consequence of this situation would be the tragic demise of everyone around you. Do you understand? Major Remington grasped Conan by the collar and began to shake him. Speak. Don't play dead. At that moment, Conan's face, swollen and resembling that of a pig, was filled with indignation. He wished to retort. How can I speak when you've beaten me into this state? Yet, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that this man was sent by his father. So, he nodded in response. Are you reassured? Have you learned your lesson? Remington pressed. Conan nodded again. Tell me where Sherry is. The once seemingly righteous Remington now appeared as a menacing figure. Conan resolutely shook his head. You truly do not know? After Sherry shrunk. The first person she sought would surely be you. The Major spoke with an undeniable certainty. The organization's developed drugs primarily benefit the Americans. Although the roots of the organization lie in Japan, most of the successful developments are in the hands of the Americans. I, truly, do not know. Conan strained to utter, unable to fully trust the man who could be deemed a savior. Perhaps she has found you yet. I'll guard you. We shall meet eventually. Or perhaps she has simply changed her name and is right beside you, unnoticed. As he spoke, Remington pulled out a small notebook filled with hastily scrawled names of individuals related to Conan, from the barely acquainted Officer Hekagumo to Conan's closest companion, Ran Mouri. I will focus my efforts on your classmate. Boom. An explosion erupted as a rocket-propelled grenade pierced through the window of Class D, detonating upon impact. The projectile traveled halfway through the wall before erupting, its explosion precisely opposite the men's restroom. Typically, a rocket-propelled grenade would only exhibit armor-piercing and explosive effects. However, Ji Songan had equipped it with a flammable agent. Thus, flames erupted instantaneously, the intense heat melting the aluminum door of the restroom. A wave of scorching air surged inside, causing Conan to feel as though his very essence was evaporating. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the orange flames, lifting him up. Italia Remington. His entire being bathed in crimson, appeared as a muscular mountain. To Conan, he seemed like a mere kitten, easily crushed beneath his weight. Look at this fire, kid. Take heed of my advice. While they may seem amiable, should you refuse to repent, they will not care who you are when they strike. Cradling Conan. Remington charged toward the restroom wall, colliding with it forcefully. The wall cracked under the impact. Ah! He bellowed, crashing against it again, then a third time. Finally, the wall shattered. In an instant, fresh, cool air rushed in, laden with oxygen. After the refreshing breeze, a deafening explosion echoed from behind them, the immense force propelling both figures onto the grassy expanse outside. At that moment, Ji Songhan, directing the evacuation and observing the school through a scope, caught sight of two figures that should not have been there. Hadn't the teaching building been evacuated? Steadying himself, he adjusted the scope. Ji Songhan beheld Conan, the genetically engineered warrior, shielded beneath a formidable figure resembling a devilish muscle-bound guardian. This information was absent from the dossier. This was something the Americans had researched. Ji Songhan had encountered similar creations before, yet they were all flawed. However, this Remington appeared to be a paragon of perfection. Upon transformation, he exhibited no loss of rationality. The genetically engineered warriors bore some resemblance to a fusion of Captain America and the Hulk, albeit less outrageous than depicted in films. Yet, in reality, it was rather absurd. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance. Damn! A sniper! Ji Songhan swiftly evaded. Bang! A bullet shattered the glass and struck the wall. 800 meters away, atop an unfinished building at a construction site, Qin Jiao steadied in State Route 25 sniper rifle, a grin almost splitting his face. Ah, Ji Sang. Chapter 53. Ji Songhan, Qin Jiao, let us have a duel. I have a 107 millimeters. So far, the world line has converged. The energy fired by Ji Songhan was swiftly obliterated by the close defense system of the command vehicle. All soldiers momentarily froze before entering a state of alertness, as most of them had never truly experienced the battlefield. In the 2 seconds following the explosion, Xiao Ai noticed a nearby manhole cover suddenly spring open, ejecting 3 smoke grenades. The dense white smoke rapidly expanded, merging with the shockwave of the blast. Follow me, a somewhat familiar feminine voice resonated beside Xiao Ai, and she felt herself being enveloped in a bag. Meanwhile, chaos reigned as everyone rushed towards the school gate. The soldiers stationed there received orders to temporarily block access. Faced with the surging crowd and the enraged parents gathered outside the campus, the soldiers felt a sense of trepidation. What on earth had transpired? In such a situation, could they dare to open fire? It was no longer merely a matter of individual soldiers causing disturbances. Should they fire upon civilians as a unit? The international outcry would be beyond what the Americans could contain. Consequently, the defense line was swiftly breached, and teachers and students surged towards what they perceived as the safest refuge. Inside the command vehicle, the colonel, in a fit of rage, swept all the documents off his desk onto the floor. A bunch of useless fools. How did you set up the defenses? He had long suspected that someone might attempt to disrupt operations, yet the soldiers' hasty reactions filled him with profound shame and anger. Sir, we deployed defenses based on our usual drills, a trembling second lieutenant responded. The colonel sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Had the troops been from the Middle East, such a debacle would surely not have unfolded. Without the baptism of war, even the most advanced technology was futile. It's all right. Although the enemy is concealed and we are exposed, we still hold the advantage. The Air Force has yet to be deployed. The colonel began drafting a request. In a short while, a modernized U-2 reconnaissance aircraft ascended from the Guam region, poised to conduct comprehensive surveillance on Tokyo in the near future. This model, which has been in service since 1956, remains in production primarily because, following the fracture of Red Russia, the American Air Force has encountered no rivals. Meanwhile, within the sacred underground drainage system, Qing Luo released Xiao Ai. Gazing at the large bag of wild mushrooms in Qing Luo's hands, Xiao Ai was left speechless. Surrounding her were many unfamiliar faces, for assault soldiers and a rocket artilleryman, yet Ji Songhan was conspicuously absent. 5 minutes. If he doesn't show, we retreat. Qing Luo discerned the uncertainty and concern in Xiao Ai's eyes. The plan was thus: 5 minutes was the limit. During this time, the hastily assembled team began to inventory their equipment to ensure nothing was left behind. The boxy vehicle had been utterly destroyed, leaving no trace for pursuers. Retreat. As 5 minutes elapsed, Qing Luo checked the time and promptly pulled Xiao Ai away. Xiao Ai obediently followed, refraining from insisting on waiting any longer. She was not one to indulge in melodramatic despair. Nevertheless, emotionally, she remained anxious, although she was unclear about the specifics. The reactions of Qing Luo and the others suggested that Ji Songhan should have been present at that moment. At that time, Jin's smile was almost stretched into a grin. Come on, brother. Act normally. Vodka shivered at the sight of Jin. First it was Sherry, now it was Ji Songhan. Why was it so unsettling? Vodka recalled the day Jin had ominously told him, Vodka, I'm perfectly normal. Jin was quite confident in his sniping skills, yet he longed to clarify. It wasn't a miss. The target had merely reacted in time to evade. Otherwise, it would have struck true to the forehead. But seeing Vodka's unwavering loyalty to the organization, Jin could only condense his thoughts into a single command. Vodka, silence. Jin had now pinpointed Ji Songhan's location. There was only one exit down, and they were cornered. Jin, have you found anything? Remington's voice crackled through Jin's earpiece. TCH. Jin felt a surge of irritation at the owner of that voice. Sherry was his. If anyone was to take her down, it would be him. Remington's sudden appearance was unwelcome, yet it was an order from above. Remy, I've spotted an intriguing individual. He certainly knows Sherry's whereabouts, Jin replied coldly. Him? Wait. Jin, stay calm. Remington's voice suddenly escalated, delivering a jarring shock to Jin's eardrums. With a swift motion, Jin discarded the earpiece, yet the loud commotion continued to resonate as if the phone speaker was blaring at full volume. Damn it. Jin, where the hell are you? Vodka, too, crushed his earpiece beneath his foot, providing Jin with a modicum of relief. At last, no one could interrupt the standoff between Jin and Ji Songhan. As noon approached, Jin and Vodka, clad in dark trench coats, found themselves atop a sun-baked construction site, resembling two sun-dried fish. Brother, can we afford to wait this out? I'm concerned about potential reinforcements. Vodka expressed unease. Not a chance. He is more anxious than we are. Remington is certainly searching for him now. Besides, the surrounding troops are combing the area in the direction of the RG attack. Jin was unperturbed by the RG threat, for they were at a safe distance, well beyond its reach. Suddenly, Jin spotted something slowly rising through his sniper scope. So you wish to lure me into revealing my position by using a decoy? Not so easily fooled, Jin thought, as this provided him with a precise coordinate. After all, his sniper rounds were capable of penetrating walls. Just then, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced through Jin's scope. Ji Songhan held a shard of glass, skillfully adjusting its angle to reflect the sunlight directly onto the position of Jinjiu. After all, Jinjiu's sniper scope had previously betrayed his location. Bang, bang, bang. With his vision obstructed, Jinjiu switched to another eye and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Yet all he could discern was the fleeting silhouette of Ji Songhan vanishing into the stairwell. At that moment, Ji Songhan stood in the stairwell, gazing amiably at a cylindrical figure. Come on, let us duel. I have a 107mm. Ji Songhan extracted a wire and connected it to the tail activation device of the rocket. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie and removed its battery. With this, the preparations for launch were complete. This is the 107 rocket. It can be fired both with and without a launcher, even in the absence of a firing mechanism. Merely igniting it can suffice for launch. The theoretical range extends to 500 meters. At this moment, Jinjiu remained poised with her sniper rifle. The building where Ji Songhan resides is rather old, with the staircase located on the exterior. Jin feels he can afford countless mistakes, but Ji Songhan can only afford one. This is Jin's confidence. Suddenly, the wall where Ji Songhan is concealed is abruptly sliced open by some unknown force. Immediately after, a cylindrical object hurtles towards the building where Jin is, leaving him in shock. A rocket. In that instant, Jin and Vodka spring into action, diving towards the nearby tower crane. The landing site of the 107 rocket is somewhat ambiguous, but that ambiguity is sufficient. With a lethal radius of 5 meters, note. That is radius. Precise aiming is hardly necessary. Moreover, at a distance of 800 meters, it will arrive in mere seconds. If Jin had dared to fire, he would have met his own demise and might not even hit Ji Songhan. Boom. Just as Jin and Vodka reached the tower crane, the rocket struck the forefront of the rooftop. This particular type of 107 rocket is a white phosphorus incendiary projectile, which has an even broader coverage area. Watching the rooftop collapse and ignite, Jin's expression darkens. I merely shot at him, and he retaliates with a rocket launcher. Is this not bullying the honest man? Chapter 54. Jin, Kudo Shinichi? Who is that? I do not know him. I have never seen him. At this moment, Ji Songhan is crouched at the staircase. Peering through the scope he removed from his firearm, observing Jin and vodka hanging from the tower crane support column. Next time, it won't just be a single projectile. As he speaks, Ji Songhan swiftly rises and retreats from the scene. Although Jin's sniper shot delayed Ji Songhan's escape by nearly 5 minutes, the chaotic situation in Mihua City, coupled with the inadequacy of the military's preparedness, meant they did not arrive promptly. By the time Ji Songhan reached the ground level, the military's Black Hawk helicopters were just arriving, and they were positioned quite far from the building Ji Songhan had occupied. The previous crash of 3 Black Hawks left a significant psychological scar on the military. Each ordinary Black Hawk costs around 7 million, and the 3 that crashed were special versions, priced at over 10 million each. Even with their wealth, the U.S. military cannot afford to squander aircraft like the Indian forces. 03 failed to identify any targets. The pilot and co-pilot were intently observing the building before them. They had noted the launch of the 107 rocket and rushed over. However, Major Remington cautioned them to maintain a distance of at least 30 meters from the building to avoid potential hazards. Italia Remington is highly regarded within the Marine Corps and the 7th Fleet, thus the pilots dutifully adhered to his command. However, this meant they were too far away to make an accurate assessment. Withdraw, do not continue the search, it is a waste of resources. Came Remington's emotionless voice over the communicator. 03 received. The pilot responded, relieved, as he maneuvered the controls, and the Black Hawk departed the area. 15 minutes later, Italia Remington arrived at the construction site with Conan in tow. Spotting Jin descending from the tower crane, he chuckled. Oh my God, is that not Jin? Quite the sight, isn't it? Upon hearing Remington's unabashed mockery, Jin's imposing figure trembled. He swiftly drew his firearm. Bang! But Remington fired first, his Desert Eagle bullet rendering Jin's handgun useless. The force of the magnum round nearly dislocated Jin's wrist. TSK. Jin gestured to stop Vodka from drawing his weapon. No wonder he is the third one. By the way, who is he? Jin's gaze shifted to Conan, who was closely following Remington. At that moment, Conan's mind was racing. The recent events felt akin to a roller coaster ride. Wait, Remington, aren't you my father's good friend? Why have you brought me before Jin? Are you a mole for the U.S. within our organization? Or is it the other way around? Oh, Kudo Shinichi, the son of a friend of mine. No need to worry, I shall vouch for him, Remington stated bluntly, revealing Conan's true identity before Jin. Conan, filled with anxiety, stared at Jin. This is a disaster. His only thought. Kudo Shinichi? Who is that? Never heard of him, Jin replied coldly, his previous bewildered expression now replaced by a steely demeanor. After all, he had only heard of the rocket that could be launched without a launcher, but had never encountered it. Generally, the weapons the organization dealt with were predominantly civilian-grade and legally permissible. As for heavy weaponry like tanks and artillery, the organization had none. They did possess some aircraft, which allowed them to maintain control over smaller nations. However, if they were to engage the full military might of the Neon Country, the U.S. might quip. Let me send you a little boy, while the recently disbanded Russia might say, I think I still have a Tsar mushroom. As for the Dragon Country, they would exclaim, we're sending a package, dear. 0 negative reviews, but payment is due upon delivery. And regarding the UK and France, they merely counted as extras. What is the progress on your end, Remy? Jin inquired, lighting a cigarette with a slightly trembling hand. He was unconcerned about Conan's presence. He merely needed to know that this child was acquainted with Remy. As for the potential exposure of the organization's existence, Jin believed he excelled at managing internal matters. Although he might shoot outsiders with ease, he dealt with his own with lethal precision. Currently, he had made some deductions. Remington, observing Jin smoke, yearned for a puff himself. Yet, his cigar and notepad had been incinerated. There has been no substantial progress. You, the third one, seem lacking, Jin retorted, mimicking Remington's previous tone of derision. At this moment, Conan, witnessing the palpable tension between the two, felt it best to remain silent. However, Jin did not even recognize him. Realizing that Jin had no intention of confronting him, Conan found himself unable to feel pleased. Did you think that when you knocked me unconscious at the amusement park, it felt like squashing an ant? If that's the case, can I be a little bolder now? Well, Remington's earlier bravado now seemed futile. Kudo Shinichi, you are hitting Conan, What does that have to do with me, Kudo Shinichi? Humph. As this thought crossed Conan's mind, a wry smile crept across his face. Bang. Seeing Conan suddenly wear that defiant grin, Remington delivered a punch, sending Conan back into a state of infantile slumber. While inwardly musing that this child still required a good beating. I must take my leave. I cannot be absent for too long. I will leave you with one last piece of advice, Jin. In the eyes of great powers, a mere stick is perceived as a weapon, while in the eyes of smaller nations, it embodies the essence of nuclear arms. With that, Remington departed with Conan, leaving behind a strikingly formidable silhouette that resonated with an air of audacity. Elder brother, you. At this moment, Vodka found the courage to speak. Observing Jin's slightly trembling hand, he was engulfed in confusion. What could be troubling him? Is he frightened? That seemed improbable. Do you think I am afraid? No. I am exhilarated. Jin lifted his gaze towards the still-burning edifice above. For so long, we believed that possessing firearms and aircraft sufficed. Yet we had never fathomed the sheer terror that true military power can invoke. Jin understood that a rocket launcher was not merely a single-shot device, but rather one that unleashed a barrage of hundreds or thousands simultaneously. If the organization could muster a sufficiently large army, complemented by such easily deployable rocket launchers and an infusion of armored units, there would exist a tangible opportunity to transition from mere pawns to players on the chessboard. Brother, we lack funds. Vodka's utterance instantly darkened Jin's expression. The ideals were lush, yet reality was starkly lean. The notion of a stick in the eyes of the powerful being perceived as a nuclear weapon by the weak began to crystallize in Jin's mind. In contemporary warfare, the organization possessed no capital to engage in such endeavors. I must seek out my Sherry. The traitors within the organization must be eradicated. Very well, elder brother. Do we have any leads? Brother, that Remy said he had some ideas, perhaps. Vodka, have I been too generous with you? Chapter 55. My bottom line is a hot pot. Upon Matsuke's return to the stronghold, the atmosphere was filled with bustling activity. Little Ai, a diminutive figure, stood out awkwardly amidst the throng. I'm back. That scheming Jin aimed at me, but I retaliated with a shot from a 107. As Ji Songhan entered, he promptly reported his weapon usage status to Old Tan. As for the pistol concealed within his trench coat, it was intended solely for close combat in exceptional circumstances. It had been quite some time since he had been so straightforward. Ji Songhan approached Xiao Ai and gently pinched her cheek, remarking that since the Gulf War, the Dragon Kingdom had commenced a transformation in its military theories, evolving and innovating its strategies. Modern warfare has transcended the antiquated notions of aerial bombardments followed by artillery fire, where ground troops would charge in unison. The focal point has shifted to the Air Force, with operational realms no longer confined to the front lines. The destruction of significant military targets is no longer the sole criterion for victory. Rather, the emphasis now lies on undermining the enemy's economy, livelihood, and technological advancements. Subsequently, through resolute diplomatic maneuvers and rhetoric, adversaries are compelled to take their seats at the negotiation table, awaiting the signing of documents of surrender. This shift has proven beneficial for assassins like Ji Songhan and numerous operatives. Prior to the Gulf War, Ji Songhan engaged in missions that involved infiltrating enemy territories, sabotaging vital military assets, and eliminating key military figures. However, post-Gulf War, the nature of his assignments has become increasingly diverse. Xiao Ai, in a haughty manner, turned her head away, insisting she was not concerned for him. At that moment, she did not wish to see Ji Songhan, whose head was dust-laden, as it would inevitably evoke thoughts of what he had endured. Despite Ji Songhan's safety, Xiao Ai often felt an undercurrent of dread. More importantly, she feared that her future return of favor would never suffice to compensate for the sacrifices he and his comrades had made for her. This was certainly not the time for tears. There was still much ahead. Ji Songhan grasped Xiao Ai by the scruff of her neck, lifting her up and then spinning around. The moment she had previously turned her head to glance at him, Xiao Ai now faced him directly. The forthcoming period is of utmost importance. We must compel Eagle Sauce to relinquish you willingly. As it stands, Eagle Sauce is undoubtedly more eager than the organization to ascertain Xiao Ai's whereabouts. When the world's foremost nation in technology, military, and economy sets its sights on you, your life will embark on a nightmarish journey akin to a hellish game level. Currently, Ji Songhan's task is to assist Xiao Ai in discovering a concealed route that leads directly to the conclusion of this perilous endeavor, bypassing the formidable boss for a successful completion. This is indeed a highly risky decision. Old Tan comprehended Ji Songhan's intentions. Old traditional Chinese medicine, what is your perspective? He inquired of the seasoned practitioner who had previously engaged in similar matters. The old doctor replied, that is the essence of the matter. At that moment, he was studying the map of the experimental base provided by Baburu. What does that imply? Old Tan pressed. It simply conveys the intended meaning, the old doctor responded. Chu-Chi Luo remarked, I believe we can interpret it in that manner. Ji Song-an, it is not entirely unfeasible, however. We could subtly reinterpret this meaning to convey a slightly different nuance. Ji Song-an gestured as he spoke. At that moment, Xiao Ai was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What are they talking about? I can understand every word, but what does it mean when they are put together? What does this all signify? In the end, Xiao Ai racked her brain but could not comprehend what they were saying. In the current situation, she only knew that the others were discussing matters concerning her using a special encrypted communication method. Yet, she remained oblivious to the ultimate conclusion they had drawn. Well, let us first celebrate the successful completion of this operation, with no comrades injured. Saying this, Ji Song-an pulled out several bottles of Hongxing Erguo Tu from a hidden compartment in the room. Goodness, you found my hiding spot. Upon seeing the liquor, Old Tan instantly exploded with frustration. Sometimes one needs to unwind. The old physician rolled up the map and tucked it away, rubbing his eyes, which were darkened from staying up all night. His mission to infiltrate the Eagle Sauce experimental base would take a considerable amount of time. If he remained in such a state of heightened tension every day, even an Iron Man would not withstand it. One's health is the foundation of revolution. Adequate rest is equally vital. In any case, everything was progressing as planned. Last night, Ji Song-an and his group devised several interconnected and meticulous plans. Centered around the old physician, they organized hundreds of smaller plans in a flowchart format. If one process encountered an obstacle, they would adapt. Ultimately, the outcome would lead them to their desired direction. However, two major drawbacks existed. The old physician must not die, and the timeline was extensive. Long enough to allow Ji Song-han to address the dire situation Xiao Ai was currently facing. Today it is my turn to take care of meals, so I shall prepare something. Chu Qingluo observed the group of men preparing to drink and thought it inappropriate to drink without any food. Thus, she donned an apron and retrieved two large sacks, one filled with vibrant red and green peppers, and the other containing red umbrellas and white stems. No, stop her. I've restrained her. Hide those two sacks. Quickly, Xiao Ai watched as the men went wild upon seeing the sacks, leading her to curiously inquire of the old physician, whose hands trembled slightly. Is she a poor cook? No. It's just, how should I put it? It is a sensation beyond description. If I had to articulate it, I could only say, goodness. The old physician instinctively looked for his thermos, seemingly haunted by the memory of searching for water last night after the spicy food left him parched. You bunch of rascals. A dual flavor hot pot. That is my limit. A dual flavor hot pot is acceptable, isn't it? Chu-Chi Luo exclaimed with a frenzied expression. No way, unless you refrain from adding red umbrellas and white stems. You've developed antibodies from consuming mushrooms. Do not drag us into this. Ji Song-han shouted as he restrained Chu Qingluo's arm. Red umbrellas and white stems lead to a resting place, and after resting, one is buried beneath the mountain. By the way, are there no men among you who can cook? Xiao Ai asked, utterly shocked. She had assumed Ji Song-an's companions were all incredibly serious and methodical in their endeavors. Yet their casual interactions were unexpectedly bewildering. We can all cook, but we operate on a duty rotation. Today you cook, tomorrow I will. The day after he will. Today it is Chu Qingluo's turn, but the late-night snack from last night, the old physician said, lighting a cigarette. His expression filled with sorrow. It's not that it's inedible, rather. Have you ever seen a swarm of little creatures dancing before your eyes while being fed chili water? It's both spicy and hallucinatory. The spiciness from the Sichuan region combined with wild mushrooms produces a sensation few have the privilege to experience. Sichuan refers to the southwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, primarily the Sichuan Basin and its surrounding areas. Chu Qingluo's hometown lies there. Last night, she was the one who enjoyed her meal the most and faced no consequences. Chapter 56. This is daily life. Ultimately, Chu-Chi Luo managed to prepare a standard hot pot. Moreover, it was a dual flavor hot pot. Watching everyone sit by the clear broth side, she felt compelled to ask, is it really that spicy? The dishes contain chili, and the food is fragrant. Meanwhile, the men seated by the clear broth side gazed at Chu Qingluo, picking up a slice of beef tripe from the spicy pot, which was laden with red oil and a hint of bean paste, and directly placed it in their mouths. This isn't spicy at all. Chu Luo leaned back in exasperation, looking disdainfully at the group of men. Let me try. Xiao Ai sat beside Ji Songhan. But the dividing line of the dual-flavor pot faced her. She could reach both the spicy and the clear broth sides. Xiao Ai, don't. Ji Songhan advised Xiao Ai against eating, but she cast a sidelong glance at him. One must possess the courage to embrace new experiences. How could Xiao Ai, who had never tasted the fiery hot pot from the distinctive Ba Shu region of the Dragon Kingdom, let such an opportunity for novelty slip away? As the dish entered her mouth and slid down her throat, Xiao Ai felt a tingling sensation. Truly, it was overwhelming. At that moment, her expression became vacant as the spiciness surged to her head. Soon after, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead, slowly trickling down her face. Come. Drink some milk. Ji Songhan seized a bottle of milk, poised to pour it into Xiao Ai's mouth. Stop. It's quite delicious. Allow me another piece. Xiao Ai interjected, halting Ji Songhan's actions. Amid the astonished expressions of a group of burly men, she added another small leaf of bok choy. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, it is posited that women possess a constitution inclined towards coldness, rendering them less tolerant of spicy foods compared to men. The elderly physician donned a pair of spectacles and spoke in a notably pedantic tone. In essence, those who are least able to endure spiciness possess a more vigorous fire within, exuding an even greater essence of masculinity. Ji Songhan believed that the old Chinese medicine practitioner had provided an unexpected boost. Does that not imply that we are in a state of yin excess and yang deficiency? Chu Luo retorted. She then seized the stool of Xiao Ai, pulling it closer to her, and draped an arm around Xiao Ai's shoulders, continuing, look at us two ladies. We can consume spicy food far better than your group of gentlemen. Such a comparison is unwarranted. If it comes to drinking, I could outdrink 100 of you. The old doctor proclaimed, raising a bottle of air wotu. Very well, let us drink. You finish yours, and then I shall finish mine. You silly fool. The term silly fool is a dialectical expression from Bashu, signifying a simpleton. 2 minutes later, Chu Luo pointed at the 2.5 boxes containing a total of 100 bottles of Red Star Air Wotu. Just empty talk. Keep it coming. I specialize in empty chatter. The old doctor replied, I cannot provoke you. This girl from Yaojiang truly means business. Soon, amidst various jovial happenings, everyone was well fed and satisfied. In the end, Chu Luo drank 1 bottle of Air Wotu, while the old doctor owed 78 bottles, promising to make amends in the future. Men must bear the consequences of their own boasts. As for Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai let out a drunken belch. Due to Chu Luo's limited tolerance for alcohol, she happily poured a cup for Xiao Ai as well. However, Xiao Ai, mistaking the clear liquid for water, downed it in one go. Since it was merely ordinary white liquor, she did not become overly intoxicated, but rather simply succumbed to the effects of drinking too much. Could this be interpreted as a unique form of drunken revelry? Ji Songhan sat silently in his chair, while Xiao Ai nestled close, affectionately rubbing her face against his. What do you expect? Old Tan exclaimed, holding up his camera. Grinning like a proud father on his son's wedding day. I thought you would display the grandeur of a queen, standing atop the tallest edifice in Mawashi, proclaiming, Behold, this is the kingdom I have built for you. You've had too much to drink. The elderly physician passed by Ji Songhan, playfully tapping his head before presenting him with a small vial of deep brown liquid. This was the physician's own concoction for sobering up, a product devoid of any formal certification, yet remarkably effective. It not only alleviated intoxication, but also countered a small degree of poisoning. In the early hours, when everyone had succumbed to the hallucinogenic effects of mushrooms, it was this very remedy that the physician used to first detoxify himself before assisting the others in returning to normalcy. At this moment, Ji Songhan, whose tolerance for alcohol was moderate among the group, felt significantly more alert just 2 minutes after consuming the sobering potion. He then requested another dose from the physician, which he administered to Xiao Ai. Before long, a sense of unease washed over him. While holding Xiao Ai, Ji Songhan noticed her body beginning to radiate heat. She is truly growing before my eyes. The elderly physician gazed in astonishment at Xiao Ai, who was gradually expanding. He had heard of an organization researching peculiar substances, but he had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. Although she was merely growing larger, it was utterly absurd, far more outrageous than Ji Songhan's own extraordinary artifact, the Shifang Xuanji. Give her to me. The sobering Chu Luo swiftly scooped up Xiao Ai and headed toward the changing room. Wait, I'll join you. I need to ensure safety. Thud. As Ji Songhan was about to utter those words, he was abruptly struck by the closing door of the changing room. Gasping, He watched as the words he had not yet spoken slipped from his lips, falling to the ground along with the door. Laotin shook his head, suddenly realizing the significance of Ji Songhan's earlier phone call when he had jokingly claimed, "Am I a pervert? Is that a problem?" It was evident now that he had spoken the truth. Chu Qingluo, open the door. If you have the audacity to snatch a girl, then surely you can have the courage to open the door. Laotin observed Ji Songhan, who seemed still slightly intoxicated, and mused that his head must have taken quite a beating back in the Middle East. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his own prowess as a miraculous doctor. For even in such a state, Ji Songhan had emerged as a brilliant assassin. Suddenly, the phone that Laotin used for his daily affairs rang, displaying an unknown number. "Hello? This is Dong Ye Chi-in," he responded. Almost simultaneously, the old doctor rushed to the computer, initiating signal tracking and counter-surveillance. "Greetings, I am Toyotomi Hideyoshi. I am making a comeback and require a sum of funds," came the voice from the other end, thick with a Kyushu accent. The old doctor shrugged, recognizing it as a typical telemarketing scam. "Oh, so you are looking to arrange your taxes?" Laotin replied nonchalantly, deciding to entertain himself during this downtime. "What arrangement?" "Oh, you must have forgotten. After the bankruptcy of your cherished Neon, you are required to undergo liquidation and pay taxes." "Baka, do I really have to pay taxes?" "Indeed. The amount is 20, but you can claim severance compensation, not exceeding 3 times the average salary of Neon employees from that year." Laotin calculated that Toyotomi Hideyoshi could potentially receive 350 million yen. "Therefore, dear Hideyoshi, you stand to gain a substantial sum. Just give me a mere 10% when the time comes." "All right, that works. I will send you my card number in a moment for the 100,000 yen. You'll need a seal, and seals cost money. There are various fees involved." Laotin twirled his bank card as he spoke, before promptly ending the call. 5 minutes later, a message arrived on Laotin's phone notifying him of a deposit of 100,000 yen. What the hell? The old doctor was left utterly perplexed, his astonishment only expressible through a simple exclamation. Chapter 57. I want it all the following morning. Xiao Ai opened her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, yet the sensation felt strangely familiar. She had once again overindulged in drink the previous night. Wait, she seemed to recall having consumed something quite bitter after her inebriation, which had subsequently enlarged her. "You're awake. Come, see if you can wear this outfit." As Xiao Ai sat up, Chu Qingluo retrieved some rather unique garments from her wardrobe. "Due to your figure, you cannot wear my clothes, but I remembered our Miao tradition, and I am certain you can fit into these." Chu Qingluo gazed at Xiao Ai with a hint of melancholy. Even though Xiao Ai was draped in a blanket, her alluring silhouette was still evident. Chu Qingluo herself was no less charming, but there was a slight difference in their proportions. Before Xiao Ai lay the traditional attire of the Miao people, a Huabao-style outfit, featuring a round-neck design with a short, fitted cut and rolled sleeves that showcased beautiful white peach blossom cuffs. It was adorned with an apron embroidered with dragons, phoenixes, flowers, and various motifs, accompanied by wide-legged trousers and floral shoes. "Well, who would have thought you'd look quite lovely in that?" Chu Qingluo nodded approvingly at Xiao Ai, now dressed. "By the way, can this ethnic attire be worn by anyone?" It was Xiao Ai's first experience in such clothing. While it was complex to wear, it certainly possessed a distinct charm, even more so than a kimono. "Not at all. This is my everyday attire from my hometown. I possess a ceremonial outfit for the Miao Sister Festival, and that one is certainly not for just anyone. The Sister Festival is an ancient celebration of the Miao people in the Dragon Kingdom, held annually on the 15th day of the 3rd lunar month, featuring grand gatherings. With a rich history, it could be termed the oldest Valentine's Day in the East. During this festival, girls adorn themselves with silver crowns and wear splendid garments, draping themselves in exquisite silver jewelry. Thus, Chu Qingluo was resolute that such attire would never be lent to anyone else. My teeth feel oddly itchy, huh?" As Xiao Ai gazed into the mirror, she suddenly noticed a peculiar tingling sensation around her back molars and several surrounding teeth. Creak, creak. Xiao Ai ground her teeth, feeling a bit of relief. Could it be that someone took advantage of my drunken state last night to extract my teeth and performed a minor surgery to elevate the ones beneath the gums? She pondered, unable to fathom the reasoning behind such an act. Ultimately, she attributed it to the spicy food she had consumed the previous night. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Xiao Ai approached the door, hearing the commotion. Today must be Lu Renjia's turn to cook. It has to be Zongzi. No doubt. Chu Qingluo glanced at the date, affirming her suspicion. Ji Songhan brandished his chain blade towards Lu Renjia, exclaiming that sweet rice dumplings are undoubtedly the most delicious. Lu Renjia, shouldering 2 rounds of RG, retorted, "Nonsense. Savory rice dumplings are clearly the superior choice." At this moment, a crowd stood behind each of them, the northern comrades led by Ji Songhan and the southern comrades led by Lu Renjia. "I find it peculiar that you northerners prefer everything salty, especially you. With your northeastern cuisine laden with salt, how can you claim to enjoy sweet dumplings? Wouldn't it be better to dip your rice in sugar?" Lu Renjia pointed at the jar of sugar in Ji Songhan's hand. To that, Ji Songhan replied, "Well, I find it equally strange that your southern delicacies and snacks are often sweet and light. Why then do you favor savory dumplings? Wouldn't it suffice to simply enjoy steamed meat over rice?" Ji Songhan pointed at the meat zongzi in Lu Renjia's hand and spoke. Xiao Ai, who opened the door, could only marvel at the vastness and richness of Longhua. It is precisely due to this that the culinary culture is so diverse. "I don't care. Pork and salted egg yolk zongzi reign supreme. I also do not care. Sweet date and red bean paste zongzi shall forever be revered." Observing that if the debate continued, breakfast would be forsaken, the seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner interjected with a fair comment. May I add, is it not permissible to dip meat zongzi in sugar?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Ji Songhan and Lu Renjia exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. This individual was undoubtedly an aberration among aberrations. Before long, while revelry was enjoyable, breakfast remained a necessity, particularly for those who had participated in the planning the previous night. The intake of sustenance was of paramount importance. "Ah, what an adorable Aoi!" At that moment, Ji Songhan beheld a Miao ethnic girl adorned as hybrid AI. He promptly seized the camera used by Old Tan the night before and began capturing her from various angles. By the way, did little AI prefer sweet rice dumplings or savory ones? Ji Songhan saved the footage from the camera, then took out a sweet zongzi and a savory zongzi, inquiring, "Only children make choices. I want both." With that, Xiao Ai took the 2 zongzi in her hands, biting into each with a satisfying crunch. The onlookers were left speechless. "Well, this is somewhat difficult to chew." As Xiao Ai continued to chew, a sense of unease washed over her. Why did everyone around her regard her with such peculiar expressions? Well, it was only natural that Shiho, having grown up in the Eagle Nation, would be unfamiliar with this. Ji Songhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and addressed the people around him. "Oh, now everyone feels relieved," he remarked. For indeed, in Neon Country, they also have zongzi, although their shapes and preparation methods vary somewhat. There has never been any mention of someone gnawing on the bamboo leaves as well. Is there something amiss with me?" Xiao Ai tugged at Ji Songhan's sleeve and inquired softly. "In a moment, I shall feed you. Just watch." Ji Songhan reached out to wipe the glutinous rice from Xiao Ai's lips, then placed it in his own mouth. One must not waste food. In an instant, Xiao Ai's face flushed slightly. When did this foolish assassin become so adept? Look, first, he untangled the string, a step that Xiao Ai had previously executed perfectly. Finally, he peeled away the bamboo leaves, revealing the contents within. Oh no, a savory zongzi. Observing the proper way to eat zongzi, Xiao Ai realized she had just made a social faux pas. She felt an overwhelming urge to take the Shinkansen and hide in the mountains of Longhua overnight. After bowing her head in silence for a moment, Xiao Ai began to unwrap and eat the zongzi. Speaking of which, have I become a recluse lately? As she enjoyed the delicacy, Xiao Ai inquired of Ji Songhan about her circumstances. Given the current situation, stepping outside posed a risk of exposure. How about tonight? I can take you out to see the Phantom Thief Kid. Ji Songhan glanced at the date. Today was precisely as indicated in the notorious Phantom Thief Kid's announcement. One could only imagine that the thief had been shot to pieces by Eagle Sauce. The current atmosphere in Mihua City was undeniably tense. Were it not for the rules of engagement at the Blue Star gaming table, Eagle Sauce would have conducted a thorough search by now. At this juncture, the wisest course of action for Phantom Thief Kid would be to remain at home, waiting for the storm to pass before attempting to steal or snatch any precious memories. Ahem. By the way, little G, have you forgotten about the 400 million? As soon as Phantom Thief Kid was mentioned, Old Tin suddenly reminded him. Your wife's laboratory project still lacks 400 million. Chapter 58. Your father must be quite wealthy at noon. Conan stared blankly at the doctor before him. He could not recall what he had endured in Remington's presence. All he knew was that, henceforth, no matter what transpired, he was merely a child. Doctor, how is Conan? Ran, who had brought Conan to the hospital, asked with great concern. Let him eat whatever he wishes, the doctor replied. Glancing at the various CT scans of Conan and his current condition, 3 question marks appeared above Ran's head. Doctor, Your words are ambiguous. Does that mean there is nothing wrong? Or should we prepare for the worst? It is merely a case of excessive fright. I am aware of what happened at Teton Elementary. My daughter attends that school as well. Currently, her condition mirrors that of young Idagawa, the doctor reassured Ran. For children, such states are quite simple to resolve. Children love to play, so let Conan enjoy himself for now. Moreover, for most children, time tends to dull all wounds. Perhaps a decade from now, when Conan recalls this incident, he may slap himself in disbelief. Previously, Remington had mentioned that Conan had sown a cause, and yesterday's events were the effect. The origin of everything lay in that moment when he dashed from Jisonghan's vehicle and shot a tracker at Jin's car. 356A. Had that incident not occurred, Eagle Sauce's organization would not have dispatched Remington, nor would they have learned of Miyano Shiho through this matter. Sometimes, Conan could be stubborn. But he had come to understand that he was but a small butterfly, flapping its wings at an inopportune time and place, instigating a series of escalating events. Now, as Conan watched the news on television and saw his classmates, he felt a pang of guilt, just as with the tragedies of Mouri Ran and Miyano Akemi. Only in hindsight could one attain clarity. Conan, let's go to the amusement park. Upon exiting the hospital, Ran crouched down to meet Conan's gaze, her eyes filled with warmth. At this moment, she was the sole source of joy in Conan's life. Yet suddenly, Conan felt as though he were unworthy of such a kind-hearted girl. Remington's earlier words echoed in his mind. Shinichi Kudo, that is, Conan, will kill those around him. Sister Ran, it is enough that I am with you. Conan feigned a childish tone as he spoke to Ran. Then let's go to the amusement park, Doro Baika Amusement Park. Conan gazed at the familiar amusement park sign. Murmuring to himself, here we are again. Conan? Ran asked, puzzled. She knew it was her first time bringing Conan here. Ah, no, Sister Ran. I have been here in a dream. Conan exclaimed in a panic, realizing he could not expose his secret. He understood Ran well. If she discovered the truth about his transformation, she would surely pry the reason from him, thereby revealing the existence of the organization to yet another person. As a high school girl blissfully unaware of the world's perils, Ran could not possibly contend with such a formidable organization. Oh, in a dream? It seems we are indeed meant to be here. Conan, let us have a wonderful time, Ran said joyfully. Yet, deep down, she harbored questions about Conan's true identity. Although it seemed illogical for a handsome high school detective to transform into a child, such bizarre phenomena were beyond her comprehension. Thus, she chose to bury her doubts for the time being, which only heightened her concern for Conan. They rode the roller coaster, bumper cars, carousel, pirate ship, and finally the Ferris wheel, enjoying every ride the amusement park had to offer. Eventually, in a quiet corner of the park at an ice cream stand, a somewhat fatigued Conan and Ran sat beneath a sunshade, gazing at the passers-by in a daze. At that moment, many parents were bringing their children to play, as the incident at Teton Elementary had left many kids with psychological scars. Indeed, an amusement park could serve as a sanctuary for healing. However, for Conan, the true haven was wherever Ran was present. Sipping a large cup of orange juice, Conan seemed to have forgotten all his troubles. Yet, the wheel of destiny would not cease to turn simply because the fortunate goddess, Ran, had arrived. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. The sound of a kettle boiling somewhere. Someone had died. Upon hearing this, Conan's body instinctively tensed, ready to leap from his seat and rush into the ice cream shop. As the sound had originated there. However, he quickly froze, sensing a sudden flush on his face. The 2 slaps Remington had delivered effectively sealed his instinct to run away from the scene. Ah, yet another case. Ran frowned as she observed the crowd gathering outside the ice cream shop, then glanced at Conan. Typically, the self-proclaimed Detective Conan relished visiting the scene of an incident. What had changed? Unbeknownst to Ran, she attributed his behavior to the lingering effects of the recent traumatic event. Afterward, Ran intended to call the police, but suddenly realized she had left her phone on the Ferris wheel. Conan, stay here. I will go grab my phone, she said. Deciding to leave him behind since the weather was warm and the Ferris wheel was not too far away. All right, Sister Ran. Conan obediently replied, sipping his orange juice. Once Ran had departed, he gazed longingly at the ice cream shop. Oh, how I wish I could. Go check it out. Suddenly, a figure sat beside Conan. Sister Ran, you returned so quickly. Oh, Conan was petrified, staring at the man who had taken a seat next to him. At this moment, Ji Songhan still retains his original appearance, not having reverted to the youthful visage of Dong Yibo. Thus, Conan is able to recognize him at a glance. Ji Songhan is the person whom Conan dreads to encounter the most, leaving him at a loss for words. It's been a while, Kudo Shinichi. I no longer regard you as a mere child, so indulging in a cigarette isn't excessive, is it? As he reclined with his feet propped up on the table, casually smoking and rocking in his chair, Conan found himself speechless. What was he supposed to say? The amusement park prohibits smoking? Conan felt that no matter what he uttered, there was a substantial chance the other would leap up and shoot him without hesitation. After all, Ji Songhan himself might not even fathom that Conan's previous reckless actions would ultimately lead to such a predicament. Kudo, let me tell you what is truly tragic. You encounter someone, make a mistake, and wish to atone, to make amends, only to realize in the end that you are utterly powerless to reverse the damage done. The sins committed can never truly be expiated. Ji Songhan took a deep drag from his cigarette, then exhaled towards Conan. The scene before Conan felt oddly familiar, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. I know you've seemingly faced a reprimand. Was it from Remington? We discovered he is a close friend of your father's. Upon hearing this, Conan let out a sigh of relief. At least it was clear that the individual was aware of his previous encounter. So, your father must be quite wealthy then? This question from Ji Songhan left Conan momentarily perplexed. What does my father's wealth have to do with anything? Observing Ji Songhan's smirk, Conan felt an unsettling sensation. Ji Songhan is undoubtedly destined to learn a profound lesson, perhaps not at this moment, but certainly in due time. Chapter 59. The indoor drowning case. What troubles you, esteemed detective, that you gaze upon me with such intensity? At this moment, Conan exhibited an expression of frustration, akin to a desire to confront Ji Songhan, yet realizing his own limitations in strength. Is this extortion? Conan glanced back towards the direction of Ran, only to find her still searching for her phone. Cease your futile search. It's in my possession. With that, Ji Songhan produced an adorable lady's phone, waving it before Conan's eyes. Did you steal it? Not stolen, merely found. However, I utilized the act of returning it merely as an opportunity to converse with you. Holding the phone by its attached strap, Ji Songhan playfully poked Conan's forehead with his finger. Moreover, this is not extortion. Consider the vast collection I possess, not to mention the compensation for my time lost during this affair. It must amount to 600 or 700 million, wouldn't you agree? 600 or 700 million. Conan mused, finding this sum still within the realm of possibility. In dollars, Ji Songhan added with a smirk. Conan's blood pressure surged instantaneously. Let me think. Even if I were to sell you, it wouldn't fetch such a price. Conan was about to retort, but Ji Songhan preemptively interjected. Thus, it seems I must turn to your parents across the sea. They say a son must repay his father's debts. Yet in your case, it appears the opposite holds true. Wait a moment. We have conducted our research. Given their tax returns, they could certainly gather the funds in the short term. Your father, the renowned author, earns an annual income of $150 million, and your mother, once a global superstar, is also quite affluent. Hence, they are undoubtedly capable of managing this. Noticing Conan growing increasingly agitated and activating his advanced technological shoes to demonstrate, Ji Songhan calmly pressed him back into his seat. He skillfully pressed a switch on his own footwear, effortlessly removing Conan's shoes in the process. Impossible. That switch is known only to me and Professor Agasa. Now, many are privy to this knowledge. Ji Songhan pinched his nose and picked up one of Conan's shoes, remarking, though still young, he possesses quite the athlete's foot. He then added, well, the time is ripe. Shall we solve a case together? Ji Songhan disconnected the power supply device in Conan's sneakers and tossed the shoes back to him. He then pointed towards the crowded cold drink shop and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not entirely pure. Conan replied helplessly, yet his body betrayed him with a hint of happiness. Hiss. As the realization dawned upon Conan, he inhaled sharply, pondering whether he had awakened some extraordinary attribute. Why? Why did he feel a sense of gratitude for Ji Songhan bringing him to the crime scene? Step aside. We are the formidable detective duo. I handle the strength, while he takes care of the flair. Ji Songhan navigated through the throng, escorting Conan to the scene of the crime. Upon hearing that a detective was present, the gathered crowd parted to make way. In this world, the allure of neon lights is particularly pronounced, largely due to the admiration for the detective profession, a reflection of the police's shortcomings. For heaven's sake, I am clearly adept at solving cases, Conan declared, his gaze reminiscent of a dead fish. It must be noted that Conan had never witnessed Ji Songhan engage in any particularly remarkable deductive reasoning. Given his background as an assassin, there was an instinctive belief that he lacked proficiency in the art of deduction. However, the truth is quite different. For Ji Songhan, Deduction is only employed in situations where evidence is scant. When the evidence is abundant, reasoning becomes superfluous. At this moment, Ji Songhan crouched before the lifeless body. The deceased was the proprietress of this ice cream parlor, found reclining on the sofa in the employee lounge at the time of her demise. She was young and vibrant, nearly 29 years of age, with an exquisite physique, though the Yasha tattoo visible on her arm marred her aesthetic appeal, suggesting a possible connection to the underworld. What could have led to her untimely death? Conan began to assess the circumstances surrounding the deceased. There were no visible external injuries, and her expression remained remarkably serene. As her body lay on the sofa in a posture akin to slumber, the heat in this place was stifling, especially with no air conditioning on such a sweltering day. Ji Songhan glanced at the shut air conditioning unit in the staff lounge of the ice cream shop and remarked. Simultaneously, he cast a cursory glance around, finding no evident signs of intrusion. Was it you? Conan, unable to uncover any clues, gritted his teeth and addressed Ji Songhan. It wasn't me, had it been my doing. You would not have found a complete corpse. Ji Songhan's customary method for disposing of a corpse has always been to shred it into a fine paste with a chain blade, subsequently mixing it with fish and mutton, both replete with a strong odor, and discarding the mixture in a refuse bin. All right, do you have any clues? Conan inquired tentatively. Perhaps there might be, but we must wait for 15 minutes. That makes sense. The individual has just expired. Many of the body's reactions have yet to manifest. However, based on the current circumstances, Ji Songhan seems to favor poisoning as the cause of death. It is likely that she was poisoned while in a state of anesthesia. In such a state, without external force, one cannot ingest anything. Thus the most efficient method of poisoning would be injection. But soon, the 15 minutes elapsed, amidst the murmurs of the gathered crowd wondering, why hasn't the police arrived yet? Conan observed a series of reactions occurring in the corpse. The face became swollen and cyanotic, lips turning purple. These are indicative of asphyxiation. Yet, how did the perpetrator manage to suffocate this woman under these circumstances? The absence of ligature marks on the neck stands as evidence. She did not succumb to a forced interruption of breath. At this moment, Ji Songhan pried open the corpse's mouth. Upon witnessing the state within, he overturned his previous conclusion of death by poisoning. She drowned. Conan gazed at Ji Songhan with an expression of bewilderment. Do not jest. The body is dry, and even without air conditioning, it would not dry so swiftly indoors. Even if the body were placed outside to dry before being dragged in, there would need to be a suitable location for sunning the corpse. Moreover, there are no signs of dragging, and the body is remarkably clean. Are you telling me she drowned? Indeed, the method of murder is nearly deciphered. Now I have a few questions. Huh? Observing Ji Songhan's complete disregard for his astonished expression, Conan concluded that Ji Songhan was likely the murderer. Excuse me. Miss, does your boss have an illness? Ji Songhan then directed his inquiry towards the clerk at the ice cream shop. I feel you may be the one with an ailment, the young woman replied, her forehead lined with confusion. Does she take medication? Ji Songhan posed a different question. I believe you should take some medicine, Conan interjected promptly. Take a painkiller, the young shop attendant smiled at Conan, as she had genuinely contemplated responding in that manner moments before. The technique had been revealed. The lack of air conditioning surely served a specific purpose. In a cold drink establishment, ice is most readily available, and without air conditioning, it is the ice that melts first. Then, the crux of the matter emerged. The perpetrator had initially administered a substantial quantity of painkillers to the lady. Such an overdose would induce a state of faintness without being fatal. Ji Songhan donned a pair of gloves and subsequently retrieved an ice cube from the freezer in the lounge. Upon seeing an ice cube in Ji Songhan's hand, Conan instantly comprehended the method of the crime. Ultimately, by placing 4 or 5 ice cubes into the victim's mouth and then turning off the air conditioning, the elevated room temperature would melt the ice. An unconscious individual would not instinctively swallow. As the ice melted into water, it would obstruct the airway, leading to the victim's suffocation and demise. This constitutes dry drowning. At this juncture, everyone present grasped the intricacies of the crime. Consequently, the range of potential suspects was narrowed. Those who had unrestricted access to the staff lounge. At that moment, Conan found himself in a state of shock. This was indeed an unexpectedly cunning method of murder. Such a technique would leave no fingerprints or similar clues. Yet, how could Ji Songhan possess such intimate knowledge of it? Surely, he must be the perpetrator. At this time, this individual was also attempting to divert attention towards the staff. However, we had been busy all morning, and no one had entered the lounge. There was indoor surveillance to corroborate this. The words of the shop assistant, previously questioned by Ji Songhan, made Conan internally exclaim, "Well done." Nevertheless, this cold drink shop is remarkably well equipped, even featuring surveillance. Chapter 60. Conan, I called the police, but it was he who answered the call. On a bench near the cold drink shop, Lao Tan and the old Chinese medicine doctor, both clad in cleaning uniforms, sat with their legs crossed in identical postures. Each held 300 renminbi in their hands. Upon hearing Ji Songhan articulate the crime method over the intercom, Lao Tan, quick as a flash, snatched the 300 renminbi from the old medicine doctor's grasp. He was correct. Bring it here. Wenzhou dialect. What the heck? I didn't use any anesthetics. Give it back. Shabei dialect. Thus, the two men began to tussle on the bench. I found it curious. You two, with your foolish antics. Both earning over 10,000 a month. Is it worth fighting over 300 yuan? Chu Qingluo, pushing a snack cart, passed by and berated them. Extravagant fool. 300 yuan is half a month's salary for an ordinary person in Shanghai. In 1994, the average monthly salary in Shanghai was 617 yuan. Source: Shanghai Municipal Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. Hearing Lao Tan's remark, Chu Qingluo lowered her head in silence. Indeed. Individuals like Ji Songhan and Lao Tan possess considerable assets. Most of it was in foreign currency. Hence, they frequently exchanged foreign currency for RMB to bolster the national foreign exchange income. Moreover, they had little need for expenditure, preferring to save and invest instead. Fine. I basically guessed it right. Here you go. Eventually, the old medicine doctor also ceased to dwell on the 300 yuan. They had not anticipated that Conan, this little fellow, would be in the vicinity. However, it bore no consequence. Let us change our clothes. It's our turn to take the stage. Lao Tan whistled, and from the bushes behind them, Lu Rinjia and others donned in police uniforms peeked out. Soon after, Lao Tan also changed into a police outfit. I feigned looking around at the scenery. The old medicine doctor dragged a broom and prepared to wander aimlessly near the cold drink shop. As for why the police had not yet arrived, Lao Tan had taken control of the amusement park's signal-based station. Unless someone utilized a satellite phone, no one could make a call to the police. It was akin to, "Feel free to report, for the one answering the call is our man." The police have arrived. Shortly thereafter, while Conan was inquiring if anyone had witnessed any suspicious individuals, he overheard a member of the crowd exclaim, "The police have come." "And you're not fleeing?" Conan slyly remarked to Ji Songhan, "It's not me who committed the crime. Why should I run?" Ji Songhan crossed his arms, expressing his profound exasperation. In truth, Ji Songhan possessed exceptional deductive skills, albeit primarily in the realm of criminal methodologies. After all, he was a hitman, well acquainted with a multitude of murder techniques. The method of using ice to induce dry drowning was, indeed, a sophisticated tactic frequently employed by elite assassins to showcase their prowess. Naturally, it also bore the risk of miscalculation. Aside from the two detectives, the remaining individuals vacated the scene. The police forcefully cleared the area and erected a perimeter. Lu Rinjia, disguised as a forensic officer, meticulously examined the surroundings, collecting fingerprints, retrieving strands of hair from the ground, and noting the slight bend in the aluminum strip near the window. Among other observations, this meticulous process left Conan astounded. Is this what they call Japanese police? If only the officers had demonstrated such competence and efficiency earlier, the entire cadre of Japanese detectives would face unemployment. Officer. Lu Rinjia summoned the disguised Sheriff Tan, gesturing towards the bent aluminum window frame. The assailant likely entered through the window. One must wonder why there are no security bars installed in this location. Such a lack of awareness is rather alarming. Upon detecting peculiar markings, it seemed the perpetrator had been wearing rubber gloves. Is it possible that this was the work of a janitor from the amusement park? Indeed, it is a possibility. Let us establish connections with the amusement park and locate the custodial staff. Just as Sheriff Tan was about to examine the deceased, Conan abruptly appeared. "Excuse me, officer, I don't believe we've met," Conan inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Ah, that fellow over there. Keep an eye on your child." Sheriff Tan pondered momentarily before looking up at Ji Songhan. "Understood, officer. Although he is not mine, I shall dispose of him in the trash." Ji Songhan effortlessly lifted Conan onto his shoulder. "You truly are in cahoots," Conan exclaimed, struggling against his captor. Ultimately, he resolved to make a phone call. He promptly retrieved his flip phone and dialed the emergency number, while Ji Songhan merely observed, silently watching. Darabaka Amusement Park. Ice cream shop. Someone is impersonating a police officer, Conan articulated in his swiftest manner. In less than 20 seconds, Old Tan's phone rang. Hello? Officer Shangchuan here. Huh? A little boy claims someone is posing as a police officer at the Durabika amusement park ice cream shop. What does that make me? At that moment, on the other end of the line, a communications officer crouched beneath the amusement park's signal tower struggled to suppress his laughter while conversing with Old Tan. They were professionals, bound by duty to maintain composure, unless unable to contain themselves. Haha, team leader, you have 10 minutes left. Hurry up. Haha. Yes, I understand. Old Tan replied with a serious expression, terminating the call. He then turned his gaze towards Conan, whose expression had morphed into wide-eyed disbelief. What on earth is happening? My report was entirely accurate. At this juncture, Conan was unaware that the regional signal tower could be compromised. Allow me to introduce myself, young lad. I am Shangchuan Boku, the newly assigned officer, Old Tan said amiably, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair. I am Shimachuan Boku. Assistant to Officer Shangchuan, Lu Renjia introduced himself with a solemn demeanor. Is there anyone named Meichuan Kyoko? Ji Songon sarcastically inquired. Isn't the name you chose rather arbitrary? Only the neon people might comprehend this pun. Yes, she is outside maintaining order. At that moment, Chu Qing Luo, who was obstructing a young girl, suddenly sneezed. I apologize, madam, but you cannot enter the crime scene. Chi Luo sniffled and addressed the girl, Xiao Lan, who had given up searching for her phone. But Conan might be inside. Xiao Lan expressed her concern. How could there be a child at a crime scene? That seems highly illogical, Chi Luo asserted, insisting she did not regard Conan as a child. Thus, stating there are no children present seems entirely reasonable. Well, fine, I shall inquire with others. Xiaolan then approached the crowd of onlookers. Many claimed there was indeed a child inside. Officer, why won't you speak the truth? Xiaolan, somewhat irate, confronted Chu Qingluo. Indeed, there are no children, only 2 witnesses. One large and one small. Qingluo's duty was simply to deter those wishing to enter the crime scene. At that moment, Xiaolan noted that Qingluo's appearance seemed somewhat mismatched with her police uniform. After all, Mouri Kagaro had once been a detective. Qi Luo lacked that authoritative aura, particularly with the fleeting glint in her eyes, which evoked the image of a serpent poised to strike at its prey. Chapter 61. Installment payments let me in. There is no one you seek inside. I shall call the police. Xiaolan seemed to sense something amiss about the officer before her. You may attempt that. Xiaolan felt speechless, knowing she had no phone. At that moment, a small hand grasped hers from behind. Hey, Conan? Xiaolan turned around in astonishment to find Conan right behind her. Albeit with a thick mask obscuring his face, his cheeks flushed as if he had caught a cold. Cough, cough. Conan coughed a couple of times, then produced a sign to write on. He eventually turned it around for Xiaolan to see. Sister Xiaolan, I may have consumed something too cold. My throat feels quite uncomfortable. I wish to go home. All right, we shall return home. Xiaolan pressed the back of her hand to Conan's forehead and noted a slight fever. She promptly lifted him into her arms. Feeling Conan's body, which seemed unusually frail, Xiaolan was taken aback. What has happened to this mischievous boy's strength? Meanwhile, as Qi Luo watched Xiaolan and the departing Conan, she let out a sigh of relief. This time, everything would proceed as planned. Soon, the old traditional doctor made his appearance and was apprehended by the police as a suspect. Conan and Ji Songon were also taken onto the police vehicle. Accompanied by the wailing sirens, the case was resolved. The onlookers gradually dispersed. In Mihua City, where numerous cases occurred daily, this incident was merely one among countless others. Perhaps by tomorrow, people would forget that a murder had transpired here. At this moment, Conan sat expressionless in the specially designed compartment at the back of the police car. Had he truly been apprehended so bewilderingly? Ji Songon occupied the front seat, and even the janitor, who had been handcuffed, was now seated in the front. Thus, he found himself imprisoned. The iron bars, windows, and chains pressed against the iron bars as he gazed outside at the vibrant life beyond. When shall I return to my homeland? Just then, the driver, Old Tan, played a fitting song, Tears of the Iron Window. Squatting in the back, Conan contemplated how to escape his predicament. High-tech sneakers? Although one had been damaged by Ji Songon, I still possessed the other. Conan reached for the switch, intending to kick open the trunk of the car. Upon pressing it, where are my shoes? Conan stared at his bare right foot, descending into silence. Are you looking for this? Old Tan reached beside his driver's seat, retrieving Conan's shoes and tossing them over. And this, with one hand on the steering wheel. Old Tan casually threw items backward while muttering. Despite his advanced age, his thieving skills had not dulled. as Conan watched a flurry of gadgets, including multifunctional watches, voice modulators, high-tech glasses, retractable straps, and football belts rained down before him, he found himself questioning his life choices. When did that old gentleman manage to strip me of all my gear without me noticing? At that moment, 3 faux police cars headed towards Osaka. Along the way, 3 heavy container trucks appeared in front of the police vehicles. They opened their rear doors and lowered ramps, allowing the 3 cars to drive inside. This is my first kidnapping experience. Observing Conan confined in a specially designed small room, Ji Songhan felt a sense of novelty. Every experience has its first time. But let us set that aside. How much do you intend to demand? Old Tan pulled out a calculator and began tapping numbers. Approximately 600 or 700 million. Puffed. Old Tan couldn't help but laugh. All right, I shall handle the ransom negotiations. You inquire about your friends' fees for appearances and travel expenses. Which friends? Those trustworthy ones you know, particularly that genius, the absurd thief? 666 francs. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Songhan uttered that figure. Let's convert it into dollars. The franc is nearly obsolete. Is it truly that inexpensive? Are you certain that a unit of measure called 10,000 has not been omitted? No need, after all. They still owe me a personal favor. After Ji Songhan concluded his conversation with Old Tan, the latter, in the presence of Conan, dialed the satellite phone to contact Yusaku Kudo. The call was answered. Yusaku Kudo, prepare $2 billion in cash, specifically old notes, in 2 days. We will provide you with the coordinates shortly. Old Tan immediately multiplied the compensation amount previously proposed by Ji Songhan several times over. The Kudo couple was indeed quite affluent. Ji Songhan remarked that the 600 million mentioned could easily be procured by Kudo Yukiko alone. The Kudo couple possesses the means to develop a remedy to restore their son's original form simply by throwing money at the problem. Meanwhile, Kudo Yusaku was at Los Santos International Airport, having just placed a call without disconnecting. He dialed another number. Remington, it's me. Where's Shinichi now? On the other end, Chuchi Luo held Remington's phone in one hand while cradling the Conan impersonation of little AI, observing the furious Remington from the depths of a convoluted sewer. Woman, if you have the guts, come up here. Regretting his early transformation into a genetic warrior, Remington found himself too large to fit through the narrow manhole. You scoundrel. Curse be you. Chuchi Luo vanished into the sewer. Although Ji Songhan found dealing with genetic warriors quite challenging, Chuchi Luo, when adequately prepared, managed it with ease. Remington pressed against the wounds on his ankle. Who would have thought that this woman from the Dragon Kingdom carried venomous snakes, scorpions, and centipedes on her person? Furthermore, the powder from that butterfly caused illusions of tiny figures dancing before his eyes. Had he not transformed into a genetic warrior, he would have met his maker by now. At that moment, Kudo Yusaku, holding the disconnected phone, picked up the previous call. I can manage, but I won't be able to gather 20 billion in the short term. Damn. Old Tan realized he had underestimated the couple's wealth upon hearing Kudo Yusaku's response. Clearly, 20 billion was no obstacle for them. It can be postponed. But a 10 billion late fee will apply for each day, Ji Songhan added. Can we arrange for installment payments? Kudo Yusaku maintained his calm demeanor. Certainly. We can arrange to return your son to you in installments. Gulp. Upon hearing Ji Songhan's words, Conan swallowed hard. What does it mean to return me to my father in installments? Chapter 62 Vodka. Let us go. In the detective agency of Mouri Kaguru, Ran sat in a corner, overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, Mouri Kaguru, unfazed, continued reading the newspaper and smoking. Dad, Conan, he won't be in trouble. Mouri Kaguru glanced at the time and replied. But there are no buts. Let us prepare to leave. We're going to Osaka to catch Kid the Phantom Thief. As the sound of brakes echoed, Mouri Kaguru extinguished his cigarette. Before long, Ran. Suzuki Sonoko rushed upstairs, calling her friend's name. Upon noticing Ran's withdrawn demeanor, she was taken aback. How could her dear friend be in such a state? Hey, old man, did you abuse her? Mouri Kaguru nearly choked upon hearing this. Me? Abuse Ran? Are you sure I'm not the one ending up in the hospital? He was getting old, his physical condition not what it once was. Moreover, he could never bring himself to harm his daughter. He would rather die than lay a hand on her. Then what's wrong with Ran? Sonoko pondered this and realized it was unlikely. Yet, it remained a mystery. Someone had forcefully taken Conan from Ran. Right before her eyes, Mouri Kaguru elaborated. So call the police. We did. Officer Yakugumo is on the case. However, we must prioritize Kid's mission. Mouri Kaguru's tone revealed no concern for Conan. He understood that anyone capable of abducting Conan under Remington's watch was not someone he could contend with. Thus, it was best to avoid involvement, after all. He had a daughter, a wife, and many friends to consider. As afternoon descended in Osaka, an ancient city with a 1,000-year history in the Kansai region of Nihon country, there lay a park covering 105.6 hectares, Osaka Castle Park. It was adorned with numerous varieties of flowers and trees, transforming into a sea of blossoms during the blooming season. Will you be in danger this time? In a flower-viewing courtyard, little Ai gazed at the garden's beauty, questioning Ji Songhan, who was adjusting his weapon. Shortly after entering the truck, Chuchi Luo had taken action, due to a previous transformation. Little Ai's enlarged state this time would not last long, given the proximity of the transformations. This predicament inspired Ji Songhan to have little Ai impersonate Conan, creating the illusion that when Chuchi Luo abducted her, it misled Remington, causing him to overlook the details of the murder at the ice cream shop and focus solely on Chuchi Luo. Eventually, after emerging from the sewer, Chuchi Luo managed to escape beneath the truck. As for the ice cream shop owner, with ties to the underworld and no relatives, her establishment served merely to launder money for her boss's petty cash, an insignificant amount. Hence, her demise would not invoke further investigation. Everything aligned perfectly. At that moment, Ji Song unsheathed his chain blade and lifted little Ai onto his shoulders. Perhaps, but you will be safe. Just enjoy Kid S performance. Can we return to our previous lives? Little Ai, elevated and admiring the splendid flowers, recalled the days following her first meeting with Ji Songhan. Yes, he replied, feeling the softness and lightness of the girl on his shoulders. At that moment, little Ai noticed Ji Songhan's hand gently squeezing her calf, complemented by a rather unsettling grin. Rolling her eyes in resignation, she yanked a handful of his hair. If you don't want to go bald, behave yourself, pervert. Ah. Ai-chan, you truly understand me. Ji Songhan raised his head and locked eyes with the little Ai, who was perched on his shoulders, gazing down at him. The little Ai looked at Ji Songhan's smile, which brimmed with wisdom, and felt an urge to remark that this assassin was rather unserious, even somewhat foolish. Before long, Ji Songhan led the little Ai outside the pavilion, immersing themselves in the ocean of blossoms. Speaking of which, what were they waiting for now? As night fell, they hoped Remington would arrive. In the grand scheme, Remington, the dual agent from Eagle Sauce and the distillery, played a crucial role. Although his presence was not essential during the process, he was indispensable at the beginning and the conclusion. If they could not elude him, then even if the higher-ups at Eagle Sauce had no intention of searching for the little Ai, Remington would certainly remain to conduct his own search. Be careful. You promised me you would return to your former life. I cannot guarantee that, but I am not alone. As they spoke, they observed Chuchi Luo chasing after butterflies in the distance for passers-by engaged in a game of mahjong, and Lu Rinjiao along with the old Chinese doctor engrossed in a game of chess. And then, Old Tan, what are you doing? At that moment, Old Tan was crouched on the grass, wielding a small sickle and searching for something. In your hometown's terms, I am digging for dandelions. Old Tan replied. Dandelions? The little Ai found this quite fascinating. The pronunciation of dandelion in her language bore a striking resemblance to its Japanese counterpart. Dandelion, pronounced Tanono. With a bit of thought, the little Ai quickly grasped the meaning of dandelion. Indeed, dandelions. I adore blowing their fluffy seeds everywhere. After placing Xiao Ai down, Ji Songhan remarked, it's about time. Old doctor, hand it over. Under Xiao Ai's watchful gaze, Ji Songhan gradually retreated. Then, Old Tan handed over a package that was taller than a person to Ji Songhan. Are we starting now? Xiao Ai mused, feeling the weight of the package on Ji Songhan's back, which sank slightly into the earth as he lifted it. Yes, but we shall soon meet again. Progressing towards a brighter tomorrow. With that, Ji Songhan swiftly departed the park, vanishing from Xiao Ai's sight. Shortly after, in a concealed underground space in Mihua City, Jinjiu sat across from Remington. Share your findings, Jinjiu coldly instructed Remington. To him, Remington's current flurry of activity over a mere child seemed like an act of betrayal against their organization. Hold on, I need to take a call, Remington said, engrossed in his phone, barely glancing at Jinjiu. What? Sherry has appeared in Osaka? With a sudden burst, Jinjiu stood up. Vodka, let us go find my Sherry. Vodka replied. Brother Jinjiu, hop in the car. I'll get you your drink once we locate Sherry. Watching Jinjiu and Vodka hastily leave, Remington scratched his head, muttering. MDZZ. Chapter 63. Jack Smith. Let us elevate our gaze to survey the entirety of Osaka Castle. Lowering our sight, we find ourselves amidst the Mouri detective team. I feel it. Something seems amiss without Conan, Yoko lamented, sitting in an opulent Rolls-Royce, one hand holding a glass of premium grape juice as she silently criticized the situation. At that moment, Ran was casting a disapproving glance at her father. Mouri Kagoro, with a look of childlike wonder, was admiring the luxury interior of the Rolls-Royce, solid gold armrests, diamond-encrusted cup holders, and jade panels. Detaching a piece would secure a lifetime of comfort. As for the blank check that Hayakawa had previously handed to Kagoro, the commander of the station troops indicated it could be cashed, but due to the overwhelming number of people, Kagoro found himself waiting in line for 800 years, with everyone else in a similar predicament. Dad, your heart is truly vast. Observing her father's naive fascination with wealth, Ren felt a deep sense of helplessness. Shouldn't Conan be more concerned? Some matters are beyond our ability to resist, only to endure. The once sharp edges of Mouri Kagoro had been smoothed by time, and he understood the underlying meaning of Ran's words. Leaning back against the supremely comfortable seat of the Rolls-Royce, he crossed his legs and clasped his hands behind his neck, exclaiming, "Phew." At that moment, a large truck roared past the elongated Rolls-Royce, its immense weight and the resulting turbulence creating a noticeable jolt for those inside. Shinichi? For a fleeting moment, Ren felt as though Shinichi was right beside her. She rolled down the window, leaning out to catch a glimpse of the passing truck, attempting to memorize its license plate. The driver of the truck, noticing Ren's head protruding from the Rolls-Royce, pressed a button after a moment's pause. The license plate transformed from Miwa 5009697 to Hiroshima 50019 for 5. Inside the container at the back of the truck, Conan, at that moment, also sensed Ren's presence nearby. Although Shinichi Kudo was not a particularly competent boyfriend, the inexplicable connection shared between couples exists in a realm that neither science nor logic can elucidate. In the pitch-black darkness, Conan rose to his feet, aware that he could not remain passive. However, he quickly sat back down, realizing the futility of his situation. After careful consideration, it seemed he could not escape. And even if he did manage to flee, he would likely be recaptured. After all, he was worth over 2 billion. One couldn't help but wonder how wealthy his parents truly were. Moreover, how would Ji Song-han and his associates manage to transfer such a colossal sum of cash, especially in international waters? Even with a vessel, they could not be oblivious to the potential intentions of the Americans. Lost in thought, Conan was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him. "How did you get in here?" The person spoke in American English, and Conan understood. "And how did you enter?" "Goodness. They don't even spare children?" Jack Smith, the son of the vice commander of the 7th Fleet, held his head in shock, his youthful voice surprising Conan. "You are Jack Smith?" Connecting Jack's identity with Ji Song-han's affiliations and the actions of the Americans, Conan deduced that this individual was one of their missing soldiers. "How did you guess it was me?" Jack inquired, intrigued. "I'm a detective," Conan replied with a smile, even though the darkness concealed his expression. "Oh, my young detective friend, can you deduce where we currently are? In the mysterious mountains of the Dragon Kingdom?" Upon hearing this, Conan realized the nature of the soldier before him. A person who had undergone professional training, or one well-versed in the world, would quickly ascertain that they were in the container of a truck, likely on a highway in Osaka. Conan deduced the road's smoothness indicated they were on a main thoroughfare. "I have a way to escape, little detective. Care to join me?" "No." Conan declined, wary of how Ji Song-han's associates would react if they knew he had escaped. Whether he left voluntarily or involuntarily would lead to vastly different outcomes. "You may not want to, but you must." In the darkness, Smith began to bite down on his lower jaw. With a crunch, he forcefully broke one of his front teeth. The colorless capsule hidden within was swiftly swallowed. Accompanied by a series of creaking sounds, Conan instinctively recoiled, sensing that Jack had transformed into a predator. Suddenly, a pair of glaring, luminous green eyes appeared before Conan. With a tearing sound, the container's wall was violently ripped apart. Sunlight flooded into the previously dark space, illuminating Conan's vision. This was similar to what Uncle Remington had done. "Oh well, it seems you are not ordinary either, little detective." At this moment, Jack's appearance differed significantly from Remington's, resembling more of an incompletely evolved green giant. At the very least, Remington still retained his humanity. "Brother G, save me." Conan screamed in terror at the claws reaching toward him. "What the hell?" Hearing the voices of the two, the driver, who was about to switch on the lights in the rear container to assess the situation, suddenly felt an overwhelming force pushing him forward. In the cockpit, he thought, "I am free now." The truck's cab and cargo compartment had abruptly separated. "Captain, that military second generation has mutated. He has abducted Kudo Shinichi. I have exited the cabin, and I feel fine." While reporting to his superior, the driver leaped out of the cockpit. After rolling on the ground several times, he looked up at the sky and immediately threw a flashbang at his feet. Boom! A grotesque green creature, clutching a child, fell to the ground. The monster covered its eyes, emitting a painful wail. Conan was momentarily stunned. Is this the result of Eagle Sauce's biochemicals? In comparison, the Organization S drug that shrinks people seems rather scientific. Meanwhile, in Osaka Castle Park, Old Tan informed everyone of the unexpected situation. Jack Smith, the son of the vice commander of the 7th Fleet, though an ordinary soldier, could indeed acquire Eagle Sauce's genetic serum through his father. Rubbing his temples, Old Tan remarked, "This isn't entirely a blunder. It merely reflects a lack of thorough consideration. Even the immature versions of that genetic serum are scarce from Eagle Sauce. Who could have predicted that Jack Smith, a military second generation, would possess such a thing? It seems that Vice Commander Smith of the 7th Fleet may face a military tribunal. Chi Luo, prepare yourself. You excel at dealing with genetic warriors. Gather more resources. I fear there may be more." Old Tan squinted towards the horizon. Moments ago, he had received intelligence that Remington was approaching with 6 F-15s, flying in a double wedge formation from a military base. The situation had now divided into two battlefields, one led by Ji Songhan on the surface, and the other by Chi Luo in the shadows. Time is of the essence, comrades. As Chi Luo began her preparations, Old Tan immediately mobilized personnel, designating the underground base at Osaka Castle Park as a temporary command center. This base was comparable in scale to Tokyo's No. 1 base, equipped with comprehensive facilities, constructed with the confidentiality and security of a wartime frontline command center. The enemy operates in the open while we remain concealed. We must not relinquish this advantage. It is our sole advantage. At that moment, an oblivious white dove, unaware of the night's impending events, was preparing at Osaka's Tsutenkaku. Achoo! Why do I feel so uneasy? Commented Phantom Thief Kid, sneezing. Chapter 64. Jin is en route, arriving at 7:15 p.m. In the narrow alleys of Osaka Castle, Ji Songhan was sprinting while carrying a woman on his back. Behind him, over 20 fully armed soldiers, led by Remington, were in hot pursuit. One team cut through Fukuming Lane. The third team maneuvered to the left. The second team, follow me directly. At a junction, Remington, holding a map, swiftly issued commands to completely encircle Ji Songhan. Remember, the woman must remain alive, Remington emphasized. Mayano Shiho, one of the leading figures in pharmaceutical research, was a key target for the soldiers. The genetic warrior serum developed by them still had numerous imperfections and desperately required the expertise of scientists like Mayano Shiho. To break free from conventional thinking and infuse innovation was essential for enhancing the efficacy of their scientific endeavors. However, if Mayano Shiho were to perish, it would not be unacceptable for them. After all, Remington's mission was straightforward: either retrieve Mayano Shiho or eliminate her. At that moment, 5 F-15s soared low across the sky. The airspace over Osaka Castle and a 100-kilometer radius surrounding it was strictly off-limits. Remington's own F-15 was stationed at Kansai International Airport in Osaka Bay. It was no wonder Remington had previously expressed his disdain for gin and vodka, exclaiming, "MBZZ." It was a grueling 6-hour drive for them from over 500 kilometers away to reach Osaka. Meanwhile, he could traverse that distance in a mere 20 minutes in his supersonic F-15, allowing ample time for preparation. By the time they arrived, he would have long completed his mission. As for their plane tickets, they couldn't bring weapons, and they would have to scavenge for arms upon arrival. What a hassle! While lamenting about gin and vodka, Remington continued his chase of Ji Songhan. Yet, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him and yearned for retirement. On one hand, he had the matter of Mayano Shiho to contend with, and on the other, he was dealing with Conan, who had been captured by a soldier secretly using a rogue genetic serum. Weighing his priorities, he chose to focus on his current task, leaving Conan's fate to chance. "Yusaka Kudo, I can only assist you up to this point," he silently apologized to his friend. In the next instant, he hoisted his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage ahead. In the darkness, Ji Songhan swung his chain blade, severing a tree, and the fallen trunk was instantly shredded by the hail of bullets from the Gatling gun. Damn it, a rogue warrior. Ji Songhan discerned the equipment adorning Remington. The SCS infantry system clad upon him represents one of the most formidable defensive armors in the world, second only to the heavy armor from the Eastern powers. Even at close range, an AK cannot penetrate it. In this moment, Remington resembled a hero from a video game, akin to a weakened tank. Donned in pure defensive gear augmented by a damage absorption buff, wielding a dragon-slaying sword, Ji Song-an, the assassin with a pure output build, seems to have a profound impact as well, albeit at a great cost. It takes an arduous 1 or 2 hours to discern a victor. However, in the current circumstances, Ji Song-han finds himself devoid of such leisure. Surrendering Miyano Shiho is imperative. At this moment, the first and third teams mobilized by Remington have successfully encircled him. Observing Ji Song-han whispering something into the ear of a short-haired woman, Remington grinned. "I am willing to approach, provided you spare him." The woman emitted a voice reminiscent of Xiao Ai. This pleased Remington immensely. Although Miyano Shiho appeared smaller than he had envisioned, he was certain from the relentless pursuit that Ji Song-han was carrying Sherry. But in the next moment, Remington's mouth fell agape. Ji Song-han swung a chain blade, ensnaring the woman and hurling her towards him. In midair, Remington noticed a circle of C4 attached to Miyano Shiho. Boom. 1 pound of TNT detonated, releasing 4.2 million joules of energy. The force shattered the glass of buildings within a 50-meter radius. Remington, closest to the blast, was struck first by the shockwave, propelling him over 20 meters away in his heavy armor, transforming him into a genetic warrior. Upon regaining his senses, he surveyed the chaotic scene, littered with lifeless soldiers, and punched through a floorboard in frustration. The charred remnants of Miyano Shiho were scattered everywhere. It appeared that the cleanup would take considerable time. Suddenly, a dark object plummeted from the sky, a charred arm, utterly devoid of any DNA extraction value. Remington realized that his current objective was to locate the head. The C4 was strapped to the waist, suggesting the head sustained minimal damage. However, the shockwave would have propelled it far away. Calculating the likely trajectory based on the initial position, Remington dashed backward. Indeed, beneath a wall lay. How should he describe it? Rather repulsive. Armed with a flashlight, he began his search. Despite the explosion, numerous areas for DNA extraction had been obliterated, yet one spot remained relatively safe: the dental pulp. The pulp contained nerve cells, blood cells, lymphatic vessels, and pulp cells, an abundant source of DNA. Suddenly, Remington recoiled as a blood-red chain blade grazed his helmet. He instinctively reached for his Desert Eagle, ready to fire at the unseen assailant. In the next heartbeat, a parked car was flung at him by Ji Song-han's other chain blade. Crash! The vehicle slammed into Remington, pinning his face to the ground. The sudden impact momentarily disoriented him. At that moment, he spotted what he had been desperately seeking: a slightly charred jawbone, still adorned with a few teeth. It must have been dislodged when the head collided with the wall during the explosion. Seizing that pivotal piece of evidence, he pushed the car off and escaped without a second thought. He had no desire to engage Ji Song-an. Such a confrontation was unwarranted. Oblivious to the significant chunk of flesh torn from his body by Ji Song-han's chain blade, he disregarded the deranged assassin. All that mattered now was delivering the evidence to the laboratory for verification. With a resounding crack, Remington understood that Ji Song-han would not pursue him further. At that moment, Ji Song-han, drenched in blood, glanced in the direction of Remington's retreat and smirked. Seizing the opportunity while the F-15's M61A 120mm Gatling gun had yet to lock onto him, he made his escape. Yet, evading capture would not prove easy for Ji Song-han. Although night had fallen, the explosion's flames and Osaka's vibrant nightlife offered scant shadows for concealment. The time read 7:20 p.m. At the pinnacle of Osaka's Tatenkaka Tower, Kid, clad in a white tuxedo and single-length glasses, stood with arms outstretched, seemingly embracing the entirety of Osaka. Yet, not a single soul bore witness to the youthful figure's elegance. "I am the Phantom Thief Kid," he declared, a paragon of beauty and talent. With a tinge of anxiety, he began his opening remarks in English, acutely aware that the recent explosion and the low-flying F-15 indicated he was not the star of the evening. Nevertheless, he was determined to make the most of his moment. Pressing a button on his remote, a profusion of fireworks erupted from the castle. Another press of the button detonated the city's transformer station. Instantly, Osaka, with the exception of the castle, was enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, Jin was still en route, racing to the scene. In the underground stronghold of Osaka Castle Park, Xiao Ai observed the explosive scene displayed on the satellite with a calm demeanor, inquiring, "So, can you tell me now?" "Indeed." Old Ten nodded toward the seasoned physician, who proceeded to elucidate the entire sequence of events. Having previously orchestrated a similar ruse, he spoke of the art of faking death. This endeavor required finding someone with a physique closely resembling Miyano Shiho's. Age discrepancies were permissible, given that the explosion would render skeletal analysis moot. Next came the extraction of teeth. Xiao Ai's intuition from that morning proved correct. After Xiao Ai had matured, Qi Luo extracted 2 of her molars, performing a minor procedure to draw forth the backup teeth naturally present in the human body. A portion of Xiao Ai's blood was also collected for use as a blood pack, along with several strands of hair containing follicles. Employing traditional sorcery from Qingluo's homeland combined with the physician's medical expertise, they crafted a lifelike corpse capable of vocalization. Utilizing computer technology, Lu Renjia meticulously edited recordings of Xiao Ai's speech, preparing them for Ji Songhan. If all proceeded smoothly, the pursuit would cease, allowing for greater operational freedom. When the Americans withdrew, the organization's undercover agents would have the opportunity to alter Mayano Shiho's genetic information in their database. Consequently, even if someone extracted DNA from Xiao Ai's everyday life, they would be unable to identify her as Mayano Shiho. Relax. Would you care for some sweets? The physician, gazing into Xiao Ai's ice-blue eyes, sought to discern her thoughts. Sweets are detrimental to your teeth. Xiao Ai declined the candy, realizing that she had indeed just had a tooth extraction. She felt it was time to adjust her recent dietary habits, particularly by reducing spicy and stimulating foods. Speaking of which, the rice dumplings she had consumed that morning after the extraction should be fine. By the way, aren't you worried about your killer, Mr. Shala? The old Chinese doctor glanced at the radar map. The locator on Ji Songhan had vanished since the explosion. Currently, they were unable to ascertain Ji Songhan's condition. Worrying was futile. What I should do now is patiently wait rather than incessantly inquire about his situation. After all, I am not an immature child. Xiao Ai stated with an air of aloofness. Yet your body has betrayed you. The old doctor pointed to Xiao Ai's slightly trembling hand. Having previously noted her nervousness when she was given candy, Xiao Ai gazed at her hand, and after a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke, Mr. Zhangji, you must not have a girlfriend, right? Upon hearing this, the old doctor silently stood up and walked toward the smoking room. Shrimp and pork heart. Does this girl possess such a sharp tongue? At that moment, the commanding officer, Old Tan, seemed to notice something unusual. The radar station on the southeast coast of our country had detected a U-2. Orders. After dawn, no one is permitted to enter or exit the base. Simultaneously, initiate bidirectional radio silence now. The antiquated U-2, given the current electronic reconnaissance capabilities of Longhua, can indeed be detected and even shot down. Historically, Longhua has downed 5 U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. However, today it is over Neon. And the U-2 is equipped with advanced electronic reconnaissance devices that can record images at an altitude of 20,000 meters with a resolution error of no more than 1 millimeter, while also capable of intercepting both land and air communications and measuring radar signals. Such technology remains cutting-edge even in this era, the 1990s. TSK, bidirectional radio silence. At this juncture, Qing Luo received Old Tan's final communication and realized that for the foreseeable future, they would not receive assistance from the base. She regretted not having made it more difficult for Conan when she had the chance to erase his memories physically. Sister, he should be in the warehouse ahead, said a slender man who had previously driven the truck. All right, I'll take a look. You provide cover. Received. As Qing Luo made her way toward the abandoned warehouse, the slender man retrieved a small box from his backpack and placed it at the only entrance to the warehouse. The box bore an inscription, "This side faces the enemy." Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Conan huddled in a corner, his expression grave as he observed the monster before him. No. How could I have become like this? Ha ha ha. I am invincible. Jack Smith, unable to accept his transformation into a monster, also reveled in the newfound power. Indestructible, capable of leaping 10 meters and tearing apart cars. These were abilities many could only dream of. Please, remain calm. Conan understood that he needed to temper Jack's agitation. Otherwise, should this creature lose its sanity, he would be the first to be torn apart. No one will like me. They won't. I used to be so charming. Jack began to mutter to himself. Are you sure your charm isn't due to your commanding father? Conan mentally scoffed at the narcissistic soldier but dared not voice it, for fear of dire consequences. What should I do now? All my technological gear has been stripped away by Old Tan. At this moment, Conan was merely a child with a high IQ, utterly defenseless. The genetically altered Jack could easily crush him with a single blow. No, I am only trying to survive, so I am not at fault. A torrent of thoughts raced through Conan's mind. Come on, stop being awkward. You're well past your teenage years. For a moment, even Conan who usually prided himself on his verbal prowess, found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon realized he could offer some comfort. "Jack, it's okay. I like you," Conan said, shuddering as he spoke in his youthful voice. "Oh." Jack's terrifying and twisted face broke into a disturbing smile, causing Conan to breathe a sigh of relief. "You've calmed down. Then let us merge as one." As Jack lifted the cloth that covered his lower half, Conan's face turned pale. What the hell? This is some extreme perversion. When the season of frost arrives, everyone must exclaim in admiration. Just at that critical moment, a melodious flute tune echoed through the warehouse, enchanting all who heard it. In an instant, both Conan and Jack were captivated, as ethereal pink and purple butterflies fluttered through the windows, leaving behind a trail of shimmering purple dust. We now welcome the world-renowned illusionist, Chu Qing Luo, codenamed Dreamweaver. For the sake of context, this narrative intertwines the worlds of Conan, Kid, and Lupin, drawing inspiration from the magical feats presented in Magic Kaido 9, The Witch, the Detective, and the Phantom Thief. Interested readers might wish to explore Chapter 66, The Dense Formation, What on Earth Did I Shoot? As Conan immersed himself in this surreal realm, a troupe of whimsical little figures danced around him, brandishing various red umbrellas and white rods, incessantly attempting to feed him. These little figures varied in shape and form: sunshine dolls, Teletubbies, Jiangyang Kaheo, bean sprouts, thumb biscuits, and penguin boys. "Stop. If you continue, it will overflow," Conan exclaimed, desperately trying to halt their antics. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he felt an overwhelming accumulation within his mouth. Soon after, he was thrust into a kaleidoscopic world, where the little figures transformed into a spectrum of vibrant colors, pulsating rhythmically. Then, amidst this chaotic celebration, a familiar female voice rang out. "Lolis and Shota, come forth." Accompanied by the hottest dance tracks, let us indulge in tonight's revelry. As her words faded, Conan found himself involuntarily swaying to the pulsating music, lost in the enchantment of the moment. "Wake up, you fool." With a swift motion, Chu Qing Luo delivered a resounding slap, rousing Conan from his trance. "Who are you?" he stammered, gazing wide-eyed at the striking figure before him. "Enough of this folly," Chu Qing Luo declared, effortlessly lifting Conan and striding toward the warehouse exit. Confronting an imperfect Gene warrior posed no challenge for her. However, if it were a direct confrontation with a formidable Gene warrior like Remington, I would not hold back. At that moment, Conan's gaze fell upon Jack, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. The monster before him was now adorned with 5 distinctly toxic creatures: a snake with purple markings, a centipede as thick as an arm, a spider the size of a basin, and purple butterflies, all crowned by a toad the size of a soccer ball. The grotesque sight inflicted severe psychological distress upon Conan. Suddenly, a distant explosion reverberated. "Sister, we must flee." A slender man emerged from the shadows, alerted by the blast. "Someone is coming. Tang Gundam, deploy your mechanical wings." "Without airflow, I cannot ascend," Tang Gundam protested. "This is quite the predicament." With Conan secured at her waist, Chu Qing Luo hurled a 500 GC4 explosive into the distance. By the heavens! Though Tang Gundam silently criticized her recklessness, it was indeed a strategy to generate a powerful gust. As the mechanical gears of his leg whirred to life, it transformed into an expansive mechanical wing. "Let us take flight." Chu Qing Luo fastened herself and Tang Gundam together with a safety line and pressed the detonation button. The C4 exploded with a resounding boom, its shockwave propelling them into the sky. Woohoo! The Tang Dynasty mechanical wings, crafted from the countless broken legs of my seniors, truly possess remarkable strength. As they soared, Tang Gundam could not suppress his joy. In modern warfare, such a scenario was seldom encountered. Meanwhile, Osaka Castle remained in darkness, and the black mechanical wings provided excellent camouflage against the night. Surely, no one would foolishly choose white as their disguise in the dark? Yet, it seemed that someone had. At that moment, Phantom Thief Kid glided effortlessly above Osaka Castle on his beloved white glider, his expression grave as he observed yet another explosion in the distance. How many explosions have occurred tonight? He pondered. These relentless officers are truly dedicated. Even amidst chaos, they pursue me. For goodness sake, I am merely a thief. Surely the explosions are of greater concern than my petty thefts? Clutching a box containing his sought-after prize, the Egg of Memories, Kid recalled the prophecy delivered by the witch, Kozumi Akiko. Meanwhile, at Yokosuka Naval Base, the electronic reconnaissance team scrutinized images transmitted by AU-2 reconnaissance aircraft. Although the real-time images lacked the clarity of the U-2's internal film, they provided a general overview. "Oh, my dear John, what is that?" a soldier exclaimed. pointing to a white triangle magnified on the screen. Inquire with the USS Sampson, docked at Osaka port. Shortly thereafter, the USS Sampson engaged in air defense operations, expanded its radar scanning range. The radar display revealed a small blip, a miniaturized signal detection device, smaller than a small aircraft, approaching at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, merely 3 kilometers from the ship. The lookout reported his findings. Activate the close-in weapon system. It is a no-fly zone. We must neutralize any unidentified aerial targets. The captain issued the command, and the system was engaged, a close-in defense mechanism designed to intercept anti-ship missiles, surface mines, and small aircraft. At that moment, the target was categorized as a small aerial vehicle. The primary attack mechanism employed was the M61A1 cannon, firing tungsten alloy ammunition at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, with an effective range of 5 kilometers. Suddenly, Kid sensed a grave threat as a red beam of light targeted his right eye. A laser sight. Alarmed, he swiftly maneuvered his body to angle the glider downward. A sharp clang resonated from his glider. Surprised? I specifically reinforced it with armor. Kid was aware of the impending danger, which led him to equip himself with numerous bulletproof devices. Remarkably, beneath his pristine white evening gown lay a layer of body armor. "Succubule!" exclaimed a woman on the ground, who was currently targeting Kid. However, her furious expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment as an orange-red barrage appeared on the horizon. The destroyer's close-in weapon system locked onto the memory egg in Kid's grasp, containing a tracker, unleashing a barrage of over 10,000 20mm caliber bullets. In the dark of night, every 10 rounds were interspersed with tracer bullets visible from afar. At that moment, Kid 2 noticed the lethal barrage drawing ever closer. Let fate decide. Kid opted to discard his glider and allow himself to plummet freely from the sky. Instantly, the flight wings, capable of withstanding sniper fire, were shredded into countless fragments by the searing barrage. Fortunately, he still had a parachute. Thank heavens for that preparation. As he watched the vanishing barrage above him, Kid sighed in relief upon deploying his parachute. However, in the next heartbeat, "Professor Agasa, I demand a refund," Kid exclaimed, his complexion paling as he observed his parachute, which appeared to have been severed by some malicious force. Chapter 67, The Phantom Thief. Kid. As Kid unfurled his glider, Ji Sung-han was observing from within a nearby building. When Kid plummeted and deployed his parachute, Ji Sung-han produced a chain blade and severed the parachute's cords. Subsequently, he activated a miniature camera and used another chain blade to catch Kid mid-fall. With this, I can pixelate the chain blade footage and present it to the Suzuki conglomerate. That should net me a cool 200 million, right? But I need more details. Who are you?" Kid inquired, his expression a blend of confusion and fear as he was drawn into the room by Ji Sung-han. The boy resembled a domestic abuse victim, covered in dried blood and adorned with an array of weaponry. Kid's gaze fell upon several lifeless bodies of American soldiers in the room. In his line of work, Kid had encountered perilous situations, including gunfire and the world's most elite assassins. Yet, those encounters paled in comparison to the chaos he now faced. Today's events made him acutely aware that he had unwittingly stepped into a celestial conflict. The fact that he had been caught in the crossfire of a close-in weapon system illustrated that he was merely an innocent bystander in this turmoil. "Kid, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not severed the power supply to Osaka Castle, I doubt I would have escaped so easily." Ji Sung-han reached for the box containing the memory egg from Kid's hands. Upon opening it, a delicate crafted egg appeared before his eyes. Extracting the tracker within, Ji Sung-han crushed it effortlessly. As he observed the remnants of the shattered tracker piercing his fingers, he felt a dull ache, leaving Kid at a loss for words. "The atmosphere you created to instill fear in me has dissipated completely." "Well then, sir, we are even, are we not?" Though Kid was unaware of the specifics, he sensed he had inadvertently assisted this individual, who in turn had helped him. It was indeed a mutual understanding. Ji Sung-han nodded in affirmation. He then produced a military parachute and, amidst Kid's bewildered gaze, donned it upon him. He beckoned Kid to the window. "Come here." "No way. What are you planning to do?" Kid shook his head vigorously. "Are you clearly intending for me to leap out of the window?" Suddenly, Ji Sung-han crouched down, muttering about the astonishing efficiency of the police. In the next moment, a searchlight from the building opposite illuminated the scene. "Phantom Thief. Kid, you have nowhere to escape," Officer Nakamori shouted hoarsely, tasked with capturing Phantom Thief Kid. At that moment, the police had cordoned off the area surrounding the building completely. They were perplexed as to why Kid had been taken down by the concentrated fire, yet they had all witnessed him deploying the parachute. This indicated that Kid was still alive. The memory egg could be discarded, but phantom thief Kid must be apprehended. Oh. Kid grimaced as he looked at Ji Song-han squatting below the window. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, what are you doing? He saw Ji Song-han donning a bandit mask before lunging towards him. Everyone listen. I have a hostage. In an instant, the police were stunned. And so was Kid. Soon, Officer Nakamori regained his composure. He raised a loudspeaker and began to shout, Mr. Bandit, if you bring Kid down to us, we can pretend we saw nothing. Officer Nakamori was willing to go to great lengths to capture Kid. We will provide written assurance. Ji Song-han held Kid hostage, simultaneously pondering that the video footage should be sufficient by now. I shall draft a written statement immediately. The entire Osaka will witness this live broadcast, and every television station will hear my words. Officer Nakamori exclaimed joyfully. At last, we shall capture Kid. Oh, how I long to weep. Shortly thereafter, the moment Ji Song-han escorted Kid out of the building, a resounding clang echoed. Ji Song-han and Kid resembled yellow beans spilled from a bowl, scattering across the ground. A multitude of smoke bombs were unleashed. The smoke enveloped the lower floors in an instant. Ji Song-han and Kid each seized the nearest police officer to themselves. Ji Song-han directly stripped the clothes off his opponent and donned them himself, subsequently placing his own fierce mask upon the other's head. Kid also changed into a police uniform, disguising the opponent to resemble himself before hastily making his escape. Kid intended to flee not only from the police but also from Ji Song-han. This individual was utterly absurd. Yet, amidst the smoke, there seemed to linger a phantom of malice. Kid could constantly sense that this malevolent specter was trailing him. Upon breaking free from the smoke's embrace, he glanced back. No one was there. A sigh of relief escaped Kid's lips. He could finally depart safely. Wait, what about the egg of memory? Oh no. What are you searching for? Kid abruptly turned around, only to behold Ji Song-han's face. Ah, it was a sensation akin to cardiac arrest. My egg? Isn't it beneath you? Two, you say? How is it that one is missing? In an instant, Kid's blood pressure surged. Gazing at Ji Song-han, who feigned ignorance, Kid resolved to keep his distance from this person in the future. Farewell. Kid politely bowed to Ji Song-han. This bow carried a deeper implication. Brother, please spare me. Not so fast. Since you've come this far, one must see the task through to the end. For the next few days, I shall accompany you. Currently, radio silence prevailed, leaving Ji Song-han uncertain of what Old Tan's side meant. However, this was a pre-established contingency. Radio silence indicated that individuals outside the stronghold could not return, nor could those inside venture out. The very essence of radio silence is to ensure safety, confidentiality, or for other reasons, whereby a fixed or mobile radio transmission device in a particular area refrains from sending signals. A mutual radio silence signifies that both parties cease all communication, severing all ties. Thus, during this interval, Ji Song-han planned to follow Kid. Is your seeing it through to the end truly what I think it means? The corner of Kid's mouth twitched. Upon reaching a secure location, Kid sat down in utter despondency, while Ji Song-han trailed closely behind. The egg of memory is not what you seek, Kaido Kuroba. Ji Song-han maintained a composed demeanor as he addressed Kid. Only 10 individuals are aware of my true identity, and you are not one of them, Kid stated gravely. Nonsense. At least 100,000 personnel from various intelligence agencies know who you are. It's quite simple. By examining the records of every high school student in Japan, one would find that only the profiles of Kaido Kuroba and the Phantom Thief could align perfectly. Any seasoned intelligence officer could easily deduce this information. Over casual conversations, it would spread like wildfire within the intelligence community. Had it not been for Kaido's father, Toichi Kuroba, he would have likely been apprehended long ago. Without any connections or identity, you would have faced repercussions a long time ago. In truth, only a handful of individuals globally possess the prowess to live recklessly without facing doom. However, these are all experienced members of society. There are certainly no brash youths who are unable to temper their brilliance. Such individuals, while often gifted, tend to meet untimely ends. Chapter 68. Individual Knight's Brother. Please do not follow me. Can you not? Kaido Kuroba expressed his intention to return to his hotel for rest, yet Ji Song-han continued to trail behind him. I currently have nowhere to go. I shall pay you. I will only accompany you. Ah, Kid exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration on the bustling street. He had no desire to succumb to despair, but Ji Song-han's statement, I will only accompany you, coupled with his subtly perplexed expression, caused Kid to lose his composure. Throughout their journey, Kid attempted every conceivable method to evade Ji Song-han's presence, yet all efforts proved futile. His own evasion skills and disguises were effortlessly discerned by his companion. Could you perhaps take a shower first? Kid suggested, eyeing the dried blood on Ji-sung Han's body, which appeared quite ghastly. I can only locate a bathing area if I follow you. Observing Ji-sung Han's earnest gaze, Kaido could only gaze skyward in exasperation. Let it all end. I am weary. Upon arriving at the hotel room, an elderly gentleman with a Mediterranean appearance opened the door for Kaido. Terai Kojiro, age 61. Served as an assistant to 2 generations of phantom thieves, and had himself once assumed the guise of Kid to carry out a heist. Noticing Ji-sung Han behind Kid, Terai's expression remained unchanged. Young Master Kaido rarely brings friends here. I regret my lack of preparation. Like a diligent butler, Terai promptly arranged food and fresh clothing before Ji-sung Han. My gratitude, sir. At 8 o'clock that evening, after Ji-sung Han finished washing up and reclined on the sofa, Kaido's countenance visibly fell. During this time spent with Kaido Kuroba, I have neither seen nor heard anything, Ji-sung Han remarked with a relaxed expression. I understand, Terai nodded slightly. From the moment he laid eyes on Ji-sung Han, Terai recognized that this person belonged to an entirely different realm. Toichi Kuroba had once remarked that even within the role of a phantom thief, there existed limitations to one's operational sphere. Certain circles were strictly off-limits without requisite strength and backing. As night deepened, gazing out at the resplendent city of Osaka, Ji-sung Han swirled his empty wine glass, contemplating Shiho. He reminded himself not to be impatient. Their reunion was merely days away. Indeed, he had arrived at a juncture ill-suited for a killer. Terai, do you have any Spanish fortified wine? Indeed, would you prefer dry, sweet, or a blend? Spanish fortified wine, known as sherry, is a national treasure. Sweet, please. Subsequently, as Kaido cast a somewhat sorrowful glance, Ji-sung Han carelessly drained the wine from his glass. I can no longer tolerate this. Is this how one drinks wine? Kaido expressed his bewilderment at Ji-sung Han's reckless consumption. What flavor could you possibly discern? Because it is not yet time for serious tasting. I am always in a rush, with little opportunity to analyze or appreciate. Ji-sung Han picked up an empty wine glass and silenced Kaido, who was eager to express his thoughts. Thus, my young friend, you have ample time to savor the essence of a person or a matter. Do not let a single missed opportunity forge a lasting regret. I have a strong aversion to imperfect conclusions. Ji-sung Han held no disdain for Kaido. He was rational, ambitious, and behaved like a gentleman. However, Kaido was also confronted by a mysterious organization, which, though not a syndicate, was nevertheless quite formidable. Yet, when Kaido encountered members of this enigmatic group, he would not charge in recklessly like Shinichi Kudo. It is vital to remember that Kaido bore the weight of a personal vendetta, believing that his father had been slain by this very organization. For this reason alone, Ji-sung Han regarded Kaido with a measure of respect. At merely 17, Kaido's mindset was indeed exceptional. Thus, Ji-sung Han's earlier words served as a reminder to Kaido not to overlook those around him, essentially advising him to steer clear of Kudo's path. After all, dealing with Kudo was already enough to elevate one's blood pressure. One certainly did not need a second instance of such turmoil. At this moment, Kaido removed the glass that had obstructed his mouth and earnestly declared to Ji-sung Han, I shall not permit any harm to befall her, even if the opponent is you. Even when operating under the guise of Phantom Thief Kid, Kaido remained profoundly concerned for the safety of the girl he cherished. Thus far, his affection for Ayako Nakamori had not led her into peril. Instances of injury or unconsciousness were non-existent. How I wish you were in my position, he mused. Ji-sung Han chuckled and uttered a phrase that left Kaido bewildered. If Conan embodies the fulfillment of childhood fantasies regarding absolute justice, then Kaido represents the youthful dream of a dashing thief. One is a pure fantasy, while the other is a more mature aspiration. Before long, the night deepened. Kaido summoned the elderly Terai, quietly inquiring, Is he all right? Master Kaido, simply treat him as if he does not exist. It's perfectly fine to plot loudly. Terai reassured Kaido, alleviating his concerns. However, witnessing Ji-sung Han in front of the wash basin, wielding a toothbrush and mimicking a duel with his reflections, Kaido found it exceedingly difficult to regard Ji-sung Han as non-existent. At that moment, Ji-sung Han adopted a different approach, commencing a game of rock, paper, scissors with his own reflection. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. Rock, paper, scissors. Yet another tie. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha! I win. The scissors wielded by Ji-sung Han reflect cloth in the mirror. Ji-sung Han was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a peculiar smile crept across his reflection in the mirror. Meanwhile, The real Ji Songhan shrugged and drew out a chain blade to dismantle Kaido's bed. He then fashioned a scythe and hammer on the spot, raising them high above his head, glaring at me with fervor. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Koizumi Honko muttered incantations, causing the crystal ball in her hands to shatter with a crack. "Oh no, my crystal ball," she lamented. This marked the first encounter with materialism for Koizumi, who had been dabbling in magic within the realm of detective stories. In utter disbelief, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto her bed, thinking that sleep would erase all troubles. The sound of her snoring soon filled the air. "I can't take it anymore." In another hotel room, Conan struggled to find sleep, disturbed by the thunderous snoring of Tang Xiaoda, which resembled a V8 engine. Meanwhile, Chuchi Luo sat on the balcony, illuminated by moonlight as she calculated figures. 5 green butterflies, 1 wind centipede, 1 jade toad, 2 spirit snakes, 1 heavenly spider. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the calculator displaying the sum of $8 million. Turning her eyes towards Conan, who was desperately trying to muffle the noise with his hands, she expressed her frustration. "It's all because of you, you troublesome dragon." This predicament only compounded the already precarious situation for Qing Luo, who buried her head in her pillow, unaware that she had just added to Kudo Yusaku's burdensome debts. At that moment, Hibara AI was nestled in the lounge of their hideout, cradling her pink, diamond-studded AK. Finding solace in its presence, she slept soundly, seemingly dreaming of something delightful, her lips curling into a faint smile. In the latter half of the night, sherry, gin, and vodka finally arrived after a long journey. They had made a fuel stop and endured a lengthy delay due to road construction, pausing for a meal and checking their weapons. These 2 disgruntled individuals finally reached Osaka. "Brother, it's so quiet. Could it be over?" Vodka mused, sensing an unsettling tranquility. "It's already over." Remington, now clad in military attire, eyed the 2 disgruntled men, internally lamenting that if it weren't for the organization being rife with undercover agents, they wouldn't have driven all the way to Osaka. Chapter 69. Let me wield my indomitable false leg to rampage. Achoo. Suzuki Sonoko sneezed. She had encountered Kid the previous night and caught a chill. Disappointment washed over her as she noted a change in Kid. Although he still appeared dashing, he seemed to have bulked up. She distinctly observed the muscular outlines beneath his white suit, which was actually a bulletproof vest. If Kid has turned into a muscle-bound demon, I fear I shall no longer love him. Sonoko lamented. "Sonoko, I think you've lost your egg," Ran remarked with a perplexed expression. "The egg is gone. The egg worth 800 million yen. Sonoko exclaimed. "Oh, it's nothing. I used to kick that memory egg around as a ball when I was a child," she scoffed, dismissing the loss as casually as one would losing a ball in a well. Truly, how extravagant. Although Kagoro Mouri was aware of his daughter's affluent friend, he was taken aback by the extent of her wealth upon witnessing Sonoko's reaction. At that moment, a servant approached Sonoko, whispering a few words. With a grand gesture, Sonoko declared, "Let us set off. I shall take you aboard our Suzuki family's small boat." Before long, Kagoro and Ran stood before what was labeled a small boat, which was, in fact, an opulent luxury yacht larger than a battleship. "The egg from yesterday has been found by the police. To check for any damage, we plan to use this boat to transport it back to Tokyo," Sonoko explained, her demeanor calm as she regarded the yacht belonging to the Suzuki family. Accompanying them were 2 individuals whom Sonoko pointed out, Mr. Lin and Mr. Fong, antique experts from the Dragon Country, invited aboard by her uncle, Suzuki Jirakachi, earlier that morning. Sonoko was uncertain if these 2 were genuine antique experts or merely bodyguards. "Please refrain from speaking too much," Ji Songhan addressed Kaido, who was disguised as a citizen of Longhua, saying, "No, I am aware that egg has no connection with Pandora, and thus I've lost interest." Kaido appeared perplexed by Ji Songhan's thoughts. "You were targeted and shot previously. Do you not desire revenge?" After a moment of contemplation, Kaido grasped Ji Songhan's meaning. The individual who had shot at his right eye last night might be aboard this vessel. The one who shot my right eye. Shikabun? Kaido pondered aloud. I now comprehend her motive for targeting me. Shikabun was a notorious assassin sought by Interpol, known for collecting artifacts and treasures of the Romanov dynasty across the globe. Her marksmanship was precise, particularly adept at targeting the right eye. One could say she was a peer to Ji Songhan. At that moment, Sonoko approached with Rand and Uncle Mouri, standing before the 2 men. Sonoko attempted to introduce them, but, evidently, she had forgotten their names, having only just encountered them that morning. "I am Feng Buji, and this is Lin Yujing." Ji Songhan deliberately introduced himself and Kaido in clumsy Japanese. His disguise was crafted with Kaido's assistance, as he had no desire to resort to the Shanheling, Shifang Xuanji for such a trivial situation. It was unnecessary. Lin Yujing, Feng Buji. These names seemed oddly familiar to Xiaolon. She felt as though she had heard them somewhere before. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease, is a saying from Dragon Country, illustrating that the objective existence and development of things are unaffected by human will. At that moment, a tall woman in a cheongsam with striking gray eyes appeared on the ship. She explained to Xiaolon below in fluent Japanese. It was Miss Qinglon. Wait, 3 individuals from Dragon Country on this ship? Uncle Mouri felt that something was amiss. When did so many people from Dragon Country emerge? Among Chuchi Luo, Lin Yujing, Kaido Kuroba, and Feng Buji, Ji Songhan, only Ji Songhan was actually from Dragon Country. However, Uncle Mouri's observation was indeed accurate. There were 3 individuals from Dragon Country. In the dimly lit cabin of the ship, Chu Qingluo, Tang Gaoda, and Conan were engaged in a game of do di zhu by the faint light. 3. Ji Luo tossed out 2 cards. Not possible. Conan shook his head, expressing his desire for sleep. He had only fallen asleep in the latter half of the night, as that was when Chu Qingluo had also sought rest. At that time, she had approached Tang Gaoda, whose snoring rivaled the roar of a V8 engine. Simply turning him over silenced the noise. Goodness, Tang Gaoda snored with a switch. You can't even handle 3? Tang Gaoda cast a disdainful glance at Conan. He then looked at his own cards and muttered a single word. Pass. For 2's bomb. 2 kings. You all lose. Watching Chu Qingluo discard her entire hand, Conan and Tang Gaoda stared at the ceiling in silence. They had deduced Qingluo's cards. There was no way to win against that pair. Speaking of which, why was this beautiful older sister not hiding in a hotel? Why return to Tokyo? Conan's tone grew sweet. He was feeling rather cowardly at the moment. Since the hotel can't contain you, I plan to confine you in Tokyo's base. After all, it will be 2 or 3 days before the compensation arrives, and during this time, I cannot let you escape. Conan wore an expression of existential despair as he gazed at Chu Qingluo. Are you sure compensation in that sentence shouldn't be replaced with ransom? Your expression seems to invite a beating. Tang Gaoda remarked upon seeing Conan's face as he pretended to swing his prosthetic leg at Conan's head. No, don't you think this is bullying? Conan crouched down defensively, cradling his head. Qingluo and Gaoda exchanged glances, then took out paper and pen to calculate the damages inflicted by Conan's reckless behavior. They aimed to clarify just how much he had cost them. Not to mention Ji Songhan's modified GTR, which had a repair cost of $10 million. Just the collection in Ji Songhan's house was worth over $100 million. Though Ji Songhan himself felt no sorrow, it was still money. Wait, wasn't that GTR destroyed by Brother Ji himself? Conan countered. Without you, do you think he would have wrecked that grand toy? Do you know the psychological impact of personally destroying one's own GTR for a big boy? Conan. Ah yes, you are right. I concede. At that moment, someone entered the cabin. With a thud, Conan instantly experienced a sleep akin to that of an infant. Sister Qingluo, we're going to be discovered. Quickly. Use your invincible illusion to think of a way, Tang Gaoda exclaimed, preparing to knock Conan unconscious with his prosthetic leg to prevent any noise. My illusions rely on the toxins released by those little cuties, and my current stock is depleted. Qingluo replied expressionlessly. In fact, she can spend even more than Ji Songhan, mainly due to the high cost of nurturing those toxic insects. Furthermore, the limitations were significant, so she rarely employed those insects. Well, Tang Gaoda pondered for a moment. Then, this rugged man offered his metallic prosthetic leg to Qingluo. Go ahead, sister, wield my invincible leg to conquer. Chapter 70. The advantage of having a long name is that it can instantly dazzle others when they hear it. In the conference room of the cruise ship, Ji Songhan, Kaido, and Pu Saikinglan, along with the Mouri family and Sinoko, as well as a group of individuals whose names remain unknown, were intently gazing at the memory egg before them. They were engaged in a discussion regarding various matters pertaining to this enigmatic object. Kaido appeared to be particularly earnest in his demeanor. The chill of the season leaves Ji Songhan feeling utterly bored. Mr. Feng, where is your hometown? Pu Saikinglan believes her understanding of Dragon Kingdom culture is profound, even if the other party is indeed a native of the Dragon Kingdom. Pu Saikinglan feels confident in her ability to maintain the facade. I hail from the northeast. Do you indulge in smoking, young lady? Ji Songhan directly presented a box of Laba Duo to Pu Saikinglan. The young lady was momentarily bewildered by the rich and captivating northeast dialect of Ji Songhan. Well, I don't smoke. I am also from the northeast. Pu Saikinglin, being of Russian descent, was familiar with the northeast of Longhua. I don't think you look the part. How about we step outside for a proper chat? At that moment, Heiyu Kaido observed the conversation between Ji Songhan and Pu Saikinglin. Remaining silent. What can I say? I have nothing to contribute. As he watched Ji Songhan and Pu Saikinglin engage in a lively exchange before exiting the room, Kaido let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, do you know Miss Qingluan? Xiao Lan gazed at Kaido, who was disguised as Lin Yujing, with curious eyes. Well, after all, we are fellow townsfolk. Ha ha ha. Kaido chuckled, scratching his head as he regarded the girl before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his childhood friend, albeit with a slight difference in appearance. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on this memory egg? At that moment, the seemingly professional group turned their attention to Kaido. For a brief instant, he contemplated revealing his identity and fleeing. However, having come this far, thus, Kaido engaged his intellect, rivaling that of Conan, to meticulously examine the memory egg. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan and Pu Saikinglin continued their banter, making their way towards the cargo hold of the cruise ship, both exuding laughter and joy. Yet, beneath the surface, they were in a state of heightened tension, acutely aware of the sensitivity that comes with sharing the same profession. Miss Qingluan, it appears that the surname Pu Si is not common in Longhua. I have not heard of the surname Feng either. I apologize. But there is indeed a surname Feng in Longhua. According to the royal chronicles, it is said to be from the lineage of Fushi. After Ji Songhan uttered these words, within the dimly lit cabin of the ship, two assassins exuded their professional aura. No, who are you? Pu Saikinglin questioned. While Abu and Shi Kaobing drew a handgun from one hand and a dagger from the other, fixating their piercing gaze upon Ji Songhan. Ji Songhan rapidly searched through his mind for his various aliases. Which of his personas might be familiar to Scobing? Has he already passed away? Or is he still among the ranks of the top? Ji Songhan slightly parted her lips to speak, while Shi Kaobing listened with a grave expression. She felt a sense of anxiety. Despite her international renown, fame does not equate to formidable strength. In the profession of assassination, notoriety is often the greatest peril. At that moment, Ji Songhan revealed one of her many aliases, ranked second. Codenamed the advantage of having a long name is that it can instantly incapacitate others upon hearing it. Suddenly, bang. The back of Shi Kaobing's head made an intimate acquaintance with someone's metallic prosthetic leg. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan's chain blade had also arrived. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Witnessing Shi Kaobing being besieged from both sides, both Ji Songhan and Chu Chi Luo expressed their astonishment. They had intended merely to knock her out. Yet these two nearly sent her off entirely. Shi Kaobing, lying on the ground, summoned all her strength. Trembling as she raised her middle finger in a gesture of international camaraderie towards Ji Songhan. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. How did you end up on the ship? Ji Songhan gazed at Chu Qingluo, and then at the prosthetic leg in her hand. He took it over for a closer inspection. It was rather heavy, at least 50 pounds. To withstand a blow from such an object without immediately losing consciousness spoke volumes about Shi Kaobing's resilience. First, let us exchange the code, a cloud in the northwest sky. A crow has descended among the phoenixes. Very well, you are aware that communication has been muted. In order to avoid delaying the delivery of the compensation due in a few days, I thought to take advantage of the Suzuki family's vessel to escort Kudo Shinichi back to Baika. Upon hearing this, Chu Chi Luo regarded Ji Songhan with a curious expression. What is the matter? By the way, aren't you eager to see your state-assigned wife? Chu Chi Luo referred to Ai Hybra. As Ji Songhan boards the boat back to Mihua, one cannot help but ponder the implications should the radio silence be lifted during this time. If Xiao Ai were to learn of Ji Songhan's return to Mihua, it would undoubtedly lead her to overthink the situation. Ahem. We are not yet wed, so it would be prudent to refrain from referring to her as wife just yet. Ji Songhan expressed that he boarded the ship with the intention of seizing this opportunity to return to Mihua, while also assisting Kid in resolving the issue with Sakaebin. Upon returning to Mihua, he would reach out to several of his friends to convene, as they were not part of the system. Ah, I see now. Collecting the ransom is your primary responsibility, Qing Luo realized with clarity. Have you allowed your mind to become entangled from consuming mushrooms? As he spoke, Ji Songhan approached Tang Gaoda and Conan, holding a prosthetic leg. After returning the leg to Gaoda, Ji Songhan began scrutinizing Conan's head. He noticed two lines of text clearly imprinted on the top of Conan's head. When turned around, the text read, manufactured by the Chuanshu Tang Jiabao Weaponry Industrial Group. Honorary sponsor of Tang Min Hot Pot City, the most authentic Chuanshu hot pot. These two lines were rather diminutive, not exceeding 5 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in width, yet remarkably clear. Aren't you concerned that it might render him foolish? Ji Songhan addressed Tang Gaoda, who was busy fastening screws onto his prosthetic leg, saying, "Isn't it sufficient to ensure that this fool remains alive?" Tang Gaoda shrugged, indicating that such details were of little concern. "I fear that if Kudo Yusaku were to encounter this lad and wish to return him, only to find that we lack after-sales service, might he not lodge a complaint?" After a moment of contemplation, Ji Songhan decided to let the matter rest. What needed consideration now was how to deal with Shikabing. Should he be handed over to Interpol directly, or should he be sold on the dark web? Shikabing undoubtedly had many enemies, and selling him to one of his adversaries seemed a sound strategy. Thus, not long thereafter, an auction advertisement appeared on the International Assassin dark web. "The internationally renowned assassin Shikabing is in my possession. If you seek him, click the link to enter the online auction venue. This auction is guaranteed by the top 2 assassins on the Are You Dead leaderboard, absolutely authentic. Starting bid, 998. Acquire the famous female assassin for your own. No risk of loss. No chance of deception." Chapter 71. Lupin III time flew by, and the years passed like doves. Replacing Conan in the original narrative, Hiwakato suddenly snapped back to reality while recounting the secret of the memory eggs he had discovered. "Wait, what am I doing? Mr. Lin? I must say, your Japanese is far superior to Mr. Kazama's." Xiaolan noticed that Mr. Lin, who was actually Hiwakato in disguise, had a remarkable command of the language. Unlike Mr. Kazama, whose Japanese was quite poor, Mr. Lin spoke as if he were a native of Japan, even exhibiting a slight accent. "Ah, does Mr. Lin know how our names are pronounced in Chinese?" Xiaolan inquired with curious eyes fixed on Kaido. This caused Kaido to feel a sense of dread. His identity was at risk of being exposed. Although Hiwakato understood Chinese and could converse in it to some extent, he was ill-equipped to handle the intricacies of name translations. "Oh dear, Xiaolan, the pronunciation of our names in Longhua is rather peculiar." At that moment, Yuanzi intervened gracefully. She recognized that this individual was her uncle, who had been dispatched to the ship that morning, implying a potentially unique status, despite her seemingly silly demeanor, being the second daughter of the Suzuki Consortium. Yuanzi was adept in social situations. To spare this guest any discomfort, she tactfully interrupted Xiaolan. "How peculiar, you ask? Just like the Miwa Medicine Wild Practitioner Hospital. If translated poorly, it could become the Miwa Wild Medicine Practitioner Hospital." At this juncture, Ji Songhan entered the room, accompanied by Chu Qingluo, disguised as Shikabing. Kaido felt a shiver run down his spine. "No, your disguise is riddled with flaws." In the face of Kaido's world-class disguise skills, ordinary transformations were easily seen through. Thus, he concocted an excuse to escort Ji Songhan and Chu Qingluo out of the room, and with his exceptional disguise techniques, he reintroduced Pu Si Qingluan. "Ah. So this is the art of disguise from the world-renowned magician Hiwakato?" Qingluo exclaimed, gazing into the mirror at her nearly identical reflection of Pu Si Qingluan, complete with matching voice and gray eyes. She was genuinely impressed by the disguise. However, she still envied Ji Songhan's technique known as the 10 Directions Mystery, rumored to induce changes in localized areas. "By the way, when will we disembark?" Kaido asked with a sense of resignation. He refrained from inquiring about Qingluo's background. Now is the time for feigned ignorance. "We'll disembark in Tokyo, and then it will be time to bid farewell." "What's the matter, Kaido? Are you so eager to leave me?" Ji Songhan spoke with an expression that was particularly mischievous, causing Kaido to instinctively take a step back. Why did it feel as if this inexplicable buffoon was so eager to spend time with him? In truth, Kaido had guessed correctly. Ji Songhan harbored a whimsical fantasy of swapping Kaido's head with Conan's. This would certainly save him a great deal of trouble. Yet, it remained merely a fleeting thought. After all, what if he needed Conan in the future? For instance, when AI might find herself lacking research funds. In the following period, our little elementary school Grim Reaper remained in a state of infantile slumber. Thus, when the Suzuki family's little boat reached its destination, all was serene aboard, with nothing amiss. As for the Scorpion, Ji Songhan had indeed contacted a buyer. This buyer was somewhat familiar to him, a certain enchanting figure engrossed in reading. Mission accomplished. After securing the Scorpion in a hotel room in Tokyo, Ji Songhan simply awaited the recipient's arrival. 2 days later. Where am I? Upon awakening from the heavy blow dealt by the prosthetic limb, Conan was greeted by the cries of seabirds. Gradually, he realized he was on a small dinghy, surrounded by the boundless ocean. After a moment of daze, he noticed a phone belonging to Ran hanging around his neck. Flipping it open, he found it still had battery, albeit no signal. By calculating the time through the phone and the sun, Conan deduced a vague longitude, determining he was in the midst of the Pacific Ocean. Conan lay back on the dinghy, staring blankly at the sky. What had transpired during his unconsciousness? Soon, the sound of helicopters reached his ears. Instantly, Conan leaped up from the dinghy, waving his arms and shouting loudly. Before long, he spotted 4 helicopters dragging a massive container. With a snap, the ropes connecting the corners of the container broke, sending it crashing into the sea with a tremendous splash. The helicopters began to circle the container, showing no inclination to approach Conan. As the container slowly sank beneath the waves, the helicopters continued to hover, showing no signs of descending. Flowers. They must be using a submarine. Remington, aboard one of the helicopters, furrowed his brow. According to the Lighthouse Nation satellites, once a Dragon Nation submarine set sail, it was virtually impossible for it to evade surveillance. The reasoning was simple. The waters were shallow. Although the Dragon Nation possessed deep-water ports, the areas under their control lacked significant depth. Therefore, as soon as a Dragon Nation submarine emerged, it would be spotted by the Lighthouse Nation, unless the Dragon Nation's treasure island had returned. This was because the eastern side of the Dragon Nation's treasure island led directly to a trench, a naturally deep-water area. It was precisely for this reason that they had not equipped any anti-submarine helicopters or equipment for this delivery. Moreover, given that this was the Pacific, the depth made such precautions less effective and more prone to conflict, potentially resulting in Conan's demise. 3 hours later, Remington received the news. They had verified the cache, now to rescue the individual. Upon hearing this, Remington immediately jumped from the helicopter. Time was of the essence. Conan was nearly baked to a crisp under the sun. Meanwhile, 120 kilometers away, beneath an uninhabited island, a submarine carrying the container quietly docked in an underwater cavern. Codename, Typhoon. Oh my, so much money. On the narrow shore, a monkey dressed in clothing gazed at the $20 billion, weighing over 20 tons, with gleaming eyes. A lavishly dressed woman, renowned for her irresistible charm and stunning figure, attempted to cozy up to Jisonghan but was utterly disregarded by him. Nearby, a man in a suit, adorned with a hat and a full beard, was sharing a smoke with a samurai. Let us welcome the appearance of Lupin III's gang. Lupin vs. Conan, the movie in the author's notes. Chapter 72. Oh dear, the stoic yet proud scientist. All accounted for. A total of 537, 210, 000. All old notes, quite safe, no issues. Lupin declared as he counted the compensation, then settled beside Jisonghan to enjoy a smoke. By the way, when shall we head to the United Savings? Lupin mused, recalling the jest Jisonghan had made years ago. When you manage to handle Fujiko, we shall go. Jisonghan pointed at the pitiful Fujiko mine, who was gazing at him with longing. This woman, sigh. Fujiko mine, she can fulfill all your fantasies about women. She is an enigmatic figure, capable of independently assembling a professional army. Even this submarine belongs to her. Strictly speaking, she is not a member of Lupin's team, yet she is intricately connected to him. Come here, Fujiko. With that, Lupin executed a flying leap towards Fujiko, creating a scene that would bring tears to even the monkeys of Amei Mountain. Ah, at last. Tranquility is returned. Daisuke Jigen, clad in a black suit and sporting a black felt hat, exhaled a puff of smoke. His attire resembled that of a distillery worker, yet his demeanor was entirely at odds with such an image. Daisuke is the close companion of Lupin III, renowned for his extraordinary speed in drawing a gun, 0.3 seconds, and his superhuman accuracy. He is capable of hitting a flying bullet or the fuse of a supersonic missile. In terms of marksmanship, Jisonghan had never encountered anyone stronger than him. Shall we engage in a duel, Nameless-san? At that moment, the samurai spoke. They were unaware of Jisonghan's true name, as he frequently changed his identity, so they simply referred to him as Nameless-san. He tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he gazed at Jisonghan. Ishikawa Gomen, the only person Jisonghan felt was evenly matched with him, was the samurai he referred to as a world-class anomaly. Even if you pointed a Gatling gun at his face, he would still be able to deflect every shot with his sword. Let's spare ourselves the trouble. Jisonghan spoke with an impassive expression. Currently, half of the world's most formidable fighters are gathered here, reminiscing about the past. A group of men has once again commenced their revelry. Fong Fujiko gazed at the men before her, who were smoking, drinking, and almost styling their hair. and let out a sigh. I feel as though you've changed. Daisuke Jigen remarked, gazing into Ji Songhan's eyes. He too had once been an assassin, a figure whose prowess could be deemed among the elite in firearms. Ah, I've fallen in love. Ji Songhan scratched his head awkwardly and said, oh. Pft. Both Lupin and the usually composed Goemon simultaneously spewed their food. Even Fujiko mine, who was idly disassembling an RG, nearly blew her cover. Let me imagine, in the future, your child will drag around a chain blade at 3 years old and innocently ask, Daddy, how do you grind people into mincemeat? Lupin began to envision the absurdities that might occur in the future. And at 5, they'll wield duel or GS and inquire how to engage in a sniper duel. Daisuke Jigen, upon hearing this shocking revelation, found it equally ludicrous. It was merely a frivolous question, with Goemon being the only one who seemed somewhat grounded. He then posed a pivotal question. What do you think Unnamed's girlfriend would be like? The room fell silent once more. Subsequently, Daisuke pulled out a piece of paper and began to sketch. I finished. A kin doll appeared before the group. Daisuke, draw your sword. Just as Ji Songhan waved a small whip of affection, chasing Daisuke around the cavern, in Osaka, the lockdown had finally been lifted. In the park below, Shiho, gazing at the sunlit world outside, rubbed her eyes. Living underground had been stifling these past few days, leaving her feeling restless, as she had nothing to do but loiter around. Can I make a call? She asked Old Tan, and upon receiving a positive response, she dialed Ji Songhan's number. Soon, the call connected. Shoo. The first sound she heard was Ji Songhan seemingly shushing someone. Then came his voice, filled with affection, or rather, a hint of obsession. Are you hurt? Where are you? Oh my gosh. That voice is a lowly. Suddenly, several men on the other end shouted with strange implications. But isn't it said that cuteness pales in comparison to seduction? At that moment, a sultry female voice emerged from the phone, causing Shiho to freeze mid-call. Fujiko. Fujiko mine? Shiho recognized her, though they were not close. She remained wary of the adept thief who could navigate the organization with ease. Previously, Fujiko had infiltrated the lab of the organization, seeking a potion that promised youth restoration, which was undeniably tempting for her. It was during that encounter that Shiho and Fujiko first crossed paths, albeit briefly. The organization had no countermeasures for Fujiko's infiltration, and their assassins had attempted to retaliate. But ultimately, they had failed. Mr. Assassin, I believe we should discuss your past. I am keen to hear it, Shiho said, leaning against a cherry blossom tree. Sure. I'll be back in a day. These people. Sigh. Leaning against the cavern wall, Ji Songhan sighed in exasperation, communicating with Shiho through the submarine's satellite signal. Lupin's team had technically transcended the definition of a mere thieves' gang. Have you ever seen a gang capable of mobilizing an army, with air, land, and sea forces at their disposal, even including nuclear submarines? It was simply that Lupin refused to become a warlord. Otherwise, the agency pursuing them would not be Interpol. That voice sounds quite familiar. At that moment, Fujiko suddenly recalled having heard that voice before. Though it had matured significantly, the tone still evoked memories for her. Miss Thief, would you like to experiment with the latest potion after some time? The corners of Shiho's mouth curled upwards, revealing a mischievous smile. Oh, the emotionless. Sundra scientist from the organization? The moniker emotionless scientist seemed quite inaccurate to Shiho. I'm not emotionless. I merely struggle to express my inner feelings directly. So, you admit to being Sundra, don't you, Shiho? Chapter 73, Benevolent Father and Son's Laughter. Let us shift our focus to Conan. At this moment, Conan had finally concluded his hellish days. On a naval vessel, he devoured hamburgers voraciously, asking for more. Remington, scratching his head, looked at Conan with a puzzled expression, wondering if the Dragon Kingdom would ever allow a child to go hungry. Or perhaps, this child was simply too detestable. What's wrong, Uncle Remington? Conan inquired. Noticing the odd look on Remington's face, Conan had anticipated that after being rescued, he would receive a reprimand from Remington. However, the scene he envisioned never materialized. Instead, he was lavishly treated. Nothing. What else would you like to eat? Remington's unexpected tenderness left Conan somewhat bewildered. That, which one? Oh no. That's not allowed. Following Conan's gaze, Remington spotted a curvaceous female soldier cleaning the room. No, I meant, Uncle Remington. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Conan voiced his confusion. Remington chuckled lightly. Are you full? I'm stuffed. Conan replied joyfully. Good. Then let's get started. As Remington spoke, he firmly grasped Conan's head and lifted him, turning him to face the rear. There stood a middle-aged man, wearing black-framed glasses and a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of calm sophistication. "Dad." Conan stared blankly at his father, Yusaku Kudo, momentarily at a loss for words. The entire situation stemmed from his impulsive actions. Is it true that Italy, Shiho Miyano, also known as Sherry, has been confirmed dead? Yusaku Kudo did not greet Conan, but instead directed his question at Remington. Few recalled that Remington was merely a surname. His full name was Italia. His ancestors included Eliphalet Remington, one of the founders of the Remington Arms Company, renowned for its M870 shotgun. Yet aside from that, the company had little else of distinction. At that moment, Conan was struck with shock at Yusaku Kudo's revelation. The DNA comparison from the dental pulp yielded this result. To ensure accuracy, we dispatched our finest technical team for the most stringent examination at the scene. Ultimately, both the blood type and the available blood samples confirmed that the individual was indeed Shiho Miyano. Remington slowly shook his head and turned his gaze towards Conan. "I have one last question, young Kudo Shinichi. What is the relationship between that assassin and Miyano Shiho? You have interacted with them, do you know?" Upon hearing this question, Conan was momentarily taken aback, as a multitude of possibilities flooded his mind. "Let me think." Conan looked over at Kudo Yusaku, who closed his eyes and chose silence. "I am uncertain, but he has always prioritized his missions. He seems to harbor no feelings for women." After contemplating Conan's response for a moment, Remington nodded. He found it curious. Was Conan truly worth $20 billion? Moreover, if someone he cared for were to perish due to another's actions, he would certainly ensure that the perpetrator would not live to see another day. Yet, Conan's answer and Yusaku's silence left him in a state of contemplation. He decided not to inquire further. "Well then, are you heading back to Lighthouse Country or returning to Baika City?" "Let's go back to Baika," Yusaku calmly replied, reaching out to ruffle Conan's hair. "All right, once we reach Guam, we shall part ways. At that point, I will return home, and you will return to yours." Remington glanced at the map, pondering where he might vacation after his return. Los Santos? That seemed appealing. "Dad?" Once Conan and his father returned to a lounge aboard the warship, Conan was eager to ask Yusaku a few questions. However, at that moment, Yusaku began to unbuckle his belt. This caused Conan's eyes to widen in shock. His father had never laid a hand on him throughout his upbringing. But as Yusaku neatly set the belt aside and changed into comfortable attire, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. "Shinichi, I would like to hear your self-reflection. Can you share it with me?" Yusaku inquired while preparing coffee. "I was too careless. I didn't notice that another vehicle was trailing behind. Additionally, my observational skills regarding details were insufficient. I should have realized his true identity as an assassin much sooner." Conan rambled on. Meanwhile, Yusaku's hand, which held the coffee cup, began to tremble slightly as he listened, yet he maintained a gentle smile. "In conclusion, I have deduced that my reasoning abilities are not yet strong enough. If they were..." Yusaku picked up his belt from the side. With a resounding crack, the belt sliced through the air. "Father, I should not have acted impulsively. I failed to consider the thoughts of those around me." Gazing at his kind father, Conan's survival instincts surged dramatically. "Very well," Yusaku nodded with slight satisfaction. "However, you have not articulated your greatest mistake. Perhaps it is not a mistake, but rather a flaw." Gently embracing Conan, Yusaku whispered in his ear, "Arrogance." In a swift motion, Yusaku removed Conan's pants, employing a dazzling lightning whip technique to spank him. At that moment, through the room's surveillance, Remington observed the father-son interaction and let out a soft sigh. Truthfully, he harbored a suspicion that Shiho was still alive. However, opinions on Miyano Shiho's situation within the country were deeply polarized. Currently, those who believed the matter warranted no further investigation had gained the upper hand following the report of her death. There was no need to risk being struck by the awakened Eastern Dragon in pursuit of the truth. In the present conflict, the criteria for victory had shifted. Lighthouse Country, which relied on the profits of war to sustain itself, was evidently on a downward trajectory. On the other hand, a long time ago, the Dragon Nation's singularly powerful performance against 17 factions remained one of Lighthouse Country's nightmares. "Yusaku, we part ways here. From this moment forth, we shall have no further entanglements." Ultimately, Remington chose to remain silent regarding the matter, just as Yusaku had. After all, Remington had a family and children of his own. Furthermore, many issues, in his view, were indeed quite excessive for his country. Much like the last emperor, who would resort to extreme measures to preserve his throne, if this investigation were to continue. Remington could not guarantee that the Dragon Nation assassin would not bring ruin to all connected to this affair. Chapter 74, Silence. Vodka. One day later, at a construction site in Baika City, has AI-chan missed me? Ji Songhan cradled Xiao Ai, initiating an intimate moment. For heaven's sake, there are so many eyes upon us, she thought. Xiao Ai gazed despondently at a group of Longwood agents nearby, who were munching on watermelon while observing her with Ji Songhan. It's all right. As long as we remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to them. Open your mouth. Let me see if your molars have emerged. Snap. Do you think that's an act? Or is it simply his true nature? The seasoned physician, witnessing the chaos caused by Ji Songhan, who was now adorned with Xiao Ai like a peculiar accessory, inquired with bemusement. Surely, even with a head injury from years past, he couldn't have deteriorated to such an extent? For an assassin, the finest disguise is to make others believe this is his inherent character. Well, I can't fabricate any further. This is indeed his true self, remarked Old Tan, who knew Ji Songhan best. Chu Chi Luo was busy tending to a newly cultivated scorpion, adjusting its pincers and venomous tail. She then glanced at Ji Songhan, whose head was covered in bite marks, and said, "Well then, you should be able to return home now, right? After all, Kong Yezhihao is no more." Presently, it seems there are no laboratories of such caliber domestically. The antidote requires research, and Mi Hua is just the right place for that. Ji Songhan turned around while cradling Xiao Ai in one arm, gazing at the bustling construction site. The sign outside the site displayed the name of the construction unit and the project. Taimen Hotpot City, the most authentic Sichuan hotpot. The first branch of Taimen Hotpot City. The 513th branch in the world. Tang. Gao. Duh. Ji Songhan, donned in a red safety helmet and clutching blueprints, called out to Tang Gaoda on the construction site. What is the matter? Where is the 114,514th location being established? Ji Songhan expressed a hint of concern regarding this inquiry. It should be in the Lighthouse Nation, he replied. I see. Upon hearing their exchange, Xiao Ai felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was not the 114,514. For some reason, she found that number quite distasteful. Soon, her laboratory would be situated beneath the hot pot city. When hunger struck, she could simply ascend to indulge in hot pot. Currently, the laboratory was being constructed below, cleverly concealed by the mechanisms of the tank sect. The construction was progressing swiftly, and it was estimated that it would be operational for preliminary use in about half a month. At that point, Xiao Ai would be able to commence her initial experiments. As for the personnel aspect, that would require consultation with Xiao Ai. It is not solely mine, it is a laboratory for everyone. Observing the dust-laden construction site, Xiao Ai first glanced at Ji Songhan, then turned her gaze towards Lao Tan and the others behind her. The establishment of this laboratory was contingent upon the contributions of all. Each individual held a pivotal role. Regardless, it bears your name. As for Miss Gongya, there are currently no issues regarding your identity. You may still live as Huiyuan AI, Lao Tan remarked with a smile. At present, Xiao Ai's genetic information had been amended by the organization's undercover agents and their comrades in the Lighthouse Nation. Huh? I still have to attend school? What about Kudo Shinichi? The greatest uncertainty remained with that little rascal, Conan. Rest assured, for sustainability's sake, no, let Lao Tan elaborate. Ji Songhan found it difficult to restrain his tongue. Perpetually inclined to discuss sustainable practices, Kudo Yusaku reached out to me, expressing a desire to convene this evening for a thorough discussion regarding Conan. Indeed. I am preparing for it. Chu Chi Luo playfully tapped the scorpion resting in her palm. The process of nurturing her little companion brought her immense joy, and, fortuitously, she found herself wealthy once more. The collective gains amounted to over $2 billion, a staggering sum at that time, considering Longwood's foreign exchange reserves were merely $62 billion. The significance of foreign exchange is monumental, serving as a mechanism for economic regulation and achieving equilibrium between internal and external economies. Hence, foreign exchange reserves are vital for maintaining economic stability, especially in an era of globalization where a nation's economy is increasingly susceptible to external influences. Currently, Longwood's primary challenge in international payments lies in its insufficient foreign exchange reserves, which is why the compensation is sought in dollars rather than gold. After deducting the lab's expenses and the operational funds of others, Old Tan decided to allocate the remaining resources entirely to domestic projects for financial investment, thereby augmenting foreign exchange reserves. Ah, it's Kudo's father. That is reassuring, thought Xiao Ai, feeling a sense of relief. One may doubt Conan, but Kudo Yusaku is eternally trustworthy. A composed detective and a prolific author, Kudo Yusaku is truly someone one cannot despise. Despite a slightly lower physical prowess, his emotional and intellectual quotient is exceedingly high. Xiao Ai, did you not inquire whether we could return to the past? Now, we can indeed go back. At this moment, Ji Songhan lifted Xiao Ai high, gazing up at her. Put me down. Xiao Ai gritted her teeth, her irritation evident, as she felt an insatiable urge to gnaw on something. And Ji Songhan's had appeared to be an excellent candidate. Ah, youth is such a blessing. Observing the tender interaction between Xiao Ai and Ji Songhan, Old Tin could not help but emit a sigh characteristic of one seasoned by time. Team leader, may I become the head chef once the hot pot restaurant opens? Although there are slight variations between Bashu hot pot and Chuan Shu, I am confident in my abilities. Chu Chi Luo implored, her eyes wide with hope. Had Old Tin not known her true intentions, he might have been swayed. Indeed. The slight difference is that one contains bacteria while the other does not, is it not? With Old Tan's knowing expression, Chu Qingluo could only scratch her head and laugh sheepishly. Hee, enough of that. Let's focus on the task at hand. Understood. As the others were poised to resume their lives in a dimly lit room in Mihua City. Brother, please stop drinking. Vodka looked on with concern as Jin slumped over the table, relentlessly pouring alcohol down his throat. Since learning of Shiho's demise, Jin seemed a changed person. No. Shiho is not dead. She can only die by my hand. Jin shook the empty bottle before casting it aside. The bottle shattered, scattering shards of glass everywhere. She then opened another bottle and downed half of it in quick succession. But she is indeed dead, confirmed by the best forensic team. Burp. Jin belched, her distress palpable. Brother, why put yourself through this? Vodka attempted to reach out to Jin but was swiftly kicked away. She is not dead. Jin's bloodshot eyes fixated on Vodka. Ah, but where do we go to find her? Gazing at his loyal subordinate, Jin looked skyward. Silence. Vodka. Chapter 75. When we grow old, I shall dance square dance with another elder Mihua Commercial Plaza. Ji Songhan, resembling a character from Higashino's novels, was shopping with Xiao Ai. Shopping has always been a woman's forte. Strangely enough, despite Ji Songhan's stamina allowing him to traverse dozens of kilometers with ease, he felt fatigued after merely 2 hours of wandering the mall with Xiao Ai. We have passed this store 7 times already. Ji Songhan pointed to the nearby stores selling Prada and inquired. Xiao Ai tilted her head, emitting a sound of ambiguous meaning. I wonder how many times I must escort you before your wooden head comprehends that I intend to purchase a handbag. Xiao Ai gazed at the limited edition bags displayed in the Prada boutique's window with an expression of existential weariness. Priced at 330,000 yen, she sighed. What purpose does this bag even serve? Ji Songhan was not oblivious to Xiao Ai's desire for that handbag, nor was he financially incapable of purchasing it. His savings could easily empty the store. However, a question lingered. What is the significance of acquiring such luxury items? To hold belongings? A simple bag could serve that purpose just as well. The craftsmanship may be exquisite, the aesthetics appealing. But ultimately, what is the point? Eventually, Xiao Ai chose to compromise. At this juncture, a divergence in their values seemed apparent. In Ji Songhan's perspective, these branded embellishments serve little purpose beyond satiating one's vanity. The actual production costs of such luxury goods are not exorbitant. Even the much-touted notion of handcrafted quality falls short against its relative price. The costs are minimal. Moreover, there exists a plethora of handcrafted items in Longwa that rival their quality. To Ji Songhan, the practicality of an item always takes precedence. Feeling disheartened? He gently pulled Xiao Ai into his embrace, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. No, I'm not angry, she replied, though her gaze remained fixated on the Prada bag. If you merely admire the design, I could procure a genuine handcrafted piece made of pure snake skin for you. Identical in appearance. Really? Xiao Ai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. For her, the quality, appearance, and craftsmanship of a handbag were paramount, given the scarcity of comparable alternatives and the inferior quality of cheaper options. It was no wonder she favored Prada. Her mindset was clear. Invest in a piece that would last for many years, rather than a cheaper option that might deteriorate quickly. At that point, I'll ask your sister Chig Luo to create one. Her labor costs are reasonable, the quality assured. And you can choose any design you fancy. This time, Ji Songhan grasped Xiao Ai's perspective on luxury goods. Durable and visually appealing options are indeed scarce in the international market, and most that meet these criteria tend to be quite expensive. By the way, I find her rather peculiar, Xiao Ai remarked, referring to Chu Chi Luo. This young woman exuded an aura of being out of sync with contemporary times. While she was certainly enigmatic, every individual harbors secrets. As long as we recognize her as one of us, that suffices. Speaking of which, are you looking to buy cigarettes? Xiao Ai's expression remained neutral as she watched Ji Songhan pass by the tobacco shop for the third time. Ahem. Cigarettes are the sustenance of the spirit. Ji Songhan felt somewhat awkward. As a man, he ought to express directly his desire to purchase cigarettes. Who would dare to stop him? No buying, he said. All right, Ijang. Ji Songhan's eyes seemed to have lost their luster. He could already envision a future where he would sneak out to the balcony or some other secluded spot to indulge in a cigarette whenever Xiao Ai was away from home. Alcohol was also strictly off limits. Observing the liquor store he had passed twice, Xiao Ai had discerned a pattern. No alcohol either? Humph, you were still a minor, she remarked, pinching Ji Songhan's cheek. After all, he still bore the identity of a high school student. It wouldn't do to be overly harsh, right? Just don't let me catch you. Xiao Ai turned her head away, her demeanor radiating a haughty defiance. Yet, almost immediately, she inquired, how many packs do you smoke in a day? 1 pack a day. If I encounter troublesome situations, it could escalate to 2 or even 3. Xiao Ai was taken aback by this revelation. But you are only 22 years old. 2 packs a week, she stated with utmost seriousness. Ah, but as of now, my lungs are quite healthy. It's different. You are young now, but as you age, various ailments will inevitably arise. Xiao Ai began to explain from a scientific perspective. However, she soon realized that this approach might not instill a sense of urgency in Ji Songhan. Thus, she opted for a different narrative. When we grow old, you will be beset by illnesses, sitting in a wheelchair while I push you outside for fresh air each day. I will place you on the sidelines of the square, allowing you to watch me dance with other elderly gentlemen. Click. Ji Songhan was utterly petrified. Upon careful reflection, he realized that this was indeed a highly plausible scenario. Observing Ji Songhan's reaction, Xiao Ai couldn't help but emit a few triumphant hums. Deep down, she understood that for someone like Ji Songhan, smoking served as a means to alleviate stress. However, indulging excessively was unwise. After some contemplation, Ji Songhan ultimately chose to compromise 2 packs a week, no more. Otherwise, the sight of Xiao Ai dancing with other elderly gentlemen in the square would surely lead him to regret not taking better care of his health in his youth. A familiar face? At that moment, Ji Songhan spotted a recognizable figure fleetingly amidst the crowd. Shortly thereafter, the suave and cunning Fujiko mind materialized beside him, tugging at his arm and feigning distress. Yet, her gaze was fixated on Xiao Ai, her eyes glinting with an insatiable hunger as if she intended to devour her whole. The once aloof and proud female scientist had indeed shrunk. She must acquire that potion. At that instant, Fujiko mind discerned a significant new objective in her life. If utilized correctly, this elixir could confer not immortality, perhaps, but certainly an ageless effect. As an elite thief of unparalleled skill, Fujiko mind's personal abilities were impeccable. Yet her charm was the true key to her ability to navigate both the underworld and high society with ease. Her beauty was her most potent weapon. If you were present, then Lupin must be nearby as well. Ji Songhan appeared to disregard the various endearing antics of Feng Bajizi. He was acutely aware of the woman's true nature, which was nothing but a fade. Moreover, while it was said that the wind could enter and the rain could penetrate, the one individual who could not was Lupin. Nonetheless, Lupin held a significant position in Feng Bajizi's heart. Upon discovering Lupin, my goodness, at that moment, Ji Songhan spotted Lupin leisurely strolling through the shopping mall. Lupin possessed disguise skills that rivaled those of Kaido Kuroba and was even more adept. Suddenly, a figure resembling Kudo Shinichi approached Ji Songhan with a gait reminiscent of a monkey. Lupin III had directly transformed into the likeness of Kudo Shinichi. One might suggest he should be more professional. Does your Kudo Shinichi really walk with such a monkey-like stride? Chapter 76, The Golden Dawn. In a bar on the 5th floor of the Mika shopping mall, Ji Songhan cradled Xiao Ai in his arms, while Feng Fujiko sat beside him, provocatively flaunting her alluring figure to tease Xiao Ai. Look at me, with my voluptuous curves, and you, merely a flatboard. Yet, Xiao Ai maintained an air of tranquility. In her mind, she pondered Feng Fujiko's long-standing fascination with the pharmaceuticals developed by the organization many years ago. Perhaps, she could be utilized as a subject for an experiment? It would be perfect to create a control group alongside Conan. Oh, that doesn't seem implausible. Unbeknownst to Feng Fujiko, she had already caught Xiao Ai's attention. Nameless, you have changed. I never imagined you to be such a deviant. Perhaps I shall henceforth refer to you as Deviant-san, remarked Daisuke Jigen, approving of the new moniker for Ji Songhan. Bored. Gomen Ishikawa continued to exude an air of nonchalance. This man, obsessed with the art of swordsmanship, was solely focused on enhancing his own prowess, perpetually refining his skills. He had now attained the sublime state of unity between man and sword. There is but one truth. The man masquerading as Shinichi Kudo, Lupin III, adapted to his role with remarkable agility, mimicking Kudo's various gestures with uncanny precision. Lupin, forgive me, though your imitation is strikingly accurate, for some inexplicable reason. Whenever I see Shinichi Kudo, I am reminded of a monkey. Ji Song-an expressed his disdain for Lupin's disguise. Had he not previously witnessed that simian-like gait, one might have deemed Lupin's transformation flawless. Yet, regrettably, the aura he exuded. It is evident that he never intended to maintain the visage of Shinichi Kudo for long. Speaking of which, what intentions do you harbor for your visit to Mihua? Now that you are here, it seems rather uncharacteristic of Lupin and his cohort to remain idle. I wonder if you have ever heard of the Book of Law. Lupin lowered his voice and spoke with great solemnity. The Book of Law was penned by the renowned mystic, writer, mountaineer, poet, and yoga practitioner Aleister Crowley in Cairo, Egypt. Is it connected to that cult? Ji Song-han seemed to possess some understanding of the matter. Indeed, Lupin produced a newspaper, which reported the theft of the original text of the Book of Law. Goodness, isn't that book considered a forbidden tome? How could the highest ecclesiastical authority still house the original? This news, merely a brief note in the newspaper, sent ripples through the religious circles of the West, akin to a seismic upheaval. While the specifics remain unclear, I am aware that the Book of Law is currently within this nation's borders. I inquired how he managed to procure a nuclear submarine. This clarified my confusion. In truth, Lupin could have utilized a conventional submarine. There was no need to summon the largest submarine in the world. The Typhoon-class nuclear submarine is comparable in size to a medium aircraft carrier, a behemoth displacing nearly 50,000 tons. To prevent the resurgence of conflict, we may need to create a considerable commotion if necessary. Lupin was subtly advising Ji Song-han to be prepared. Does that organization seek to instigate a third hot war? It cannot be attributed solely to the society, but rather to a certain member of that society who still exists today. Lastly, I inquired whether this was related to Longhua. It does not matter. He aims to incite a war between the Bear and Western Europe. This is merely a transit point. Well, Ji Song-han's taut nerves relaxed slightly. However, the information still requires further verification. Though I may not involve myself in this affair, should you require assistance, I will lend my personal support. Oh, it's not that serious. I have dealt with numerous such matters before. Lupin stated with confidence, possessing both the capability and assurance to make such claims. After sharing a few drinks, Lupin's crew departed. Ji Song-han and Xiao Ai continued their leisurely stroll through the mall. By the way, what is that organization? Xiao Ai was intrigued. Evidently, the group mentioned by Ji Song-han and Lupin posed a far greater danger than the distillery. A well-known society, the Golden Dawn. Would you like to hear more about it? It might shatter your worldview. Magic? Xiao Ai was aware that this world harbored numerous supernatural phenomena. Yet she believed these were merely natural occurrences, inexplicable by contemporary science, which rendered them supernatural. No, to be precise, it is a study of mysticism. The Golden Dawn emerged in the latter half of the 19th century within the great empire of the Yonder, becoming the largest mystical magical society in the world. Rooted in Hermeticism and venerating Kabbalistic thought, historical records indicate that in April 1900, due to internal strife, this organization fell apart. However, in reality, even after its dissolution, the society continued to operate clandestinely. Shadows of their influence can be traced through both world wars. The Dawn's Light, the Light of Renewal, the Twilight Passage, the Dawn's Awakenings. Among others, at least 13 societies can be seen as extensions of the Golden Dawn. After briefly summarizing, Ji Song-han lifted Xiao Ai once more. Oh, being held is so comfortable and soft. Will this affect us? Who knows? According to historical inertia, it is likely to amount to nothing more than a localized conflict. Alas, I wonder if the poor bear can endure. The bear finds itself in quite an awkward position, desiring to approach the West, yet being met with indifference. What it desperately needs is a valiant hero to descend from the heavens and offer salvation. At that moment, the emperor, serving as the deputy mayor in St. Petersburg, raised his head and glanced around, sensing that someone was calling out to him. Time gradually passed, and soon it was evening. Ji Song-an accompanied the seemingly exhausted Xiao Ai as they boarded the elevator, ascending to the restaurant on the 6th floor. This evening, they were to discuss matters related to Conan with Kudo Yusaku. Alas, despite the fact that I have been carrying you almost the entire time, Why do you still complain of fatigue? Ji Songan gently tapped Xiao Ai's nose with his finger. I feel exhausted. While strolling through the shopping mall, Xiao Ai noticed that Ji Sunghan's gaze was frequently directed towards places that struck her as rather peculiar. For instance, the children's toy store. Ji Songhan lingered for quite some time before a remote-controlled excavator, leaving Xiao Ai utterly perplexed. Are all men so immature? Do they remain boys at heart until death? Ding dong, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. There, a middle-aged Caucasian gentleman, appearing somewhat aged yet dressed elegantly in a suit, emerged. Upon seeing Ji Songhan holding Xiao Ai, the gentleman courteously greeted them. Ji Songhan also returned the greeting. Immediately after, accompanied by a howl and a thud. As Ji Songhan turned back, he noticed the gentleman crouched on the ground, clutching his forehead, while a small dent had appeared on the elevator door. Instinctively, Ji Songhan perceived that this individual lacked a certain cleverness. Convinced that the situation was not severe, he shook his head and departed. Chapter 77. Yusaku Kudo. Upon entering the restaurant and stepping into the private room, Ji Songhan immediately spotted a man strikingly similar to Shinichi Kudo. This individual was undoubtedly Yusaku Kudo. At that moment, Conan sat obediently beside Yusaku, appearing just like any other ordinary child. Good day, Mr. Kudo. Ji Songhan greeted as he settled little Ai into her seat and donned a wireless headset before taking a seat directly opposite Yusaku Kudo. Hello, I am Yusaku Kudo. My son has recently caused you some trouble, Yusaku replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair, akin to petting a small dog. This gesture elicited an eye roll from Conan, who felt quite exasperated. Conan harbored a certain animosity towards Yusaku Kudo, stemming from the fact that Yusaku excelled in deductive reasoning, possessed a higher IQ, demonstrated superior emotional intelligence, and enjoyed greater fame. This sentiment was rooted in jealousy. Subsequently, as Ji Songhan and Yusaku Kudo engaged in a discussion regarding Conan's sustainable development, Conan's gaze shifted to little Ai, who was engrossed in her phone. Humph. My deductions were indeed correct. How could the lowly enthusiast, Ji Songhan, possibly take the life of Shiho? There must be some hidden intricacies at play. A feigned death, perhaps. In the past, Conan has encountered similar enigmas during his investigations, yet he always managed to unveil the truth. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought out the dishes, Chinese cuisine. Unsure of the gentleman's preferences, a selection of classic Chinese dishes along with freshly squeezed juice was ordered. Yusaku Kudo received 2 glasses of orange juice from the waiter, offering the first to Shiho and the second to Conan. I am not picky. I enjoy all kinds of food. Ji Songhan picked up a slice of boiled meat and took a bite. He and Kudo Yusaku continued their discussion while eating. After a short while, Xiao Ai gave Ji Songhan a gentle kick. Ji Songhan felt somewhat perplexed. Then, Xiao Ai picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a piece of vibrant bok choy into Ji Songhan's bowl, chiding him for being picky and only consuming meat. Observing the dishes on the table near his side, he noticed that all the meat had vanished, leaving only vegetables. At that moment, Ji Songhan gazed at the verdant bok choy in his bowl and swallowed hard. Why? Is it bok choy? Ji Songhan harbors an aversion to rapeseed, though the reasons for this disdain elude him. In any case, he simply detests it. Alas, could we possibly select a different dish? That cabbage over there appears quite appealing. Ji Songhan delicately served the rapeseed from his bowl into Xiao Ai's, remarking, alas. It seems as though I am subjecting you to torment. Xiao Ai sighed in resignation. Xiao Ji, do be mindful. I can still hear you. Meanwhile, Lao Tan, who was eavesdropping on the conversation between Ji Songhan and Kudo Yusaku, glanced at the instant noodles in his hand and suddenly found them unappetizing. Having been satiated by the metaphorical dog food, team leader, a message has arrived from above, related to the 7th Bureau of the Great Qing Empire's military intelligence, he announced, carefully avoiding the mention of the 6th Bureau. At that moment, Qing Luo handed Lao Ten a note. Upon reading its contents, he immediately spat his food. Today, during the funeral of an ace agent, an explosion occurred, injuring all 53 senior agents present. Source, Bear Country Intelligence Department. The sun that never sets has now set. 53 senior agents severely injured. Haha. Lao Ten understood the gravity of the situation, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt compelled to laugh. The senior agents of the 7th Bureau were of a rank similar to his own. As for the fallen ace agent, well, they had become an old tool. Hearing laughter through his earpiece, Ji Songhan's lips twitched. Lao Tan, what are you doing? This action caught Kudo Yusaku's attention, leading him to ponder whether his offered terms were insufficient to meet the other's expectations. Consequently, Kudo Yusaku added a stipulation. He would contribute 1/3 of his annual income as an education fund for the children of Dragon Country, pledging not to interfere with its allocation. 1/3 of his annual income amounted to $50 million. This maneuver left Ji Songhan momentarily speechless. Wait, is this a genuine offer? It's practically giving away money. Mr. Kudo. There's no need for such generosity. I believe these funds are better spent on Conan. Kudo Yusaku's act of philanthropy struck Ji Songhan as peculiar. Moreover, such extravagance bore the suspicion of flaunting wealth. Well, that could work too. Kudo Yusaku acknowledged that he might have been a bit abrupt. He glanced at his son slurping orange juice and then at Ji Songhan, contemplating whether to have another child with Yukiko and secure a substantial insurance policy for the one before him. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, it was his son. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from outside the private room. This unexpected occurrence elicited a chuckle from Ji Songhan, who then recalled that Kudo Shinichi and Kudo Yuzaki were akin to two walking incident generators. This was not merely a case of negative yielding positive. It was a pure additive effect. At that moment, Conan's body began to tremble. It felt as though a beast within him yearned to leap from his seat and rush to the scene of the incident. Ah, progress indeed. Kudo Yusaku remarked after wiping his mouth with a napkin. In the past, the moment such a scream was heard, Conan would have dashed off to investigate. This is significant progress. Ji Songhan rose and approached Conan, gently ruffling his tousled hair. After a moment's pause, he noted that the inscription on Tang Gaoda's prosthetic limb had nearly faded away. One must admit, the speed of recovery is remarkably swift. Sir, as a detective, my presence at the crime scene is entirely justifiable. Kudo Yusaku slowly stood, adjusting his attire and pushing up his glasses, preparing to head towards the scene of the incident. What good does it do to rush like Conan? Most often, it proves futile and may even lead one into peril. As a detective, the foremost responsibility is to ensure the safety of oneself and those around. If you cannot safeguard yourself, how can you claim to pursue justice in search of the true culprit? If you cannot protect your own well-being, what right do you have to call yourself a detective? Kudo Yusaku pushed open the door and cleared his throat softly. Well, I must. However, his words were drowned out by a chorus of cheers. It's Yusaku. The illustrious detective Kudo Yusaku. Yusaku-sama, I want to have your children. Bang. As the clamor outside the private room gradually subsided, Ji Songhan rose and secured the door. Conan, who had just leaped from his seat, instantly froze in disbelief. Good gracious, did you think that with your father out of the room, no one could hold you accountable? Ji Songhan tugged at one of Conan's ears and then noticed the phone hanging around Conan's neck, which belonged to Ran. Haven't you checked on your childhood sweetheart? He remarked, clicking his tongue. At the mention of Ran, Conan immediately became agitated. Ji Songhan pressed both hands against Conan's head, locking eyes with him. Listen closely, should there be a next time, it won't matter who comes to plead for you. I assure you, no one can save you. In that instant, Conan beheld a sea of corpses and rivers of blood reflected in Ji Songhan's gaze. The murderous intent emanating from him was far more potent than what Conan had experienced in that warehouse before. How many lives does this man possess on his hands? At this moment, Conan was engulfed in genuine terror. Songhan, look, called out Shiho, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room, having spotted something peculiar on the street. Releasing Conan back into his seat, Ji Songhan approached the window, following Shiho's indication. There stood an oddly coiffed gentleman, seemingly of British descent, whose intelligence appeared questionable. At that moment, this man, who seemed older than Old Tan, strolled leisurely down the street. However, good sir, were you just in the restroom? Did you not notice that you tucked your suit jacket into your trousers while getting dressed? And why is your blue and white striped boxers pulled up so high? It's all hanging out. The man continued to saunter along the street, blissfully unaware, as if he had just won the lottery, hopping with joy. Little did he know that those around him had begun to retreat and alert the authorities. Officer, there's a pervert here. Hey, Shiho, why are you looking at me? Ji Songhan discovered that Xiao Ai was gazing at him, her eyes reflecting a peculiar emotion. It was nothing, just. Suddenly, Xiao Ai burst into laughter, a laugh that left everyone puzzled. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the private room was rapped upon. Conan went to answer it, and Kudo Yusaku entered. Apologies for the delay. However, the matter has been resolved. Meow, meow. Meow? Conan tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Father, hasn't it only been 3 minutes? And you solved the case already? Pray tell, Mr. Kudo. I am eager to hear your brilliant deduction. Then allow me to present my humble contribution, Kudo Yusaku remarked. a phrase that made Ji Songan ponder whether they harbored a misunderstanding of Dragon Kingdom culture. Was humbly presenting truly appropriate for our internationally renowned detective? Subsequently, Kudo Yuzaku recounted the scene. The deceased was a chef who met his demise by falling into the deep fryer used for cooking French fries. There were no signs of struggle, indicating he must have plunged in while unconscious. The chef had been preparing the meal, and the Western cuisine served at their table was indeed his handiwork. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had been struck violently on the back of the head before succumbing to the fryer. The oil temperature for frying French fries was 170 degrees, making it nearly impossible to discern any specific clues from the deceased's head. However, Kudo Yuzaku discovered an Asian carp that should not have been present in this context. To be frank, aside from the people of the Dragon Kingdom, very few others consume this fish, known for its numerous bones. Consequently, Asian carp can grow to weigh over 40 pounds, and even up to 100 pounds abroad. After all, this fish has a lifespan of up to 70 years and consumes anything. It is also incredibly powerful. There have been reports in the Great Lakes region of the Lighthouse Nation where fishermen were injured by the tail of an Asian carp. Thus, I deduced that the Asian carp stunned the chef, and the individual who introduced the carp to the kitchen was none other than the deceased's apprentice. Kudo Yuzaku detected the scent of fish and noticed scales from the Asian carp on the apprentice. Furthermore, the chef's hat, which had fallen to the ground, was stained with fluid from the carp. The apprentice had ample motive to commit the crime, for after 3 years, he remained an intern while the other apprentices had already graduated. Well, at this point, he admitted it himself. Kudo Yuzaku concluded with a resigned shrug. He believed that his fame had contributed to this outcome, as being a world-renowned detective undoubtedly placed immense psychological pressure on the perpetrator. However, Mr. Kudo, you have uncovered sufficient evidence, have you not? As Ji Songan chewed on his fries, he inquired, the motive for murder is indeed a sorrowful reflection. If one cannot excel, it is prudent to first introspect. If it is truly not your fault, then you should assert yourself through your own capabilities. Why resort to violence? In fact, my current deductions primarily revolve around understanding human nature. Kudo Yuzaku remarked that due to his extensive experience, he often selects the individual with the highest probability of guilt based on his insights into human behavior. He then concentrates on gathering evidence and clues related to that person. Presently, Kudo Yuzaku's success rate for identifying culprits through this intuitive method stands at 89.16. This figure is derived from the number of successful cases compared to the total cases he has approached in this manner. So, Conan, do you wish to learn this technique? Perhaps you should spend a few decades navigating the complexities of society, Kudo suggested. At this moment, Conan felt utterly speechless. Is it truly this casual? Does the perpetrator not exhibit any defiance or stubbornness? This leaves no sense of accomplishment. In reality, Conan's efficiency in solving cases is remarkably high. Yet it could be even greater, as he often dedicates significant time to listening to the offender's rebuttals and challenges. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Are the officers this swift? Conan mused, his face a mask of confusion as he approached the window to gaze below. There, he witnessed a group of police officers pursuing an oddly dressed gentleman in a suit. Goodness, 3 vigorous young men are unable to catch up to an elderly man. Ji Songan observed the amusing gentleman from the grating empire as he leisurely evaded the pursuit of the police. Ultimately, Ji Songan remarked that this eccentric individual seemed rather extraordinary. Although it appeared somewhat humorous, he thought to himself, oh dear, little Ji, let me inform you. According to intelligence from the Bear Country, the Great Ing Empire currently lacks any capable agents. Hence, they have dispatched a retired operative for a special mission. He is presently in Mihua. At that moment, the voice of Old Tan echoed in Ji Songhan's earpiece. Who is it? Johnny English, a retired agent from MI7. What are we supposed to do? Just watch. In case he has a sudden heart attack or something, we can call an ambulance. Old Tan was then unable to contain his laughter. A look akin to that which little AI had previously cast upon Ji Songan appeared in his eyes. There was an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. Ji Songan scratched his head and said, forget it, let us continue discussing matters with Kudo Yuzaku. We are merely one step away. Chapter 79, The Quintessential. That night, in the Barrow CAF, Ji Songhan joyfully regarded Conan while holding a stack of contracts. According to the newly established management regulations for Idagawa Conan and Kudo Shinichi, the collaboration has been quite pleasant. Pleasant collaboration. Conan responded, his hand nearly cramping from the numerous signatures. Father, have you sold me? At this moment, Conan could not help but mentally berate his father. You finished your discussion with Ji Songhan and directly flew back. You didn't even check on me. Let us head upstairs. I am sure Ran will be delighted to see you. As Ji Songhan urged Conan to ascend the stairs, he mentioned he had matters to attend to shortly. Conan seemed poised to articulate something further, but in the next instant, he was hoisted up and unceremoniously cast outside the door of the Polo CF. With a resounding clang, the CAF's entrance shut, and the closed sign was hung. The frigid night breeze swept over Conan's form, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As he gazed upward, he noticed that the lights of the Mouri Detective Agency remained aglow. Conan still had a home. Ran was still there. After all, a place where one is not alone can be deemed a home. Gripping Ran's mobile phone tightly, he ascended the staircase. Once Conan departed, a heavy weight lifted from Ji Songhan's heart. Inside the Polo CAF, he reclined languidly on the sofa, adopting a posture reminiscent of Gu Yu's famous slouch. It seemed he had only intervened in the original storyline for less than a month, barely half a month, in fact. So many events had transpired in quick succession. The days ahead promised a chance for relaxation. Are you not yet asleep? Ji Songhan returned to his room and observed Xiao Ai, who was still diligently organizing the experimental data. He pondered whether he ought to take some action. Consuming coffee adversely affects growth, and staying up too late also hinders development. Ji Songhan gazed at the cup of bitter coffee resting on the desk beside Xiao Ai and remarked. Xiao Ai, with a look of bewilderment, turned her eyes towards Ji Songhan. Affecting development? Affecting what aspect of development? I am not a child. Xiao Ai confidently asserted that if she were to revert to her youthful appearance, Ji Songhan would undoubtedly refrain from posing such a question. Observing the perplexity in Xiao Ai's expression, Ji Songhan too felt a sense of confusion. What is going on? I will certainly be asleep before midnight, as the laboratory is yet to be completed. Even if I prepare the materials in advance, I will still have to wait. With that, Xiao Ai resumed her work on the materials. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan shrugged, retrieved his laptop, and began watching a television series. Before long, Xiao Ai felt she had organized enough for the day and turned her attention back to Ji Songhan. Through the reflections and flickers from the computer, Xiao Ai deduced that Ji Songhan was watching a video. Could it be a television series? Curiosity piqued. Xiao Ai wondered what kind of show Ji Songhan might be viewing. Let me guess, are you watching something related to war? Ji Songhan shook his head. Is it of the espionage genre? Ji Songhan shook his head once more. At this moment, Xiao Ai's expression was one of astonishment. Could it possibly be a tale of romance? Is it akin to Tokyo Love Story? The television series Xiao Ai referenced debuted in 1991, portraying the realistic love stories of urban youth. However, the narrative diverges. He is a nobleman with grand aspirations. Xiao Ai gazed at Ji Songhan's rather unconventional introduction, closed her laptop, climbed into bed, and turned her attention to the screen of Ji Songhan's petite notebook computer. A historical theme. It suddenly dawned on Xiao Ai that Ji Songhan is a humanities student. She finally recalled the dread instilled in her by Ji Songhan's recounting of the 24 histories. In truth, it could also be classified as a romance. Ji Songhan extended his hand, enveloping Xiao Ai in his embrace. He pointed at the man on the screen and said, "He can be referred to as fifth rank." Suddenly, a resounding hum of electricity echoed throughout the building. The power went out. Oh no, is my laptop battery dead? Ji Songhan stared blankly at the screen of his laptop, which had suddenly gone black. He was connected to a power source, theoretically. The laptop should not shut down immediately upon power loss. He then turned it over. The battery was still intact. By the way, how many years has it been since you replaced your laptop? Xiao Ai gazed at the swollen battery and swiftly detached it before hurling it out the window. It's swollen. A lithium battery could ignite. This was purchased just this year. Ji Songhan was eager to express his disbelief. It's barely been 6 months since the purchase, and the battery is already swollen? This model is outdated. Xiao Ai retrieved her phone and accessed the internet. Wait a moment. Were you not using a flip phone before? Observing the touchscreen smartphone in Xiao Ai's hand, Ji Songhan contemplated reaching out to the Qingshan Mental Health Hospital. It seemed that in your world, time had been suspended in 1994. Yet, why must technology remain stagnant? Consequently, Ji Songhan, with trembling hands, produced his own mobile device. Why is it still a flip Nokia? He then dialed Old Tan's number. Old Tan, what processor does your computer have now? AMD 64x2, a Sempron processor. Old Tan replied after glancing at the time. Weren't you using an Intel 80486 processor from 1989? What year is it now? Silence enveloped the line. Soon after, Ji Songhan heard the dialing tone. Hello? Is this Qingshan Mental Health Hospital? Do you accept slightly younger patients? Old Tan, enough already. I need to upgrade my equipment. At this moment, Ji Songhan realized that the electronic devices he possessed were at least a decade behind the current standards. Who knew why such an anomaly had occurred? Perhaps. Ji Songhan finally understood. It was because he had altered Conan, and the realm of Conan's world revolved around him. Therefore, at this moment, Ji Songhan appeared to don a mask of anguish. I'll step out to watch the show at 12. Old Tan replied briefly before promptly hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Ji Songhan silently rose, intending to leave the room. I shall take a breath of fresh air and check on the power switch along the way. Ji Songhan gently ruffled Xiao Ai's hair and inquired, will I be able to go and take a look soon? Xiao Ai was aware that Ji Songhan might not return tonight. However, with tomorrow being a day off, she contemplated whether to accompany him. Aren't you tired? If you're not, then come along. Soon after, the night breeze caressed their skin, offering a refreshing and delightful sensation. By the way, what were you watching back then? It certainly wasn't a romantic film. Xiao Ai remained curious. Yet it does have a lovely title for a romantic movie. What is it? Ji Songhan smiled and replied. The quintessential Shangyang from a physical perspective, of course. Lowly AI. Chapter 80. Sophisticated agents often employ the most unpretentious means of assassination. Nighttime, 2350. Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai arrived at the Little Dimple Bar. Standing outside the entrance, Ji Songhan was greeted by a chorus of shouts emanating from within. On the flank. A clear shot. The goal is wide open. Shoot. Take the shot. At a mere 2 meters from the goal, you could hit the post. Damn. You missed it completely. What the hell? The cacophony of various dialects filled the air with exclamations and expletives. He realized instantly what the crowd was engrossed in. Finally, a resounding crash echoed, and as the clamor subsided, Ji Songhan entered with the somewhat bewildered Xiao Ai. There, he beheld Lao Tin seated quietly with a large group of companions. Surrounded by a veritable mountain of empty beer bottles and peanut shells sprawled across the table before them. As for the television, Tang Gaoda's prosthetic leg had penetrated the screen, now dangling limply above. The tip of the prosthetic, with its toes angled upwards, seemed to convey an emotion of its own. Upon noticing Ji Songhan and Xiao Ai's entrance, the assembled company shifted their gaze. Their eyes filled with an air of melancholic intrigue. At this moment, Ji Songhan felt it was best to remain silent. Let us go out for a breath of fresh air, he suggested. Ultimately, Lao Tin indicated that it was time to proceed with the next phase of their plan. In a mere 10 minutes, the disheveled bar they had created was restored to its former pristine condition. I shall not partake, Chu Qingluo declared, raising her hand to signify her intention to stay behind and guard the place. Lao Tin glanced at the calendar and noted the date. It's the end of the month. Oh, the ladies always have those few days each month. However, this is not a special period, so it should be fine. Subsequently, a group of gentlemen embarked on their nocturnal adventure. The purpose of the agent from the Great Ying Empire's visit this time was to eliminate 8 core members of a hacker organization. Tonight, his target was presumably this individual. Lao Tin handed Ji Songhan a photograph of a young man. Isn't it peculiar for an agent to take on the role of an assassin? Ji Songhan pondered. Oh right. The Great Ying Empire is devoid of personnel. Wait a moment. How do we know about this mission so intimately? Ji Songhan expressed a long-held doubt. It appears that since the retired old agent left the country, every move has been meticulously monitored by Longhua. To put it succinctly, among the 5 great nations. Aside from the Great Ying Empire, the intelligence agencies of the other 4 countries are fully aware that many intelligence personnel within the Military Intelligence Section 7 are spies sent by the Old Bear. The timing may not be accurate, and in reality, the proportion of spies is not as high. Yet such events have indeed occurred in history. Ji Songhan is not an agent, thus he possesses only a limited understanding of the affairs within the realm of espionage. Therefore, meow meow meow? Ji Songhan was left with a plethora of questions. What was this operation all about? It appeared that the Old Bear had become utterly bewildered. The former spies of the Old Bear were at odds with the current regime, leaving them uncertain about where to direct their intelligence. Consequently, after a moment of contemplation, Old Tan decided to bestow the information upon us. Ji Songhan spoke incredulously. Observing Ji's expression, which seemed to convey a shattering of his worldview, Old Tin shrugged his shoulders, indicating that the truth was indeed as such. Novels would scarcely dare to depict such scenarios, yet reality often surpasses fiction in its absurdity. At last, they arrived at their destination. The group reached a towering edifice. And Old Tan gestured towards a particular direction. Our first target is Zikio Faji, the foremost figure of a notorious hacker organization. who recently pilfered crucial documents of great significance to the grading empire. Meanwhile, Zikio sat leisurely by the window, savoring his coffee, blissfully unaware that an elderly yet exceptionally experienced former agent was poised on a nearby rooftop, ready to take aim at him. The sniper rifles of the grading empire are renowned for their precision. The L-115A3, favored by Ji Song-han, stands as the emblematic firearm of the grading empire, belonging to the illustrious AW family of rifles. This esteemed lineage encompasses other renowned weapons, such as the AW, AWM, and the classic L-96A1. At this moment, Johnny English crouched atop a rooftop, a box slung over his shoulder. Upon confirming his target, he removed the box containing the L-115A3, identical to Ji Song-han's, and began to assemble it on site. Initially, his expression was impassive, but as his thoughts meandered, his visage began to exhibit a spectrum of emotions. Oh, wait. The instruction manual. Johnny noticed a small white booklet tumble from the box. Activating a dim flashlight, he illuminated the manual while assembling the firearm. Silencer. Oh dear, I've installed it incorrectly. No wonder it wouldn't fit. Confusion was etched across Johnny's face. Subsequently, he poured a multitude of screws and small components from a transparent bag. Despite encountering some mishaps, such as forgetting to install the firing pin and reversing the scope, Johnny's assembly speed remained impressive. Wait, why are there extra screws? They must be spares, he reassured himself, eyeing the defiant screws that remained on the ground. He was indeed unaccustomed to this modern weaponry, having retired long ago and struggling to adapt to new innovations at a pace comparable to the youth. He favored the more traditional forms. However, this did not hinder his ability to pull the trigger swiftly. Aiming at Nishida Masaki, who was sipping tea by the bedside, Johnny pressed his lips together and prepared to fire. Where's the trigger? His fingers darted swiftly. Johnny glanced at the trigger's location and then at the floor. Next to those spare screws, a trigger, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows, glimmered ominously under the faint beam of the flashlight. Oh dear. Disappointment began to creep into Johnny's heart, and he painfully covered his face. Ultimately, he opted to descend. With the sniper rifle in hand, he strode down the desolate street. His seemingly aged figure suddenly regained vigor as he hastily approached the apartment where Nishida resided. Ascending the stairs with determination, he arrived at the target's door and knocked. Who is it? Water meter inspector, Johnny replied in somewhat clumsy Japanese. Coming. Without a second thought, Nishida opened the door, only to be greeted by a British gentleman wielding a sniper rifle. Thud. Johnny seized the rifle's muzzle and swung it like a baseball bat. Thud, thud, thud. In the end, Johnny regarded the motionless target on the ground, elegantly dusting off his attire. He then adjusted his appearance in a mirror within Nishida's home, only to be momentarily taken aback. His expression seemed to convey, How did my suit jacket end up tucked into my trousers? Meanwhile, not far away, Ji Song-an and a cadre of agents, each equipped with binoculars, observed Johnny's actions. The mission was a resounding success, despite some hurdles along the way. Johnny left no trace of his presence. The details were impeccably managed. Had it not been for prior intelligence, this would have been deemed a flawless operation. How to evaluate it? Old Tan appeared to stifle a laugh. Elderly Ji Song-han, exclaimed Xiao Ai, old Chinese medicine practitioner, Tang Yaoda, Lu Rinjia, and other spectators in unison. Ji Song-han, Chapter 81. Virtual reality, that smile you gave me at the restaurant. Was it because of that British gentleman? Upon returning to the BAUOCAF, Ji Song-an lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as he posed the question. Indeed, doesn't it seem so? Xiao Ai replied with a smile. Johnny's antics appeared rather foolish, and he had an endearing charm. However, Johnny himself was an academic prodigy, a PhD in electrical engineering from Eugene University, and a fellow alumnus of the Prime Minister of the Grading Empire, with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. So, perhaps he was merely aging? Thus, in every nation and industry, there will always exist a fool. By the way, have you ever studied genetics? At that moment, Ji Song-an suddenly inquired of Xiao Ai. Well, it's not my area of expertise, but I have dabbled a bit. Speaking of this, Xiao Ai felt invigorated. Oh dear, you villain. I was just starting to feel sleepy. Previously, Ching Luo had obtained blood from Jack Smith, most of which was sent back home, leaving a small portion for you. Once the laboratory is established, that will be ready. Xiao Ai felt a delightful anticipation bubbling within her. Ji Song-an, you villain. How dare you utter such sleepless words at this hour? The following day, a rare day of rest, Xiao Ai found herself indulging in the luxury of a late slumber. After venturing out the previous night, She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace until the clock struck 3 in the morning. It was entirely understandable that she slept in. Ding! As Ji-sung prepared breakfast for Xiao Ai. His phone chimed softly. A notification from the dark web informed him that someone he followed had updated a task. Upon opening the message, Ji-sung discovered a task posted by a company named T Company, known as Zendora. He perused the details and promptly exited the dark web. It was not a task of assassination, but rather an investigative endeavor. It did not align with his expertise. The task required the investigation into the true cause of death of one Hiroki Zishin. Such a task was beyond the capacity of a single individual. Hiroki Zishin, a name Ji-sung recognized, an extraordinary prodigy within the tea industry. By the age of 10, he had already become a student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He developed a DNA tracking system capable of tracing ancestry through human skin and blood. He has passed away? At merely 10 years old. At such a tender age. Your company confined him to a room, compelling him to code day in and day out. Ji-sung suspected that Zetian Hiroki was most likely a case of suicide, though the Zendora company was reluctant to acknowledge it. Sigh. In response to the tragic demise of this young soul, Ji-sung let out a helpless sigh. Oh hey, good morning. At this moment, Xiao Ai had just woken up.